Nearby, there was the crunch of a broken branch, accompanied by a loud command to find the target. The voice continued to command the pitiful hunters to get him out of the ground. They stared ahead with a wild, crazy gaze, listening to the order to destroy the target at any cost. Raising a cloud of dust and wind around them, the hunters rushed forward, their teeth clenched tightly. Their target, a young boy, was watching everything that was happening sternly, thinking that it was he they were looking for. He hid behind the bushes, trying not to make any sound as he felt the close presence of the assassins. Realizing that he was being sought precisely to be killed, he stared intently ahead, trying to find a way out of the situation. At some point, the boy dared to raise his head and look outside to assess the situation. The assassins at this time quickly rushed past, trying to find their target as quickly as possible. However, the danger was not over, as these two were only part of a large band of assassins roaming throughout the forest. The boy remembered that once upon a time everything was different, and he bore the name Paval, which translated as Wandering Moon. He was a wanderer who traveled both by land and sea. During one of these trips, the guy came to one of the mountain towns where he met an unknown man. The next thing Paval remembered was opening his eyes, hearing the echo of water dripping. The boy was lying on the cold floor, and all around him was pitch darkness. For a while he sat in the cave in complete solitude, trying to understand what was happening. In addition, Paval was constantly attacked by various robbers who wanted to kill him. With each attack, his abilities grew, and the boy could dodge attacks better and better. In addition to agility, Paval learned to wield edged weapons, which each time made his enemies stare in shock. All this was watched by a stranger, whose face was constantly hidden behind a creepy mask. Gritting his teeth tightly, the boy stared fiercely ahead, feeling himself changing more and more in the darkness with each passing day. In the end, he did become a murderer, just as those who had caused him all this hell wanted. From his thoughts, Pavolya brought out a voice that once again commanded the killers to find him, and there was another noise nearby. Above him, the boy could already see the figures of the assassins, who were looking at him with fierce red eyes. He gritted his teeth, showing with his whole appearance that he did not plan to give up under any circumstances. Taking out his knives, Paval mentally swore that he would definitely survive and come for them. It all started that morning, when at the market in the mountain town, locals wandered the streets, looking closely at the goods on the shopkeepers' stalls. Holding a bowl of apple, fried fish, rice, and meat in front of him, Paval thought about how much he had managed to gather. Throwing the apple up with a smile, the boy thought that there was nothing strange about it, because he had come here precisely at the fair. Looking around, he thought about the need to take care of a place where he could spend the night. Paval was a wandering orphan who traveled without any purpose and no home to save. Trying to figure out where to go, the boy turned his head, looking for the bridge he needed. Suddenly feeling someone's shadow rise above him, Paval stared in surprise. Turning his head, he noticed the figure of a tall man, his face covered by a thin veil. Without letting go of the bowl, the boy quietly asked the stranger who he was. However, he did not answer, only pressing his lips together into a thin line. The next thing Paval remembered was opening his eyes while lying on his back. Trying to understand what was happening, the guy closed his eyes tightly, then opened them again. Looking straight ahead, he realized that his eyes were indeed open. Besides, it was clear that he hadn't been blinded, so it was just extremely dark around him. Paval tried to move, but only closed his eyes tightly, trying to calm the severe dizziness. His body suddenly trembled violently from tension as the boy realized he couldn't move at all. Tears welled up in Paval's eyes as he wondered how things could have turned out this way. The fairground buildings and the breakfast bowl he had assembled that morning reappeared before his eyes. Then, out of the darkness, a stranger's figure appeared. The guy remembered running into him in the middle of the street while he was looking for a way out. The only thing the unknown man told him then was that he would need Paval. And now the guy was trying to understand why he ended up in this place if he didn't cross anyone's path. Unable to move, he continued to lie on his back, remembering his life and his parents. Looking ahead again, Paval wearily thought that it was still too dark around him. He didn't know how much time had passed, or whether he had been conscious the whole time. Tears welled up in the boy's eyes again, as Paval felt how scared and lonely he was. He understood that in order not to go crazy, he had to remember who he was. At some point, while lying in the cave, Paval thought about what he wanted to eat. The thought crossed his mind that at this rate he might simply die of hunger. With the thought that either this would happen, or he would simply go crazy, the boy closed his eyes and turned off again. Thinking about the stranger again, Paval wondered if he simply wanted to starve him to death. The figure of a tall man, his face covered by a veil, once again appeared before my eyes. Biting his lips until they bled, Paval tried to understand whether he was worthy of such participation, even if he was a beggar. Rage and fear gave him extraordinary strength, and the next moment he felt himself able to move his fingers. Paval looked down at his hand, not believing what he was feeling. With extraordinary effort, the boy managed to lift his limb a little into the air. Opening his mouth wide, Paval took a deep breath, feeling how breathing also became easier. Without wasting time, Paval began to breathe loudly, realizing that he was starting to feel his body better. Suddenly, a strange smell caught his attention, causing the boy to sniff. Paval moved his foot, sensing the smell of dampness around him. In addition, the boy could feel with his palm that he was lying on the damp, cold floor. Suddenly, the sounds of water droplets reached his ears, which led him to think that he was underground. Turning his head in the direction where the sound was coming from, Paval thought about what he needed to drink. With extraordinary effort, he managed to bend his leg at the knee, but the boy groaned loudly. A wild grimace crossed his face as Paval tried to roll onto his side. Finding himself on his stomach and raising himself on his elbows, the boy thought that he had very little left. However, the next moment he fell heavily to the ground, unable to hold on to his arms any longer. His face was covered in sweat, and his breathing was labored as Paval gathered his strength for another lunge. Exhaling heavily, accompanied by loud groans, he continued moving forward after a while. Staring resolutely ahead and gritting his teeth, the boy thought that he must survive. Paval finally reached the wall, down which a thin stream of water flowed, and greedily pressed his lips to it. Rubbing his hand along the wall, he realized that it was entirely made of stone and very strong. At some point, the boy's fingernail caught on a stone and felt a sharp pain. Trying to calm him down a little, Paval grimaced and put his finger to his mouth. After quenching his thirst and rolling over onto his back, the boy realized that there was no point in picking at it. He closed his eyes wearily and breathed a sigh of relief. For a while, Paval remained lying on the cold floor, gathering his strength. Suddenly, a figure appeared above him, towering over him and emitting a faint blue light. Sensing someone's presence near him, Paval opened his eyes and turned his head in that direction. Barely gathering his strength, the boy quietly asked who was in front of him. A figure as similar to him as 2 drops of water asked him why he was clinging to life so much. Paval froze for a moment, trying to collect in his head everything that was happening to him right now. The phantom, meanwhile, stretched his lips in a smile and said that it looked quite funny. He couldn't understand what was so valuable in the boy's life, that he was trying so hard to stay alive. Crouching over him, the phantom smiled and suggested that he surrender right now. At the same time, he promised that as soon as Paval surrendered, he would finally receive the peace he so desired. Barely opening his bloody, cracked lips, Paval himself asked if he really thought so. The phantom, not expecting such a question, stared at the boy in surprise. He, in turn, explained that he doubted that he would find peace if he gave up. After that, looking blankly ahead, he promised that he would definitely survive. The phantom only looked at him skeptically and warned him that he was only wasting his strength. But Paval did not give up, and added that he would not rest until he stuck a knife into the one who had locked him up here. That's why he swore to survive at all costs and take revenge on everyone who put him in this place. The phantom, without getting to his feet, asked if he would really take revenge on everyone, to which he received clear confirmation. Without taking his gaze off the boy, the figure asked if he would surrender, to which Paval shouted as loudly as his strength allowed that he would never do that. The phantom said nothing to this, but a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Sometime after that, Paval was again left completely alone in the cave. Looking around, he tried to understand whether it was just a dream or if he was already losing his mind. Gathering all his strength into a fist, the boy sat down, his face contorted with tension. Trying to get back on his feet, he thought about the fact that he must definitely survive. Approaching the wall where the water was flowing, Paval felt that some kind of moss was growing on it. As he ran his hand over the sprouts, the boy thought to himself that he didn't know how edible they were, but he needed food. With these thoughts, he tore off a piece of the plant and pulled it into his mouth. As he chewed the moss, Paval thought about what he had to eat to survive. However, the next moment he barely managed to keep from vomiting, wondering if there was anything more disgusting in the world. But after swallowing and taking a breath, he realized that everything was still fine with him, so the moss was suitable for eating. With these thoughts, the boy reached forward to take another portion. Covered in sweat and tears, Paval continued to actively chew the moss. At the same time, he promised himself that he would definitely survive under any conditions. After some time, the boy managed to get to his feet and take a few steps. He walked in one direction, constantly holding onto the wall with one hand. Paval wanted to understand the outline of the room he had been thrown into. Walking along the wall, the boy calculated that his room was a 9x9 square. Looking around to see something, he realized that, as he suspected, he was in a trap that someone had locked him in. Gathering his thoughts, Paval stopped and exhaled loudly. Suddenly, a strange sound caught his attention, causing the boy to turn his head and sighed. The next second, a metal door appeared right in front of him, with a hatch that let in bright light. For a moment, Paval froze, staring at a light his eyes had not seen in a long time. It was so bright that the boy even groaned and covered his eyes with his hand to avoid going blind. However, he quickly pulled himself together and decided that he needed to go to the door, since someone was clearly there. Suddenly, in the hatch, the boy noticed the shadow of someone's hand holding a bowl. No sooner had Paval thought about it than the hatch disappeared, cutting off the flow of light into his room. The stunned boy froze for a moment, trying to figure out what to do now. Tears welled up in his eyes again from helplessness, and his breathing became labored. But the next second, the aromas coming from the bowl reached his nose. Staring in front of him with a shocked look, Paval suddenly realized that food could smell like that. In the bowl standing by the door, one could see something resembling meat, bread, and green leaves. Paval froze, trying to gather his thoughts and assess the situation. The boy closed his eyes, trying to figure out what exactly they had brought him as food. As he approached, he noticed tea leaves, rotten fish, and meat from pork bones, from which he concluded that he had been given the remains of 5 meals. Paval immediately realized that one person couldn't eat all of this, so there were at least 5 people behind the door. Looking ahead with a determined gaze, the boy tried to understand why he was being waited for there. He understood that no one would gather as many as 5 supervisors just for him, so there could very likely be people like him here. The guy understood perfectly well that there could be others who found themselves in the same situation as him. So now he was interested in the question of what the unknowns needed from them all. Sniffing the bowl again, Paval smelled pork and hot spices, which made him think of Sichuan cuisine. However, the next second, hunger overcame him, so the boy greedily plopped his mouth down on the bowl. He thought that he had plenty of time, so he decided to eat first and then think about his plan of action. Looking at the empty bowl in his hands, Paval thought that this was better than moss anyway. After eating, he threw the bowl into the corner, after which it made a loud thud on the hard floor. Staring resolutely ahead, Paval licked his lips and wiped them with his finger. After some time, Paval began training to improve his physical performance. Staring sternly ahead, the boy thought about the fact that at least 4 months had passed since he had been thrown here. Once a day, a small window was opened through which he received food. And each time, Paval tried with all his might to reach the unknown executioners, wanting to get at least some explanation. However, I received nothing more from them, continuing to be in the tiny dark room. So the boy trained harder and harder, causing his whole body to sweat. At some point, completely exhausted, Paval simply collapsed onto the stone floor. Trying to catch his breath, he thought that he was not sitting idle precisely so as not to go crazy. For a moment, Paval froze, staring sternly ahead. He was so exhausted that he couldn't even move. His eyes were gradually becoming accustomed to the darkness, allowing him to get used to these conditions. After some time, the boy began to make out the silhouette of a large centipede moving in the darkness. Suddenly, a pair of red eyes appeared from the side, and Paval thought it was another centipede. However, out of the darkness, instead of an insect, a large white snake appeared, rushing towards him. She abruptly wrapped her arms around his, wrapping them around her. Not fully understanding what had happened, the boy stared at his attacker in fear. He kept his gaze fixed on the snake, trying to guess what would happen next. With a wild hiss, the snake raised its hand higher and higher, finding a place to bite. Suddenly, the animal raised its head and stuck out its forked tongue, its red eyes fixed on the boy. A second later, the snake sank its fangs into the boy's skin. Paval's face contorted in pain and he closed one eye. The boy grabbed his arm where he had been bitten and screamed loudly. Unable to stand straight, he collapsed to the ground, sweating profusely. Paval tried to understand what was happening as he felt his body burning with hellfire. Looking at the place where the snake had bitten him, he suddenly thought that the snake might have been poisonous. However, a second later, a new wave of fire passed through his body, and the boy screamed again through clenched teeth. After that, he opened his eyes, and his face was covered in large beads of sweat. Another bite led to wild agony that made Paval scream loudly in pain. At some point, the boy collapsed to the floor, exhausted, continuing to clutch the wounded spot on his arm. After a while, the window in the wall opened, and a hand appeared in it again, holding a bowl of food. A second later, the stream of light stopped as the hatch closed, leaving only a thin stream of light. Without wasting time, Paval grabbed the edge of the vessel with his scratched fingers. With his face dripping with sweat, the boy made every effort to eat. For a moment he froze, staring into the bowl at the food he had been given this time. Staring before him with a mad gaze, Paval swore to himself that he would never die. Meanwhile, a pair of red eyes flashed again from the darkness of the room. However, the guy was so busy eating that he didn't pay any attention to it. The snake, which was ready to attack the man again, kept its gaze on him, raising its head. Paval, meanwhile, had finished eating and sat down opposite his new opponent, studying her carefully. He sat on the floor, keeping his back straight and watching the snake intently. Looking at the forked tongue, the boy thought about how he had almost died from its poison, but then something changed in him. He suddenly realized that he could see much better now. Without thinking twice, the boy began to reach for the reptile, wondering if it was all really because of her. The snake froze for a moment, wary of such attention from the man. Its eyes flashed menacingly red, and the animal opened its mouth, showing the boy its sharp fangs. Paval himself recalled that he had heard that after coping with the poison, the body became stronger. Therefore, he was anxiously awaiting another bite, thinking that he might become immune to the poison. Feeling the snake's fangs dig into his hand, he expected to gain a powerful advantage over his enemies. When the reptile let go of his hand, a few drops of blood flew into the air. Paval gripped his arm tightly, his face contorted by a new wave of pain. Noticing how his arm was covered in a web of swollen veins, the thought crossed the boy's mind that he might have been mistaken. Feeling a wave of heat begin to rise through his body again, he gritted his teeth. However, at the same time, Paval felt that the first time the sensations were much worse. His face was covered in sweat and his eyes were wide open. Meanwhile, the snake was carefully watching its prey, sticking out its forked tongue. Paying attention to her eyes, Paval realized that the reptile's vision had deteriorated due to the constant darkness, but she was still a great hunter. The snake silently approached its prey and could immobilize it with a single sound. Besides, the reptile obviously had no pity and tried not to draw attention to itself. So it was obvious that the only intelligent beings in this dungeon were he and the reptile. Suddenly, at some point, there was a noise nearby and part of the wall moved, scattering small stones. Hearing this, Paval jumped to his feet abruptly, not understanding what was happening. Under his feet, there was a sudden, sharp vibration, indicating that the ground was shaking. A moment later, he stared in horror, not believing what he was seeing. Just in front of him, the outline of an open door suddenly appeared in the stone wall. Behind them was a long, dark corridor with a door similar to his. His footsteps echoed loudly in the complete silence, bouncing off the walls. Stopping at the entrance to one of the dungeons, Paval estimated that the next dungeon was 20 steps away, so he did not feel the presence of the others. Without wasting time, the boy opened the door to the room, looking sternly ahead of him. Immediately after that, a rather pungent smell reached his nose from the crack. Upon sensing it, Paval stared in fear before him. Right in the middle of the circle of light that fell into the room from the open door, lay the body of a dead boy. Now Paval understood that the smell he had heard was the smell of a rotting body. He could make out little, but judging by his build, he guessed that he was his age. Returning to the corridor, Paval wondered if a similar scene would await him in the other rooms. Without wasting time, the boy moved on, not even looking through the other door. Suddenly he stopped dead in his tracks, staring blankly ahead. The boy was standing right in front of the large double doors. Resting his hands on them, Paval suddenly noticed that someone had taken away the large bolt. With considerable effort, he pushed the door open, and it gave way. The boy stared sternly ahead, preparing himself for whatever might await him there. However, noticing several dark figures, he stopped in amazement and stared at them. They froze abruptly, not expecting to see the boy. The unknown people also turned their heads in his direction, interrupting their conversation. Paval, not understanding what was happening, kept his surprised gaze on the strangers. He froze for a moment, carefully examining the people in front of him. The boy and girl also carefully studied the boy who suddenly came out to them. For a second, Paval wondered what he should do in this situation. He took a few steps forward, approaching the strangers. They were wary, not knowing what to expect from the unknown guy. Paval, in turn, looked around, analyzing the room he had entered. When his gaze fell on one of the open rooms, where another body was, He thought that it was the same here. Suddenly his attention was drawn to the voice of a girl who sternly asked him who he was. She still didn't understand. Where did the stranger come from, since she believed that she and the other guy were the only ones who managed to survive? Suddenly, Paval realized that she was looking in his direction, but she couldn't see him, from which he concluded that only he could see in the dark. Opening his mouth, the boy introduced himself and explained that he had been locked in the next section. The girl was indignant when she heard about the other sections, but Paval immediately asked what their names were. Pointing to herself, the girl introduced herself as Yo Wol, and the boy's name was Song Jong-woo. For a moment, Paval froze, trying to figure out what the three of them should do now. Finally, he stepped forward, inviting them to come with him. His new acquaintances stared in amazement, not understanding what had just happened. Turning her head, Yo Wol asked him where exactly they were heading. Without turning his head to her, the guy explained that they were going to other sections. After some time, when the trio found themselves in front of the large door, the girl screamed loudly, realizing that her new acquaintance had not lied. Paval calmly opened the door and walked down the dark corridor, commanding them to follow him. For a second, Yo Wol and Song Jong-woo froze, trying to figure out whether to follow him. However, immediately after that, the girl held out her hand to her friend and told him to hold on to it, as it was dark in the corridor. He immediately obeyed and grabbed her hand, after which they moved forward along the dark corridor. After some time, the sound of another door opening into the next section was heard. There they were met by a whole crowd of children who looked at the newcomers in fear. Paval looked around as everyone present rushed to his companions. Meanwhile, the boy, looking at the dead bodies in the rooms, thought about how in other sections almost no one died of hunger like in his section. However, looking at their hands, covered in horrible scars, he realized that most of them had committed suicide. In addition, his attention was drawn to the bowls with some food left in them, looking at which Paval realized that they could have been treated differently. However, the only thing that was unclear was what the executioners wanted to achieve with such discrimination. He was brought out of his deep thoughts by the voice of Yo Wol, calling out to him loudly. Turning to face her, the boy heard the suggestion that the children had been locked up here at the same time as them. She began to list their names, but Paval did not listen and went forward, deeper into the cave. The rest of the children present also silently followed him, realizing that they had little choice. After some time, they again found themselves in front of a large, unlocked door. Without wasting any time, Paval reached out and placed his hand directly on them. When he opened them, a bright glow immediately became visible on the other side. Not expecting this, everyone present abruptly covered their eyes with their hands to avoid going blind. Barely opening one eye, Paval at first thought they had gone outside, but quickly realized that this was not the case. He thought about how they had been underground for so long that even an ordinary torch could blind them. When his eyes finally adjusted to the light, Paval looked around and saw a spacious cave. The rest of the team was still trying to come to their senses, but he himself was already staring in front of him in a daze. In the light of the torches, large buildings became visible, forming something resembling a city. Just in front of him, the boy saw an elegant arch which formed a kind of gate. All the children who were following him had already come closer, not understanding where they were. Paval took the courage to approach one of the houses and peeked in. When he said there was no one there, Yo Wol asked how they were supposed to understand all this. Looking up at the ceiling of the house he was in, the boy said that it was barely holding up. He realized that it was just a decoration, but he didn't understand what it was for. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a voice calling him, and Paval turned to where it was coming from. Next to him, the boy suddenly saw a girl with long white hair who was looking at him with wide eyes. She smiled and introduced herself, adding that she was counting on him. Paval froze for a moment, not knowing that he had to answer this now. Suddenly, the girl came closer and asked if they had always been like this, looking intently into his eyes. Hearing that his red pupils were very beautiful, Paval stared at his interlocutor in surprise. He suddenly remembered the snake that had bitten him, and the boy wondered if it could be because of it. However, Li Min quickly explained that they only cast red in the torchlight. Hearing this, the boy just breathed a sigh of relief which brought a smile to the girl's face. To continue the conversation with him, the white-haired woman asked what he was thinking about now. Hearing the answer, she noticed that the guy was different from everyone else present. However, Paval did not understand how he could be different, so he asked his interlocutor about it. In response, Li Min just smiled broadly and replied that she just thought so. Hearing the words that he was the only one of them who was not confused right now and could think clearly, unlike the others, the guy froze for a moment. At this moment, Yo Wol and Song Jong-woo approached them, asking what they were doing. When asked what exactly they were talking about, Lee Min replied that it was essentially nothing. The brown-haired woman was clearly not satisfied with such an answer, but she didn't immediately find what to say. Pulling herself together, she stretched her lips into a smile and said that they had all decided to unite. Paval immediately turned to the girl and asked what exactly they had decided to unite around. Instead, she just pointed at her companion and invited them both to join them. Closing his eyes, Paval only exhaled wearily and replied that he would see what would happen next. This answer puzzled Yo Wol a bit, so she asked if he was going to come with them. However, the guy calmly assured her that he just wanted to observe the situation first. The girl froze for a moment, looking intently at her interlocutor, trying to think of an answer. However, immediately after that, she stretched her lips in a slight smile and invited him to come when he changed his mind. After that, she turned to Lee Min, who was thinking with her hand on her chin, and asked her what she would do. Finally, the white-haired woman said with a smile that she would go with them, since together they had a better chance of surviving. All of this happened right before the eyes of Paval, who heard every word of their conversation. He thought about the fact that they had obviously been here much longer than he had, as he suspected that they were not well in their heads. Without wasting time, the boy turned his back on them and walked straight into the darkness of the cave. The girls, along with Song Jong-woo, meanwhile, remained behind. After some time, everyone present, despite the short time they had been getting to know each other, was able to divide into groups. The first group was the one led by Yo Wol and Song Jong-woo. At the head of the next one was a boy named Kong Il. The leader of the third group was Iljun, who did not have a light character and demonstrated aggression with his entire appearance. There was also a group led by Yong-san, who had gray hair and light gray eyes. Paval was a loner who did not join any group. He was discussed behind his back because he was the only one from his section, which led to talk that he had simply killed the rest. Casting an indifferent glance at the boys standing with their backs to him, Paval thought that wherever he was, people didn't change. He took a few steps towards the house, thinking that he didn't have time to pay attention to others right now. The boy walked up to the damp wall and touched the mat of moss growing on it. It seemed that the local houses had been built very recently. However, given the large amount of moss, it could be said that the dungeon itself was quite ancient. Looking up, Paval thought that whoever did this was quite rich, since a simple worker couldn't have pulled off something like this. Suddenly, a small streak of light began to appear from above, as if a solar eclipse was ending. Watching this scene, Paval tried to understand what was happening. Everyone present also began to run to where the basket was being lowered to them. It was almost completely filled with various vegetables and root vegetables. Everyone smiled broadly and rushed to eat, planning to start the meal. However, suddenly a girl's hand appeared among them, ordering them to retreat. Yo Wol and Song Jong-woo looked sternly at the audience, hiding the food they had been given from them. The rest froze, trying to understand what was happening and not daring to argue with them. They were outraged that they were not allowed to take their own food, and judging by their views, the situation threatened to get out of control. However, Yoval was not confused and calmly suggested that everyone divide the products equally among everyone. However, one of the girls froze in fear and slowly turned her gaze to Iljun. The members of the group led by Kang Il also looked at their leader, waiting for his reaction. Yonsang's men did the same, as he kept his eyes on Yo Wol. But in turn, with a smile on her face, she suggested that they do this as group leaders. However, suddenly everyone's attention was drawn to a voice that ordered them to wait with the distribution. Looking at the basket of groceries, Paval calmly declared that he wanted to take his share. He immediately reached into the basket with his hands, ignoring Iljun's attentive and fierce gaze. And the next second, the red-haired man abruptly grabbed the boy by the wrist, ordering him to stop. Paval froze and looked up at his attacker. The man looked at him sternly, saying that no one would touch the food without their permission. At the same time, he added that they are the ones who dispose of the contents of the basket. For a moment, Paval froze, staring intently at Iljun with his red eyes. A second later, the boy waved his hand vigorously, knocking his hand off his wrist. Without wasting time, he brought his hand back to deliver the strongest blow possible. Paval grabbed Iljun by the face so that his thumb was pressed directly into his opponent's eye. The leaders of the other groups watched in amazement, not expecting such a turn of events. Meanwhile, the boy threw his opponent to the ground, climbing on top of him. Without taking his gaze off him, Paval ordered the red-haired man to repeat what he had just said. However, Iljun could only scream loudly in pain, spraying blood all around. But Paval didn't even think of letting him go, demanding that he repeat the words he had said earlier. The children standing around began to shout loudly and demand that the boy let go of the red-haired man. However, the boy didn't care, and he just looked up at the deputies, silently ordering them to be quiet. He pressed harder on Iljun's wound, which only made him scream louder. Watching this, everyone present grimaced in fear, thinking that the boy had a headache. In Pavolya's mind, an image of the white snake with which he sat in his cell flashed. He looked a lot like her now, with the same red eyes. Suddenly, the sounds of footsteps were heard all around, slowly approaching. Yo-Wol calmly looked at Bay-Wol and asked him to let Iljun go, arguing that he would not get a response through such methods. But P-Wol was not going to do this, asking why he should obey her. Frowning, the girl added that the redhead already understood everything. When the boy turned his head to her and asked about the food bill, Yo-Wol assured him that no one would touch his share. Without looking back, she asked the other leaders if she was right, to which they only nodded. After receiving confirmation that he would receive his share of the food, Pei-Wol released Iljun. He slowly stood up and lowered his head to look at his opponent. The red-haired man was holding his face, which was dripping with blood. Gritting his teeth tightly in pain and rage, Iljun cursed at Pei-Wol. However, he calmly glanced at him and asked if that was why he needed a second eye. Immediately after that, Pei-Wol turned and walked away, but Iljun stood up and cursed loudly, squeezing his injured eye. After a while, all the children happily ate the food they were given. Paval sat apart from everyone outside the courtyard, watching them. As he chewed his food, he understood perfectly well that this was a test, with the help of which they selected those who would be needed. Remembering one of the dead bodies in his section, the boy thought that it had been like this from the very beginning, and many could have died. At the same time, Paval understood perfectly well that those who could survive would become his enemies. Meanwhile, in the yard of one of the houses, children began to play carefree, not thinking about anything. Suddenly, Yo-Wol approached him, asking how he felt when practically everyone was against him. She added that after this act, many decided to leave Iljun's team. The guy replied that her group had become much larger, but she just smiled, surprised that he didn't care and was watching everything. Glancing around the courtyard, Pei-Wol said he was watching them just as they were watching him. Waiting for her answer, the boy turned his red eyes to the interlocutor. He knew that she took the most food for her group, but ate the least herself. That's why the children trusted her very much. Yo-Wol asked him if he lived in a dark room because the others were afraid of him. However, the guy replied that he was simply comfortable there, which really surprised his interlocutor. Raising his shirt sleeve and showing the bite site, Pei-Wol added that he wanted to increase his immunity to the poison. He added that he completely stopped feeling pain from the bites, which could mean the body had adapted. Yo-Wol came closer and with a smile suggested that he join someone. However, their conversation was interrupted by the sound of a basket being lowered, indicating a new portion of food. Kang-il immediately shouted that no one should climb into the basket until it was lowered, if they didn't want to crash when the rope was cut. However, when the basket lowered, he and another boy looked inside in a daze, not understanding what was happening. This time the basket was practically empty, and no one could understand why there was so little food. Yo-Wol also stared there in shock, not knowing what to do now. And only Paval's face did not express any emotions, as he understood that what he had expected had begun. One of the survivors in the last sector was a boy with a big smile named Macno, and although he fully compensated for his weakness with perseverance, he was the first to be found dead. All members of the Yo-Wol group, to which Macno belonged, were furious over his death. Sitting over his body, they swore that they would never forgive his death. Looking at all this from the rocks, Pei-Wol thought that everyone knew perfectly well the reason why Macno was killed. And the reason for this was that he was the weakest in the group. The guy's face showed no emotion at all. The leaders of the group, however, had much more emotion. Song Jong-woo's gaze showed rage, while Yo-Wol's eyes were filled with pity. They stood together in front of Macno's body, which was covered with a thick cloth. Gritting his teeth tightly, Song Jong-woo growled that they had a duty to find out who did it and take revenge. However, Yo-Wol only sighed wearily, saying that it made no difference who exactly did it. Responding to her ally's surprised look, the girl added that only the death of their comrade mattered. Now she wanted revenge, and she was going to repay in kind. Standing around Macno's body, the girl said that the weakest of the neighboring group would die next. Paval watched this without coming out of his hiding place. Frowning, he thought about the fact that this was the beginning of the war. After that, the next victim was the weakest of the group, Yong-san, who crashed on the rocks. And that was just the beginning, as a new body began to be found every morning. First there was Yo-Wol's group, then Iljun and Yon-sang. After that, it was Kang-il's group's turn, and the stream of deaths continued. No one trusted anyone anymore, and the children turned into hungry, bloodthirsty demons. Paval, meanwhile, was examining the walls of his room, grabbing pieces of moss from them. As he chewed it, the boy thought about how he still couldn't get used to its taste. However, despite everything, the rest of the participants still haven't gotten around to eating local plants. Suddenly, at one fine moment, a small drop of light appeared in the dark corridors of the dungeon. Hearing footsteps, Paval turned his head, suspecting that he didn't have long to live in peace. On the stone floor of the tunnel, one could clearly hear the footsteps approaching rapidly. Hearing them, Paval thought that they had already come for him. Listening, he was able to estimate that at least 4 people were heading towards him, so he highly doubted that they were lost. One of the uninvited guests quietly asked if the loner was here. The guy holding the torch in front of him assured me that he was sure of it. Iljun, his face twisted, looked around in all directions, peering into the darkness of the corridor. He gritted his teeth in rage, cursing loudly and asking where exactly he was hiding. He was thinking that he had already killed 2, so now it was Pavolya's turn. The boy peered intently into the darkness with one eye, trying to see something in it. The group moved slowly down the corridor, wanting to find the lone person as quickly as possible. Suddenly, one of them lowered his head and screamed loudly, drawing the red-haired man's attention. To the questioning looks, he said that something had bitten him on the leg. In an instant, he fell to the stone floor, and his companions, trying to understand what had happened, failed to notice the snake that slithered into the darkness. The boy she had bitten was already lying dead, with white foam flowing from his mouth. Realizing the situation they were in, Iljun shouted that there was something in the darkness, so they should be careful. Suddenly, a loud scream was heard behind him, and the 2 boys turned, but all they saw was a torch lying on the ground. Realizing what was happening, the redhead opened his mouth and cursed loudly. Looking around in all directions, he and his partner ordered the lone man to come out. At some point, the figure of Paval appeared behind his companion, whom he did not notice. The boy only came to his senses when someone's arm was tightly wrapped around his neck. Hearing a noise near him, Iljun turned his head to where the sound was coming from. There he saw Pavolya, who was holding his companion tightly by the throat. The boy looked at the redhead with a determined look in his red eyes. Realizing that he was in a rather difficult situation, Iljun gritted his teeth in rage. Clenching his fingers tightly into a fist, he ordered his opponent to let go of his companion. Paval looked at his hostage, knowing from his appearance that he would soon die. Watching Jonghan pull his fingers towards his hand, the boy thought he might soon become a murderer. For a moment, the thought crossed my mind that perhaps it would be better to leave the hostage alive. However, he quickly changed his mind, and in a second Iljun was staring in shock as Jonghan's body collapsed onto the stone floor. Looking at the red-haired man, Paval thought that sooner or later it would happen anyway. He cursed, accusing the loner of killing all his people. However, Paval did not answer anything, not taking his stern gaze off the leader of one of the groups. Iljun gritted his teeth tightly, and a large drop of sweat rolled down his face. Quickly pulling himself together, he abruptly rushed forward, wishing death on his opponent. The red-haired man made several strong lunges, trying to hit Paval as hard as possible. However, he seemed to anticipate all the enemy's movements, so he skillfully dodged every blow. Realizing that victory would not come so easily to him, Iljun shouted loudly. Starting to lose his composure, he lunged forward again. However, this blow also passed by his opponent, causing the red-haired man to freeze for a moment. He stared in amazement at the empty space in front of him, where his enemy had stood a second ago. Turning his head in different directions, the boy began to demand that Paval come out and fight him. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind, warning that this time he would not be limited to one eye. Unable to contain his terror, Iljun screamed loudly and ran away. Paval didn't even move from his spot, watching his enemy intently. The red-haired man suddenly stopped and turned his head to where his opponent was standing. He looked at him indifferently, not taking his red eyes off him. Eventually, Iljun found himself pressed against the wall and watched in fear as the loner slowly approached him. Footsteps echoed off the stone walls, and straw slippers rustled softly as they walked. A large drop of sweat rolled down the redhead's face. Pavolya's red eyes were carefully watching the leader of one of the groups. He was already sweating profusely. realizing the situation he was in. Putting his hands forward, the boy shouted loudly, demanding that his opponent stop. Upon hearing the enemy's offer to unite, Paval actually stopped, cocking his head to the side and frowning. He shouted loudly, warning that a lone man alone would not be able to handle the crowd. For a moment, Paval thought, pondering the words that together they would be afraid of absolutely no one. He took another step, accompanied by the rustling of his straw slippers. Iljun did not stop, convincing him that he would obey the single man in everything. Finally, approaching the red-haired man almost face to face, Paval stopped and looked him up and down carefully. Without taking his creepy gaze off the leader, he said that he would only obey at first, until he had the courage to throw something out. However, Iljun loudly assured that this would never happen. The next moment he watched in horror as Paval crouched down for another blow. A second later, a quick shadow flew right into his face. The blow to the chin was so strong that the redhead even threw his head back. He roared loudly in wild pain, his mouth wide open. In a moment, Paval was behind him, grabbing his opponent by the neck. With an effort, the lone man tensed his arms, depriving the enemy of the opportunity to breathe air. Tears welling up, Iljun begged his opponent to spare him. But he was relentless, so within a few seconds, the red-haired man's arms hung limply. Paval released his enemy, and his body fell directly onto the stone floor. The loner's face was covered in sweat as he tried to explain why he had killed. Turning to face his opponent's body, he exhaled, still weak. His eyes flashed an eerie red glow. The further he walked into the corridor, the more his figure disappeared into the darkness. Paval left behind the body of the dead Iljun. After the death of the red-haired man and his people, the group in which he was the leader ceased to exist. This news was quite shocking for the leaders of the other teams, who did not expect such a turn of events at all. At the same time, everyone understood perfectly well that it was Paval who killed the red-haired man. Placing her fingers to her chin, Yo-Wol thought about how strong the lone man was if he could deal with 4 of them by himself. Kang Il, with his arms crossed over his chest, understood that he shouldn't cross his path. Lying on the wooden floor, Yongsan thought about how cunning and ruthless the loner was. Besides, the gray-haired man understood that the man knew how to make everyone fear him. At some point, Yongsan exhaled loudly, trying to figure out what to do next. He understood perfectly well that there was very little food, and it would not be possible to divide it among everyone. The boy got up and sat down, thinking that many people had died because of this, and they had all become murderers. And Paval killed Iljun, who was the leader among the monsters, so now no one will touch the lonely one. The gray-haired man returned to his people and warned them not to dare take revenge on Paval. Hearing the words that there is no one in the world more dangerous than a person who has nothing to lose, his people shook their heads in agreement. Suddenly, loud footsteps sounded on the wooden floor, announcing the approach of a guest. One of the boys ran headlong towards Yongsan, calling him loudly. When the gray-haired man asked why he was rushing around like that, the messenger said that there were 2 people in the square who had been kicked out of the Yo-Wol group. The leader immediately jumped to his feet and asked if he was sure of his information, to which he was told that he had checked everything several times. The next question that interested Yongsan was whether the exiles had food with them. The messenger shouted loudly that he saw potatoes in their possession, advising them to hurry before they ate them. Hearing about the potatoes, his men immediately came closer, advising the leader to hurry. Closing his eyes, Yongsan said they were coming forward, although he thought it was foolish to kill someone for a single potato. On the steps of one of the houses, there were indeed 2 children sitting, frightened, passing potatoes to each other. Peeking around the corner, the messenger told Yongsan to look closely. The next moment, they saw the girl raising the root vegetable to her mouth. Not wanting to give up their loot, the children of Yongsan's group rushed forward with crazy expressions on their faces. The gray-haired man didn't even have time to get his bearings, but he tried to stop them at least a little. But orders to kill children and take potatoes were already heard around him. The frightened children stared in amazement at the crowd of savages rushing straight at them. Noticing them jumping up, Yongsan's men ordered them to stay put. The gray-haired man himself watched his subordinates, who were trying with all their might to take the potatoes from their opponents. Looking at this, he thought something was wrong, as they were at a very disadvantage. The kids from Yo-Wol's team jumped up and ran away. The next moment, one of them put his fingers in his mouth and whistled loudly and long. A moment after this signal, the remaining members of Yo-Wol's team flew out of the windows of the buildings, clubs in their hands. Yongsan, realizing that they had been lured into a trap, shouted loudly. Meanwhile, his men were already being beaten on the shoulders with sticks, with absolutely no thought of pity. One of the gray-haired man's team was hit so hard that he couldn't stand on his feet and fell to the ground, coughing loudly. Upon noticing the attackers, Yongsan's men froze, staring at their opponents in fear. The leader's own eyes widened in fear as he watched what was happening. He shouted loudly that they were trapped, so he gave the order to retreat immediately. However, the next moment he heard other members of Yovol's squad approaching him from behind. Looking around, Yongsan realized that he was completely surrounded. From behind, Yowol's voice was heard, wondering why they were able to catch such a large fish for one potato. The girl added with a smile that there will soon be many fewer hungry mouths. Yongsan gritted his teeth in rage, trying to understand how he could have miscalculated so much. However, Yowol stood before him with a completely indifferent expression on her face. The capillaries in the gray-haired man's eyes burst as he intently watched the leaders of the enemy group. However, in a moment, he lowered his head and asked to let his people go, and in return, he would give his life. To which Yowol replied in a cold tone that she would gladly accept his offer, but there was too little food. The boy growled through clenched teeth that this wouldn't end their problems. However, the girl replied that if he were in her place, he would have done the same. Turning her back on her opponent, she ordered everyone to be killed. Immediately after that, her men swung their clubs and rushed at Yongsan. He tried his best to fight back, but there were too many enemies. Song Jong-woo stared resolutely ahead, raising his weapon. However, the gray-haired man was not going to give up, so he skillfully placed a block, covering his head. Yovol stood calmly aside and watched what was happening between the boys. Suddenly, something on the roof of the house caught her attention, and she raised her head there. There, with his arms folded across his chest, sat Paval, watching the war in the streets of the underground city. The guy frowned and said that now everything was clear to him. Watching one of his charges climb onto the roof of the house with a determined look, the loner saw that now the leaders were using their surroundings. Li Min tried to fight back, but there was terror in her eyes. All the buildings in the city were located in such a way that even with good security, it was impossible to climb into them. Paval suddenly realized that the underground city was an exact replica of the one that actually existed, and someone wanted them to settle here and become killers. They were supposed to be sent there at some point, and at that moment, attention was drawn to the central building, which definitely belonged to a powerful clan or influential person. An ill-considered attack could have serious consequences, so tools were needed that could be thrown away after use. Therefore, they were placed in a place where hellish conditions were created for them, and all in order to make them professional killers. After some time, the three boys were sitting in a circle, discussing how they had recently killed their rivals. They were amused by how scared they were when they were seen. Remembering how Yowol praised them for their work with a big smile, the boys talked about how she was the best. Besides, the girl said then that now no one would dare to touch them. The image of Yowol that appeared before their eyes made all three of them sigh joyfully with a happy smile on their faces. They paid no attention to Li Min, who was sitting alone on a rock not far from them. The girl stared ahead with an indifferent, empty gaze of light gray eyes. Looking down at her hands, she thought about how she could still smell blood. Looking at the group of boys, Li Min was surprised how they could eat so calmly after a murder. She shook with disgust, and the girl hugged herself, tears streaming down her cheeks. Besides, she understood perfectly well that she herself had become just like the boys. One day, a light appeared above, indicating that the hatch was being opened again. Everyone present was surprised that they were already being served lunch, as they had thought it would come later. Yowol stood behind her men, ordering them to guard the food. Watching the hatch, the girl added that now that Yongsan's group was gone, they would have plenty of food on their own. The next moment, Yowol began to look in different directions, trying to find Paval. However, almost immediately I noticed a lone man not far from me also waiting for food. But she was worried by his expression, as it looked as if the boy was afraid of something. Yowol was so focused on the one that she didn't even pay any attention to Song Jong-woo. However, when he cursed loudly, the girl did turn her frightened gaze towards the hatch. From there, figures in red hoods were descending directly towards them. Everyone present stared in shock at the unknown attackers, not understanding what was happening. For a moment they froze, waiting for what would happen next. The unknown looked at the inhabitants of the dungeon with shining eyes that were visible from under their hoods. However, a second later they rushed at the locals, brandishing their weapons. Their faces were not visible, so the picture of the attackers was quite eerie. One of the underground inhabitants fell to the ground and, covering his head with his hands, asked why he was being beaten now. The same thing happened to Yowol, who was also thrown to the ground. Screams, shouts, and requests to stop the execution were heard from everywhere. Covering the back of his head with his hands, Paval thought about what he had expected, but he didn't expect the executioners to immediately start with violence. However, he convinced himself that he had to endure and not draw attention to himself. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared before them, their hands clasped behind their backs, intently watching the torture. Their faces were hidden by masks that depicted varying numbers of stripes. Noticing them, Paval suddenly realized that these 3 were the ones in charge of everything here. Suddenly, one of them raised his black-gloved hand, stopping the execution. Noticing his sign, the attackers in red hoods stopped abruptly. The bodies of beaten children lay around them, and heavy groans could be heard from everywhere. At that moment, one of the men spoke up, introducing himself as the First Sword and warning that their lives belonged to him. Hearing this, one of the underground dwellers raised his head and, ignoring the red hood who was next to him, asked the First Sword who he was. Immediately after that, one of the security officers instantly rushed towards the rebel. With one sharp movement, he cut off his head. He only managed to stare in horror, feeling his blood splash in different directions. The beaten Yowol, who raised her head at this moment, watched in amazement what was happening. Song Jong-woo had a similar expression on his face, as he had not expected such a turn of events. This angered Kang-il so much that he could barely contain himself, gritting his teeth tightly. Li-min looked at her former ally in fear, covering her mouth with her hand to prevent any unnecessary noise. The First Sword, who was calmly watching what was happening, quietly said that he was not allowed to speak. Looking at him, the angry Paywall gritted his teeth tightly, realizing that he was completely powerless now. Sometime before the events in the dungeon, the First Sword was staring into his bowl, telling his allies about what poison goo was. He said that if poisonous creatures were put in one jar, they would eat each other until only one remained. And only the one who survives will have the strongest poison. This is what the First Sword called poison goo. He explained that of all the children, only the most cruel and those with the strongest instinct for self-preservation remained. When asked who his assistant would recommend looking at, he replied that he would advise counting on Yovolo. She had gathered the largest group around her and had a great influence on the children. Moreover, if she could not be broken, she could cause problems. His gaze fell on the teapot and bowls as the First Sword ordered everything to be done to prevent the girl from thinking of going against them. In second place were Song Jong-woo and Kang-il, despite being overshadowed by Seo Wol. In addition, the strongman advised us to take a closer look at the guy who survived in the first sector, Pavolya. Hearing his name, the First Sword asked how he had shown himself. Lowering his head, the man replied that he was still alive. Hearing this, First Sword turned his head to his assistant and said that the first sector had the worst conditions and the least food, so there should be no survivors there. The figure of Paval appeared before my eyes again. Thinking about him, First Sword advised his subordinate to keep his eyes on the boy. The man with the 2 stripes on his mask folded his hands in a submissive gesture and agreed. Immediately after that, he turned and left the room, leaving the manager alone. He reached into the inside pocket of his kimono, thinking about the fact that he only had 6 years left. From there, he took out a small tube, luxuriously decorated with golden patterns. Looking at him, First Sword wondered why the captain had agreed to all this. The tube contained a murder order, which required 7 years to execute. Now the overseers came to the dungeon and stayed there for a while to watch what was happening. All the residents looked at the masked people in fear, not knowing what to expect from them next. Finally, the man with 3 stripes on his mask loudly ordered the children to get ready. Pointing his finger at a large mansion, he added that this particular house would be their target. A red flag hung on its roof, upon receiving which one was allowed to rest for 2 hours. Hearing that the supervisors promised hell for losing, the children immediately rushed to the building. At the same time, security forces in red hoods rushed into the crowd, fiercely striking. Despite the fact that the children trained every day to become killers, there was always someone who was the worst. Paval thought that whoever lost would never see the light of day again, so he wanted to take the flag at all costs. But the victory went to Yovol, who quickly climbed onto the roof and firmly grasped the flag in her hands. Following her, Song Jong-woo climbed onto the roof, making wild efforts. The First Sword was momentarily taken aback by how incredible the girl was. However, his assistants were concerned about what he thought of the loner who watched Yowol with a slight smile. But looking at Paval's tired face, First Sword replied that his abilities were rather mediocre. With his hands clasped behind his back, The man said he expected much more from the sole survivor of the first sector. After a while, Yo-Wol looked at the loner in surprise, wondering why he was learning a new technique again. The guy just raised his head and looked at his guest with an indifferent look. To her words that they were no longer forced to read, the loner replied that he was interested himself. With a sweet yawn, Yo-Wol asked him if he ever got tired. Stretching, she said that he could have fun and she would go and rest. For a moment, Paval stared blankly at the pages in his hands. He remembered the words of the three-striped warden, who said that they could quite master the double thunder technique. So Paval now tried his best to quickly learn this technique, placing the book in front of him. At some point, a bright glow appeared in front of him, swirling in a small whirlwind. At the same time, the words of one of the supervisors sounded in their heads, saying that after learning the technique, they would be able to control and accumulate energy. The split thunder technique was the first on the path to understanding Qi, but it seemed that no one fully understood it. Paval understood perfectly well that it was physically impossible to split thunder, so the boy guessed that it was a question of speed of thought. So he wanted to master this technique in order to discover something completely new in himself. At the same time, during training sessions where supervisors were present, the loner didn't want them to see that he was mastering the technique faster than others. All the inhabitants of the dungeon were actively taught not only to use secret techniques, but also to use edged weapons. Paval's gaze was extremely focused, carefully observing his opponent. He made one sharp lunge, trying to hit the lone man, but he failed miserably, as he dodged sharply. Realizing that this time the enemy had managed to dodge, the opponent stretched his lips predatorily in a smile. Realizing that he really wanted to kill him, Paval asked why he decided to do that. To which the opponent laughed, rushing forward, and replied that there was no pleasure in a staged fight. Hearing the answer to his question, the loner frowned, pondering the words. After that, he noticed that the warden had absolutely no business before their fight. However, here the rival became active again, advising the loner to try a little harder. Rushing forward, the boy added that otherwise he might simply be destroyed. He began to run around Paval, who was standing still, focused, looking straight ahead. A hidden dagger flashed in the hands of his opponent, who was grinning predatorily, anticipating his victory. Repelling the weapon element away from him with one clear movement, Paval was surprised by this turn of events. Pulling out 3 more hidden blades between his fingers, the opponent bared his teeth in a smile. Without wasting any time, he swung his hand, launching the blades at his enemy. They immediately flew into the body of the lone man, who was standing with his back to the enemy. However, Paval was not confused, applying the split thunder technique around him. At the last moment, he did turn his head, sizing up his opponent with a skeptical look. A second later, a gust of wind blew around him, breaking all the blades flying towards him. Realizing that his attack had failed, the boy suddenly rushed at Paval. However, he turned sideways and grabbed his wrist, dodging the dagger attack. A second later, the rivals scattered, clutching their cold weapons tightly in their hands. Paval's opponent turned to him and looked at the loner with a predatory gaze, baring his teeth in a menacing smile. He didn't even pay attention to him, as he was still focused on applying the new technique. At some point, Paval felt something running past him at breakneck speed. Not wanting to give up, he struck the attacker again and again. The guard with 3 stripes on his mask watched all this in amazement and couldn't hold back his surprised exhalation. The boy, who had previously been alone, spun around at breakneck speed, parrying his opponent's blows. However, this only angered the boy, who put his feet out to the side to stop for a moment. Paval looked at his opponent with a determined gaze from his red eyes, ready to continue the fight at any moment. Looking at the lone man, the boy smiled and said that he didn't expect him to be able to repel all the attacks. However, for him, this fight was rather uninteresting, since Paval only defended, not attacked. Putting on a crazy expression again, he asked him to try to entertain him a little. With these words, the boy rushed forward, planning to attack the lone man again. Paval frowned, carefully observing all of his opponent's actions and realizing that he had no choice. However, he had absolutely no intention of starting a bloody fight, so he simply calmly spread his fingers, throwing the dagger to the ground. The metal blade, which had flown a certain distance, sank a few centimeters into the hard floor of the dungeon. The overseer with 3 stripes did not understand at all what was happening right before his eyes, so he kept his eyes on his 2 opponents. The opponent stretched his lips again in a predatory smile, thinking that Paval was surrendering, so he threw down his weapon. However, he calmly watched all his actions, drilling him with his attentive gaze. Waiting for the right moment, The lone man jumped into the air and swung his leg hard, striking his enemy squarely in the torso and forcing him to drop his dagger. He stared in amazement, swallowing a fairly large clot of blood. Paval watched sternly as his opponent collapsed onto the stone floor. Meanwhile, the first sword, along with his confidant, calmly discussed the fact that the children of the dungeon were growing up much faster than they thought. The assistant immediately told the leader that at this rate they could only complete their mission in 5 years, not 7. However, in response to this, the first sword advised him not to underestimate their goal, for which they had undertaken all this. He himself knew very well that there was no one more talented than their victim in Sichuan, and even perfect training might be too little. The slightest mistake could lead to the Red Phantom's downfall, so the captain decided to train children who were in no way connected to their organization. Besides, if they failed the task, it wouldn't cause any problems for the Phantoms themselves. Folding his hands in a gesture of humility, the assistant apologized and said that he had never planned anything like this. Approaching a deep chasm, the first sword advised his assistant to increase the difficulty of the training, although he understood that many would die from this. At the same time, looking at his defeated rival Paval, the leader thought that those who could still survive in such conditions would become much stronger. Meanwhile, the lone man himself grabbed his opponent by the wrist, planning to quickly end their fight. A second later, he hit his hand hard on his knee, breaking the bones in it. Tears welled up in the boy's eyes from the wild pain, and he grabbed his arm, which was hanging limply. Falling to his knees, he noticed that the figure of Paval towered before him, who did not take his stern gaze off him. The first sword, along with his assistant, carefully watched what the loner would do next. The same one stood over his defeated opponent, drilling him with red eyes with vertical pupils. He kept his eyes on his opponent, who just 10 minutes ago had said that he wasn't interested in fighting someone who was only defending himself. Suddenly, the warden's voice was heard from the side, asking if it was the loner who had dealt with the boy like that. Turning his head, Paval noticed the first sword along with his assistant. However, the boy remained silent, not daring to say even a word, because he did not know what to expect from his executioners. And the thought was still swirling in his head about when they had managed to sneak up so close to him. But he didn't voice it out loud, only answering the question. As soon as he did this, something flashed before him, and the boy felt the cold metal of the warden's sword near his neck. He stood with one hand behind his back and the other boldly thrust forward, clutching a cold weapon in it. Paval's face was covered with large beads of sweat as he stared at the blade that was right next to his neck, teeth clenched tightly. The boy began to study the first sword's figure with a careful gaze, thinking that he hadn't even had time to notice his attack. Odenak watched intently to see what his chief executioner would do, not knowing what else to expect from him. After that, his gaze returned to his defeated opponent, thinking that perhaps it was not worth hitting with full force. Paval frowned as he realized that the first sword, like his assistants, only needed tools. At the same time, he understood perfectly well that just one mistake could lead to him becoming another corpse. However, the next moment, something happened that he did not expect at all, namely that the head overseer took the blade of the sword from his neck. Without uttering a single word, the first sword turned around, hands clasped behind his back, and walked straight into the crowd of children. For a moment, Paval froze, his gaze intently studying the figure of the chief executioner, who was moving away from him. A second later, the warden's voice was heard, saying that the killer would never leave a trace, and if you break someone's arm like he did now, it will only reveal their personality and level of martial arts proficiency. Without even turning his head, the first sword threw it down again so that he wouldn't forget that one mustn't leave any traces. When the guards left, everyone present also began to disperse about their business, but they still glanced at Paval, who was still standing over the body of his opponent. At some point, the boy couldn't stand it anymore, and opening his mouth wide, screamed loudly, attracting even more attention. After letting out a little steam with loud sounds, he tiredly wiped the sweat from his face with the back of his hand. 6 years after the overseers appeared in the underground city, all the buildings there were in a very bad condition. One of the security officers was sneaking around the city, watching to see if he could find anyone alive here, until his gaze fell on a piece of string. The unknown man stopped, carefully scanning the cloth lying on the threshold of the dilapidated house with his shining eyes. Similar piles of junk and garbage were practically everywhere in the underground city, which was built to train assassins. After a moment, He took out his sword and thrust it with all his strength straight into the hole he had found earlier. This action caused one of the boys to crawl out from under the cloth, screaming loudly in pain from the sword that had hit his shoulder. Throwing away the useless piece of cloth, the security guard frowned angrily and said that if he had come into contact with the enemy, he would already be dead. The future assassin looked guiltily at his examiner, realizing that he had completely failed the exam. He continued to rub his shoulder as the enforcer hid his sword and moved on through the half-ruined underground city. Little Red Riding Hood thought that the persistence of their training was completely unimportant, since they still had not been able to master the turtle breathing technique, which allowed them to slow down their breathing to hide their presence. Next, he found another boy, who also screamed loudly from the painful blow. Another would-be assassin, who was sitting on the roof, had a stone thrown at him, hitting him squarely in the chin. While the guys were moving away from the attack, the security guard, without even turning his head to them, said that they were still not ready. Walking down the street, which was littered with garbage, Little Red Riding Hood thought about the fact that there was only one left. At some point he stopped, looking around, trying to find the lone person. His gaze fell on a pile of wooden planks and a collapsed wall. Looking from one ruin to another, he tried to see someone in the darkness or feel their breathing. Realizing that he couldn't find anyone, he thought that the guards had been mistaken when they said that 5 people were hiding here. As he continued down the street, he thought about the fact that he had never been able to sense the presence of a living person, and that was what drove him into a stupor. Taking out his weapon, he struck it with all his strength on the stone pavement of the road, raising a small cloud of dust. Realizing that there was practically no time left, the security guard looked straight ahead with shining eyes, ordering the 5th murderer to leave, as he could not find him. It was at this moment that his attention was caught by something lying right under his feet. Little Red Riding Hood suddenly realized how close he was to his goal. A pair of glowing eyes appeared from under another piece of cloth, indicating that the assassin he was looking for was quite close. His face was not visible under the red hood, but the security officer could not contain his emotions. Paval stood directly in front of him, taking off his rag and looking at him sternly with red eyes. Without answering the security officer's questions, the guy said that if he understood correctly, the training was over, so he would like to rest. Having received confirmation of his assumption, the loner bowed as a sign of respect to the examiner. Without wasting time, Paval turned his back on him, planning to go rest and completely ignoring the angry look. However, the security guard was not going to just forgive the guy for his partial failure, so he frowned and cursed loudly. Meanwhile, not far from the underground city where the exam was taking place, thick, light smoke rose to the stone ceiling of the dungeon. Yo Wool sat by the fire with 2 boys, who quickly turned their gaze to the lone man. One of the boys smiled predatorily, asking how such an important person had come to them. However, Paval had no intention of answering his question at all, only noting that Gyok-san had changed his appearance again. When asked about the face once belonging to Kwang Min, he replied that he would not let the good go to waste, since the aforementioned had recently died. When the loner said that he had even forgotten what he really looked like, Gyok-san replied that it was none of anyone's business, since they were stuck here forever anyway. Paval didn't even turn to him at these words, but only sighed wearily that all this was very interesting. Gyok-san looked at the boy in confusion, not understanding what he was talking about. Instead, Paval didn't want to continue this conversation anymore, so he took some food and placed it on the fire. Yoval looked at the newcomer and noticed that the food they were given was getting better and better each time. Once again, paying attention to the sparks of flame flying upwards, the girl asked if they would be sent on a mission soon. Hearing this question, Paval only frowned, not knowing exactly what to answer her. Sometime later, the first sword was sitting in his room, breathing heavily after a hard day. His mask with 1 stripe lay peacefully on the table right in front of him. Lim Sai-yeol thought about how they were able to raise 30 murderers out of 300 children. The man understood perfectly well that Jianghu was a cruel place, and these children were able to surpass even him. Squinting, First Sword thought he didn't have long left, feeling himself becoming too sentimental. Suddenly the door to his office opened, announcing the arrival of visitors. His assistants, whom he had involved in this matter, appeared on the doorstep. One of them immediately noticed that the manager was not wearing a mask, and immediately asked the man why. However, Lim Sai-yeol raised his hand and said that it was almost impossible to breathe in a mask, so he allowed the workers to take theirs off. They just looked at each other, not knowing whether he was joking or serious. However, the next moment, one of them reached for their masks, intending to get rid of them. A moment later, two young men stood before the first sword. As they sat down at the table, the leader said it would be nice to have something to drink, to which he heard that when they were free, they could do whatever they wanted. Sang Iljun said that they have been here for almost 7 years, and when the children are sent on a mission, the 3 of them will finally be released. The leader stretched his lips in a slight smile and asked his subordinate how the children were doing. He replied that the progress was quite good, but many of them had become stronger than the instructors, and it was becoming increasingly difficult to control them. After which, Gu Xinhyung said with an indifferent expression that it would be a shame to lose such footage, to which Lim Sai-yol closed his eyes and replied that they had no choice, as those were the terms of the contract. Raising his head again and looking at his assistants, the man added that the time had come for the final test. He stared sternly straight ahead, extending his hand forward. Under his palm was a notebook with another technique that was worth conveying to the students. So for a very short amount of time, all 30 future assassins stood before the guards. The first sword announced to them that the 3 of them would have to master another technique. Hearing that the remaining 27 would have to kill them, the children looked anxiously at the notebooks lying in front of them. They were angry that the overseers had few deaths, and they wanted to punish them once again. The first sword continued his speech, saying that this would be their final test. In addition, the man added that once they passed through it, they wouldn't have to kill anyone until they got outside. Hearing this, the would-be assassins stared at the leader of the guards in surprise. The thought immediately arose in their minds as to whether the executioners could be lying to them now. Yoval immediately realized that 27 people would be able to breathe their last in peace, even though it would require the sacrifice of 3 of them. Closing his eyes, Paval thought about the fact that the guards had thrown out quite a good bait. He looked ahead with an indifferent gaze of red eyes. Now the boy's attention was drawn to the notebooks with the equipment, as he understood that those 3 would turn into walking targets. Burning with impatience, the boy raised his hand, clenched into a fist. Looking at the supervisors, the boy declared that he wanted to learn this technique. At the same time, there was no one in the crowd around him who would have raised his hand in the same way. Yoval gave him a puzzled look, quietly asking if he had decided to become the scapegoat himself. However, Paval, without turning his head to her, replied that he could also become a wolf. Squinting, the girl carefully advised him to be careful, as everyone would start hunting him. But the guy didn't care at all, so he said he couldn't wait for it. Sometime after the announcement, the victims began, the first of which was one of the boys. Song Jong-woo pierced his stomach with a sword, emerging victorious in their duel. Looking at his victim, the boy said he was very sorry. As he left his body, Song Jong-woo thought about the fact that he had been chosen by lot, so he had no choice. And now all that remains is to remove Pavolya. The boy looked ahead with a determined look, planning to gain another victory. He returned to his group, where he heard Gyeok-san's voice saying that they had many opportunities. The guy laughed, saying it was the best day of his life, while Yo-wol and Lee Min stood behind. The white-haired woman stared anxiously into the darkness of the cave, thinking that only Paval remained. It suddenly occurred to her that he hadn't been seen for a long time, which led her to think that he had simply run away. However, Yo-wol reassured her by saying that they simply couldn't find him. She remembered that she had last seen him a few days ago at training. Then she personally met him in a dagger duel. Sweating, Yo-wol said then that he was doing much better without a sword, although she was not afraid of him at all. These words slightly confused Pavolya, who was not expecting compliments from the scoundrel. And now a large drop of sweat rolled down Yoval's face as she realized that she had given advice in vain to someone who was already difficult to deal with. Gyeok-san, casting a half-crazy look at those present, suggested that they kill the instructors, whom they would definitely be able to handle. Lowering his head and closing his eyes, Song Jong-woo agreed to this. The figures of 3 guards in their eerie masks immediately appeared before his eyes. Then he added that he didn't think they hadn't planned something for such a case. Yoval, listening to their conversation, suggested they come back to this later and look for Paval. Throwing his hand behind his head, Gyeok-san said he wouldn't do anything about it. They continued on through the dark cave, leaving the corpse of their former comrade on the stone floor. However, immediately after that, the figure of Paval appeared above him. He looked where the 4 had gone, pondering their plan to finish off the instructors. After that, the loner looked down at his murdered comrade. He lay on the ground, staring blankly at the stone ceiling. Paval, without thinking twice, reached out and closed his eyes. He thought that the instructors were probably watching everyone looking for him. The guy knew perfectly well that they wouldn't take their eyes off anyone who tried to kill him, which meant that now was the most opportune moment to reveal their true motive. Meanwhile, 2 guards stood near the house where the overseers lived, carefully observing what was happening. Paval tried to be as quiet as possible so that they wouldn't notice him. After carefully measuring both guards, the boy realized that the base was fairly well guarded. However, for him, this was absolutely not a problem. He looked intently ahead, and the darkness that allowed the boy to disguise himself began to envelop him. The guy immediately remembered that turtle breath can be used when a person is not breathing. However, by combining this technique with the split thunder technique, he could split his breath. This is what allowed him to move without giving away his location. Using the chosen tactic, Paval calmly made his way into the house past the guards. He stared intently ahead, trying to figure out where he should go. In front of him was a long, narrow corridor that was well lit. Finally approaching the large doors, the boy thought he was right in the heart of the overseer base. Looking around to make sure no one was following him, Paval approached the door. With one sharp movement, he opened them, entering the room. There, the boy saw a spacious room with a round table in the middle and 3 chairs around it. Paval leaned forward, searching the room and trying to figure out what their instructors were hiding. Flipping through the pages of the textbooks, he tried to understand who needed to raise murderers out of them. And he was also interested in what place they were copying and how they could get out of it. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a golden tube standing under the table. The boy took it in his hands and unscrewed the lid, taking out a piece of parchment. After reading that it was an assassination order, Paval froze for a moment. After reading the victim's name, the boy tried to remember who it was. Remembering all those who died during the trial, Paval tried to understand how strong he was, if they had spent 7 years training him. In addition, out of 300 children, only 30 are now alive. Frowning angrily, Paval wondered if it had all been worth it. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps reached his ears, causing the boy to freeze. Frightened, he glanced towards the door and realized that someone was entering the room. The first sword moved calmly down the corridor, unaware of the presence of a guest in his room. For a moment, he stopped in front of the door, turning his head in different directions. A moment later, the man abruptly opened the door, hoping to catch the unexpected visitor by surprise. However, the first sword saw only an empty room in front of him, just as he had left it. He noticed that the technique books were not stacked the way he had left them. This gave him a clear conviction that someone was definitely here. The guard stood at the entrance as if absolutely nothing had happened. Meanwhile, second sword and third sword entered the house, resolutely heading down the corridor. Suddenly they stopped and looked in surprise. The first sword was walking quickly towards them, and he was clearly not in the best of moods. Iljun immediately asked the leader if something had happened. He immediately reported that someone was in his room, and most likely the unknown person was still in the cave. His assistants were immediately indignant, trying to figure out who it could be. The second sword turned to the leader, asking if he thought anyone could do it. To which Lv1 replied that the one who knows how to hide best can do it. The second sword immediately understood who their leader was talking about. The first sword glanced at his assistant and confirmed his guess. Paval, meanwhile, was just under the ceiling, surrounded by the darkness of disguise. The men discussed how the boy had managed to sneak up on them even though everyone was hunting him. The first sword wasn't going to just leave it like that, but one of the assistants warned that punishing without reason could lead to children rebelling. Paval, listening to all this, tried with all his might not to move, so as not to expose himself. Meanwhile, the first sword said that in case of dissatisfaction, they would redirect him to the loner. When asked how they were going to do this, the leader replied that they would use the call of the abyss and pulled out a large pipe, shocking even his aides. Gu Xinhyung tried to convince him not to do this, reminding him that it was a last resort. However, the first sword replied that sooner or later they would have to do it anyway. It was at this time that he was going to show Paval what he was capable of. This could show Paval and others who really owns their lives. He could easily have killed Yo, Wall, Li Min, and the rest of the surviving children. With his hands clasped behind his back, Lim Sayol asked if his aides had any objections. Approaching the cliff, the man put the flute to his lips and fingering his fingers played a melody. Looking at his charges, the first sword said that now they would experience true hell. At the same time, his gaze was directed towards the village where the children were resting. One of them was just crossing the yard, not even suspecting the danger. Yowal glanced at her partner, wondering where Paywall might be hiding. Her attention was drawn to one of the boys, who was furiously shouting abuse at the loner. Squinting, the girl realized that even those who boasted of finding a boyfriend quickly could not do it. At some point, a wild noise caught her attention, causing Yowal to turn her head in fright. She stared with stunned eyes in the direction where the melody was coming from, trying to understand what it was. Suddenly, the voice of Song Jong-woo was heard from behind, and he suddenly grabbed his chest and croaked. A second later, Yoval herself felt a wave of pain rise in her chest. She immediately couldn't even stand on her feet and fell to the ground. The rest were also desperately clutching their heads, screaming that they were in pain. With tears in her eyes, Lee Min tried to understand what was happening, feeling as if something was eating her from the inside. Suddenly, a figure appeared above her. Paval looked at his girlfriend, maintaining a stern expression. Watching their suffering, the boy felt his ears ringing. All over the city, would-be murderers, hearing the sounds of the pipe, were struggling on the ground in agony. Their faces were contorted with a grimace of horror and pain. From the cries of pain, he could tell that the guards had activated their restraints. Leaning towards the white-haired woman, he thought that he himself was not feeling very much pain. Looking at Lee Min's face, covered in tears, Paval couldn't understand why he was okay. He frowned, wanting to get everything sorted out as quickly as possible. The boy reached out and patted Lee Min's back, trying to figure out what to do next. A bright light appeared around him as Paval tried to infuse his friend with energy. Leaning on his knee to get up, the guy realized that her energy was in perfect order. However, her face was still contorted in pain, so the difference between them still remained unclear. They were given the same food, and they also had the same living and learning conditions. Suddenly, an image of a pair of red eyes glowing on a white snake body in the darkness appeared in my memory. Paval suddenly opened his eyes wide, realizing that the difference could have been the snake venom. If the restrictions were related to poison, then everything fell into place, since he had long since gained immunity to it. However, the boy did not understand how the guards activated the poison in everyone at once, since he understood that it was impossible to release it with sound alone. The next hypothesis was that they had mixed some kind of insect into their food and now woke it up with a sound. Suddenly, loud voices were heard from afar, rapidly approaching. After one of them said that all the children were here, Paval realized that they were coming to him. Security officers in red hoods walked down the street, peering intently into the faces of suffering children. They looked quite angry, but they said loudly that all the future murderers were gathered in one place. A large bead of sweat rolled down Pavolya's face as he tried to figure out what to do next. His first thought was to run away, but he quickly realized that this would show the executioners his invulnerability to poison. So he decided to do as before and show that he was no different from the others. Meanwhile, the little Red Riding Hoods were heading straight for him, passing by the other children. Suddenly, one of them stopped and let out a surprised chuckle. He lowered his head and looked at Paval, whose face was twisted in pain. Realizing that he had found their target, the security guard shouted loudly, giving away the lone man to the guards. Immediately after that, the first sword appeared next to Little Red Riding Hood. Without wasting time, the leader took out his sword, the blade of which flashed in the darkness. He swung it, preparing to attack Pavolya. A moment after the blade sharply cut into the boy's shoulder, a loud cry of pain echoed through the cave. Lim Sai-yao leaned over and asked him if he was the one who had broken into their room. However, Paval could only open his mouth wide and scream. Looking at this grimace, First Sword said that up until now he had managed to hide his abilities well. Realizing that nothing could be done with the boy, the leader swung his sword, intending to finish him off right away. The new movement in his injured shoulder made Paval scream with renewed force. However, suddenly from behind, Sim Sai-yol heard the voice of the second sword saying that this could not be done. The man said that Paval could infiltrate anywhere, however. First Sword said that they could manage without him. Glancing at the boy, the leader said that he would not be easy to control. However, Gu Xinhyung noticed that he was not immune to poison, so they had nothing to fear. Hearing that his plan was working, Paval again depicted the pain of the poison. For a moment, the guards froze, watching intently what was happening before them. Looking at the Red Riding Hoods, the First Sword ordered them to give the children the antidote. A moment later, Paval felt a glass of medicine touch his lips. The rest also received the antidote, and were now trying to understand what had happened. The First Sword explained to them that they had just been punished because of Pavolya, and he also advised me to remember this pain well in case I want to throw something away. After some time, Paval was sitting in his room meditating peacefully. An image of the second sword appeared in his head, saying that the boy was vulnerable to poison. Paval kept his eyes tightly closed, analyzing everything that had happened to him. The snake was remembered again, with the help of whose poison he gained immunity to the effects of Gu's poison. The fact that the restrictions did not affect him to their full extent pleased the boy. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked ahead with a determined gaze. In the hallway, Li Min's voice was heard, asking if Paywall was really here. She, along with Yeo Wol and Gyeok-san, walked through a dark tunnel, holding torches in front of them. The leader looked around and grimaced in disgust, adding that she couldn't believe the guy could sit here all the time. Gyeok-san laughed, noting that he preferred some hole over company. Meanwhile, the words of the first sword echoed in Yovol's mind, saying that they had been punished because of Paval. She understood that everyone hated the guy right now, so he didn't have much of a choice. Gyeok-san, meanwhile, continued to resent the fact that it was practically impossible to find a single person now. However, the next moment, Paval's voice was heard behind him, asking if they were looking for him. The girls also returned there and screamed loudly in surprise. Gyeok-san shouted loudly for him to stop hiding his presence. However, Paval approached the girls and asked them what exactly they wanted. Yo-Wol frowned and replied that they just wanted to talk. However, the guy still didn't understand what exactly he was talking about. Without taking her gaze off him, Yo-Wol replied that she wanted to discuss the restrictions. She was curious if he knew anything about them, as she remembered well that he wasn't with everyone when it all started. But then, he showed up. And this meant that he was able to come, and the restrictions on him either did not apply or were less effective. Hearing this, Li Min stared at the boy in shock. She suddenly remembered that she was in a lot of pain, but at some point it became much easier. This finally confirmed Yovol's assumption that he knew something about the restrictions firsthand. Realizing that it was pointless to deny it, Paywol just exhaled, confirming her assumption. All three of them stared at him with huge eyes, not expecting him to agree so quickly. Paval added that he knows exactly what was done to them. For a moment, there was a long silence in the hallway, as the guests waited for the conversation to continue. Finally, Yovol couldn't take it anymore and screamed, demanding that the boy tell them everything. However, Paywol only looked at her coldly and asked why he had to do this. He asked why he should bother explaining everything now. At this moment, Gyeok-san could not stand it, and was outraged by the boy's attitude towards his comrades. Paywol closed one eye and measured his guests with a careful gaze, surprised that they had suddenly become comrades. When he asked if they would be very enthusiastic about trying to kill their friend, the trio stared at the lone man in bewilderment. The first to orient himself was Gyeok-san, who shouted that from now on they would be comrades and he would not leave him under any circumstances. He threw his arms out to his sides in triumph, ignoring the girl's intense gaze. Tilting his head, Paywol asked him if he really expected him to just buy into it. Gyeok-san said that without perseverance, he would not have been able to change his appearance, and having someone like him on his side was very beneficial. The guy advised the one-eyed one to check in on their group if they ever got out of the dungeon. Suddenly, a torch appeared near him, with a bright flame burning at the end. Yu-Wol came forward and said that she would now be his friend too. At the same time, she struck herself on the chest and promised that those who followed her would never cause trouble to anyone else. Li Min froze, thinking about what exactly she should do now. Finally, the white-haired woman said that she would consider him special and would never betray him. Paywol stood silently, carefully studying the trio that had come to him. Finally, he opened his mouth and said that all this was because of Gu's poison. All three looked at him in amazement, not understanding what he was talking about. Odenak explained that they had all been placed with a very poisonous insect that was constantly in hibernation. However, with the help of the flute, the first sword managed to awaken her, causing her to begin injecting poison into their blood. But Yoval immediately asked why this poison didn't work on him the way it did on them. The guy explained that he was immune to the poison, so the restriction had virtually no effect on him. The trio still didn't believe it, but Paval said he had told them everything he knew, so it was up to them to decide. The loner himself understood that the more people are freed from restrictions, the more opportunities open up. Suddenly, Li Min approached him and quietly called his name. Looking at his concentrated face, the girl thought that he was too mysterious and she could not understand him. She was interrupted by Yu-Wol, who also came over and assured the guy that he could come to her if he needed anything. Closing his eyes, Paywol nodded his head in gratitude and said he would definitely come back if needed. Immediately after that, the leader turned to head into the city, and Paywol went to his room. However, suddenly he saw Li Min in front of him, who kept her gaze on him intently. Looking down at the stone floor, she murmured the name Lee Sol-min. Noticing the lonely man's puzzled look, the girl explained that this was her real name. She also added that she wanted him to remember it. Immediately after that, The girl turned around and walked towards the side where the underground city was located. Paval froze, his shocked gaze piercing Li Min's back. After some time, for the first time in a long time, the underground city was illuminated by sunlight. It passed right through a large hole in the stone ceiling. The first sword addressed his charges, saying that today they would be let out. He stood before a crowd of children who were attentively hanging on his every word. They thought that they would finally be able to see the outside world. Suddenly, the first sword loudly called out to Yoval. The girl immediately raised her hand, indicating her location. The leader explained that he and his teammates would get out now, and then she had to lead the rest out. Hearing her task, the girl agreed with a smile. Suddenly, a large basket began to descend from the hatch through which light was shining, taking one last look at the crowd of would-be killers, wondering how many of them would survive upstairs. As he climbed up in the basket, he realized that although they were strong, their target was a martial arts master who had no equal in Jianghu. However, he didn't care, because he had done his job and could now retire peacefully and live an honest life. All the inhabitants of the underground city watched as the basket rose into the bright light. They were happy that not much time remained, and they would finally be able to get out. Yoval immediately took on the responsibilities of leader and said that since everyone wouldn't fit in the basket, they would split into groups. Watching the first group of children climb up, Paval still couldn't believe that they would actually emerge from the dungeon. The thought arose in his head that what he had been waiting for so long would finally happen. He was approached by Yoval, who suggested that they would soon be sent on a mission. The guy said that it was possible, while also asking if they were able to deal with Gu's poison. Looking at the basket that was being lowered for a new batch, the girl replied that Min was very knowledgeable about poisons. Hearing the girl's name, Paval was very surprised. However, there was no time for further questioning, as Yoval immediately rushed to the basket. Looking ahead resolutely, she said that all that remained was to rise to the surface. The guy also looked resolutely ahead, realizing that she was right. The rest of the children crowded around the basket that was to be their transportation outside. Grabbing hold of one of the ropes, she turned to the others and told them to jump, adding that they were the last ones. When the basket lifted off the ground, Paval looked down in amazement. There, slowly sinking into darkness, remained the underground city in which they had spent the last 7 years. Looking at the stone wall, he thought about how he had no idea how deep underground they were. Frowning, Paval decided that these were not just hellish conditions, but real hell. Suddenly he heard Gyoksan's voice, happily saying that they would soon be released. The boy raised his head and looked in the direction they were heading. Suddenly, he abruptly tore the sleeve off his arm. Without wasting time, Paval immediately folded a piece of cloth, folding it like a bandage. Blindfolding himself, he ordered his companions to do the same if they did not want to go blind. Realizing that he was right, Li Min and Yoval immediately did the same. Gyoksan cursed loudly, frantically trying to close his eyes. The bright sunlight came from above, growing stronger and stronger. Paval couldn't even stand it and covered his blindfolded eyes with his hands. For him, who had not seen the sun for 7 long years, the light was still too bright, and it became brighter and brighter as they approached the surface. The winch, with a slight creak, wound the ropes that lifted the basket with the children. Finally, the basket quietly hit the cold stone. Everyone inside breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the journey was over. The next second, footsteps were heard approaching nearby. A man's shadow loomed over the children sitting in the basket, their eyes covered with their hands. The unknown person carefully studied the children and said that he finally saw someone who would be useful. Paval, hearing someone's voice, tried to understand who it was while ignoring the burn on his hand. The unknown person carefully studied the arrivals, saying that the customer would be satisfied. His gaze wandered from one would-be assassin to another, trying to find the best one. Paval heard that the voice was completely emotionless, so he assumed it was someone from the command. He adjusted the bandage, assuming that the unknown person was the captain of the Red Phantoms. Gu Juyang ordered the children to be loaded into a cart to be taken to the Pure Wind Manor. Immediately after that, his subordinates appeared next to him and bowed humbly, obeying the order. The future killers, blindfolded and holding each other, set off in a closed wagon. Turning his head to where the voice came from, Paval mentally noted that he remembered the voice. So in the future, he could easily find the captain of the Red Phantoms. The carts with the children loaded into them set off along a mountain road that ran between steep cliffs. When they arrived, Gu Juyang said that they could get used to life outside, but they shouldn't relax because he would personally finish off those who fell behind. When his eyes had adjusted a little, Paval took off his mask and looked out the window. Shinnok, who looked a lot like Yan-san, was watching the loner closely. Next to him stood Gyok-san and another boy, who had not expected to see such a neighbor. Without even turning his head to them, Paval said that although they had been housed together, they might not pay attention to him. To which Gyok-san assured that no one cares about him. Hearing this, Paval turned to face the boy, his lips stretching into a faint smile. Looking out the window, the boy decided that since they were on the surface, it would be nice to wash up. The rest of his roommates approached him and incomprehensibly asked him how to do it. Gyok-san suddenly looked out the window and exhaled in surprise, realizing exactly how he wanted to wash himself. On the street, in the moonlight, a small round well with a bucket was visible. A minute later, there was a splash of water and a satisfied exhalation. After taking a bath and changing clothes, Paval lay down on the grass and, with his hands behind his head, began to look at the sky. He was delighted by the moonlight, as well as the wind and cool water that indicated he was on the surface. He exhaled contentedly, closing his eyes peacefully. The guy remained outside, falling asleep right under the night sky. The next day, the rest of the children also enjoyed the fresh water, dousing each other with water and accompanying it all with cheerful laughter. Paval, having woken up, sat under a bush, watching the sunlight break through the leaves. Two of the children were interested in a yellow dandelion, around which they bent down. However, one of them said with tears in her eyes that she had never expected to see anything like this. Paval watched from a distance as they crouched down with tears in their eyes. There was a slight smile on his face as he was glad they had left the underground city. Suddenly, a black polished boot landed right in front of them, crushing a dandelion. The girls, who weren't expecting this, raised their tearful eyes upwards, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, two daggers fell onto the grass with a loud clang. The unknown warrior coldly warned them that they would soon be given weapons, which they should keep an eye on as they would soon need. Paval sat up and looked at the daggers that lay before him. Meanwhile, at the Pure Wind Manor, Guju Yang was sitting at the table with Lim Sai-yeol, discussing their affairs. Pouring tea into his guest's cup, the captain of the Red Phantoms thanked him for the work he had done. However, the first sword closed his eyes and said that they were only doing the work they were supposed to do. To which Guju Yang said that thanks to them and the sacrifices they made with the children, their group would thrive. So he added, pouring water into a cup, that since they had done everything that was required of them, they could go on their legal vacation. Lim Sai-yeol looked at the man across from him and asked if his resignation had been approved. To which the captain, raising his violet, said that not only his resignation had been approved, but the second and third swords could also step down from their duties. Touching the vessel with his lips, the first sword thanked his interlocutor. Guju Yang said that there was nothing to thank him for, since he had dedicated his entire life to the Red Phantoms, and this was the least he could do for him. Lim Sai-yeol considered it his duty to inform the captain of the Red Phantoms that the children he was raising were too talented. Hearing this, Guju Yang frowned and looked sternly at his interlocutor. When he said that it would be a shame to lose the children, he raised his hand and said that he knew it perfectly well, and although he understood that talented assassins were always needed, he could do nothing about it, so their cooperation would end there. Looking sternly at the Red Phantom's captain, Lim Sai-yeol asked him if he had identified the personal customer, to which the captain of the Red Phantoms replied that he did not do this, because when you are conducting business, there is a line that should not be crossed. Besides, he didn't want to anger a big influential person who was ready to pay 500,000 gold yuan for his order. If they can fulfill the order, the balance of power between the White Lotus and the Red Phantoms will change dramatically, and they will be able to enter into confrontation. Hearing such a plan, First Sword frowned and looked sternly at his interlocutor. Meanwhile, the children set about the task, holding a variety of weapons in their hands. Paval looked at the serrated sword he had been given and which he now held in his hand. Suddenly, Gyok-san's voice was heard from behind, quietly asking what he was thinking about, suspecting that he was simply scared. Turning to face his companion, the loner replied that he felt something akin to fear, but Gyok-san came closer and said with a wild smile that he would never believe that he could be afraid of anything. When his partner suggested that he was actually scared, he just got indignant, saying that it wasn't true. The boy himself couldn't wait for them to be sent on a mission, because he considered the only reward for all the torment he had endured to be someone's severed head. Paval was not at all surprised by this order of things, since he himself felt something similar. Suddenly, the squad of child killers heard the order to move forward and not forget their weapons. For a moment they froze, staring at the gate, which was slowly opening. Gyok-san moved closer to Paval, and with a wild smile, waited impatiently until he could get to the first thing. At the same time, their leader calmly ordered them to move quite covertly. Paval was not at all surprised by such an order, and he used the turtle breathing technique. When they came outside, their leader was the fourth sword, who also wore a similar bandage. The assassins, without wasting time, rushed after their leader, trying to keep up with him. Turning his head to check if they were following him, the man noticed that they were not a step behind. The children's good physical fitness indicated that their older brothers had taught them everything they knew. So he was very sorry that such good would go to waste, as they could have been better than many members of the Red Phantoms. At some point, the fourth sword stopped right in front of a large precipice, beyond which towering cliffs could be seen. Hearing his order to stand, all the children following him also stopped. The man was silent for a moment, then threw it over his shoulder for them to hide. Immediately after that, the young killers simply disappeared into the darkness of disguise. The fourth sword also froze, either to avoid attracting too much attention and to take a good look at the surrounding sight. Looking at the sheer cliffs in front of him, he said that the young killer's target was just behind them. They were supposed to get to the mountain, where they would see an estate that looked just like the place where they lived. He added that their target would be a man living in the Bright Moon Palace. The children stared angrily ahead, for they remembered the Bright Moon Palace perfectly, as a small building at the far end of the estate. Paval also had no intention of giving up, so he looked resolutely ahead, planning to enter the battle first. The next morning, a female figure with long, shiny black hair stood in the garden. The girl looked ahead with big blue eyes, examining the beautiful garden flowers. She reached out and touched one of the blue lotus flowers with her finger. But immediately after her touch, the flower shattered into many small particles. The woman froze for a moment, watching them fly away in the wind. Her attention was caught by a voice behind her, asking if she was alone again. Behind her, the girl saw an elderly woman with gray hair and a scepter in her hands. May, who had the status of a brilliant master, was now drilling the young girl with a stern gaze of dark gray eyes. The brunette folded her hands in a respectful gesture and bowed, explaining to the master that it was so fresh outside that she decided to take a walk. However, the older woman was not so easy to convince, and she assumed that the girl was still angry with her, adding that sometimes she became very sentimental. Young Solran replied that she was only a little worried because her fate was being decided. The craftswoman glared at her, and the tension even caused a vein on the woman's temple to bulge. She screamed at her not to speak to her in that tone, but young Solran was not afraid of her at all. The master reminded the girl who had brought her here, picking her up from the street, indignant that she now wanted freedom. However, the brunette just smiled calmly and said that it was just thoughts out loud. She hugged her mentor, asking her to calm down and saying that she knew that a student always follows their teacher. The master calmly closed her eyes and said that if they did not receive an answer today, they would implement the plan they had been preparing for 7 years. Young Solran closed her eyes and said that she would always follow her master. Looking down at her feet, the girl thought that the situation was putting a lot of pressure on her mentor, which was quite displeasing to her. Suddenly, not far from them, a loud scream was heard from a girl who was looking for a master. The women in the garden immediately turned their heads in the direction from which the loud scream came. Zhonghua folded her hands in a humble gesture and said that Ching Chung had finally given their answer. When asked by the craftswoman what exactly they said, the girl said that they agreed to their offer. Slamming her scepter on the ground, the woman said that in that case everything would be resolved. There was no emotion visible on young Solran's face, but she had not expected things to turn out this way. When the teacher turned to her and said that now everything depends on her, the girl assured her that she would cope. Looking at her student, the master thought that she was sorry that everything had turned out this way, since she wanted to make her the rightful heir. A strong wind blew around, and the brunette raised her blue eyes to the sky. Zhonghua, meanwhile, approached the mentor and asked how they would deal with the problem, which greatly surprised the elderly woman. Suddenly she realized what she was talking about and frowned. The figure of the captain of the Red Phantoms immediately flashed in my memory. The woman asked if the girl meant their plan, to which she asked what they should do now. Trying to formulate an algorithm of actions, the master only chuckled briefly, drilling the girl with an attentive gaze. Meanwhile, Paval meditated, trying to figure out how much time had passed and whether it was still morning. He remembered perfectly well that they had set out on their mission at night, so he still had a little time. Over the 7 years of living in the underground city, he had become more accustomed to the darkness than to the outside world, and now he could even rest a little. For a moment he froze with his eyes closed and listened to everything around him. However, the next moment he abruptly opened his red eyes and looked in front of him, realizing that he had a rather bad premonition. A second later, he noticed that a sharp dagger was flying at him at breakneck speed. However, it later became clear that it was not flying at him, but at his partner, who was nearby. The hired killer groaned and coughed up blood as the blade dug right into his chest. Paval watched in amazement as what had just happened right before his eyes. He didn't understand what was happening, and so he stared at his comrade's dead body in confusion. One of the trackers was sitting in the forest, examining the tracks on the ground that he had managed to find. Suddenly he raised his staff and was abruptly bumped into by one of the assassins, who had decided to catch him by surprise. The man was glad that the information he had been given earlier turned out to be true. The killer stared at him with empty red eyes, his skin a deathly white. Realizing that his enemy was now defeated, the ranger swung his staff with one sharp movement and threw the mercenary's corpse away from him. Looking around, he tried to understand how the killers dared to get so close to Mount Qingcheng, suspecting that life was completely unimportant to them. Yu Jing-ok stared wildly ahead, trying to find another member of the assassin squad. Returning to the palace, the man ordered a squad of guards to find all the mercenaries and kill them, as they had decided to attack them. Watching all this, Paval frowned, as he realized that they were now at a great disadvantage. He turned to his colleagues and sternly said that he was proposing to step down right now. The members of the squad sent by Yu Jing-ok, meanwhile, diligently searched the forest, piercing the ground with their spears. Suddenly, one of them froze, holding his weapon tightly in his hands and staring at one point. He noticed that just beneath the point of his spear, the ground began to crack. The guy frowned, not knowing how to react to this, and so he stared at the hole in bewilderment. Suddenly, to his surprise and the surprise of his companions, figures began to jump out of the ground. Looking up, Yu Jing-ok's squad heard the words that they must now disperse. Flying away from their previous deployment, Paval shouted to his squad that they would regroup as soon as they were safe. Yu Jing-ok's warriors stared in amazement at the black figures that quickly disappeared into the sky, turning into black specks. The shock quickly passed, and the men, teeth clenched in fury, rushed forward, trying to catch up. The most fierce was the leader of the detachment himself, because he could not tolerate defeat. The next moment he raised his hand to try to prevent at least one of the murderers from escaping. Without wasting time, he threw the spear directly from behind his subordinate, completely unconcerned about the fact that his men were ahead. A second later, the spear found its victim, piercing one of the mercenaries' chests. Anticipating success and unwilling to give up, Yu Jing-ok took the spear of one of his warriors, never taking his eyes off his next target. He spun in place, trying to make the throw as far as possible. A moment later, another figure in dark clothing was pierced through with a spear. Yu Jing-ok, meanwhile, held a third spear in his hands to continue his hunt. He was so skilled at throwing a spear that none of the mercenaries he aimed at managed to escape death. Moreover, each time the man tried to do everything faster and faster, and he succeeded as the fourth spear also pierced only one of the mercenaries. He fell to the ground, unable to stay in the air and escape. Yu Jing-ok, meanwhile, grabbed his weapon again, planning to throw it at the last of the mercenaries they encountered. The weapon flew past the men of his squad who were standing in front, trying to catch up with their target. However, the assassin was not going to give up, so he ran with all his might, trying to break away. Paval turned his head for a second to assess the situation and see if he had managed to break away from the pursuit. Noticing the spear approaching him, the boy jumped at the last moment to be able to jump away from its tip. Trying to launch it as far as possible, the assassin pushed the weapon back with his foot, adding a bit of energy. The speed was so high that a bright beam of blue light could be seen all around. The members of the squad led by Yu Jing-ok didn't even have time to do anything or get their bearings when the spear rushed past them towards their leader. They turned their heads in the direction where the weapon had flown, trying to understand what it was and how it was possible. However, immediately after that, someone's presence was felt behind one of the soldiers, as 2 daggers were thrust into his back. The warriors watched in amazement as the hired killer had just managed to finish off their colleague. Yu Jing-ok also didn't understand what was happening, so he just stood there, watching the spear flying into his chest. However, the weapon flew past and landed directly behind him, crashing into the ground. A few drops of blood dripped from the ear, which was indeed wounded. Not expecting this outcome, the man shouted to his squad to take a closer look at what had just happened. Immediately after that, he shouted loudly, ordering the soldiers to catch up with the mercenary and kill everyone. Looking at the panic he had caused, Paval realized that he couldn't handle it on his own, so he had to get out of here. Leaving behind several dead members of the squad, the boy rushed into the forest thicket. Yo Zheng-ok, looking at his target who was rapidly leaving the battlefield, clenched his teeth tightly. He picked up another spear to try to hit the last mercenary again. One of the assassins he had managed to catch earlier was slowly moving forward, not getting up and staining the ground with blood. Yu Jing-ok could not understand how he had managed to stay alive until now. The boy in black's face was dripping with sweat as he struggled to pull himself away from the spot where he had been wounded. Feeling someone's presence behind him, he turned his head and looked at the leader of the rival squad with despair, quietly saying that he did not want to die. When asked what he had done to deserve this, Yo Jing-ok replied that he had gone against the Qingchen clan and was also a pathetic murderer. Paval, meanwhile, tried his best to escape the pursuit and to hide his tracks as best he could. He ran headlong through the forest, despite the fact that he encountered branches from bushes and trees along the way. Staring fiercely ahead, the boy wondered how the Qingchen clan had managed to find their group, since they hadn't seen a soul while they were climbing up. Remembering the leader's wild look and his words that he had not been lied to, Paval realized that someone had betrayed them. However, apart from him, the name of their target was unknown to anyone, so it remained a mystery who it could be. What also puzzled the boy was that he didn't see the fourth sword or his subordinates, which meant they had fled before they were attacked. Which meant they wanted to cover their tracks before it was too late. He had no sooner thought of that than a hail of arrows fell upon them and the rest of the detachment. Paval looked at the arrows flying straight at him. When one of them dug into his shoulder, the boy winced in pain, squinting one eye. He immediately fell to the ground, unable to stand up to the active attack. When he tried to get up, there were already 2 arrows in his shoulder, and blood was slowly flowing from the wound. He was curious as to why this was all happening, suspecting that either there had been a split in the Red Phantoms or the customer had changed his mind. Sweating, Paval could only think about one thing, namely that the Red Phantom squad had betrayed them. Trying to hide, the boy left bloody traces on the ground which formed stains. Following him, one of the archers looked around, trying to figure out where the mercenary had gone. But Paval was not going to give up in any way, so he drew his daggers and rushed straight at his opponent. He didn't even realize what had happened when 2 blades plunged into his throat at breakneck speed. Watching his defeated opponent fall, Paval thought about the fact that now he would have to fight and survive alone. Suddenly, screams were heard from the forest, indicating that he had been found, and orders were also heard to kill him. The tired and wounded mercenary removed his mask from his face to make it easier to breathe and looked around. Without thinking for long and realizing that he didn't have much choice, the boy threw himself from a high cliff straight into the river. 3 meters from where he did it. On the shore, the guy noticed a strange structure made of small stones and sticks. Trying to catch his breath after the unexpected swim, Paval stared in amazement at the pattern that had formed right before his eyes. However, realizing that he could not afford to stay in one place for long, the boy turned around and went deeper into the forest. Having found a similar pattern on one of the boulders in the middle of the forest, the boy was able to determine where he had gone, and there was a lot of blood around the boulder, indicating that whoever left him the instructions was injured, perhaps even fatally. Voices were heard again from behind the trees, ordering them to search everything and find him. Paval stared blankly ahead with red eyes, trying to figure out what to do next. Having found a safe place, he carefully studied those who were pursuing him, realizing that judging by the clothes, at least 7 clans had gathered here. From this, the boy guessed that the matter was far from the Red Phantoms themselves, so he prepared for battle. At some point, he entered into battle with one of his rivals, brandishing his daggers. However, turning his head, the boy looked closely at the one with whom he was just about to engage in battle. Li Min stood in their mercenary attire, staring at the lone man in shock and not knowing what to do next. Lying on the ground and looking up in front of him, Paval asked his friend if it was really her. Realizing that she was in no danger, the girl stretched her lips in a slight smile and breathed a sigh of relief. Li Min smiled despite her bloodied face and said she was very happy to see him. However, the next moment the guy was already catching his girlfriend, who had fallen helplessly from her feet. After examining the girl, Paval realized that her wound was quite serious, and at this rate she wouldn't last long. Trying to keep her strength up, he asked her where the rest had gone. Li Min said that most of them died, and she doesn't know what happened to Yo Wol and Song Jong-woo because they were separated. The leaders bravely rushed into battle, trying to protect their men and ordering them to retreat quickly. The last time she saw her, Yo Wol was fighting an entire squad and ordering everyone to retreat forward. Li Min watched their fight with tears in her eyes, realizing that there was little chance. The girl said that her friend had stayed behind, and they were fighting to buy time for them. Paval silently looked at the exhausted body of the white-haired woman, pressing her to him. The next moment he let her go, allowing her to lie down on her back in peace. Realizing that there was nowhere to go, he coldly informed her that she didn't have long left. But Li Min, looking at him with her half-empty eyes, said that she knew this very well. The guy was surprised that his girlfriend was absolutely not afraid, so he asked her if she didn't want to live, to which Li Min asked him if he could save her, since she wanted to live. The girl watched as her only friend lowered his head, realizing the hopeless situation. She closed her eyes and said that she had come to terms with everything, as she understood perfectly well what state she was in, but was glad that she would not have to die alone. Closing her eyes and barely uttering words, Li Min asked him if he would be with her until the end. Paval didn't even raise his head because he couldn't bear to look at his dying friend, but he confirmed what would happen to her. The girl added that after everything they had gone through to get out, they would have to die here. Paval sat and stared blankly straight ahead, listening to questions about who had done this to them and why. Li Min said that those she didn't even know controlled her life and then left her to her own devices. Looking up, she added that she hoped for retribution for all they had done. The girl wanted their tormentors to be held accountable for the injustice and their fear. Gathering courage, Paval said that it was all because of Wu Gongsan. He closed his eyes tightly, contemplating what he should do next, since only he knew the victim's name. But Li Min said absolutely nothing to that name, so she asked her friend what he meant. He explained that that was the name of their target, and he was from the Qingchen clan. It was ordered by the Red Phantoms, and that's why the kids ended up in that dungeon for training. He added that this was precisely why they were kidnapped and taught for 7 years only to kill. However, now that they were of no use, everyone decided to simply get rid of them. Looking ahead with a determined gaze, he swore that as long as he lived, he would not stop looking for those who had broken their lives, and when he found them, he would definitely take revenge. Hearing his passionate speech, Li Min closed her eyes and exhaled, adding that she didn't even doubt his intentions. Suddenly she reached out and touched his face, forcing him to look straight into her eyes. The girl gently said that she wanted him to survive all of this. Paval, realizing that she had very little time left, looked closely at her face, trying to remember it as best he could. The last thing his girlfriend asked him to do was call her by her first name. However, when he said it, Li Min said that she wanted to hear her real name from his lips. When the boy fulfilled her request, the girl thanked him, saying that she wanted to hear it from him. The next second, her hand went limp. Li Min closed her eyes and her heart stopped beating. Paval thought that he did not know whose hand it was, but he swore to wipe everyone who was involved from the face of the earth. His eyes flashed a red glow as he advised them to be afraid of what he would do to them. Meanwhile, the fourth sword reported to the captain of the Red Phantoms at the Clear Wind Manor. He informed the commander that the hired killers had been rounded up and there should be no survivors, to which the captain expressed disappointment at the large amount of time spent on preparation. He understood that he would have to eliminate all the mercenaries, but he had not suspected that it would happen so soon. At the same time, he showed the fourth sword a piece of paper with the word cancellation. The fourth sword immediately asked him if he was sure they were safe in this place. Gu Zhuyang immediately threw it over his shoulder, asking if he was afraid of the customer, to which his interlocutor replied that it seemed to him that the customers had decided to cover their tracks. Looking at the piece of paper in his hand, the captain of the Red Phantoms thought that in that case, it would be worth removing them too, so that the secret would never be revealed. In response, he said that it sounded pretty reasonable, but no one would ever find them, so we just had to wait until everything settled down. When asked if he didn't know who the real customer was, Gu Zhuyang replied that he could find out at any time, but there was a line that shouldn't be crossed. In addition, he added that they had received a warning, so they shouldn't interfere in their own business. Suddenly, a bright light began to shine from the piece of paper on which the order cancellation was written. Both men immediately realized that the message had been marked by a special smell. At that moment, the body of one of their warriors landed right in front of them. They stood among the columns, watching what was happening right before their eyes. People with swords began to enter the hall, throwing their warriors aside and killing them instantly. Swinging his sword, the fourth sword shouted for the captain to flee, as they could not cope with the attackers. One of the men shouted for his subordinates to destroy all the vile murderers and leave no one alive. While Gu Zhuyang stood and watched, Fourth Sword had already drawn his weapon, preparing for battle. The Red Phantom's captain's face suddenly took on a predatory expression as he told his interlocutor that he was right. He tried to convince him to leave, but Gu Zhuyang had no intention of doing so. Turning his head to the Fourth Sword, the man said that the crowd needed him, as they would not leave him a chance to escape. His eyes glowed with a predatory red light as the captain told the attackers that they had crossed the line. Raising his hands high above his head, he slowly began to draw his sword. The crown on his head swelled, and Gu Zhuyang said he would show them what he was capable of. With these words, he rushed forward into the crowd, planning to grab as many as possible with him. The soldiers looked in his direction, not understanding what was happening, but not expecting immediate resistance. The next moment, there were sounds of swords swinging, and several heads flew away from the bodies. The captain of the Red Phantom stood, swinging his sword furiously and slashing at his enemies. Looking at the rest of the attackers, the man warned that this would happen to anyone who went against them. There were sounds all around that said they had to hold out just a little longer, and if they did, they would definitely win. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Gu Zhuyang and said that he would not let him do anything. She raised her hands and bright light began to pour from her palms. Trying to fully comprehend what was happening, Gu Zhuyang looked towards the unknown visitor. At some point, a ball of bright light flew at him, and he raised his sword to strike. The man's eyes burned with bright red fire as he swung his weapon to cut through the light. That bright ball suffered absolutely no damage, instead raising only a cloud of red dust. Standing amidst the dust, the Red Phantom captain lowered his head, trying to comprehend what had just happened to him. Blood flowed from his mouth and he coughed, holding his stomach. Looking in front of him with frightened eyes, Gu Zhuyang thought that he had never seen such strength before, so he wondered who exactly he was dealing with. Zhang Hua glared at him sternly, asking how a dirty murderer dared to ask who she was. Her lips were tightly pressed into a thin line, and her eyes showed all the hatred for the opponent standing opposite. Suddenly it dawned on the captain of the Red Phantoms that before him stood the man who had always been called the Ruinous Heart. Now the man understood perfectly well who had ordered him, but he didn't have time to say anything because the girl abruptly shut him up. Not daring to argue with such a strong opponent, the captain really fell silent. Stretching her hand forward, she warned him that if he said another word, she would tear out his tongue. The figure of an elderly woman with gray hair and feathers immediately appeared before Gu Zhuyang's eyes. Now he understood that their customer was the Ame clan. Looking at the angry messenger, he chided himself for not immediately realizing that they were involved in this. Standing in the middle of the dilapidated hall, the captain of the Red Phantoms regretted not having learned the name of the customer, as the wrong choice had led them to ruin. However, the man was not going to give up, so he held out his red sword in front of him and warned that he would take Zhang Hua with him to the afterlife. However, not a single muscle twitched on the girl's face, because she didn't understand how he dared to make such a statement. Zhang Hua launched several balls of bright light at him at once. Gu Zhuyang swung his sword, launching blood-red trails of energy around him. Determining the right moment, he rushed forward, planning to end the fight between him and the girl with one blow. Zhang Hua, meanwhile, was sending out rays of light, trying to protect herself as quickly as possible. Her gaze was quite determined as she stared at her opponent. As soon as he reached the girl, their energies intertwined, showing their opposition. Zhang Hua thought that the leader of the vile assassins was quite a skilled fighter. Looking into his blood-red eyes, the girl was glad that they had come together in a fight during the day. However, she aimed to get rid of all the mercenaries, so she swung her weapon and rushed forward with a wild scream. Gu Zhuyang froze for a moment, staring in amazement at the huge whirlwind flying straight at him. The man did not know where to hide from the elements that could destroy him. The only thought that popped into his head was that it seemed like the end had come for him. With him would come the end of the Red Phantoms, whom he personally helped rise from the very bottom. The man had once wanted to equal the White Lotus, but now he was completely defeated. However, the captain did not want to just give up, so he took out his sword and swung it in front of him with all his strength. Tense, the man shouted that he simply had to survive. At that moment, another tornado hit him with renewed force. Gu Juyang's eyes glowed with a demonic red glow, and smoke billowed from his mouth. However, the next second he fell backwards, feeling his leg being severed from his body. Looking at one of the attackers, the Red Phantom's captain tried to understand who had intervened in the fight. However, this hitch was enough for Zhonghua to get close to the enemy. A moment later, Gu Juyang was completely enveloped in a strong wind. Feeling a sharp pain from the wound in his stomach, the man opened his mouth wide and screamed loudly. Zhonghua hovered in the air, carefully watching what the Red Phantom's captain would do next. However, when her opponent silently flopped onto the broken floor, she only let out a disappointed chuckle. All the subordinates who were watching the battle just desperately started calling out for their leader. Meanwhile, the people who came from Zhonghua rushed at the Red Phantoms, piercing their chests with spears. Gu Juyang lay on the stones of the broken floor, and a large pool of blood was spilling beneath him. With incredible effort, the man raised his head, trying to show that he could still fight. However, Zhonghua was already preparing to deliver the decisive blow when a figure appeared behind her. Noticing her, the girl turned and, folding her hands in a submissive gesture, gave a slight bow. The master looked at her subordinates and wondered why they were still messing around with these worthless people. Zhonghua quietly explained that they had delayed because they had not expected much resistance. Gu Juyang, his face covered in blood, clenched his teeth tightly, trying to say something towards the women. He continued to lie on his stomach, paying homage to the great, brilliant master. However, she stood there and didn't even move. Unlike Zhonghua, who suddenly began to approach her husband. The Red Phantom's captain asked why the Ime clan betrayed them if the order was placed by them. Zhonghua looked at him with undisguised hatred. Continuing to lie on his stomach, Gu Juyang accused them of being worse than animals. Spitting out blood, he shouted that they wouldn't dare do that to him. However, the next second, Master Eme simply thrust her scepter into him, forcing the Red Phantom captain to silence forever. Returning to her subordinates, she asked who would listen to this madman's ravings, entrusting the rest of the killers to her people. The next to fall from her clan's sword was Lim Sayol, who was pierced through the chest area. The man fell to his knees, and from his lips only the name of the clan that had finished him off escaped. Raising a tense gaze at the girl who had defeated him, he said that since they were led by a respected master, they had been rapidly gaining strength. The first sword asked the brunette what her name was, which made young Sol Ran pause for a moment. Barely able to utter the words, she finally quietly told her opponent her name. The girl carefully studied her opponent, who could already be considered defeated. Lim Sayol lowered his head and said that he had heard that the master's student was as beautiful as she was talented. Hearing this, the brunette calmly remarked that rumors shouldn't always be trusted. The first sword looked up at the ceiling, saying that despite decades of training, he was still not the equal of the Ime clan's disciple. The next moment, Lim Sayol fell onto his back and dark blood began to flow from beneath him. Young Sol Ran stood there like a statue, her gaze fixed on his body. There was something akin to regret in her eyes as she took one last look at the corpse before leaving. After that, the brunette walked over to where her sister and Master Eme were standing. Zhonghua immediately sharply asked her why she was taking so long, accusing her of talking to dirty murderers. Suddenly, everyone present was distracted by the guards, who were pulling the man by the jaws. He was thrown to his knees before the master, accused of leading the murderers to Mount Qingcheng. Master Eme immediately came up almost face to face and ordered him to tell her exactly how many murderers there were. The fourth sword just cleared his throat and cheekily asked what she had to do with it. The woman sharply replied that it was none of his business, ordering him to answer the questions. However, after hearing the man say that he knew nothing, the woman was indignant that he dared to lie to her. But he looked up at the master and replied that he wouldn't say anything anyway. Master Ime stretched her lips in a wide, predatory smile as she said he was just a pathetic murderer. The woman touched his head with her hand, around which dark energy was already gathering. A moment later, the fourth sword screamed loudly in pain and terror. Master Eme, not taking her predatory gaze off the hostage, asked again how many mercenaries he had brought to the mountain. Unable to bear the torture and coughing up blood, the man replied that there were 28 of them in total. When he finally asked the woman to kill him, Master Eme simply walked away from him. The master approached the students and asked how many assassins they had already neutralized, to which she heard about 24 mercenaries. Looking sternly in front of her, the woman said that it would be safer to get rid of everyone. The half-destroyed Pure Wind estate, meanwhile, was enveloped in a wall of black smoke. Master Ma turned to young Sol Ran, reminding her not to forget her important role. Hearing the words that a person would be sent to Qingcheng to arrange the wedding, the girl obediently closed her eyes and agreed. The last thing the master said as she headed out of the room was that it was all for the sake of their clan. Young Sol Ran's gaze became empty and indifferent. Paval, meanwhile, landed on one of the branches, having reached his goal. Below was a courtyard visible, with guards in yellow kimonos roaming around. The guy kept his eyes on them, trying to come up with a further plan of action. He could see perfectly well that all exits and entrances were actively guarded. His eyes were bright red, and his pupils were vertical, like a snake's. Looking at the courtyard, the lonely man thought that since they were raised to be Jiang Hu's enemy, he would become one. His face suddenly contorted with rage and hatred. The next morning, a young boy came out of the gate with a large basket on his back. One of the guards, seeing him, asked if he was going to collect herbs again. When told that he had done this yesterday, the herbalist replied that it was better to stock up on herbs in case something happened. The guards finally shouted that nothing was likely to happen, but advised the boy to be careful. But the boy replied that no one would dare to attack the Qingchen clan. With these words, his figure began to sink into the thicket of the forest. After a while, the herbalist stopped to figure out where he should go next. Finally, he decided to go to one of the clearings first. However, the next moment, a dark figure with red eyes rushed at him from behind. Paval grabbed the boy tightly by the throat and held his dagger to him. He froze, staring with frightened eyes at the serrated blade right in front of him. The guy didn't understand what was happening, so he stammered and asked the attacker who he was. A second later, the herbalist screamed loudly in pain as the blade tore through the skin on his leg. Trying to make the victim act more quietly, Paval pressed his elbow against his neck. Tears welling up, I tried to understand who would dare to set such a trap right on Mount Qingcheng. Paval, meanwhile, stared at his hostage with bright red eyes. Putting a knife to his throat, the mercenary asked if he was a disciple of the Qingchen clan. Following the instructions, the herbalist nodded, tears continuing to flow down his cheeks. After that, the loner promised that he would let him go if he answered all the questions. At the same time, he warned the hostage not to think about doing anything stupid, as he could kill him very quickly. The herbalist fell to the ground, covering the bloody cut on his leg with his hand. Putting a knife to his neck, Paval asked him his name and who he was. The next question that interested the mercenary was who Wu Gunsang was. Hearing this, Dojin turned his head towards the attacker in fear, saying that it was the big star of Qingcheng. This description of the victim surprised Pivolya quite a lot. The herbalist explained that he was the greatest talent and had mastered most martial arts and achieved immense strength. Paval realized that events were moving in the worst-case scenario, as he now understood why 7 years had been spent on their training. I immediately remembered the calm face of the deadly Min. The herbalist suddenly lamented that he had told the attacker everything, so he asked him to let him go. Suddenly he felt a touch on his shoulder, and immediately after that his body stopped obeying. Paval, meanwhile, covered his face, trying to change his appearance. Du Jin, who was unable to move, couldn't see what was happening, and that scared him even more. The only thought in his head was that he had to run away immediately. When the ability to move returned, the boy slowly turned his head towards his attacker. When he saw his face, the herbalist's eyes widened in fear. In front of him was an exact replica of himself, staring at him with big eyes. Du Jin's face was covered in large beads of sweat as he realized what he was seeing. Their faces were practically indistinguishable, except for some minor details. The attacker rose to his feet, and his shadow covered the figure of the clueless boy. Staring at a pair of bright red eyes, Du Jin frantically tried to figure out what he was going to do. After a while, one of the gate guards asked Du Jin why he had returned. The same one, climbing the stairs, replied with a smile that he had forgotten something. The guard smiled and advised not to soar in the clouds anymore. After crossing the threshold of the gate, Paval immediately found himself on the street, where people were bustling around. He moved forward, not turning his head and looking straight ahead. Being in a crowd of people, where it was very noisy, was quite unusual. Several men were laughing loudly, talking among themselves about their business. Paval began to emit darkness, which allowed him to disguise himself. At some point, the guy felt like he was left completely alone on the street. Finally, he reached a narrow alley, beyond which began a small garden. Paval stopped, raising his head and looking at the house in front of him in amazement. Wu Gongsang's estate was quite large, and there were heavy wooden doors at the entrance. Clenching his fists tightly, The mercenary remembered everything he had been taught over the past 7 years. Meanwhile, in the Shangqing Palace, the elders of the Qingcheng clan were sitting at a long table. The clan leader asked those present whether the situation outside had stabilized yet. One of the men replied that the pursuit of the killers had reached a dead end. The leader was outraged that they could not allow worthless mercenaries to attack their clan. However, the interlocutor was indignant that they could not allow this and that someone had deliberately planned all the ambushes. Wu Jinpeng's face looked angry, his lips were compressed into a thin line, and his eyebrows moved to the bridge of his nose. He immediately added that it was too early to think about who could have dared to do such a thing, since he had sent several students to find out the details. The man sitting opposite added that such actions were exactly what was expected of him. He added that their clan is currently at a very dangerous stage of development. Wu Jinpeng assured him that he would not allow another attack under any circumstances. I immediately remembered how in history there was a case where demons captured humanity. Then the great warrior Li Guok created the Alliance of the Will of Heaven, and those who agreed to unite and fight accomplished great feats and regained their former glory. At the same time, they and the Ame clan refused to fight and received the titles of 4 heavenly kings, which could not be confirmed by anything. And now the chairman was saying that if they wanted to catch up with other clans, they shouldn't be stopped by minor details. The right-hand man reassured him, assuring him that if everything went according to plan, they would catch up with the other clans in 10 years. One of the men immediately shouted loudly that this was great, rejoicing that Wu Jinpeng was on their side. At the same time, he suggested that since the right hand was so incredible, then his son should have similar talents. Looking at the leader's right hand, his interlocutor asked how his son was feeling. For a moment, Wu Jinpeng was silent, looking at the table in front of him. He knew that his son had closed himself off from everyone in order to train. Wu Gongsang sat in his training room, his face hidden in the shadows. Many different swords were stuck into the wooden floor all around. Wu Jinpeng stood up and, with his head bowed, apologized for not being able to raise his son properly. However, the interlocutor assured him that everything was fine, since such behavior was not strange for young men of his age. Despite this, Wu Jinpeng assured that he would try to see that his son pulled himself together. The man sitting opposite assured me that it didn't matter at all what people were saying around him. Meanwhile, Wu Gongsang grabbed his sword and made several strong swings with it. The man sitting opposite his right hand said that if the boy was raised properly, he would not be inferior to the heirs of the 3 great clans. Everyone present nodded their heads diligently, agreeing with the man's words. Opposite was the same picture, and only the right hand was looking sadly at the people around. Suddenly, the clan leader spoke again, drawing everyone's attention. He said he heard that the right-hand man had agreed to the engagement proposal with the Ime family. Wu Jinpeng agreed, confirming these rumors. There were many rumors about the beauty and wisdom of the future daughter-in-law, so the man assumed that she would be a good match for Wu Gongsang. However, closing his eyes, the right hand added that there was something that worried him. The chairman immediately understood that he was talking about the master of the Ame clan. She passionately desired to reach the power of the Qingchen clan, and after the wedding she had every chance to do so. Wu Jinpeng explained that this was why he kept postponing his engagement. However, the man sitting opposite said that they had no choice, as they could not continue the feud in such a small area. Meanwhile, Paval stood in front of the door of the house, thinking about the best way to get there. It was his first time here, but he didn't think he would get lost, as he had seen many things that resembled an underground city. Walking along the wall, the boy realized that although the gate was closed, getting inside would not be a big problem. The next moment, he abruptly jumped onto the roof of the fence, hearing someone approaching. Suddenly, words reached my ears that Wu Gongsang had summoned another girl. 2 guards walked by the fence, discussing the behavior of the future heir. Paval, meanwhile, lay on the tiles, trying not to give away his presence. When one of them said that he was covering up his training to sleep with whoever he wanted, his friend quickly put a finger to his lips and told him to be quiet. However, he did not remain silent, pondering which of the girls had been called today. Paval was surprised by this state of affairs, as he knew that the Qingchen clan was a clan of the blade, and none of them would allow such behavior in the training hall. The guards, after discussing the heir's behavior, turned sharply and walked away from Wu Gongság's house. Lying on the tiles and looking at the sky, the boy thought that in every place there would be a person whose behavior would differ from the generally accepted one. Under cover of night, Paval returned to the house of the heir to the Qingcheng clan in his true form. The boy wasted no time and raced along the wall to the spot on the fence he had found during the day. He crept through the hallways of the house, trying to make as few sounds as possible. Suddenly, Paval felt that Wu Gong-sang was not in this room, although he knew that he had not left the house. There was no one upstairs either, so there was only one place left. The guy was moving along a narrow corridor when he suddenly noticed a ventilation hole. It was through this path that he managed to get into a room whose floor was studded with swords. Among all this weaponry, on a spread blanket lay two figures. Wu Gong-sang was lying on his back, and a black-haired girl was lying on his chest. His long silver hair spread across the sheet. Paval looked at this picture through the grill of the ventilation shaft. Staring into the face of his future victim, he tried to remember it as clearly as possible. Even sitting in the ventilation tunnel, the boy could feel how strong the energy was coming from the heir to the Qingchen clan. The thought even crossed my mind that even the captain of the Red Phantoms wasn't that strong. In fact, you could say that Wu Gong-sang was on a completely different level. However, he remained human, so Paval took a rope from his back pocket. Realizing that Wu Gong-sang could be killed by twisting his neck, he tied a noose and began to slowly lower him from the ventilation. Paval looked down intently, trying to move as quietly as possible. The noose slowly descended to the neck of the sleeping Wu Gong-sang. The mercenary's face was covered in sweat profusely as he intently watched his actions. Meanwhile, the rope had already touched the neck of the heir to the Qingchen clan. When it was over, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling. Realizing that the mission required quick decisions, Paval tensed, pulling the rope tighter. He pulled on the rope with all his might. Feeling her lover's body jump sharply, the girl woke up and screamed in fright. The next moment, his body began to rise rapidly, and a dark figure descended from the other side. However, Wu Gong-sang was not going to give up just like that, so he cut the rope with one movement. Feeling the noose around his neck loosen, the heir to the Qingchen clan opened his mouth wide and took a deep breath. He landed on the ground with a thud, accompanied by a terrified scream from his mistress. The rivals stood opposite each other, studying each other with attentive eyes. Wu Gong-sang stared at the mercenary in amazement, asking who he was. The girl continued to sit, wrapped in a blanket, with debris from the ventilation system scattered around. Instead of answering, Paval silently reached for his daggers. After taking them out, the boy took a fighting stance, preparing for a duel. Without wasting time, the mercenary rushed forward, preparing to attack Wu Gong-sang. However, he stood absolutely calm, as if nothing was happening around him. At the last moment, the heir of the Qingchen clan raised two fingers, which shone with a bright light. With one clear movement, the boy managed to stop the dagger blow that was flying towards him. Seeing this, Paval stared at his opponent, not believing his own eyes. Meanwhile, Wu Gong-sang suddenly approached almost right up to his face. A second later, he sent an energy attack at the enemy, knocking him back forward. Paval spread his arms, flying away from his opponent. He stared in amazement at the bright light that poured from the heir of the Qingchen clan. When he attacked, the blow resembled a sword engulfed in bright flames. Holding out his daggers in front of him, Paval clenched his teeth tightly in tension. Wu Gong-sang's face, on the other hand, remained quite calm, as if he was making no effort at all. The mercenary tried his best to keep up and diligently parried every blow that flew in his direction. Feeling himself getting tired, he couldn't understand how his opponent could attack him with his bare hands. The guy knew perfectly well that he had to change the course of the battle, because he felt that he couldn't hold out like this for long. However, the next second his hand still couldn't hold the dagger, which flew to the floor. Nevertheless, with others, he managed to catch the enemy by surprise. At the last second, Wu Gong-sang managed to stop the blade right in front of his eye with two fingers. Turning his gaze to the mercenary, the boy expressed admiration for how many techniques he possessed. Carefully examining the dagger in his hand, Wu Gong-sang asked him who had sent it. However, Paval did not answer, struggling to breathe and looking at his opponent with hatred. Suddenly, his lips spread wide in a smile and his face took on a crazy expression as he assumed that he had been sent by the father of one of the girls. Hearing this, Paval measured him with a fierce gaze of red eyes with vertical pupils, although he did not understand what he was talking about. Wu Gong-sang noticed from childhood that martial arts came very easily to him, and everyone around him told him that he was the best, predicting a great future. And for him, it wasn't so much fun as it was just too easy. One day a girl approached him and said he was pretty cool. Then the boy hung there, carefully studying the girl's figure. The stranger stood before him, her hands modestly folded and smiling sweetly. After that, Wu Gong-sang began to take an active interest in women. Each time, the list of women he slept with grew longer, One day a guy was walking through the empty streets after a party, and it was that evening that he met a stranger, after which his life changed drastically. He turned his head, noticing a figure with long black hair next to him. Her face was quite petite, but her eyes were large and dark blue, which attracted attention. Then Wu Gongsang froze, staring at the stranger, not even suspecting that this night would cost him too much. For the guy himself, it was just a mistake he made while intoxicated. Moreover, he calmly admitted that he had done something completely wrong at the time. However, he did not believe that it was his fault that she committed suicide. Therefore, the heir of the Qingcheng clan did not understand why he had to train alone for a whole year, as it was too boring for him. And now he stood, gathering his energy around him, causing a dark haze to begin to surround him. Holding out his sword, Wu Gongsang asked if the mercenary had been sent by the girl's father to kill him. But Paval looked at him in amazement, completely not understanding who he was talking about. But the heir to the Qingcheng clan was not going to wait until he was finished off, so he decided to attack first. The mercenary suddenly felt his opponent overcome with emotion. It seemed as if Wu Gongsang was simply surrounded by thousands of sharp blades. For a moment he froze, looking at his opponent and trying to figure out what to do next. Paval frowned, trying not to take his gaze off his enemy. When he rushed forward, the mercenary realized that he had decided to attack. Wu Gongsang jumped up, bringing his sword in front of him and planning to gain another victory. However, Paval skillfully placed his daggers above his head, blocking the blow and repelling the attack. Not wanting to give up, the heir of the Qingcheng clan swung again, gathering energy around him. They struck their opponent one after another, not giving them a chance to rest and regroup. At some point, the mercenary lost his balance when the attack came right in front of him. However, he quickly got his bearings and swung his leg and hit Wu Gongsang right in the chin. He measured him with a cold gaze and warned that his cheap tricks were starting to get seriously annoying. However, Paval himself, meanwhile, had his hands behind his head, planning to launch a long-range attack. The next second, both of his daggers rushed straight into his opponent's chest. However, with one sharp movement, he threw them aside. Swinging his sword at the mercenary, the heir to the Qingcheng clan said that he would become a magician. However, at the last moment, Paval managed to break free and jump to the side. Wu Gongsang watched as the mercenary ran away with all his might. Realizing what exactly he wanted to do, the boy just clicked his tongue loudly. Meanwhile, Paval, with a wild expression on his face, was trying to reach the sword, the hilt of which was sticking out of the floor. Without wasting a second, he pulled his sword from the floor and launched it into the air where the enemy was. However, the heir to the Qingcheng clan managed to quickly orient himself and deflect the blade flying towards him. The mercenary, meanwhile, already had two swords in his hands, with which he wanted to continue attacking. One by one, he threw them at Wu Gongsang, trying to somehow hit him. The same one, not wanting to continue the duel, which he was tired of, swung for the decisive blow. He landed, leaning on his hand, and measured his opponent with a careful gaze. The boy's face showed complete indifference and lack of emotion towards what was happening. Paval, looking at his opponent who was slowly approaching, thought that his plan had not worked. However, realizing that he had no other choice, he entered the battle again. Taking 3 swords in each hand, he swung them, delivering a crossblow. A moment later, all the blades in his hands flew towards the heir of the Qingcheng clan. He skillfully repelled them from himself, using his energy. And at some point, Wu Gongsang extended his hand forward, planning to use one of his techniques. Huge waves suddenly rose around him, as the technique was called 72 sword waves. Without wasting time, the guy directed its action at his opponent. Paval stood, staring in shock at the water that was rapidly approaching him. At the same time, his gaze was directed precisely at the enemy who was among them. The mercenary clenched his teeth tightly in anger, trying not to lose his composure. Wu Gongsang put his palm forward, directing streams of water at the boy. He carefully watched what his opponent would do. The girl he had spent the night with stood terrified in front of the mercenary, unable to move. The heir of the Qingcheng clan gritted his teeth tightly, thinking about the mercenary using his tricks again. The next second, Paval, standing next to the girl, noticed a new wave heading towards them. The water between them suddenly swirled into a whirlpool, causing both of them to scream loudly. At that moment, Paval heard Wu Gongsang's voice right next to him. He glared at his opponent, realizing that he had no other choice. The boy remembered the 3 supervisors on the day they handed over new equipment to 3 children. And I also remembered the words of Yo Vol, who said that he decided to become a scapegoat of his own free will. Then he promised that it would remain to be seen whether he would become a goat or a wolf. And now, repelling Wu Gongsang's attack, the boy realized that this was the right time. The heir of the Chinchin clan did not expect at all that an unknown mercenary would know the secret technique. It was completely impossible for him, so he stared at the enemy in amazement. They engaged in a fierce duel, skillfully parrying each other's blows. Enraged, the boy asked Paval how he could repel his attack with 72 swords. However, the mercenary himself thought that he could not help but repel it, since he risked his life in order to study it. And although he did not possess it as much as the heir of the clan, he was certain that he could win. Paval swung his sword, striking the enemy one after another. He used the mind-changing technique, which allowed him to skillfully avoid wounds from his opponent's blade. At the same time, the boy tried to hit the heir to the clan with his blade. They struggled among the waves, trying to end the fight as quickly as possible. At some point, Wu Gongsang felt a figure appear behind him. It was at this moment that Paval thought he had finally found a weak spot. Without wasting time, he pulled his hand back to bring his sword up one last time. In the next second, his blade pierced through the chest of the heir to the Qingchen clan. He coughed up blood, his mouth wide open and staring at his opponent in shock. Blood from the wound flowed down the sword, staining everything around it. Paval swung his blade sharply, throwing his opponent's dead body to the floor. For a moment, the mercenary froze, trying to catch his breath after the hard battle. He stood with his head bowed and not even looking at his victim. His face was covered in blood, but his gaze was completely indifferent. The morning in the Qingchen clan began with good weather and terrible news. The guards ran headlong through the almost empty streets, hurrying to the heir's house. Alarm bells rang, announcing a terrible event. The security of the estate where Wu Gongsang's training took place was extremely high. The boy's body lay in the middle of the hall, covered in blood and covered with a light cloth. The clan chief and one of the warriors stood with their heads downcast as Wu Jinpeng wailed over his son's body. He fell to his knees, wondering how this could have happened. The head groaned in despair, asking the gods why all these trials had befallen their clan. Wu Jinpeng was filled with tears, mourning his only son, stroking his face. The man who was near the head turned to him, asking permission to say something. Turning his head to the side, he said that they had to get rid of the girl. She was sitting against the wall, wrapped in a blanket and staring blankly ahead. The head was outraged by the words that he wanted to get rid of the disciple of their sect, but the interlocutor reminded him that Wu Gongsang's reputation was at stake. It was perfectly clear that if rumors spread that the guy had let someone in during an isolated training session, his reputation would be ruined. Moreover, not only his reputation would suffer, but also theirs. Hearing this proposal, the head looked at him, and several streams of energy spread around. His voice sounded quite angry, which was also evident from the expression on his face. But his interlocutor was not at all concerned, so he said that what had been done could not be changed. The man understood perfectly well that once Wu Gongsang was dead, the reputation of their sect would fall. He warned that if they did nothing, it would be exactly as he said. In addition, the man suspected that someone had hired the assassin because they wanted to benefit from the fall of the Qingcheng clan. Hearing the words that they should prevent this, the head chuckled thoughtfully. Suddenly, 3 more men ran up to them and said that they should not do that under any circumstances. In addition, one of them reminded that the girl is a disciple of their sect. The girl continued to sit on the floor, hugging her knees and shedding tears. Redbeard looked at her and asked if everyone present thought so. After waiving his agreement, he said that in that case they could forget about catching up with the other clans, as the gap between them would only widen. For a second everyone thought, weighing all the pros and cons and trying to find a solution. Clan Chief Qingchen lowered his head, realizing that his goal was becoming very distant. While everyone was thinking, Wu Jinpeng picked up his bloodied sword and stood up. He began to slowly approach the girl, who looked up at him with tearful eyes. When he held his hand out to the side, the girl cast a frightened glance at the bloodied blade. As if in a fog, the man said that as a disciple of their sect, she should understand them. However, she only screamed in fear, bursting into tears. Wu Jinpeng desperately asked why she survived, adding that she had to protect his son at the cost of her own life. The girl cried and desperately begged to be spared. Everyone present suddenly turned in their direction, finally noticing what was happening. Noticing how the girl with the sword in her chest fell on her side, the head suddenly rushed towards them. He started screaming, asking his right hand why he did it. He just looked up, tearful and half crazy, and asked what exactly he was supposed to do. The chairman didn't even immediately find the answer to this question. Suddenly, his right arm snapped open and he shouted that Wu Gongsang was everything to him, and he couldn't watch his reputation shatter into pieces. The man fell to his knees in front of his head, lamenting that he had failed to protect his son. Meanwhile, the head of the Ame clan sat in her office reading the message she had just received. Looking at her students, the woman angrily shouted that this could not be. She tore up the message, telling her students that Wu Gongsan had been killed by a hired assassin. Jinhua stepped closer, shocked and asking the master if he had really been killed. However, she did not answer anything, saying that a net had been placed on the mercenaries, from which they were not supposed to escape. The three students stood before the master, not daring to say anything to her. The master of the Ma clan was annoyed that as soon as they agreed on the engagement, everything went downhill. Jinhua joined the discussion, adding that it was worth eliminating the murderer because he might be hiding a secret. Closing her eyes, the master said that the Qingchen clan had already asked them for help with this. Hearing the order to take the disciples and join the hunt, Jinhua bowed and asked to be entrusted with this matter. Young Sol-ran heard the master say that she was probably glad that the wedding had fallen through. The girl turned her head and saw that the man was looking at her with a stern look. Without showing her emotions, the girl replied that she could not rejoice at the loss of her husband. Hearing the student call Wu Gongsan her husband, Master Ime was surprised. As she left her office, young Sol-ran said that since they had agreed to get married, he was her husband. Clan Chief Ime looked sternly at her students leaving the premises. At this time, a young man was walking through one of the fields carrying a basket. He smiled broadly, saying that he needed nothing but silence and serenity. However, at some point, 2 spears suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Hearing the guard's stern voice ordering him to stop, the man looked at the soldiers in surprise. He didn't understand what was happening, so he asked the guards about it. They explained to him that they were looking for a criminal who had committed a deadly crime. The man introduced himself as young Chol and added that he lived in a village nearby. The guards were surprised that he was returning from working in the fields so early, but the man explained that they had cut all the weeds, so the work was complete. One of the soldiers turned to his commander, asking what they should do with the peasant. He looked carefully at young Chol and told them to let him through. The peasant walked forward, thanking the guards at every step. Reaching the head of security, young Chol bowed low, thanking him again. As he walked on, the chief suddenly froze, as something about the figure alarmed him. The guard ordered the peasant to stop, not taking his gaze off him. He wondered how the sickle could remain so clean after working with weeds. He knew perfectly well that after working with grass, there would be some marks left on the tool. Young Chol fell silent, trying to find an explanation for this state of affairs. Shoving his hand under his caftan, the head of security said that he was too suspicious. The man raised his hand, which held a smoke bomb. The next moment, a tall column of smoke rose into the air, announcing their location. Realizing that his identity had been revealed, Paval only gritted his teeth in anger. The captain at this time shouted to his subordinates to seize the stranger. Paval looked at them with red, glowing eyes, the pupils of which were vertical. The guards slowly surrounded the man, trying to prevent him from escaping. The captain said that he was just fooling around with the farmer, and therefore could turn out to be the murderer everyone was looking for. Paval glared at the guards, covering his face with his hand and changing his appearance. A short time later, the captain fell onto his back from a powerful blow. The figure of a mercenary towered over him, his gaze fixed on the guard. The next moment, bright threads began to envelop it, which terrified the captain. Paval sat on him, tightening the ropes around his neck. The mercenary was interested in who the respected master they were talking about was. However, the head of security was unable to say anything, trying to loosen his grip. The figure of an elderly woman, surrounded by dark feathers and holding a scepter, flashed in his memory. Trying to save his life, the man said he meant the head of the Ime clan. Paval stared at him sternly, tightening the ropes around the captain's neck. Hearing the name, the mercenary asked if it was the boss who gave him the order to catch the murderer. The captain added that the order was not only given to them, but to all the disciples of the Ime clan. Looking at the bodies of the slain guards, Paval asked if his clan always helped the Qingcheng clan. The captain admitted that he was also very surprised by such an order from the head of their clan. Looking at the warrior's face, which was covered in large drops of sweat, the boy thought that if he delayed a little longer, the soldiers who had seen the signal would come. The boy looked at his opponent, tightening the strings around his neck. Paval understood perfectly well that someone who knew him and envied him could order Wu Gongsan. Moreover, it had to be organized by someone who could calmly wait 7 years for the children's education to be completed. It was also worth considering that the customer had to have a lot of money to build an underground city. The unknown customer was supposed to be from Sichuan, so it was clear that the head of the Ime clan was a perfect fit. Now Paval, who was staring resolutely ahead, had a new goal. Meanwhile, a new detachment of guards emerged from the thicket, immediately noticing the mercenary. Paval heard a few more people approaching and turned his head slightly. The captain laughed with his last strength and said that since the soldiers were here, the killer had no chance. At the same time, the man added that if he wants to survive, he must let go. However, he only stood up and sharply pulled the threads that cut the captain's neck. Ignoring the advancing guards, the boy aimed at the head of the Ma clan. Meanwhile, in the camp where the people of the Ma clan were based, warriors were moving between the tents. One of the servants reported that the murderer had broken through the ring of their disciples and escaped. Zheng Hua looked at him sternly, realizing that her plan was falling apart at the seams. Putting her fingers to her eyes, the girl exhaled, realizing that the mercenary had turned out to be stronger. The unknown killer turned out to be much more agile than expected, so the girl immediately remembered the words of the clan head, who said that she would have to look for suspicious people wherever she was. However, it has now become clear that no ordinary murderer was involved in the case. Without raising her head to the messenger, Jinhua said that they would throw all their efforts into searching for him. However, suddenly the voice of young Sol Ran was heard nearby, saying that something had to be done differently. Noticing the messenger's surprised look, the girl explained that they wouldn't be able to catch the mercenary that way. Jinhua looked at her sister and wondered what exactly she meant. If the killer was not caught even after being caught, it meant that he had outstanding abilities, and with this method they would only have his traces. Jinhua asked what the girl suggested doing in that case. Young Sol Ran said that it was worth predicting where he would go and waiting for him there. So the brunette said she had something to offer. Considering the number of corpses the mercenary left behind, it could be said that he was at the limit of his capabilities. And in this state, he will most likely want to return to where he will feel as safe as possible, namely, to where he was raised to be a murderer for a very long time. Jinhua thought the brunette was quite smart, adding that a lot of provisions were being shipped to the area near Batang. Young Sol Ran looked at her sister with big blue eyes, waiting for instructions. After that, the girl stood up and replied to the brunette, who was listening to her words. They decided to go to Batang, where they would wait for the killer. The Qingcheng clan guards, meanwhile, were riding fast on horseback, trying to catch up with the murderer. Paval ran as fast as he could, trying to break away from them. He heard words that they would take revenge on him against Wu Gongsan. At some point, the mercenary suddenly jumped onto the cliff and began running up it. He understood perfectly well that his pursuers were on his tail, and he had to do something about it to get away from them. Arrows flew after him, hitting the rock, scattering small fragments of stone around. The next moment, Paval saw that the arrows began to stop right at his feet. He was interested in how pursuers could predict the trajectory of his movement. Turning his head, he saw a squad below, carefully watching his movements. The girl with long dark hair and big blue eyes attracted the most attention. Noticing her, the guy froze, suddenly realizing that at this pace they could easily catch up with him. After a while, he ran away again, developing extraordinary speed. Suddenly, he felt that his pursuers had stopped unexpectedly. The guy turned his head to see if there was a reason for this, or if they had simply given up. Paval saw a large blast wave rise behind him, followed by fragments of trees and rocks. The dust cloud was so large that it was visible even above the treetops. When the dust settled, it became apparent that the explosion had created a large, deep trench. The red-bearded warrior of the Qingchen clan, meanwhile, stood amidst a cloud of dust, watching what was happening right in front of him. He held his sword out in front of him, planning to fight back if he encountered the assassin. The man thought he wanted to pave the way for them, but he miscalculated his strength due to anger. Realizing that they could learn a lot if they caught the mercenary alive, the warrior ordered his subordinates to find him. Jinhua hovered in the air above the paddock, looking at the collapsed road. Her face was serious, and her gaze was intently watching everything that was happening. Suddenly, among the trees and dust, the dark figure of a mercenary appeared, continuing to flee. Noticing him, the girl gritted her teeth in fury at her target. She put her hand forward and shot a strong beam of light at him. All the warriors of the Qingcheng clan carefully watched the bright light that spread not far from them. Redbeard suddenly thought that he was glad that the mercenary had survived, but Jinhua clearly wanted to hit him with the intention of killing him. The girl, still in the air, shouted to her subordinates to capture Paval, as they would never forgive him for his actions. After some time, The warriors of the Qingchen clan reported to their leaders that they had managed to find the entrance to the dungeon. Looking at the lowered rope, one of them assumed that the mercenary had managed to get down, and the red-bearded man sighed that this place did exist. Returning to the warrior, he ordered them all to descend the rope, as the murderer needed to be caught. Jinhua carefully watched what was happening at the entrance to the underground city where the assassins were being trained. Without even turning her head to her people, the girl said that they had to find the mercenary first. Some warriors of the Qingchen clan illuminated the hole with the light of the torches they held in their hands. The rest descended, holding onto the ropes hanging from the winch. The last of their sect to descend was the red-bearded one, who looked around in bewilderment as soon as he stepped on the ground. His men, holding torches in front of them, illuminated a narrow street with half-ruined buildings. Suddenly there was a landing sound from behind as Jinhua descended the rope. Looking around, she wondered with surprise if this was where the Red Phantoms trained their assassins. Standing in the middle of the road, the girl finally understood why they couldn't have found them earlier if they were hiding in a place like this. Having walked a little further along the street on which he was standing, the red-bearded man suddenly froze, staring in front of him in a daze. He was now looking straight at the central building of the underground city, which was an exact replica of Wu Gongong's house. Jinhua approached the man, also surprised by how much the place resembled the original. She stared in amazement, realizing that a replica of the Qingcheng sect had been built here. Suddenly, one of the soldiers came closer and shouted loudly, asking how this was possible. He was outraged that someone had created a copy of their sect, and he wanted to take revenge for it as quickly as possible, without forgiving anything. The crowd also began to shout that someone had to support such a city from the outside, and the enemies had been preparing for this for a long time. Standing, surrounded by darkness, Jinhua listened intently to everything the Qingcheng clan members said. The red-bearded man suddenly tilted his head and laughed loudly, surrounded by a bright glow. He continued to burst into laughter, and the amount of light around him grew with every second. His disciples looked at the man with frightened eyes, not understanding what was happening to him. Finally, he seriously said that they would definitely take revenge, but first they should find the killer. They just folded their hands in a humble gesture and bowed, saying that they understood everything. Jinhua also bowed and warned that she would take her men and search another part of the city. When the red-bearded man told her to make sure that it was the mercenary they had caught, the girl looked in front of her in amazement. However, the man continued, adding that he didn't care whether the boy had all his arms or legs, as long as they brought him back alive. Not daring to argue, the girl bowed and said that she would do everything exactly that way. In addition, the man added that he would be very angry if the murderer was accidentally killed. Now the man's strong desire was to personally punish the impudent man and give him what he deserved. However, Jinhua, without even turning her head to him, told him that he had nothing to worry about. Jinhua stared ahead with a tense gaze, thinking that the red-bearded man already suspected their sect of all this. So she decided that they had to find a mercenary much faster than the Qingcheng clan would. From the height of one of the platforms, young Solran watched her sister, never taking her gaze off her. Upon returning, the girl felt that now they had a great chance of facing big problems. Glancing at one of the rooftops, she thought that everyone was trying to catch the mercenary, forgetting that this place belonged to him. However, they were down in the streets, hunting for an unknown killer. But in reality, it looked more like a mercenary was keeping a close eye on them all. In the underground place, there were many half-ruined buildings, clinging to the walls of the rock like swallows' nests. The red-bearded man approached one of the buildings, lighting his way with a torch. Looking around, he thought that the underground city was incredibly huge. He couldn't even believe that the replica of the Qingcheng sect palace was built solely for the purpose of killing Wu Gongong. However, looking around at the other buildings huddled against the rock, the man thought that the rest of the architecture was not very impressive. Moving down the dark corridor, he wondered if this place had existed before, or if it had been built on purpose. In addition, the question of who was behind all this was interesting, since it was not clear who was so powerful. Suddenly, the red-bearded man noticed that the corridor ended, and on his right was a large door. He opened them wide in one motion and held the torch forward to illuminate the room. The man approached a large round table with 3 chairs. The red-bearded man began to move, running his hand along the wall. Suddenly, his palm touched a small indentation which immediately moved. Sensing this, the red-bearded man stared in shock at the sound of the stone moving. At the level of his face, the man noticed a large hole that indicated a hiding place. Bringing the torch closer, he looked inside to see if there was anything there. In the hiding place lay a golden tube with intricate patterns. Redbeard took it in his hands and opened it, finding a small sheet of paper inside. After reading it, the man stared in amazement at the text that was written there. The next second, in his rage, he grabbed the paper so tightly that it simply tore. The red-bearded man was wildly annoyed that the future of the Qingchen clan was only worth 500,000. Raising his head, the red-bearded man shouted loudly that he would never forgive this. His energy, which burst forth, was so strong that everything around him turned to rubble. Suddenly, the red-bearded man's attention was drawn to a large passage in the wall that had opened after he had discharged it. There he saw a small bridge that led to a table where a single notebook lay. However, later the man noticed that the space was filled with white snakes that stared at the stranger with their blood-red eyes. Looking into the abyss, the red-bearded man wondered why anyone would need such a place. When he approached the table, he managed to make out the writing on the notebook. He said that on the table in front of the man lay one of the 9 demonic currents. Redbeard remembered that this was the name of a sect that existed during the time of the struggle between demons and gods. For a while the man froze, studying everything that was written in the notebook. The snakes in the cliff, sensing someone's presence above them, came to life and raised their heads. Meanwhile, the Qingchen clan moved along the cave tunnel, lighting their way with torches. Suddenly, one of them held out his hand, in the palm of which lay a few grains of rice. He said that the mercenary left behind the grains of rice he had previously eaten. Having gathered together, the guys decided that a professional killer was not far from them, so they had to be very careful. They moved on, but one of them lagged behind the group, looking in different directions. He thought about how it was too dark around him, and even a torch couldn't help with that. The guy didn't even notice that the mercenary was already flying at him, his arms outstretched. However, the sect member was quite uncomfortable, so he shook his head, and his face was covered in sweat. A second later, he felt thin threads wrapping around his body, preventing him from moving. The warrior tried to scream, but Paval abruptly wrapped the ropes around his neck. His colleagues, meanwhile, moved further forward, despite the fact that their partner was gone. They were more interested in how the assassins they were training could live here. Besides, they wanted to catch the mercenary and learn the names of his patrons. And although the assassin finished off Wu Gongsan, it was clear that the mercenary used a very insidious technique, otherwise nothing would have worked. One of the Qingchen clan warriors wanted to add something, but suddenly felt someone's presence behind him. He didn't even have time to say anything or call for help when the killer abruptly cut his throat. In a last hope for salvation, the warrior stretched out his hand, trying to reach the nearest companion. Everyone turned around, not understanding what was happening, but alarmed by the unexpected sounds. After walking back a little, they saw one of their colleagues lying on the floor with his throat cut. The guys stopped, not knowing what had happened or where to go next. At some point, one of the soldiers shouted that the mercenary they were looking for had done it. Unable to contain his rage, he rushed into the darkness to quickly avenge his comrade's death, ignoring the cries of the others. Meanwhile, Paval was upstairs, preparing to attack another guy. His target now was a guy who was shouting loudly, trying to stop his colleague. The next second, he was pulled up, forcing the boy to let go of the torch he was holding in his hand. Hearing his partner's voice cut off abruptly, the last of the Qingchen clan warriors turned around abruptly. Realizing that he was left completely alone, the boy took out his sword and began to spin sharply in place. The boy peered intently into the darkness, trying to see his enemy in it. He held his sword in front of him, ready to rush into battle at any second. There were notes of panic in his voice as the boy shouted to the mercenary to come out into the light. At some point, the torches that provided at least some light in the cave went out. Tears instantly welled up in my eyes as it became clear that my chances were dwindling. It was at this moment that a red eye flashed brightly in the darkness. Meanwhile, in the city itself, another group was following the tracks they had managed to find. One of them said that since there were also their footprints on the ground, it would be quite difficult to find the mercenary. Looking at all this, the other boy stared sternly ahead, thinking that this was very dangerous. He understood perfectly well that if the killer wanted to escape, he would simply do everything possible to break away from his pursuers. However, looking around, it became clear that he had lured the enemies into his lair, which he knows best. And now it was clear that the killer preferred to fight to the end, but in the place he knew best. That was why Qing Ming was going to be the one to catch the mercenary, which would greatly enhance his reputation within the sect. Attracting the attention of the other warriors, the boy shouted that they would move in groups of 2 and confirm their location. At the same time, Qing Ming warned that the killer would use every hole to attack, so he ordered to be careful. Immediately after receiving the briefing, the team set off forward, following a determined leader. Suddenly, Qing Ming looked down in fear at his foot, which had stepped on the trap. Unable to contain himself from horror, the boy opened his mouth wide and screamed loudly. His team immediately scattered down the street, preparing to fight back. In a moment, everyone was swinging their swords, breaking arrows flying from different directions. Broken arrows fell to the ground, broken in half. Qing Ming held 2 swords in his hands, feverishly trying to repel every attack. He understood that they had fallen into a trap, but he didn't understand why it had been set there, so he asked if everyone was okay. Suddenly, a voice was heard behind him, saying that there were many wounded in the group, but no one was killed. At that moment, a noise was heard from above, which made the boys raise their heads and look there. Hearing him, Qing Ming shouted for everyone to calm down and prepare for the next wave. His eyes searched the ceiling feverishly for any sign of where the trap might be. He was interested in who could live peacefully in such a cave. Meanwhile, Paval calmly watched as his enemies struggled to survive on the streets of the underground city. His face expressed no emotion, and his eyes shone with cold determination. Meanwhile, the red-bearded man held a notebook with techniques in his hands, which dealt with snakes, poison, and witchcraft. He thought that the snakes he saw were collected by the sect for research. Now he wondered if the killers had used this base after the sect. Meanwhile, it later turned out that both groups that were sent to search were completely destroyed. One of the girls, filled with tears, stared fearfully into the darkness. She held her sword in front of her, shouting into the darkness for the mercenary to appear. Suddenly, the girl felt someone grab her sharply by the neck, which made her gasp. Jinhua came closer and, hugging her subordinate, told her to calm down. While the leader was calming one, the other 2 held swords in front of them and said that they did not see the killer. Hearing the panic in their voices, Jinhua couldn't help but tell everyone to calm down. She explained that the killer wouldn't make any sudden movements while he was wounded, so there was no point in separating. Sticking together, Jinhua led the girls in search of the boy. Paval, meanwhile, understood that she was right, and if he stopped, the advantage would not be on his side. So he carefully watched the group of girls led by Jinhua. The girl stared sternly ahead, trying not to panic and trying to find him. Her lips were tightly pressed together, and her gaze expressed a fierce determination in what she was doing. As he flew up to her, Paval thought that he would be able to deal with her quickly. However, unexpectedly, at the last second, the girl turned and looked directly at the mercenary. Holding a weapon in front of her, the girl shouted that he had absolutely no chance. Nevertheless, Paval did not slow down at all, advancing on her and planning to engage in battle. Jinhua released a large pillar of light in front of her, aiming it directly at the attacker. He raised his fist in front of him and, opening his mouth wide, shouted. A moment later, he glared at his opponent, his teeth clenched tightly. The boy's eyes burned with an otherworldly red glow, and his face took on a terrifying expression. Jinhua stared in shock at the 2 bloody fingers that were rapidly approaching her face. A second later, the girl threw back her head, and a trickle of blood spurted from her eye. Grabbing her wound, she cursed, glaring at her opponent with savage hatred. However, Paval only said that she was a good girl because she was able to stop his attack. Suddenly, young Sol-Ran appeared behind him, surprised by his words about how lucky she was. Holding onto the side where the wound was gaping, the boy heard that she had simply hit where her sense of smell had indicated. Baring his teeth, the guy turned his head back and said that the brunette had pretty good instincts. However, young Sol-Ran only coldly replied that she had heard it so many times before. After that, she calmly asked the mercenary why he didn't surrender now. However, he only smiled predatorily, asking again if he had heard correctly. Threads began to appear on his hand again, which he was about to put into action. Paval waved his hand, loosening the threads around the brunette, which she tried to cover herself with her hand. A second later, her weapon was firmly gripped in his hand. So, with his red eyes flashing, the killer asked again if he should surrender. Turning to face the girl, Paval asked her if she would pardon him in that case. Young Sol-Ran suddenly froze, trying to think of what to answer him to this question. Noticing her doubts, the guy smiled and said that she wasn't going to leave him alive. Realizing that there was some truth in his words, the brunette lowered her gaze and asked how much he knew. At this question, Paval growled furiously that the abbess of the 9 troubles was behind this, and she was the real devil. Jinhua couldn't take it anymore and shouted to her sister not to talk to the enemy, but to simply finish him off. Young Solran silently closed her eyes, trying to calmly decide what to do next. Finally, the girl put her hand forward and said that she must avenge the death of her fiancé. Upon hearing that her future husband was to be Wu Gong-sang, Paval stared at his interlocutor in surprise. He understood perfectly well that a collision with such energy could be a real suicide. So he took a few steps back, realizing that he had to retreat first. A second later, a bright streaming light hit him in the side. Young Solran stared in amazement at the place where, just a moment ago, the mercenary they had been searching for so long had stood. Suddenly, the voice of a red-bearded man was heard from behind, slowly approaching the girls. Jinhua stared at her husband, trying to figure out what to do next. Paval, meanwhile, sat on the stone rubble, completely covered in blood. Turning her head towards him, the girl gritted her teeth in rage that he was still alive. Without wasting time, she rushed forward, intending to finish the case of killing the mercenary. A bright light suddenly poured from her hands, once again heading towards Paval. He stared sternly ahead with his red eyes with vertical pupils. However, the next moment, a red-bearded man appeared in front of Jinhua, pushed her back, and ordered her to leave. The girl froze, staring in amazement at his tightly clenched fists. She tried to object, saying that if he was left alive, he might be able to use some kind of spell. However, the red-bearded man, looking sternly ahead, said that he would deal with the boy himself. His eyes shone with a bright yellow, otherworldly light, and he kept them focused on his goal. Kneeling on one knee, the man asked if he was the one who killed Wu Gong-sang. He asked why the mercenary killed that boy. Paval, without raising his head, replied that he did it because he was a murderer. When asked about the murderer's need to determine what is right and what is wrong, the boy replied that he had been kidnapped and thrown here, so he could not afford such a luxury. When the red-bearded man asked if he really had no choice, the mercenary raised his head and replied that someone who was raised as a murderer had no choice. Drilling his attentive gaze at the murderer in front of him, the red-bearded man concluded that the murderer was not going to repent. The man noticed that his eyes shone with cruelty, and if the boy had grown up in normal conditions, he would have become a genius. After that, the red-bearded man reached into his inside pocket and took out a tube with an order. Noticing this, Paval was surprised that he had managed to find the letter with the order. The man said that the guy knew about it from the beginning, so he must know exactly who made the order. Without taking his gaze off him, Paval said that he only had some guesses. At the same time, a wild smile appeared on his face when he added that they were thinking about the same person. Jinhua and Yang Solran carefully watched what the representative of the Qingcheng clan would do. Paval, meanwhile, was grinning wildly and laughing loudly. The next moment, the red-bearded man turned his head sharply, hearing some noise behind him. Jinhua watched in amazement as what was happening before her eyes. From the side, the voice of Qing Ming was heard, who ran with all his might to where his teacher was. Folding his hands in a respectful gesture, the boy asked the man if he was okay. Turning his head to the mercenary, the man asked the subordinate where the other followers were. Hearing that they had fallen into a trap and did not survive, the red-bearded man closed his eyes and exhaled heavily. As soon as he opened them, it became noticeable that they were shining. The red-bearded man slowly stood up, not taking his eyes off the mercenary. Without taking his eyes off the mercenary, the man said that it would not be enough to simply execute him. A second later, he reached out and grabbed the mercenary's bloody leg. Regardless, he dragged it along the ground, not caring about comfort. When he said that this was the only way he could atone for the murders, Paval only laughed softly. He was interested in who would give him back 7 years and answer for his life, which one of them had taken. The red-bearded man continued to drag the mercenary, leaving a long bloody trail on the ground. After a while, they came to a cliff that was teeming with snakes. Hearing footsteps above them again, they raised their heads and their red eyes flashed. Redbeard froze for a moment, looking down at the reptiles, which were making a wild hissing sound. He turned his head to the mercenary, asking if he still wanted to tell him everything. However, he only smiled wildly, showing with his whole appearance that he had not changed his decision. The red-bearded man froze for a moment, not taking his stern gaze off the murderer. From this, he concluded that he had simply completely lost hope, so there was no place for him in this world. After these words, the man threw the boy straight into the abyss, wanting him to die a horrible death. Paval kept his eyes on the red-bearded man throughout the flight, trying to remember. Finally, he fell to the bottom of an abyss completely covered with white poisonous snakes. For a moment he froze with his eyes closed, trying to move as little as possible. After a few seconds he opened his eyes and looked up. There, the boy saw the figure of a red-bearded man with his back turned to him, ordering his subordinates to destroy the place. Covered in blood, Paval was left lying among the white snakes completely alone. As soon as he made the slightest movement, the snakes would raise their heads and open their mouths. They dug their sharp fangs into his skin, inflicting poisonous bites. After some time of this state of affairs, the boy opened his eyes wide and stared ahead. He felt poison coursing through his veins, causing them to swell violently. Paval thought that expecting his death from poisonous snakes was a mistake. Suddenly another snake appeared before his eyes, glaring at him with its red eyes. Realizing that she was preparing to attack, the boy gritted his teeth. The reptile climbed onto his stomach and began to climb closer to his neck. However, Paval abruptly raised his hand and grabbed the snake by the head. The next second he brought the reptile to his gaping mouth. The boy spent so much time in the abyss that the bodies of his enemies, left among the half-collapsed buildings, turned into skeletons. They lay almost everywhere among the ruins of the underground city. Paval sat motionless, and a white snake moved up his leg. At some point, she got very close to his face. However, a second later, the guy grabbed her sharply and bit her head off. Having finished with the reptile, the boy, who had changed greatly, looked at his hand. Meanwhile, in the big city, people lived peacefully, walking down the street and shopping. The doors of one of the establishments were also open, inviting everyone inside. Suddenly, a loud scream was heard from inside, clearly belonging to a man. A second later, people on the street noticed one of the soldiers flying out of the window. He landed abruptly with his back on the stone floor, and wooden fragments flew after him. Paval, who had already managed to escape from the underground city, quietly asked what he had said earlier. After fixing his hair, the man reminded me that he would be resting here for 3 days, and that he should not be disturbed until then. At the same time, he looked at those present with the piercing gaze of his red eyes. In front of him stood 2 men and a woman who didn't understand what was happening. Frowning, the woman wondered what the hell was going on here. Standing in front of the broken window, the 3 of them tried to figure out what kind of magic had just been used. One of the men suddenly growled, threatening and showering the guest with selective abuse. However, even the name of the opponent he had recently thrown out the window did not impress Pavolya, and his face remained indifferent. A moment later, a glow of thin threads appeared around the necks of both men. The guest pulled on them, forcing the men to fall to the ground. They fell, staring desperately in front of them and splattering the carpet with saliva. The woman who was watching all this was surprised to think that she had never even suspected the existence of such a master in Sichuan. Looking at the assistant who reached for the face of the unknown guest, she thought that this was simply impossible. However, realizing that something had to be done, the woman fell to her knees, apologizing to the master for not recognizing him. Hearing the words that the girl would take care of him while he rested here, Paval only chuckled briefly. His gaze sent a chill down her spine, and the woman wondered how a person could have eyes like that. The man put his hand forward and raised 3 fingers, reminding him of the number of days he would spend here. Releasing the sparks that held the 2 men together, Paval expressed his hope that he would no longer be disturbed. The men, rising to their knees, clutched their necks and began to cough feverishly. The woman bowed, adding that it would be so, asking the guest his name. He, holding the girl close to him, quietly replied that his name was Paval. After 3 days, the man, having received new clothes and having fixed his hair, went out to meet us. The hostess handed him a bundle and told him that they had gathered food for him on his way. He accepted it gratefully and walked away silently, leaving the women to watch after him. When the stranger's figure disappeared, the woman asked Solyang who he was. However, without turning her head, she replied that he was just a guest. Hearing that she didn't even try to find out who he was, the woman said that she wouldn't even recognize the god of death when she saw him. Paval himself thought that Zhang Hu now had a very dangerous killer. After some time, the guy stopped in one of the abandoned buildings, as the weather began to deteriorate rapidly. Looking at the raindrops falling to the ground, he thought that it was much better outside. It's been 7 years since he was last here. However, as he shook his hand, the boy thought that he had forgotten absolutely nothing about the events of the past. And if he doesn't finish with the past, he definitely won't be able to move on. He remembered very well that the Imei and Qingcheng sects were behind everything that happened to him, and you could learn much more about them if you went directly to Chengdu. That was why Paval now looked forward resolutely, realizing that he now had a goal. At that time, 2 men and a woman were traveling along the road, who kept grumbling about how she hated this weather. Having found shelter, the woman looked at herself and was indignant, getting all wet. One of the men asked indignantly why he was here, and why he should be responsible for her getting wet. However, the girl turned to him and replied that they were in this situation because he had led them somewhere unknown. Morak, who was with them, asked why he had been sentenced to such exams. Hearing his question about why he should travel with the 2 of them, the girl shouted that he was no better than them. She wanted to say something else, but suddenly a sound caught her attention. Realizing that there was someone else here besides them, everyone looked around and saw the figure of Paval. Coming closer, the girl said that someone had gotten here faster than them. Hearing her say that she had met a handsome man, one of the men said that it was all thanks to him. Ho Ranju approached Paval and said that fate itself arranged for them to meet. Without taking his gaze off the girl, the guy stretched his lips in a barely noticeable smile and introduced himself. Noticing her partner's amorous gaze, one of her companions sighed that she always behaved like this. He looked at the stranger and introduced himself as Dao Shu, and his partner's name was Hel Sin. Ho Ranju approached Paval and asked where he was going, and upon hearing his destination, said that they needed to go there too. At the same time, she added with a broad smile that it would be good to go there together. However, Paval did not show much enthusiasm for the idea at all. At first glance, their company looked rather strange. However, they were all professionals who were good at working in a team. Studying Ho Ranju's figure closely, the man wondered if she was a leader, even though she didn't look like him. For a moment, Paval thought, trying to figure out what would be best to do. Thinking that someone must have ordered them to be together, the man sighed and agreed to the offer to travel together. Their company was quite interesting, so he didn't take his eyes off the trio. After the bad weather was over, traffic revived at the port, as stevedores began loading bags onto ships. Looking at this, Dao Shi said with a smile that they were lucky since the ship was leaving in an hour. As she climbed aboard, Haranju said she didn't like ships carrying rice because they weren't comfortable. However, she quickly put on a smile and asked Paval what he was doing in Chengdu. Looking away, the man replied that he wanted to meet his friends. Upon hearing this, Paval replied that he had to meet with his debtors. After that, he turned his gaze to the redhead, wondering why she was heading there. To this, the girl replied that they were selling goods that could not be seen. At this moment, Dao Shu asked with a smile which clan Paval belonged to. However, he, showing absolutely no emotion, replied that he did not belong to any clan. Hearing a surprised question about whether he belonged to any clan, the man wondered if there might be quality problems with that. At some point, Dao Shu frowned, carefully studying his interlocutor. He leaned over the side, looking out at the water they were traveling through. While the ship cut through the waters of the river, the people on board went about their business. Here you could also see a happy couple in love, smiling at each other, and also 2 men who were enthusiastically discussing their affairs. Paval carefully observed all the passengers on board, lost in his thoughts. Suddenly, he felt someone sit down next to him, and turning his head, he noticed Ho Ranju. Looking at him, the girl said that he looked rather sentimental. Looking at them, Hel Sung wondered if it wasn't dangerous to leave them alone. However, Dao Xin said that in fact all of the girl's actions were clearly calculated. Watching her smile at her new acquaintance, the man said that Ho Ranju was good at pretending to be kind. However, the boy was quite suspicious and didn't really like talking, so the redhead would have to try hard. At some point, someone nearby dropped a plate and hit the floor. All the passengers gathered near one of the sides and watched as the boat approached the ship. Hearing this, Hel Xing and Dao Shu froze, glancing in that direction. The pirate leader shouted that if they took the rice from the ship, they would be able to feed themselves for a while. Realizing that pirates were approaching them, the merchant shouted loudly. His team began to panic, not knowing what to do or where to go. Suddenly, a voice was heard from behind, noting that they were in a difficult situation. Dao Sha smiled and asked if they needed help. The merchant looked at him in confusion and asked who he was. However, the man smiled wider and said that it was absolutely not important. What was much more important was what he could do. At that moment, the figure of Hel Sin appeared behind him, ready to enter the battle. A second later, the merchant stared in amazement at the monk who had flown towards the pirates. Hel Sin stared intently at the pirates, sparks shooting from his eyes. The pirates froze for a moment, watching as the warrior approached them. At some point, he flew up and immediately raised his hand to strike. The pirates, who had not expected such a rebuff, looked intently at the monk, waiting for him to continue. However, the captain quickly came to his senses and ordered his men to kill him. So a second later, they rushed at the monk, swinging their swords. However, Hel Sin only looked sternly in front of him, not planning to give up. The merchant, who remained on his ship, watched in amazement as what was happening. Dao Shu came closer and, putting his arm around his shoulders, asked him what he thought about it. At that, his lips stretched into a broad smile, and he added that it would only be worth 500 silver yans. Helsan's eyes, meanwhile, glowed with a bright light as he chose his next target. He held out his staff in front of him, tapping it on the floor. The man stood, gripping his weapon tightly and scattering his opponents in different directions. His eyes continued to glow with a yellow glow as he looked at the rest of the pirates. Time and again, the man struck, not giving his opponents the opportunity to attack in return. After a few minutes of fighting, all the pirates were lying unconscious in the boat. The gang leader looked fearfully at the monk who was slowly approaching him. When its shadow hung directly over the man, he raised his hands, trying to cover his face. In a moment, Hell Sin was already leaving the boat, leaving behind the pirate's unconscious body. They were all sitting or lying in the boat, and were either unconscious or in an inadequate condition. At the same time, the monk calmly left the boat, returning to the ship. With one leap, the man jumped off the pirate boat and crossed the distance between the ships. Dao Shi waved to his partner with a broad smile and praised him for his excellent work. He instead advised them to ask Ho Ranju about it next time. However, the friend replied that she would not obey, and her curse would be a very bad thing. At the mention of the girl, Dao Shi shook his head, trying to find her. Meanwhile, the redhead continued to surround Pavolia, asking if he had a place to stay and offering to go with them. When he indifferently replied that he was fine alone, the girl squealed that his cold gaze was simply incredible. Watching this, Dao Shi wondered what would happen if the girl did manage to get a hold of her new acquaintance. He was surprised that an ordinary person would be horrified by such a state of affairs, but Paval was no ordinary man. Besides, looking at his eyes, it was clear that he had been through a lot. At some point, Horanju puffed out her cheeks and tears welled up in her eyes. But Pivol's figure, like his facial expression, remained a great mystery. The redhead began to wipe away tears and complain about the fact that her new acquaintance was rejecting her, even though she was kind to him. However, he replied that he did not like poisonous roses, no matter how beautiful they were. Realizing that her plan had failed, the redhead turned away and glared angrily in front of her. However, a moment later she turned to face the boy again and asked with a smile if he thought she was beautiful. This satisfied her ego quite a bit, so she smiled even wider. However, Paywall did not even show the semblance of a smile on his face, remaining completely serious. The man himself understood perfectly well that the redhead, like her companions, were fighting for money, and the fact that they decided to intervene only said that they wanted to show strength and gain recognition. The thought even arose in my mind that Chengdu was in the flames of civil strife, since they needed such forces. However, the question arose whether the Yimei and Qingcheng clans would allow such wars, so it could very well be that things were really bad with all of this. I remembered how he had warned Jinhua with a smile that she should prepare. At the same time, the guy then said that it was worth doing if she didn't want to be punished. And now Pival stared sternly ahead, resolutely preparing for battle. Finally, the ship docked at the shore and the crew began unloading the goods. Dao Shu mounted his horse and announced that they would be in Chengdu the next morning. Instead, Piwol replied that he wanted to spend one day here. When the redhead asked if they could go together, the man replied that he had to take care of something here. At the same time, he promised to meet with them when he arrived in Chengdu. When Ho Ranju asked with a smile if he would tell her, he flatly refused. After this conversation was over, the three of them mounted their horses and rode away. Paval froze for a moment, looking at his new companions. Immediately after their figures disappeared over the horizon, he set off for his destination. His path led to a two-story building to which a tall staircase led. Approaching the door, the man pulled back the curtain of rattles, behind which a light shone. When P. Wall entered the room, two men immediately noticed him, and the further he walked, the more people turned their heads towards him. The hall was quite crowded, and the audience was diverse. Paval paid no attention to anyone, ignoring curious glances in his direction. When he sat down at the table, the tavern owner immediately approached him and asked if he was looking for a place to stay for the night or just wanted to eat. The appearance of the new guest was quite atypical for these places, as she looked delicate and fragile. Some of the men were not ashamed to suggest that the guest might be a girl disguised as a man. Meanwhile, the owner had already brought food to the unusual visitor. Paval, without wasting time, picked up his chopsticks and bent over his plate. Suddenly, a hand landed on the table next to him with a loud clatter. A large man loomed over the table and rudely asked if he was really a boy. He introduced himself as John Woo Rak and added that he was the head of Gujin's security. However, Paval did not react to this in any way, instead asking what he wanted. He explained that he had argued with his friends, and if it turned out to be a girl, he would get 2 nannies. Paval calmly said that he was very sorry, but he had just lost. Surprised that he turned out to be a man, Paval wondered if it wasn't so obvious. Everyone started chanting for him to take his clothes off, and then they would buy him a drink. John Woo Rak was already reaching for him, about to tear his clothes off himself. However, Paval snapped his fingers sharply, launching one of his sticks at his opponent. But it hit the man right in the head, forcing him to throw his head back. He was only able to cough briefly when a chopstick hit his eye. Noticing this, all of John Woo Rak's friends tensed up and watched in amazement as everything happened. The big man himself, holding his wounded eye, cursed loudly. Paval replied that if his eyes couldn't tell who was in front of him, then he didn't need them. Noticing that the stranger was reaching up to take the other eye, the man screamed loudly. But Paval did not listen to him, quickly approaching and carefully studying his face. At that moment, John Woo Rak noticed that a new stick was already flying towards his other eye. A second after she reached her goal, a loud scream was heard in the tavern. When his opponent fell to the floor, Paval looked at him indifferently. All the other friends jumped to their feet to take revenge on the ringleader. However, Paval was already preparing for battle and looking at the men with cold determination. As if to confirm his intentions, he held several chopsticks between his fingers. A second later, they flew straight towards their targets like arrows. Wild screams erupted all around, but they quickly died down as everyone fell unconscious to the floor. Looking at this picture, Paval advised everyone present to take responsibility for their actions. Meanwhile, at the local market, shopkeepers offered their various goods, and people wandered between the stalls, choosing goods to their liking. Dao Shu smiled and said that Chengdu had a special atmosphere. Turning around, he glanced at one of the men, adding that half the population here walks around with weapons. Ho Ranju smiled broadly and replied that this was a very good opportunity for them. Hel Sin said that the failures of others can also become opportunities for them. However, the redhead sternly said that she didn't want to hear anything about it from him. When he put his finger to his chin and asked why not, she asked who he thought was most focused on money. Hearing that he was considered the greediest, Dao Shu ordered them to be quiet and added that they had arrived at the place. Ho Ranju immediately stepped forward and, with a broad smile, suggested they see where he had led them. As soon as she opened the door, her face lit up with an even wider smile and a loud scream was heard. The girl immediately rushed to the figure standing in front of her and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The captain smiled and said that she had arrived just in time. Chan Murian was a young man with gray hair and gray eyes, but despite his young age, he was already the captain of the Black Cloud squad. The men accompanying the redhead folded their hands in a respectful gesture and said they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Chang Murian responded to them in kind, rising to his feet and smiling broadly. When they sat down at the table, Dao Shu said that he just needed the money after a long break. He looked at the captain and said he wanted to ask him something. When asked if they were really going to intervene, Chang Murian only smiled. Instead of answering, the guy said that if something was bothering him, he could leave. Hearing this, Dao Shi only stretched his lips in a tense smile. Instead, Ho Ranju propped her face in her hands and asked if it was all because of the Ching Chung and Ame sects. Dao Shi joined the conversation by asking if everyone knew that they had been at war for 7 years. The captain of the Black Cloud replied that no one knows why there have been many disputes between the clans in the last few years, both at the master level and culminating in real battles. The conflict between sects led to a complete split throughout Jianghu. Looking up at the ceiling, Ho Ranju said she wondered why they were fighting. However, Chan Murian only smiled and replied that what really matters is the reason. In his opinion, the important thing was that he finally got the opportunity to fulfill his dream. Paval, meanwhile, looked resolutely ahead as he left the tavern. He slowly descended the stairs that led to the first floor. Noticing the figure of the new guest, the owner froze for a moment, not daring to move. His frightened gaze was directed at the unknown man, betraying all his emotions. Remembering how he had blinded one of the guests yesterday, the host thought that he would never have guessed such cruelty. So now the thought was swirling in his head that the guest should simply leave. When Paval approached him, the man jumped up sharply and turned around. The resident asked in a calm voice who in this city knew best about internal affairs in Sichuan. The innkeeper, still lost in thought, didn't even immediately understand what was wanted from him. Hearing that he wanted to find out about the situation with sex, The man replied that it would be best for him to go to the street with the workshops. You could find it by turning left near the hotel and going straight, and at the very end of the street there would be a place called the Fire Dragon Room. This name surprised Paval very much, so he asked again if he had heard correctly. This sect was created a long time ago by gathering Sichuan artisans, so it was an industrial area. And now the young man stood in the middle of the street, watching the artisans go about their business. The sounds of blacksmiths hammering metal could be heard from everywhere. Paval wasted no time and went where the innkeeper had sent him. He stopped at the entrance, looking at one of the forge workers. A young, dark-haired guy was pounding metal with a hammer, oblivious to the guest. Watching him, Paval suddenly thought that the sound of the metal was very pure. Suddenly, a voice was heard from the side, sternly asking the blacksmith what he was doing. The owner attacked him, reminding him of the prohibition against using a hammer. At the same time, he kicked the boy in the back with all his strength. Pointing a finger at him, the man sternly ordered him to simply do his job. The blacksmith remained silent, only gritting his teeth harder in impotent rage. The owner continued to shout at him not to stare at him, completely oblivious to the danger as the blacksmith glared at him. Paval came closer when he sent the master to the end of the street and ordered him to do as he was told. The owner continued to argue when suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a visitor near him. He immediately suspected that he had a rich client in front of him, so with a sly smile he asked what he could offer him. However, Paval, without taking his eyes off the blacksmith, asked what he had done wrong. The owner replied that he seemed to belong to the Tang clan, but continued to use the hammer despite the ban. When asked by an unknown visitor whether the Tang clan was not allowed to use hammers, the man inquired whether this was his first time in Sichuan. Hearing the confirmation of this, the master confirmed that the Tang clan had incurred a loss. And all this happened because they were on the side of a demonic cult long ago. Raising a finger, the man added that because of this, they were ordered to isolate themselves, and the clan lost its power. In the eyes of other sects in Sichuan, the Tang clan were outcasts who betrayed the Sichuan Jianghu. Hearing that no workshop shares its secrets with them because they are afraid that history will repeat itself, Paval concluded that descendants pay for the sins of their ancestors. However, the master only said that no one forced the Tang clan to side with the demonic cult. When they got down to business, the man asked the visitor what exactly he needed, to which he heard that he wanted to buy a flying blade. Hearing that all the weapons made were at the end, Paval asked the owner if he had many orders. With a smile, the man reported that since the Qingcheng clan and the Ma clan started the war, orders had doubled. He continued to say that all the artisans were busy, but Paval was no longer listening to him. He was completely lost in thought, looking in a completely different direction. There stood a young boy beating someone from the Tang clan. He was not alone, and their victim was the craftsman whom the master had driven away earlier. They beat him precisely because he dared to use a hammer in his work. The same one, in turn, covered his head with his hands, looking ahead with a wild gaze. At some point, his gaze caught sight of a knife nearby. Suddenly, Paval's voice was heard nearby saying that people were actually worse than animals. In addition, he added that when people allow themselves to be devalued, they become angry until they die. Without taking his stern gaze off the master, the man added that if he continued to endure all this, he would live the rest of his days like a yard dog. The Tang clansman froze for a moment, thinking about what he had been told and not taking his face off the dagger. Paval came almost face to face and asked what he would do next. Finally, the master raised his head to look at his interlocutor. One of the men approached the stranger and barked loudly at him to get out of there. However, Paval ignored him completely, never taking his eyes off the master and asking what kind of life he was choosing for himself. The master froze for a moment, looking at him with wide eyes and not understanding what he was talking about. At this moment, another man approached Paval and cursed loudly, looking at the stranger. However, as soon as he was indignant at being ignored, the master rushed at him and sank his teeth into his neck. Paval, noticing this, turned around and walked away, completely oblivious to what was happening behind him. At the same time, a master from the Tang clan was knocking down his opponent, who was screaming in pain. The man's face was covered in large beads of sweat as he tried to fend off the attacker. But when the point of the blade appeared near his eye, he suddenly fell silent, not daring to move again. The blacksmith stared at him with a wild gaze, holding the dagger before his eyes and digging into his skin. Everyone present watched this with frightened eyes and thought that the blacksmith had gone mad. The boy's eyes were very wild, and the bite was so strong that blood flowed through the skin. Hearing their words about him pouncing on a man like some kind of beast, the boy recalled that this was how they had treated him. Those who realized that they had received a worthy rebuff looked at the heir to the Tang clan in amazement, asking if he expected that he would get away with everything. However, the boy stood up and said that they could do whatever they wanted because he was tired of their bullying. Holding out a dagger in front of him, he warned that next time he would simply cut the throat of anyone who dared to touch him. A moment later, the boy watched as two guys took away their wounded colleague and promised him revenge. He gritted his teeth in rage, not even caring that his lips were completely covered in blood. However, in the next moment, having lost his last strength, the heir to the Tang clan began to fall. At that moment, Paval appeared next to him and skillfully picked up the boy. He looked ahead, realizing that he had to help him get home. After some time, they found themselves in a wasteland where there was only one house. Paval helped the blacksmith go inside, holding his hand. When the heir to the Tang clan landed on the ground, a loud groan came from his mouth. Paval rose to his feet and looked around carefully to make sure no one was watching them. Looking at the walls, he added that the blacksmith had a pretty good house. He just looked up with a tired look and asked if the stranger was mocking him. However, Paval explained that to him, such a place seemed like a palace, since he had been living in a snake pit for the past 7 years. The heir to the clan did not believe this, saying that he could lie well. Returning to the window, Paval calmly replied that he had to go somewhere. Hearing the question of where exactly he needed to go, the boy turned to the blacksmith and asked why he was interested in his affairs. After straightening his hair and pulling it back, the heir to the Tang clan asked if he had been interested in him a few minutes ago. Paval, realizing that there was no point in hiding, calmly replied that that was exactly what happened. Looking at his interlocutor, he added that there was someone who owed him for using him and abandoning him, and then hunting him down. When the blacksmith asked who exactly he was going to take revenge on, Paval froze for a moment, remembering his enemies, after which he looked sternly in front of him, his eyes flashing a red glow. However, in a moment he turned to his new acquaintance and replied that his plans included the Qingcheng and Ma sects, as well as any sect on their side. Paval was surprised that the stranger was going to confront all the forces of Sichuan. However, Paval calmly replied that perhaps he was crazy, while demanding that he be given back his dagger, for which he had paid. The descendant of the Tang clan lowered his head, and noticing the dagger's handle, understood what he was talking about. Hearing the master himself call this weapon useless, Paval was surprised, because he had paid 1 silver coin for it. However, the guy replied that if he used this particular weapon, he would die on the spot, while offering something completely different. Looking at the new dagger that was handed to him, the man realized that everything about it was perfect, both the balance and the strength, suggesting that the work had been very difficult. However, the blacksmith only smiled slyly, saying that it was actually nothing difficult, as he had plenty of time to do it. Looking at his new interlocutor, Paval asked if he was sure he wanted to give them to him. However, a descendant of the Tang clan recalled that his sect fell apart precisely because of Qingcheng and Ma. He added that he in no way justifies his sect, but he cannot forgive them for its collapse. In addition, Paval was the first to advise him to change his life. Hearing these words, the man only lowered his head and stretched his lips in a barely noticeable smile. At some point, a blade flashed in his hands, which he decided to test. Taking out the blades again, Paval looked at them, choosing the tactics of the test. A moment later, they began flying around the room at breakneck speed, reflecting light off the walls. Meanwhile, Paval kept his eyes on them, skillfully controlling their every move. The blacksmith watched in amazement as the daggers moved with such speed, as if they were moving on their own. Watching the face of his new acquaintance, the boy realized that he had not made a mistake in offering him such a weapon. Looking at the master, Paval said that he would call them ghost blades, thus finally convincing the descendant of the Tang clan that they should belong to him. As he left his house, the man introduced himself and said that if he ever heard his name, he should remember the ghost blades. Folding his hands in a respectful gesture, the blacksmith said he would pray that his name would become famous throughout Sichuan. Meanwhile, in one of the houses, a young, fair-haired girl was sitting at a table and thanking everyone who had gathered for her call. She opened her brown eyes and looked at everyone present with an attentive gaze. Everyone sitting at the table said that they came running because she called them, because they were ready to serve her for eternity. Folding her hands, the girl politely thanked him for his help, adding that she perfectly understood the situation that had arisen because of the Qingcheng sect. At the same time, all the men began to shout that they would protect the White Flower Room, no matter how strong this sect was. With tears in her eyes, Miss Wu smiled, thinking that all men were the same and wanted to get as close to her as possible. After that, she reported that the sect was rounding them up due to suspicious actions, and therefore she would not be at the next meeting. The men jumped up with wild expressions on their faces and shouted that they wanted to join MA. Seeing this, the girl began to burst into tears, thinking that everyone had gathered here because of her appearance. She knew perfectly well that she would gain control over everyone if they thought she was just a beautiful rose. So she closed her eyes and laughed out loud. As Miss Yu walked down the stairs, she thanked everyone again and said it was nice to meet everyone. One of the men came closer and said that they were also very pleased to see her. Suddenly the girl stopped and looked in front of her in amazement. Her attention was drawn to a mysterious stranger sitting at the table, clearly expecting something. When he opened his eyes and looked at her, Miss Wu noticed that his eyes were red and his pupils were vertical like a snake's. Miss Wu wondered where a person's red eyes could come from. Looking resolutely in front of her, the girl began to take steps forward, approaching the stranger, which caused surprised exclamations from the entire crowd behind her. She approached closer and closer, never taking her gaze off the strange man. Paval also froze, looking up from his meal and staring at the fair-haired girl with red eyes. Approaching his table, Miss Wu smiled and said that she thought it was his first time here. Wu Sunha asked him what his name was, introducing herself and adding that she was from the White Flower Room. Carefully studying her figure, Paval also introduced himself. The girl crossed her arms and asked her new acquaintance if he knew any martial arts. He replied that she could think as she saw fit, asking what she needed. Tilting her head, Wu Sunha asked why he couldn't just answer her, to which Paval said that she approached him first. Suddenly, the figure of one of the soldiers appeared behind the girl, shouting that he could not speak to her like that, demanding that he immediately apologize to the girl. However, Paval only tilted his head slightly to the side and asked why he had to apologize. The man said that he had to get on his knees and ask for forgiveness, otherwise he wouldn't just leave it like that. Rising from his seat at the table, Paval looked at him carefully and asked what would happen if he refused. Hearing the words that he should know how much stronger the opponent in front of him was, Wu Xianghe's bodyguard only gritted his teeth tightly in rage. Realizing what was going on, Kang Du held out his sword. Holding his weapon in front of him, the man growled at the stranger, telling him not to humiliate him. Raising his hand and brandishing his sword, he added that he would never forgive him for this. However, Paval did not even move from his spot, his red eyes intently watching the blade approaching him. The men who stood behind and did not dare to intervene in the fight cursed and shouted at their leader to grab the stranger. But at the last second, Paval sharply dodged the blow, avoiding the sharp edge of the sword. The weapon flew past by inertia as the impact was very strong. Looking at the stranger with red eyes, the man wondered in surprise how he could have dodged his attack. Moreover, it was noticeable that he stepped back precisely so as not to be hit. The man cursed in rage, his eyes glowing with a yellow glow. Lightning bolts appeared around him and the blade of his sword as he raised his weapon to engage in a new fight. Everyone around knew very well that this technique was called the thunderstorm sword technique, which meant that Kang Du wanted to finish the guy off immediately. Meanwhile, Kang Du himself glared at his opponent with a fierce gaze, keeping his teeth clenched tightly and launching lightning bolts around him. A moment later he rushed forward, his sword drawn. However, Paval deftly took the hair with his hand, taking it out of the blade's path, and stepped slightly to the side. The sword passed by without causing him any harm. Kang Du, realizing that his attack had failed, looked in front of him in shock, trying to comprehend what had just happened. He flew past the white-haired boy, running forward by inertia. Without lowering the hand that held the sword, the man turned and looked at the stranger. Paval stared sternly ahead, heading forward. Kang Du tried to hit his opponent, so he turned to face him and raised his blade again. He struck again and again, trying to catch up with the stranger as quickly as possible and somehow hurt him. However, Paval completely ignored this and took a few steps closer to Wu Xianghe. She looked at him with big brown eyes, waiting for what would happen next. For a moment, the new acquaintance froze, carefully studying the girl's figure. Sensing an attack from behind, Paval turned and, looking coldly at his opponent, asked if that was all he was capable of. Kang Du suddenly felt in shock, as if the body of a white snake was wrapping around his neck. The stranger reached out and touched his chin with his fingers, restraining him from further action. A second later, he threw him face down on the ground. Without wasting time, Paval stood over his opponent, who was already lying defeated. Finally, he hit Kang Du on the back of the head to make sure he wouldn't jump up again. The enemy lay face down on the ground, a web of cracks running across the floor. Paval rose to his feet and looked at the fair-haired girl again. But she calmly asked him to pardon her subordinate, ignoring the indignant exclamations from behind. Wu Sunha came closer and said that Kang Du was actually a pretty good person. She explained that he was just worried about her, so he acted rather rashly. To this, Paval coldly replied that a person must always be responsible for his actions. The girl agreed to this, but suggested that she herself be responsible for his actions. Tilting his head and squinting his eyes, the white-haired man asked her if she could do it. The men behind the girl immediately began shouting that they would rather die than let her do this. But Paval himself was already studying the girl's figure, thinking that she was quite pretty. Besides looking at her smile, he understood perfectly well that she knew how to use what she had. After asking if he agreed to her proposal, Wu Sunha looked at him with big, angry eyes. Paval kept his red eyes fixed on her, and his lips stretched into a faint smile. After some time, he was sitting on the bed in the room and looking at the glow of the candle. Feeling someone touch his hand, the boy turned his head and looked in that direction. Wu Sun was lying on the bed and running her finger along his arm, asking if there was anything he could do for her. Seeing his attentive gaze, she added that in her opinion, it would hardly be difficult for him. Paval replied that before agreeing, he had to know exactly what she wanted from him. Lowering her hand and looking at her pillow, the girl said that it would be related to Nanho Mountain. She wanted to ask him to go to Mount Namho and kill the leader of the Thunderclap sect. The girl sat on the bed and said that he had recently come to ask for her hand in marriage, threatening her with the help of the Qingchen clan if she refused. When she said that the White Flower Room and the MA sect would not have a good time in such a case, the boy replied that he was not related to them in any way, so he didn't care if they disappeared. Wu Sunha promised in return that she would praise him in front of her aunt, which would lead to a reward. When asked who her aunt was, the girl replied that she was the leader of the MA sect, the venerable Master Zhang Hua, the image of the girl who fought with him almost as equals, and whose eye he had once gouged out immediately flashed through his memory. Remembering her, Paval froze for a moment, staring at his mistress in amazement. Immediately afterwards, his lips spread into a slight, sly smile. The next morning, Huo Ranju, along with a big, strong man, climbed the stairs and headed towards the MA sect, saying that they understood perfectly well what would happen to them if they lost to the Qingcheng sect. Having climbed into the large building, they stood in the large hall before the head of the clan. Zhang Hua looked carefully at the newcomers and listened to what they were now proposing to the leader. In the same hall, young Sol Ran was present, calmly studying the aliens with folded arms. The abbess sat on her throne for 9 breaths and looked at the people who had come to offer their help. She calmly assumed that they would want something in return for shedding blood for their sect. Without wasting time and deciding to act honestly, the redhead said that she was absolutely right, since they could not operate at a loss. The woman's gaze became completely indifferent, and she asked how much they wanted for the job. To which the girl replied that 500,000 gold would be quite enough. All the members of the MA clan present immediately began to shout that they dare not ask for such a large sum, advising them not to listen to them. But the potion of 9 woes only shouted loudly that she had experience, forcing everyone present to be silent. When everyone calmed down, the woman told them in the same iron tone not to make a fuss, no matter how ugly it looked. Turning to the mercenaries again, she said that they absolutely did not expect them to agree. When she said that they could hire several groups with that kind of money, Ho Ranju said that none of them could match the strength of Black Cloud. When the abbess asked what would happen if she refused, the redhead said that a member of their detachment should already be arriving at Mount Qingcheng. Realizing what the conversation was about, the head of the Amei clan narrowed her eyes and stretched her lips in a sly smile. The next moment, a strong shockwave flew at Ho Ranju along with her companion. They landed a few steps away from where they were standing and fell to their knees, trying to catch their breath. The head of the Amei clan immediately said that they really couldn't expect her to give them 500,000 gold, asking what they really wanted. The girl replied that they sell their power and follow those who pay more, and therefore the one who pays more will become their master. But the head of the Amei clan only assumed that the members of her squad who went to Mount Qingcheng were saying the same thing there now. After measuring the newcomers with a careful gaze, she thought that the Qingcheng sect was already stronger than them, and they could hire mercenaries to achieve a decisive victory. Thinking about what to do next, the woman raised one of her fingers and tapped her fingernail loudly on the arm of her chair. After a while, without turning her head, she ordered Zhang Hui to go with them to arrange everything. Meanwhile, men were leaving the Qingcheng Palace, one of whom said he could no longer conduct his affairs this way. As they descended the stairs, they talked about how much more they had to take from them so that the sect would finally calm down. The older man turned to his companion, saying that they had seen with their own eyes 2 large warehouses that were full of grain. When asked if they had had problems with grain in a past life, his companion replied that the rich always did. Paval was sitting in one of the establishments on the street and carefully watching where the men were passing by. Trying to come up with a plan of action, the boy raised a cup of tea to his mouth and took a small sip. The captain of the Black Cloud, meanwhile, woke up and yawned loudly after a sweet sleep. Looking into the bowl of water, he thought about how his companions were doing and how difficult it was to walk the tightrope between the Ma and Qingcheng sects. Just as he was thinking about retirement when this was all over, Dao Shu appeared in the room. The captain turned a sleepy look on him and asked with a smile if he had just returned. The man replied that he was going to return yesterday, but he met a familiar face. He asked Chan Murian if he had told him about a stranger he had met by chance while traveling in Chengdu. After thinking about it, Dao Shu added that his name was Paval. The captain immediately remembered the story about the strange guy, asking if it was him his interlocutor had met in Sichuan. When told that there was nothing suspicious about it, the captain agreed, but added that he seemed to have become much more sensitive since they started playing a double game. Tao Shi said that if he has a feeling, he should not ignore it. At the same time, he added that he wanted to send someone to follow Paval since he himself was interested in such a partner. Hearing these words, the captain of the Black Cloud squad nodded and agreed. Suddenly a voice coming from the door caught their attention, and the men turned back. Ho Ranju smiled and pointed to the representatives of the Ma clan. Jinhua and Yang Solran stood in the doorway, sternly studying the men present in the room. The captain stood up and introduced himself, saying that he would be honored to welcome the distinguished guests from the Ma sect. The girls also introduced themselves, showing virtually no emotion on their faces. Chan Murian asked with a smile whether their arrival could be considered confirmation that the agreement had taken place. However, Jinhua, closing one eye, said that it would all depend on the negotiations. Gritting her teeth tightly, the girl suddenly growled that if they tried to deceive their sect with ordinary force, they would be made to pay dearly for it. However, the captain replied with a calm smile that they had long been prepared for such a turn of events. Realizing that they should discuss the terms on which they would cooperate, Chan Murian invited the girls to come over and sit down. After a while the conversation continued, Zhonghua jumped up and, banging the table loudly, was indignant that he wanted the right to conduct trade behind the Great Wall. She added that travelers should know their place and accept gold as a reward, as it looked like they were too greedy. The guy replied that he didn't think so, and that it was quite possible if the Ime sect began to rule in Sichuan. Young Solran's face remained completely calm, while Zhonghui's face showed how angry she was. She decided to demonstrate her power to the captain of the Black Cloud squad, causing lightning bolts to shoot across the table and splinters to fly. However, even the sight of the table shattered into small fragments did not at all shake Chan Murian's peace. The girl continued to rage, looking at her interlocutor, who remained completely indifferent to her emotions. He looked at her with a calm gaze of his blue eyes, and a slight smile wandered on his lips. Leaning over the cup, the captain said that in that case, their agreement would be cancelled, and he would not even ask for compensation for the table and cup. Instead, the boy asked them to help him settle near the western plateau. Adjusting the cape on her shoulders, Zhonghua suggested that this was what they wanted from the beginning, namely to get a place to live. To this, the captain replied that no sect wanted them to settle with them, since they were travelers. When the girl said that their sect didn't want this either, the boy bowed and said that he was asking for a place near the western plateau, away from them. He smiled broadly, stating with complete confidence that they could definitely arrange it. Zhonghua looked sternly at her interlocutor, thinking that at first his people might be useful, but then they would become a complete burden. However, at the same time, the thought arose in her head that their group could be used as a human shield. The Black Cloud detachment could be stationed on the western plateau, as the captain had just requested. However, later their forces could be considerably reduced, and there would be not so many of them, and it would not be so difficult to give up the land. Realizing that they could get rid of the group as soon as they no longer needed it, the girl closed her eyes and agreed to accept their offer. Chan Murian smiled broadly at this and said that in that case, their negotiations could be considered complete. In his mind, the boy added that everything had gone quite well, since the negotiations with the Qingcheng sect would not have gone so smoothly. He asked if they should sign a contract, to which Jin Hua replied that they would stick to the agreement for the sake of their sect. Realizing that the negotiations were coming to an end, young Solran lowered her head in despair and looked down at her feet. Everyone present rose to their feet, and the captain said he could offer them a room. However, Jin Hua said they would stay in the 100 Flowers room, since the young master was her niece. Suddenly, a panting Ho Ranju burst into the room looking for the boss. Holding tightly to the doorframe of the room, she shouted that there was urgent news. This made Chang Murian quite angry, and he glared at the assistant. However, upon hearing the news that the young leader of the Lightning Clan had been killed, everyone fell silent and looked at the redhead. The captain immediately asked Ho Ranju if the killer had already been found, but Zheng Hua just stared at the girl in shock. In the evening, as the sun was already setting, the Lightning Clan members arrived at the Qingchen clan's location. They were met and asked what brought them here, as it was strange that the Lightning Clan had arrived so late. In addition, it was disturbing that the uninvited guests were holding weapons, which meant that their intentions were not very peaceful. The head of the Qingcheng clan began to strictly demand that the leader of the T clan speak clearly and to the point. The old man's gaze expressed no emotion when he asked the guest what exactly he wanted to do with him. However, the leader of the T clan only looked at him with hatred and said that he would like to ask him the same thing. The old man, not understanding what exactly was being said, asked him to tell the whole story from the very beginning. Looking at the coffin that the members of the Lightning Clan had brought with them, the man replied that inside this coffin was the body of his disciple. The old man expressed his condolences over his death, but did not understand why he thought his sect was involved. These words finally angered the head of the T clan, so he asked loudly if he really didn't understand what he was talking about. But Chairman Qingcheng looked at him with an uncomprehending look and asked him to tell everything from the very beginning. The Lightning Clan representative's anger made even the veins on his temple swell, but he still agreed to tell them exactly what had happened. Opening the coffin with one sharp movement, he promised to show the old man everything with his own eyes. The body of Nam Hosan, who was the young leader of the Lightning Clan, lay in a coffin, covered in red cloth and covered with small scratches. The head of the T clan paid attention to them because he knew very well that these were traces of the 72 waves of the sword used in the Qingchen sect. The old man's face was covered in large beads of sweat when he realized that this was indeed the technique that had just been named. The head of the T clan continued to shout that his disciple had died from the technique used in their sect, and the only explanation could only be the involvement of the Qingcheng sect. The thought swirled in the man's mind that Qingcheng had learned of their intention to side with Yimei, concluding a marriage contract with the Room of 100 Flowers. Trying to find the right words, the old man asked him to calm down. However, the head of the clan stubbornly refused to calm down, saying that he would definitely dig into the truth, demanding explanations for the evidence that had been found. Suddenly, a red-bearded man's voice was heard from behind, indignant that he dared to behave like this, having come here without an invitation. Noticing the glow emanating from him, the Qingcheng clan chief raised his hand, trying to calm the man down. However, he was already rushing forward with a wild look, trying to attack the head of the T clan. He began to draw his sword, not wanting to give up and believing himself to be completely right. However, the next moment a bright light passed through him, which the red-bearded man sent at him with his palm. The head of the T clan grimaced, and a thin trickle of blood flowed from his mouth. With a loud cough, he fell onto his back, no longer having the strength to stay on his feet. He tried to blame them while laughing at them. However, the next moment an old man ran up to him and grabbed his shoulder, trying to stop him. Leaving the square where they were all, Mu Zhong muttered to himself that they would become a laughingstock if anyone noticed. Watching him go, the old man thought that he had changed a lot, for he had become more cruel. And although he had been very cold before, he had never managed to lose his temper like this. After that, his gaze turned back to the head of the T clan, who lay surrounded by his subordinates who were trying to bring him to consciousness. Glancing at the head of the Qingchen clan, the man asked if this was their tactic, namely forced extermination to suppress any protest. The old man did not answer, but his gaze expressed great pain and sadness. He addressed one of the servants, ordering him to prepare rooms for the members of the Lightning Clan and to speak with the leader of the Tea Clan when he woke up. Without turning his head, he turned to the boy named Cheon Yop and ordered him to go to Chengdu and check what was happening there. As night fell on the city, two men were walking down the street discussing what had happened. When one of them asked if it was so easy to fake traces of some technique, his interlocutor replied that traces from 72 sword waves were practically impossible to fake. As they passed the door, they concluded that soon Chengdu would simply drown in blood, as this meant that it was Ching Chung who had really killed Nam Hosan. They didn't even suspect that Paval was sitting behind the door at that time, listening attentively to everything they said. He stared ahead with red eyes and vertical pupils, thinking about the fact that he had managed to fulfill his order. Wu Sunha stood at the entrance, and with a stern expression on her face, she asked the boy how he did it. Paval, pretending not to understand what she was talking about, asked what exactly the girl meant. Without changing her expression, she said that she was interested in what exactly he had used for the murder in order to pin the blame on the Ching Chung sect. The mercenary got up from his chair and began to slowly approach the guest. Hearing a surprised chuckle from him, Wu Sunha asked if he was the one who killed the leader of the Lightning Clan. Coming almost face to face, Paval said that how he killed him didn't matter. What mattered was that he was really dead. Grabbing the guest by the chin and lifting her head up, he asked if he was right. Without taking her admiring brown eyes off him, Wu Sunha replied that he was right. Paval slowly approached her, intending to kiss her. However, at the last moment, Wu Sunha turned her face away and said that she would not be able to stay away from him all the time because they were currently hosting an important guest. Hearing this, the boy frowned and asked who exactly they were hosting. The blonde explained that her aunt, the elder of the Ma clan, was visiting her right now. Hearing this, Paval asked his guest why the elder had come here. Wu Sunha explained that Zhang Hua made a pact with the Black Cloud Squad, which is considered the strongest. Remembering the figure of the great warrior again, the boy wondered why she was going to stay in the White Flower's room. Looking sternly in front of him, he asked Wu Sunhee when exactly her aunt was going to leave these places. Opening the door of the house, the girl replied that she would be staying with her for a while, and although she was glad to see her aunt, the woman who accompanied her, she would never want to see again. Leaving the house, the blonde took one last look at the boy and said that they would see each other again someday. Paval was lost in thought, immediately realizing which woman accompanying Zhanghua Wu Sunha was talking about. He himself remembered the threat and the coldness that emanated from her very well. And now he understood perfectly well that while he was in Chengdu, they could somehow meet. In addition, the boy suspected that the Qingchen sect was currently in great turmoil due to the death of Nam Hosan of the Lightning Clan. Looking at the full moon in his window, he decided he would wait here a little longer. Memories of using the 72-wave technique, accompanied by ghost blades, immediately came to mind. The guy correctly applied the learned techniques and the weapons he received to fulfill the order of the leader of the White Flower. For a moment, in the room with his defeated opponent, the boy froze, looking at him with glowing red eyes. As the sun rose outside, two warriors from the Qingcheng clan arrived at the scene of the murder to investigate. Looking at the scratches and blood marks left on the floor, one of them said that they were a bit rough, but it was undoubtedly the 72 sword waves technique. Cheon Yop wondered if it was possible for an outsider to learn their technique and apply it. His partner replied that he had thought about it too, but learning the technique that several other members of their clan possessed was practically impossible. But Cheon Yop replied that there had been a previous case where their technique had become known to someone outside the clan. However, he added that the copy that was stolen only depicted copies of the sword's movement. The partner added that if the opponent had not learned the sect's breathing technique, he would not have been able to release even half of his power. Cheon Yop suggested that the unknown killer could have been trained by those who themselves belonged to their sect. His partner agreed with this, saying that it fundamentally changed the situation, since they could learn or copy the technique. Raising his index finger, the boy said that the smartest thing would be to create a completely new technique that no one would own except the clan members themselves. In the end, the soldiers decided that simply inspecting the crime scene would not allow them to draw any conclusions, so they decided to find the murderer, who had gone into hiding. After pausing for a moment and putting his hands on his sides, Chun Yop said that he must have been quite cruel. He immediately remembered the mercenary with the crazy red eyes they had seen 7 years ago. One boy immediately rejected this thought, as he was completely certain that he had long since died. A detachment of Qingcheng clan warriors slowly moved through the streets, trying to reach the Golden Sky clan, which was their ally. However, suddenly the entire procession stopped and looked intently at those who were heading straight towards them. Zhang Hua was walking down the street, followed by Yang Sol-ran and their entourage. Noticing the group, the head of the Ime clan stopped and sternly measured the boys with his gaze. Seeing that the enemies were standing before them, all the warriors of the Qingchen clan began to take out their weapons to engage them in battle. The soldiers accompanying Zhang Hua also wasted no time in retaliating. However, the next moment, Cheon Yop stepped forward to the elder. Coming closer, he greeted her and added that they hadn't seen her in a long time. Zhang Hua, without showing any emotion on her face, asked them loudly why they had come here. The guy ignored it, but added that it would be difficult for her to protect their sect while she was away, advising her to worry about that. Realizing that they didn't have much time, young Sol-ran tried to calm her elder and try to prevent a fight. However, Zhang Hua gritted her teeth and growled furiously that they didn't dare treat them like that. She accused the Qingchen clan of rejecting humanity when they found out about the Lightning clan deputy's arrangement with the White Flower Room and then killed him. However, Cheon Yop did not back down and accused them of trying to kill their best student 7 years ago. Watching all this, young Sol-ran thought that another conflict was brewing, trying to understand where she had made mistakes. She understood that they were the cause of this problem, but it never occurred to her that the killer would one day come for Wu Gong-sang. And although the mercenary had long been considered dead, she felt that everyone had still not recovered from his influence. This happened even to those who never knew his name. The girl looked around, and suddenly her attention was caught by something very distantly familiar. Without thinking about her actions, she turned back sharply, trying to understand where she had seen that cold gaze before. All her attention was focused on the figure, whose face was hidden behind a dark veil. Looking at him, young Sol-ran even thought that she had simply made a mistake. The figure stood behind the entire crowd and watched the clash of two warring clans. Later, having moved away from the scene of the quarrel, Paval in one motion took off his cloak and hat with a veil. He thought that this enmity still gave him great pleasure. As a mercenary, Paval understood perfectly well that a good fire required the right materials, but they were still not enough. However, nevertheless, what he saw reminded him of a very good beginning. Cheon Yop and Zhang Hua, meanwhile, continued to stand outside and argue fiercely with each other. In the evening, he was first greeted by Ho Ranju's voice, who first asked him where he had been for so long. However, Paval only looked at her with a cold gaze, quietly calling her name. Dao Shu waved a friendly hand to the guest, and the captain of the Black Cloud Squad smiled broadly. They all sat down at the table, where hot dishes and snacks were already set out. Chan Murian introduced himself to the guest, and said that he had already heard a lot about him. Meanwhile, Paval, maintaining a stern expression, thought that he had finally met the squad captain. Zhang Muryang added that their Ho Ranju was very interested in him, so this made him want to meet him at least once. He noticed that the energy emanating from him was very unusual, although he managed to distract attention from it with his bright appearance. At this point, the redhead herself joined the conversation, noting that the guy was truly incredible. On this note, the captain decided to get down to business and invited Paval to join his squad. He froze for a moment, waiting for Chang Murian to continue his conversation. He added that he wants to turn their group into a respectable sect, but to do this, he needs capable people. In order to convince him to join, the captain offered him anything he wanted. With a broad smile, he promised to give him even Ho Ranju, which made the girl cry out loudly. Immediately after that, the redhead and the captain turned their attention to Dao Shi's face. Without even turning his head to look at the girl, Paval realized that although she pretended not to be interested, everything looked exactly the opposite. Taking another sip from his cup, Dao Shu carefully watched the mercenary and wondered what decision he would make. However, when he said that he wasn't very interested in such an offer, the man simply choked on his drink. Immediately after that, all three of them turned their attention to him. Wiping his mouth, Dao Shi raised his hand and apologized, allowing them to continue. Instead, the captain, looking closely at his interlocutor, asked what exactly was not pleasing to him. Pei Wol replied that he was not satisfied with either proposal, since he did not touch food that would spoil sooner or later. He didn't even turn his head toward the redhead, feeling her intense gaze. The thought of how she had just been rejected was swirling in her head. Dao Shu also looked at those present from under his brow, anticipating a difficult continuation. For a moment, a long silence fell between everyone present at the table. The captain of the Black Cloud Squad covered his mouth to hide his wide smile from everyone. However, he couldn't hold it in for long and laughed out loud, throwing his head back and explaining that it was just a joke. He rested his hands on the table and slowly stood up. At the same time, the captain added that there was no way he could give Ho Ranju to him, as she was very valuable. The next second, his face became serious and Chang Murian raised a finger to warn him not to cross their path. At this point, Paval finally spoke up and replied that he also wanted to say something. Lowering his head, the captain of the Black Cloud Squad said that he was listening carefully. Blinking his red eyes, the mercenary warned that if he ever lost his head, he could assume that he had a hand in it. Hearing such an undisguised threat addressed to him, Chang Murian looked intently at his interlocutor. He immediately asked why he was so serious if it was just a joke. However, Chang Murian absolutely did not appreciate such a joke, looking sternly at his interlocutor. Meanwhile, the Qingchen clan warrior reported his return to the leader. Chang Yan waved at him, greeting his partner. The next question that interested the boy was what exactly the representatives of the Ame clan did, to which he heard that they did not leave the White Flower Room. The assistant said that he had given orders to follow them just in case. Cheong Yan added that they must find the person who killed the head of the Lightning Clan as soon as possible. After these words, his partner suggested contacting representatives of the lower clans. He explained that he was certain that they knew everything that was happening in the city, since they had eyes everywhere. The leader thought for a moment, saying that he didn't really want to contact them, but then changed his mind and left the decision to his partner. He folded his hands in a respectful gesture and bowed, adding at the end that he would not let him down. Looking up and looking at the full moon, Chang Yon thought that there were many more sects involved than he suspected. He couldn't even imagine what problems could arise if the unknown murderer wasn't caught soon. Meanwhile, outside, one of the spies was carefully observing the target he had been assigned. Putting his ear to the wall, he thought that he was sure someone was there. But right now, he didn't feel anyone's presence. In his opinion, Paval was an incredible person. However, he was hardly so strong that his breathing could not be heard now. He walked to the window and opened it, looking sternly out into the street. Raising his arms above his head and folding them into a roof, he noticed 3 figures on the roof of a neighboring building. Noticing them, the spy stared intently at them, never taking his gaze off their figures. Suddenly, one of the figures flew into the air, leaving behind only a cloud of dust. The ninja came to Yang Wuchan, who was the vice captain of the Black Cloud Squad, and said that the target had not made any movements all night. After sunset, he promised they would move on to further surveillance. Yang Wucheng said that the captain was very worried about this man, so he ordered to follow him and keep an eye on him. The ninja jumped up and said he would definitely pass this on to the other spies. Left alone, the boy took a deep breath and thought he should get back to work. His gaze returned to the map on the table in front of him. Pointing to one of the places on it, he realized that the problem was right there. The Black Cloud Squad's strength could not be used at these 3 gates, so they had to lure them to the foot of the mountain. Looking at the map, the vice captain wondered how he could do it. Lost in his thoughts, he chuckled thoughtfully. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to strange sounds coming from the roof. In one sharp movement, he raised his hand and launched several daggers into the ceiling. Watching them get stuck without hitting a single living target, the boy tensed. He was surprised that despite the footsteps, it looked as if there was no one upstairs. The guy knew for sure that he felt someone's gaze, but he thought that overwork was affecting him. Meanwhile, Paval was in the room directly behind him. He watched the vice captain, never taking his red eyes off him. The vice captain definitely felt someone's presence near him, so he stood tensely, listening to every sound. At some point, the eyes of the concentrated Paval flashed with a bright light. While in the White Flower Room, Zhenghua told her younger sister to return to the Ma clan mountain. Young Solran looked at her and asked what she meant by that. But she replied that there was nothing to do here, so it would be better if she returned to their master with the first rays of the sun and stayed by his side. When told that it would be better for her to stay and help her older sister, the elder replied that the negotiations with the Black Cloud had been successful. Yang Solran objected that she could not return because it was not known what the members of the Qingcheng clan would do when she met them. But the sister tried to calm her down, smiling and saying that nothing bad would happen while she was here, and in a pinch, She could use the black cloud as cover. Realizing that she had lost this argument, young Solran lowered her head and exhaled heavily, saying that she understood everything. Zhanghua measured her with a heavy gaze and ordered her to return tomorrow with the first ray of sunlight. Hearing from her older sister that she could leave, the brunette folded her hands in a respectful gesture and bowed. Suddenly, Wu Sun-ha entered the room, greeting her aunt, asking if she could come into the room. Zhanghua, sitting in a chair, ordered her to come in. When asked what brought her here so late, she replied that she simply thought her aunt would be lonely and would want someone to keep her company. When her aunt asked if she was seeing anyone, noticing her blooming appearance, the blonde just laughed out loud, putting her hand to her face. Wu Sun-hawi immediately remembered the cold gaze of red eyes from her new lover. Her face flushed when the girl said that the guy was quite useful. Hearing from her niece that the person she was meeting with might be the secret assassin of the leader of the Lightning Clan, Zhanghua listened carefully. She turned her fierce gaze on the girl and asked if she was sure of her words. However, realizing from her look that she had blurted out unnecessary information, she added that she couldn't say for sure. When her niece assured her that she would bring him to her as soon as she found out all the information, she agreed. Zhang Hui was just about to ask her niece to name the guy she was dating when a loud knock sounded nearby. The women turned towards the direction of the sound, and the face of the Ime clan elder did not give away anything good. They both ran out into the corridor, asking the maids standing there what was going on as they went. The girls were looking somewhere to the side, completely ignoring the elder and her niece. Suddenly, one of them turned to Zhanghua and said that the murder of the Lightning Clan leader was definitely the work of Qing Cheng. Entering the room, Zhanghua noticed that it was completely empty, and on the floor lay the body of a young student, bleeding. His eyes were completely empty like those of a dead person, and his neck and face were streaked with red. Realizing that the great disciple of their clan had been killed, the elder, unable to contain her rage, screamed loudly. The next morning, as soon as the sun rose, Chang Murian and his vice-captain listened to the news that the second-generation disciple was dead. He knew very well that Zhang Hui's direct disciple should have been a key figure in his Ma clan, but he was killed right within the walls of the White Flower Room. Exhaling heavily, the boy looked down at his feet and said that it looked like they were standing on the wrong side. However, young Wu Cheng replied that such an outcome would only benefit them, as the more the Ame clan was intimidated, the more they would count on them. But the captain was basically worried about the appearance of a killer of this level in Sichuan, because after the disappearance of the Red Phantoms, no group of killers had set foot in Sichuan. As they left the courtyard, the boys discussed who it could be, as hired assassins from the right Qingcheng sect were completely unbelievable. Suddenly, the vice-captain looked at his commander in bewilderment and asked if a third party could have intervened. Hearing this suggestion, Chang Murian stopped and turned his head to look at his assistant. At the same time, I immediately remembered the words of Paval, who said that if he ever ends up without a head, then let him consider it his fault. Frowning, the captain of the Black Cloud wondered if the spy had reported anything unusual. Yang Uchan immediately realized that the commander was interested in the spy's target, so he reported that they said that the target had not left the house for 4 days. After receiving confirmation that it was not their target, the commander ordered Pei Wol to be removed from surveillance and more information about the Qingchen sect's movements to be learned. After some time, Zhanghua herself was sitting in his office, sternly saying that one of the disciples of their sect had been killed. The captain of the Black Cloud, with all his might showing his feelings, said that he deeply sympathized with their loss. Lifting the sheet from the body of the dead student, the woman said that she would like him to examine her wounds. He immediately got down to business, carefully examining every wound he could find. At some point, attention was drawn to a cut on the neck that was too thin for a sword or a dao, so the man missed that it was a mark from silver threads. Frowning sternly and observing his actions, Zhanghua asked the Black Cloud captain if he had ever seen such injuries. Hearing a negative answer, the woman was surprised that even a person with such experience as his had never seen such wounds, asking if he suspected anyone. After this question, the figure of Paval appeared in his mind again, looking at him with the attentive gaze of his red eyes. Chang Murian apologized to the elder of the Ma clan, but said he could not give her the answer she was expecting. When asked when his men would arrive in Chengdu, the captain replied that it would be within 2 days, but when his cavalry entered the city, the Qingchena sect would be on their guard. But Zhonghua immediately replied that it didn't matter, as her people could easily crush them. Hearing these words, the boy asked in fear if she was going to start an open war right now. That woman, emitting rays of energy, said that they would get what they wanted anyway. Her gaze was extremely fierce when she said that she would prefer death to living under the same sky with Qingchen. Chan Murian and his deputy calmly looked at the woman, realizing that she was extremely determined. Lightning flashed around her and flames of hatred burned, showing great power. Zhonghua didn't even notice a fair-haired figure standing behind her, shrouded in dark haze. Paval carefully watched all her actions, crossing his arms over his chest and using the turtle breathing technique. Meanwhile, in the charity infirmary, a man lay blindfolded and moaning loudly. Seeing this picture, Chan Murian screamed loudly, trying to find out from Ho Ranju what had happened to her partner. The woman who was with her husband said that he decided to go see Paval. However, her bleeding finally drove the captain mad, and he began to shout, demanding that she tell him everything clearly. A large drop of sweat rolled down the girl's face as she thought, choosing the words for her story. Paval was then sitting in one of the restaurants, enjoying his dinner. His face was completely indifferent, as the boy was lost in his thoughts. At that moment, Ho Ranju approached him, handed him a glass, and said that it was very delicious. In her usual manner, she winked at the boy and began to cling to him. Paval looked up at her, thinking about the fact that he wasn't even allowed to eat in peace. The redhead leaned over and said that she just wanted to visit him and apologize to him. These words surprised the boy very much, so he frowned and asked what exactly she wanted to apologize for. Ho Ranju sat at his table and said that she and the captain were too rude that day, but Paval said that he didn't care. The words that he didn't care how rude he was to her stunned Ho Ranju. However, she absolutely did not give in to this attitude and continued to smile broadly. She suggested that he reconsider Chan Murian's offer to join Black Cloud. At that moment, a big man named Oh Yukpe approached her and said he had been looking for her everywhere. Hearing his voice, Ho Ranju froze, not daring to move, and stared in front of her in a daze. However, the next second she abruptly threw the big man's hand off her shoulder, ordering him to get out. Asked if he was pursuing her, Oh Yukpe smiled and said he didn't have that much time. He said he had come for her on the orders of his boss, but the next moment he saw the figure of Paval in front of him. The boy didn't like this kind of attention to himself, so he looked sternly at the newly arrived guest. He smiled broadly, thinking that the loner really turned out to be as nice as they said he was. The big man's behavior really angered the redhead, so she growled through clenched teeth to calm him down. Seeing that her words had no effect, the girl jumped up and screamed loudly. However, Oyukpe continued to bring his face closer to Paywol's, licking and drooling predatorily. But the guy was not at a loss and asked him to leave this institution before he counted to 3, otherwise he promised to make sure that he would never see anything again. However, Oyukpe thought he was just joking, so he just laughed savagely. When Paval began the countdown as he had promised, not a single muscle on the big man's face twitched. At that moment, the boy's eyes, noticing that he was not listening to his advice, flashed with a predatory red light. In his hands, between his fingers, were 2 chopsticks, which he had recently used to pick up udon. The next moment, they both flew into the face of Oyukpe, who tried to close himself off. He put his hand in front of his face and the sticks went straight into his wrist, spraying blood. He raised his hands in pain and clenched his fists, preparing to attack. His attack was so strong that the table where the redhead and Paval were sitting before simply crumbled into pieces. Not intending to end the fight there, the big man turned around, trying to find Pavolya. However, Ho Ranju's reaction was much faster and she found the mercenary faster, which is why she started to take out her sword. Paval was directly above the stunned giant, pulling out silver threads to respond to the attack. A second later, he fell and screamed loudly in wild pain. His teeth were clenched tightly and blood was splattered all around. Paval landed on the ground, surrounded by silver threads and ghost blades. His wounded and bloodied opponent stood right in front of him, on his knees, unable to do anything. Paval put his hand on the back of his head, and blue threads began to wrap around the man's face. They left small scratches as the boy pulled on them to lift Oyukpa's head. The next moment, the big man was staring in fear at the pale finger that was rapidly approaching his eyes. Seeing what the loner had done to her colleague, Ho Ranju screamed loudly. Paval rose to his feet and turned his back to his victorious opponent. At some point, he noticed the tight rope of the whip beginning to wrap around him. Turning back, the boy saw an angry Ho Ranja attacking him with a wild gleam in her eyes. The next moment, the girl turned to her colleague, calling him a complete idiot. With an angry look on her face, she turned back to Paval grumbling about why Oyuka had barged into their conversation. Looking at her opponent, she calmly suggested that he finish for today, but noticing the determined gaze of red eyes with vertical pupils, the girl realized that he was not going to finish. She said that her partner had fully paid for his rash act, so there was no need to shed any more blood. Paval's eyes glowed with an otherworldly red glow as he pondered the redhead's proposal. The next moment he calmly turned around and walked towards the exit from the tavern. Realizing that the battle was over for today, the girl breathed a sigh of relief. Instead, she told the guy behind his back that he was really quite unpredictable. She still didn't believe that he could do something like that to her friend, but she still warned him to be more careful. She warned him that if he behaved so recklessly, he would definitely get into trouble in the future. Paval didn't respond to this, but he simply silently left the establishment. Once outside, the guy noticed that his clothes were completely ruined, thinking that So-young liked him. And now, looking at the wounded face of his subordinate, the captain of the Black Cloud asked if this really happened right after the tackle to Paval. Upon hearing the affirmative answer, the man grimaced and told his vice-captains that he was shocked. He was very angry that this happened at such an important time. The redhead turned away from such a picture and said that she could not stand such humiliation, so she would take revenge for it. Chang Murian again remembered the predatory gaze of the red eyes and the half-crazy smile. He agreed to get rid of the boy right after they resolved the problem with the Qingcheng sect. Looking ahead, Ho Ranju agreed to the proposal. Looking ahead, the Black Cloud captain was about to make his move after they linked up with the cavalry. As she left the infirmary, Ho Ranju thought about how she needed to prepare well. As night fell on the street, one of the men stood by his window and talked about how his guest wanted to find the killer of the leader of the Lightning Clan. Cheon Yop sat in a chair by the candlelight and replied that he understood everything correctly. The guy added that it now looked like they were looking for a needle in a haystack, and the only clue was his ability to use the martial arts of the Qingcheng sect. Oh Sang-gyun put his fingers to his chin, thinking, and replied that there was only one person who could do that. He immediately remembered Paval, adding that he enchants others with his beauty. And besides, he is a ruthless master whose skills cannot be described in words. Sitting directly across from the old man, the Qingchen clan warrior asked if the old man believed him to be involved in the death of the Lightning clan leader. The old man immediately replied that he couldn't know for sure, but Paval best fit the description of the person he was looking for. Cheon Yop said that he understood everything, throwing a bag of money on the table in front of him. The head of the Ganbi clan thanked him and advised the guy to contact him again if he needed anything. However, left alone in his room, Oh Sang-gyun wondered who the murderer might be. He immediately took out one of his numerous notebooks to check all the information he had. There he read that Paval had an unknown biography, as well as goals and clan, and was first seen in a Batang brothel. Reading the unknown master's dossier, the old man wondered if he could really have killed Nam Hosan. However, he was confident that the main department would be able to deal with this situation itself once he provided it with all the information he had. So he expected that Paval would now also have to live under the supervision of their clan. Suddenly, a pale hand with long fingers appeared right next to his face. While the unknown person took the Paval dossier from his hands, Oh Sang-gyun felt that he simply could not move. The man could not see the threads that bound him, but he noticed a figure standing behind him. So he turned his head as far as possible and asked who was in front of him. The person himself, hiding from him in the darkness, did not answer anything, but simply flipped through the pages of the dossier for some time. Finally, Paval said that he had only recently arrived in Chengdu, but he was amazed at how much information the old man had about him. Realizing who was in front of him, Oh Sang-gyun froze, not daring to turn around. Trying to make some impression on his unexpected guest, the man said that he was the manager of the Shame clan in Chengdu, and if anything happened to him, the clan would not remain on the sidelines. But Paval spread his lips wide in a noticeable smile, answering that this was why he had come here. To the man's surprised question, the guy replied that he came because he didn't like how information about him was being spread without his permission. The old man's face was covered with large drops of sweat when he realized exactly what his uninvited visitor had come for. Paval brought his face closer to him and whispered softly that he was right. Oh Sang-gyun wondered why the killer revealed his identity so easily. The man began to beg to be spared, convincing them that no one had seen the file on him. But the killer only smiled, saying that he had freely said his name. Feeling something rapidly constrict around his body, Oh Sang-gyun began to shout that he could believe him. Thin threads wrapped around his fingers, wrists, and other parts of his body. At some point, having grabbed a whole bunch of such weapons, the ruler of the Shame clan thought that he was free. He pulled the strings, rising from his chair and loudly shouting insults at his guest. However, Paval continued to stare at him with the cold gaze of his red eyes with vertical pupils. He reached out, and a second later, Iljun felt thin threads wrap around his neck, causing a series of cuts. Before his head separated from his body, the man only managed to let out a short sigh. Paval took his file in his hands and said he would take it with him. In another part of Chengdu, a large explosion suddenly erupted, sending a large column of fire into the air. Leaving dead people in the streets, the warriors of the Qingcheng clan shouted that this was open war. Chan Murian stood outside and watched as a great wall of flames engulfed the house, sending dark, thick smoke billowing upward. Looking at the ground, the boy sighed, saying that it all looked like some kind of nightmare. People were shouting all around, waving swords and attacking their opponents, wishing them death. The people of the Ame clan wanted revenge on their enemies for killing Gongsong. However, their rivals did not give up and countered their accusations by saying that the former had hired an assassin for Wu Gongsang. Chang Murian watched from afar as the warriors of both great clans met in a duel. Yang Wuchan noticed that relations between the sects had reached a point where they had entered into open confrontation. Suddenly, the figure of Pon Sanghe, who was the master of the fire dragon room, appeared between them and called on everyone to stop the fight. The man sprayed saliva in different directions, trying to convince them that continuing the fight would not lead to anything good. However, as soon as one of the arrows hit his shoulder, he suddenly fell silent, and his assistant rushed towards him in fright. The people in the fire dragon room were outraged that someone dared to attack their master. Chan Murian and his men watched all this. At some beautiful moment, the captain of the Black Cloud grimaced and thought that this all looked like a cheap circus. Looking at it from the side, the guy understood very well that the Ime sect was now in a more difficult position due to a lack of strength. So he returned to Dao Shi and ordered him to gather all the forces of their detachment. Looking resolutely ahead, he announced to his men that they were entering battle. There was real hell going on around, as houses were burning everywhere, and dead bodies were simply lying on the concrete slabs of the street. Zhang Hua fought her way past a crowd of people running in the other direction from her, trying to save her life. Looking at the people from the Qingcheng clan, the woman asked them how they dared to send a killer after their disciple. Gritting her teeth tightly, she sneered that they dared to call themselves the greatest section in Jianghu. Cheon Yop came out before her and declared that they were the ones who started this war in the first place by sending an assassin after Wu Gongsang. The boy's gaze was extremely determined when he asked if they were behind this murder. These words alone angered Zhang Hua even more, who said that the young leader's killer also used equipment that belonged to Qingcheng. Rushing towards her opponent, the woman said that one of them must die today. Zhang Yop, not taking his stern gaze off her, began to envelop himself in dark lightning bolts, preparing for battle. When the two of them came together on the Hertz, a bright light of energy immediately flashed between them. Yang Solran also kept up with her older sister, trying to defeat as many members of the Qingcheng clan as possible. The brunette stood against the backdrop of the fiery glow and looked at the bodies of her rivals falling to the stone floor. Her teeth were clenched tightly, and a large bead of sweat rolled down her face. Suddenly, the girl's attention was drawn to the maid who was standing behind her, and suddenly fell down, wounded. Young Solran rushed to her to try to save her, but she only wanted to help the brunette herself. Tears streaming down her face, Gunhua held out her hand to help her energy circulate. However, the next moment her hand went limp and fell to the ground, indicating the woman's death. Young Solran, with tears in her eyes, hugged her friend's body to her, mourning her passing. The brunette thought that it was her sect that started all this, and although she herself did not want to join the war, now their students were dying because of her indecision. Looking sternly in front of her, the girl decided that she could no longer ignore what was happening around her. Meanwhile, Chang Murian watched intently as a large cloud of smoke rose into the sky, illuminated by bright fire. He wondered why their reinforcements had not arrived after so long. The thought immediately arose that the Qingchen sect was involved in this, but the guy immediately realized that they were not capable of such a thing. Without turning his head, the captain of the Black Cloud called one of his subordinates to him. He reported that something strange was happening, as those he had sent for help had still not returned. To the Black Cloud captain, It all looked as if someone was deliberately trying to make the confrontation more aggressive. After receiving an order from Chang Murian to inspect the surroundings, the boy immediately jumped into the air and set off on a mission. Looking at everything that was happening below, Sol Pei thought that it all looked like madness, as both sides forgot about the search for the killer and were simply tearing each other to pieces. All this led to the idea that the captain was right, and someone had deliberately provoked an open confrontation. Since explosions could be heard everywhere and fires were visible, Sol Pei wondered where such a person could be hiding, realizing that he would not be hiding in a building that could collapse at any moment. At the same time, the idea swirled in my mind that he would not be among those involved in open combat either. Staring intently ahead, Sol Pei tried to figure out where exactly he should look for the spy. Suddenly he landed in front of one of the arches, behind which a tall, spreading tree could be seen. He knew very well that this was a tree that was considered sacred in Chengdu, and it was tall enough to see all around the city. The fact that a spy could be hiding in the branches of this tree seemed quite incredible, but Sol Pei decided to check it out. It was only when he climbed right into the branches that an unexpected shine caught his attention. The guy was an experienced warrior, so he understood that staying in one place for a long time would be quite dangerous, which is why he jumped from the branch he was sitting on. Raising his head up, he screamed loudly, hoping that the killer would come out to him. On one of the nearby branches, Sol Pei noticed a figure wearing a black cloak and hiding his face under a hood. The only thing he could see in the complete darkness was a red eye with a vertical snake-like pupil. He stood, not taking his eyes off his guest and quickly releasing threads of energy around him. The next moment, besides them, ghost daggers also flew into Sol Pei. The boy looked at the thin blades, realizing that the trajectory was aimed directly at him. He tried to dodge the weapon elements while simultaneously fighting back with his daggers. What he couldn't understand was what the master who possessed the kinetic energy of blades in a city like Chengdu had forgotten, but lost in his thoughts. Sol Pei didn't realize how he had become so trapped by energy threads that he couldn't move. He grabbed his throat, trying to loosen their grip. Meanwhile, the unknown master slowly approached him. When the face under the hood was almost close to his, Sol Pei screamed loudly, and tears fell from his eyes. Finally seeing who he was dealing with, the boy shouted loudly why he had done it. But Paval didn't answer him, instead pulling the strings and cutting off his head. Leaving the body of his unexpected opponent hanging between the branches of the sacred tree, the mercenary calmly turned and left the scene of battle. Standing on one of the large branches, he watched as the absolute hell of war between two large clans was taking place in Chengdu. Meanwhile, at the place where Zhang Hua met in battle with Qian Yop, the stone slabs completely cracked. The guy looked at his rival with a stern gaze, his lips tightly compressed into a thin line. The elder of the Ame clan herself was kneeling and leaning on her elbows, not daring to raise her head. Noticing this picture, young Solran rushed to help her older sister. She sat down next to her and asked her, concerned, if she was okay. After helping her sister to her feet, the brunette invited her to return to the White Flower's room. After that, her stern gaze fell on Qian Yop, who was standing nearby. The boy watched intently everything the Ma clan disciple did. Suddenly, his partner approached him and called out to him with a desperate voice. The girls from the Ma clan, meanwhile, were leaving the battlefield. Not wanting to continue the bloodshed, Qian Yop turned to his comrade and told them it was time to go. Barely able to move their legs, Zhang Hua and his younger sister slowly walked through the ruins of the once clean street. Qian Yopa's partner, meanwhile, shouted to the other surviving Qingchen clan warriors that they were retreating. The Ma clan disciple, meanwhile, was also shouting that they should leave as Zhang Hua's older sister was seriously injured. Paval at this time was hiding in the branches of a large tree, watching what happened between the clans with his participation. The news that Zhang Hua was seriously injured brought a satisfied smile to the boy's face. Looking at the fierce faces of the girls he had once encountered, the guy understood that this was a pretty great result. The next morning, as soon as the sun rose above the horizon, the results of the unexpected clash of clans became visible. Looking at the bodies with their heads sewn to their bodies, Chang Murian asked his men who could have killed them. Bending over one of the corpses, Dao Shu turned to his captain and said that they were all killed by exactly one person. The captain raised an eyebrow in bewilderment, asking his subordinate if he was sure of his conclusion. He explained that the wounds on the neck were absolutely identical, and judging by their size, the killer used a short sword or dagger. Upon hearing this, Chang Murian immediately asked him if the wounds on O Yukpa's body were also inflicted by daggers. At the same time, he turned to Yang Wuchon, asking him to bring the big guy here. After some time, the one with a body covered in layers and wounds appeared before the captain. After examining him, the vice captain shouted that his injuries completely matched those of the dead. At that moment, Chang Murian suddenly realized that it was Paval who had killed both of his men. Turning a fierce gaze on his subordinates, he ordered all their fighters to be gathered and the murderer brought to him. Chang Murian was now more determined than ever to interrogate him himself. Meanwhile, in the White Flower's room, the maids discussed the incredible fact that they had managed to injure the elder. Suddenly, a stern voice was heard from the side, ordering them to stop and gather themselves together. Turning their heads, they saw young Sol Ran standing next to them, staring at them with fury in her eyes. Not giving the girls a chance to continue discussing the issue that had been raised earlier, she ordered them to check the security of the White Flower's room. Hearing the words that the Qingcheng sect could attack them at any moment, the maids folded their hands in a gesture of submission and bowed. At the same time, she ordered another maid to send a pigeon to the main sect and ask them for reinforcements. Left alone, the brunette thought about the fact that the aggravation between their sects was caused by the deaths of Wu Gongsan and the leader of the Lightning Clan. She knew perfectly well that someone was deliberately trying to set them off, so she was determined to find out who exactly was doing it. Meanwhile, in her room, Zhonghua lay on the bed, receiving treatment for her injuries. Suddenly opening her eyes wide and looking up at the ceiling, the woman gritted her teeth and growled curses towards the Qingcheng sect. The doctor looked at her in fear and said that she had to be completely still, otherwise her meridians, which had already stabilized, would be disrupted again. He tried to warn her that this could put her life in danger, but the woman absolutely refused to listen to him. With a stern look at him, Zhonghua ordered the man to disappear before he lost his head. Not daring to argue with the elder of the Ma clan, the man left the hall with a wild expression. Looking down and looking at her injuries, Zhonghua growled softly through tightly clenched teeth. Closing her eyes, she tried to calm down, but immediately thoughts appeared in her head about the pitiful situation she was in. While the girl was thinking about how she had to recover so that the initiative would not pass into young Solran's hands, the door to her room slowly opened. Even without looking at who had entered her room, the woman growled, ordering them to get out of there. However, noticing a figure in a cloak, whose face was covered by a hood, Zhonghua asked in bewilderment who he was. A red eye with a vertical pupil glowed in the darkness when the stranger asked if she remembered him. But the elder of the Ma clan seemed to not understand who was in front of her, so she asked if he knew her. As he got closer and closer, Paywall said that he had never forgotten about her in all these 7 years. His sly smile showed in the faint glow as the boy asked her if she would recognize him when he knocked out another eye. At this moment, Zhonghua remembered the fight with the unknown murderer they were catching together with the Qingcheng clan. Finally realizing who was standing before her, the elder of the Imei clan gritted her teeth and growled, wondering how he had survived. The guy took off his hood and said with a slight smile that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Zhonghua couldn't understand how he ended up here, being completely certain that he had died then. When the girl reminded him that the red-bearded man had thrown him into a pit of snakes, Paval agreed. But when he said that now it was her turn to die and end up in that pit, Zhonghua froze in fear. Looking at her with his glowing red eyes, Paywall added that he was the one who killed her student Gong Xiong and the young leader of the Lightning Clan. Remembering her student's dead face, Zhonghua asked how he dared to do such a thing, assuming that he wanted to make an enemy in the face of the Ma sect. When asked by her if he wasn't at all afraid of the consequences, the guy reminded her that it was her sect that made him like this, which made her look at him in astonishment. Paval now reminded her of a large white snake, staring at her with glowing red eyes with vertical pupils. He remembered absolutely everyone he met in the dungeon, and spent quite a long time there until they died. Without taking his gaze off Zhonghua, Paywol reminded her that without them, they would never have become assassins. Unable to move, the girl asked him what exactly he wanted, to which Paywol replied that he simply wanted to inform her of what would happen to her sect from today onwards. At the same time, he announced that he was going to kill Cheon Yop, who belonged to the Qingchen sect today. At the same time, upon hearing that one of Ma's main techniques, namely the snow cloud piercing strike, would be used, Zhonghua looked at the guest in astonishment. The horror of the situation was that this was precisely the technique that young Solran used very often. With her own blood pouring from her nose and eyes, Zhang Hua tried to make as much effort as possible to stand up. Finally, sitting up a little on the bed, she assured the killer that she would never allow him to do this, because she would kill him right now. But even her hand on his own cloak did not worry Paval, and he said that both clans would shed each other's blood, and both sides would suffer very heavy losses. Enjoying his moment of power, Paval added that in doing so, the blood of monsters like their abbess and the red-bearded one would be shed. Realizing that she was losing more and more strength with each passing second, Zhang Hua shook and cursed. Paval paused for a moment, looking at his opponent who was sitting at his feet. In her eyes, hatred and at the same time wild despair were mixed. She gritted her teeth in pain, realizing that she had to get rid of the cruel killer right now. However, looking at her hand slowly approaching his face, Paval assured her that he would under no circumstances allow the two to hide. After that, he promised that like a great serpent he would devour both sects. When Zhonghui's hand fell directly over his mouth, the boy fell silent for a moment, watching what would happen next. A second later, the girl screamed wildly, throwing curse words in his direction. Her face was completely covered in blood, and her strength was rapidly running out. Feeling the last of her strength leaving her weak body, Zhang Hua cursed again, tears forming in her eyes. After that, she fell out of bed unconscious, and Paval calmly looked at her dead body. At the same time, he coldly added that her clan shouldn't have created it. The guy said they created a person who was too horrible. Meanwhile, the Black Cloud Squad, led by Ho Ranju, used all their strength to break down the door to the house where Paval lived. However, the only thing they found there was an empty room and an open window. Dao Shi, looking at all this, said that he must have left the hotel he was living in a long time ago. Instead, Hell Sin said that the intelligence team reported that he had not returned since last night, which suggested that he had changed his place of residence due to their arrival. The redhead, standing on the threshold, slapped herself hard on the forehead, thinking about how she could buy into his appearance. However, Dao Shishi, examining the room very carefully, was more worried about where the mercenary had gone. Suddenly a guess crept into his head, and he looked carefully at the open window. Looking at the full moon over the city of Chengdu, he thought about the fact that Paval was causing trouble for someone again. At this time, outside the Golden Heaven Clan building, one of the Qingcheng warriors asked how long they needed to train. His partner, looking up at him with a tortured look, replied that he himself did not know how much time would pass. They discussed how everyone was very exhausted after the battle, as well as the tension over rumors of a murderer among them. Suddenly, an unknown sound reached one of the boys, and he looked intently at the building, not taking his eyes off it. The next second he saw a great explosion thunder inside it, sending a cloud of fire and smoke into the air. The warriors ran as fast as they could to where they heard the screams, saying that it was a technique used by the Ime clan. While they were thinking about finding the elder, he was right where they had planned, lying on the ground, blood dripping from his mouth. Sometime before, he had been sitting in a room alone, meditating to recover from his fight with Zhang Hua. Having completed his recovery, the boy exhaled wearily from the wild tension that had bound him. Opening his eyes, he noticed a figure in front of him in a long cloak, whose face was hidden by a hood, so he wondered who he was. Without taking his gaze off the stranger, Cheon Yop said that since his footsteps were quiet, it meant he hadn't been invited here. The figure, without taking off his hood, introduced himself as Paval. This name seemed vaguely familiar to the elder of the Qingchen clan, so he asked why he had come in the middle of the night. He warned that nothing good should be expected from those who come at night and quite secretly, which included him. Hearing these words, Cheon Yop immediately apologized for the stupid question he had asked. At the same time, the guy added that there was a question he wanted to ask in case the two of them ever met. With his head lowered and a gloomy look on the floor, Cheon Yop asked Paval if he had killed the young leader of the Lightning Clan. He, not intending to come up with any excuses, simply confessed to what he had done. To a barrage of questions from the elder of the Qingchen clan, Paval replied that he was offended by both their sect and the Eme sect. Cheon Yop frowned, adding that they had never heard of Paval, even though he held a great grudge against everyone. Coming closer, Paval explained that the Ime sect had made him a hired assassin, and the Qingcheng sect had declared him an enemy in Sichuan. Hearing that the Ime sect had made him a hired assassin, Cheon Yop shouted, "Is he talking about an incident that happened 7 years ago?" He immediately remembered the incident of the murder of young Master Wu Gong Sang. Taking off his hood, Paval admitted that this was also his doing. Grabbing the hilt of his sword, Cheon-yop said that today the assassin had made a very big mistake. Holding his weapon out in front of him, he added that he could have saved his life if he had just sat there and not come out of his hole. Without taking his stern gaze off his opponent, the boy added that he would end his worthless life right now. However, Paval himself did not react to these words in any way, and his eyes lit up with an otherworldly red glow. A moment later, Cheon-yop launched an active attack, advancing on the enemy. However, Paval was not going to just retreat, so he used energy threads and ghost daggers. The elder of the Qingchen clan skillfully repelled all the attacks that flew in his direction. At some point, he decided to switch from defense to active attack, for which he rushed forward with all the speed he was capable of. However, he completely ignored the ghost daggers that were already aimed in his direction. His wild gaze was focused solely on Paval, who stood directly opposite him. At one point during their fight, he jumped up and swung his swords to deliver the decisive blow. However, Paval, calmly measuring him with his snake eyes, only held out his index finger in front of him. The next moment, Cheon-yop felt his body stop obeying him, and he could no longer make a single movement. Now Paval's expression changed to one of determination and coldness, and his lips were pressed into a thin line. The elder of the Qingchen clan could not understand how this assassin knew such techniques. The last thing the assassin told his defeated opponent was to say hello to Zheng Hui. And now the dying body of Cheon-yop lay on the cold floor, bleeding, while his partner tried to stir him. The only thing the boy still had the strength to do when he opened his eyes was to say that they had created a monster. Immediately after that, his eyes closed for the last time, and the warriors of the Qingchen clan began to wail over his body. One of the guards ran down the street, shouting at the top of his lungs that their elder had been killed by the Ma sect. Hiding in one of the niches, Paval listened to the words about how Ma had killed Cheon-yop. Everyone who heard this immediately flew into a rage and planned to take revenge, because they did not want to tolerate this anymore. A satisfied smile appeared on the assassin's face as everything went exactly as he wanted. Everyone wanted to avenge the death of one of their elders, so it only took one spark to ignite a whole fire of enmity. Representatives of both clans killed each other day and night over and over again, and suspicions that someone could be behind this simply evaporated, since it was absolutely no one's business before that. Everyone wanted only one thing, namely to kill as many of their enemies as possible. So very soon the streets of Chengdu were littered with corpses and drenched in blood. Walking down the street after one such battle, young Sol-ran thought that this was truly hell on earth. She couldn't fathom the truth of how this could have happened. Suddenly she heard someone calling her name, and raising her head, she noticed the captain of the black cloud next to her. Bowing respectfully to her, Chang Murian said he had something to tell her about a murder that had recently occurred. Hearing the name of the murderer who had started the open enmity between their clans, the brunette froze for a moment with her eyes wide open. She remembered the name perfectly and knew who it belonged to. Meanwhile, on the big mountain, the abbess was filled with tears, thinking about how much Zhenghua meant to her. She stared furiously ahead, unable to believe that her beloved student had been murdered. Now the woman knew perfectly well the name of the murderer, who was to blame for everything, so she growled his name through tightly clenched teeth. She received word that the assassin who killed Wu Gongsang 7 years ago had survived and forced their sects to kill each other. The messenger reported that he didn't think so, but that Yang Sol-ran actually thought so. The woman could not understand how this happened, since she knew very well about the martial arts passed down from Qingchen, but no one had taught him the techniques of the Ma sect. The messenger remembered that one of those who died in the dungeon always carried a copy of this technique with him. So I missed that Paval was able to learn it thanks to this copy. The news that someone was carrying a copy of their clan's secret technology angered the woman even more. Scared to death, the messenger said that this was the only assumption that could explain all this. The woman stood up from the table and said that the Qingchen sect would never believe this, so they should catch this murderer themselves. Looking ahead with a hazy gaze, the woman said that she would punish him herself for humiliating the great Ma sect. Meanwhile, Paval came to the blacksmith street in the Fire Dragon sector, breaking one of the craftsman's arms and saying that his weapons were still killing people. His battered assistant sat in the corner, staring at the stranger with a weary gaze. Looming over the beaten young man, the mercenary asked him what exactly he should do with those who made others suffer. He looked at the strong stranger in fear and said that he would do whatever he wanted if he destroyed everyone. Hearing this wish, Paval's eyes lit up with an otherworldly red light, and he smiled broadly. The next second, the master whose hand Paval was holding screamed loudly as the mercenary pulled him by it with all his strength. He turned his attention to the blacksmith, who had just placed the order, and said that he should look at his choice. Suddenly, the master was surprised to see everything around the stranger filled with a fountain of blood. Realizing that one of his enemies was gone, the boy smiled maniacally and laughed out loud. Everywhere they stepped on the street, the remaining craftsmen fell dead. Threads released by the mercenary, as well as ghost daggers, flew around them. At some point, the master did start to look around in fear, trying to understand how all this had become possible. Hearing that this was being done with a weapon he had once made, the boy stared in amazement and said that it looked simply incredible. Looking at his savior, he said that thanks to him he was finally able to take revenge on his enemies. Without taking his gaze off the figure of Paval, the blacksmith asked him if he needed his help. The next moment he fell to his knees before him, showing his respect. Looking at the mercenary with crazy eyes, the boy asked with a wild smile how he could help him. Paval lowered his head and looked at the master, who was kneeling before him. Not far away, the red-bearded man attacked one of his opponents with a magical blow. The blow was so powerful that it threw him backward several steps forward. One of the servants immediately asked the master why he had chosen Mr. T. Suddenly, the voice of the elder of the Qingchen clan was heard from behind, saying that he could not believe what he had seen. Turning to the red-bearded man, the old man asked him why he had done it. He just gritted his teeth and growled that he did it because of Qian Yap's death. When told that the leader of the lightning sect did not kill the boy, the red-bearded man replied that his interest was the reason for the murder. Turning a stern gaze on the elder, the man added that he would explain everything to him in detail so that he could understand his actions. Hearing the words that he would not allow anyone involved in this to survive, he still couldn't believe that the bearded man could be so furious. So he wondered what had happened 7 years ago. Mu Zhong shouted loudly that 7 years ago they lost Wu Gongsan, and today they killed Qian Yap, which completely ruined the future of the clan. The clan elder, without taking his gaze off his interlocutor, quietly called him, trying to calm him down a bit. However, he replied that all this time he had done nothing but endure, adding that they had received nothing in return. As he walked away from the spot where he killed Mr. Tay, Chu Zhong warned the old man not to try to stop him, as he would no longer ignore such behavior. Immediately afterwards, the clan elder watched as it leapt into the air, leaving a cloud of dust in its wake. Looking at him, the men who remained understood perfectly well that if Mu Zhong united with Wu Jinpeng, the situation would become dangerous. The old man, remembering the father of the murdered boy, asked if he had gone into seclusion 7 years ago. The assistant replied that isolation was not enough to calm his anger towards the Ime sect. The man asked the elder to let him sort things out himself, as it all looked very strange. The old man granted this permission, but immediately asked that he take the soldiers with him. At the same time, he allowed the use of force to get rid of Mu Zhong, if deemed necessary. Hearing that they had to find out why the red-bearded man had started all this, the assistant bowed and assured him that he would not let the elder down. After measuring the body of the dead leader of the Lightning Clan, the old man wondered how things could have come to this. Meanwhile, in the city itself, 2 men are sitting at the table in their room, discussing whether it is worth paying money for a night in such a hotel. They understood perfectly well that the rest of the hotels were closed, and the only establishment was charging double the price, and all this was because of the war with MA. At this time, in the neighboring room, in the only light of the moon, Paval sat, reading the dossier that he had managed to take from the manager of the Ganba clan. His long, thin fingers ran over the pages of hieroglyphics, quietly turning them over one by one. Looking at all this, the boy decided that the next target would be Dao Shu and the Bloody Monk. Moreover, he wanted to recognize the intelligence of the Hao sect, as their warriors were not only in Sichuan, but also throughout Chengdu. The boy's gaze fell again out the window, where the great fiery glow of burning houses spread out. Looking at all this, he understood that many clan members had died, and their number would be even greater. However, his face was completely indifferent, as Pei Wall regretted absolutely nothing. He was well aware that he was now taking revenge for what had happened in the cave, and since he had been locked there, his only goal had been survival. Despite the mountain of corpses trailing behind him, Paval understood that it was too late for him to retreat now, as he did not even know what it was like to have another life. The image of the dead Li Min appeared in his memory again, and the boy thought that he did not want to lose even his damned life. Meanwhile, the abbess of the 9 disasters, looking sternly ahead of her, hurried into the city, just like Mujong, who had absolutely no intention of stopping. Remembering the image of young Sol Ran, Paval thought that until they all fell, he would go all the way. Now he also included the Black Cloud detachment led by Chang Murian among his enemies. Looking ahead, the boy thought that his death awaited him somewhere among all these flames. He glanced again at the black smoke billowing from the burning buildings. Meanwhile, in the city itself, doctors were carrying a wounded woman, demanding that someone help them. One of the Ime clan members said that they had too little medicine, so he wasn't sure if they could hold out. However, the girl assured me that she had already sent a message, and the medicine would be delivered closer to midnight. Looking at the brunette, Chang Murian thought about how incredible her ability to obtain resources seemed, even though they were in the minority, wondering how such a talent had not been noticed before. However, now, looking at the girl's stern expression, Daosha said that now she would be able to manifest herself to the fullest. Carefully observing how the girl distributed human and other resources, the men talked about how if she became the head of the MA sect, they would once again be able to dream of a bright future. Suddenly the captain froze, feeling someone's presence behind him. While his assistant was shouting that someone was here, the captain spoke up about feeling the presence of the chief. At this moment, the figure of the abbess of the 9 woes appeared at the gate. The elder of the MA clan raised her head and looked at everyone present in the courtyard with a careful gaze. All members of the MA clan abruptly knelt before their elder and folded their hands before her in a respectful gesture. They stood before her, heads bowed low and greeting her with all their hearts. Dao Shu and the captain did the same, except for kneeling down, suspecting that the incident had become serious since she had come here in person. Young Sol Ran also folded her hands in a respectful gesture and bowed her head to the elder of her clan. The old woman's face expressed severity as she looked at one of her students. Suddenly, Wu Xiongha appeared in front of the brunette, introduced herself to the elder, and bowed low. However, the appearance of the blonde did not impress the abbess of the 9 disasters at all. Noticing her gaze, Wu Sunha wondered for a moment why her eyes looked so eerie. Measuring everyone present with a stern gaze, the elder of the Ime clan ordered everyone to go inside. Immediately after that, the woman went into the house, and the rest of the clan members followed her, along with the Black Cloud squad. Suddenly the woman stopped and glanced behind her over her shoulder. Looking at Chang Murian and Dao Shi, she said that she wanted these two to also come in with her. The captain smiled, and his mate said he would be happy to get out of here as soon as possible, but he didn't think they had a choice. To stall for time before the inevitable, they both began to let each other pass. After some time, young Solran stood before the elder and reported everything she had learned. Hearing the name of the murderer who was responsible for Zhonghua's death, the woman closed her eyes and lowered her head. Suddenly her attention was drawn to Wu Sun Ha, who was looking at her with big brown eyes. She sternly asked if the blonde had anything to tell her. The girl was covered in large drops of sweat when she asked fearfully what exactly they wanted to hear from her. When the elder asked how exactly she was related to Pei Wool, Wu Sun Ha asked what she meant. Sharply grabbing the blonde by the face and lifting her head up, the elder asked once again how exactly she was connected to the murderer. At the same time, her eyes burned with a purple glow when the woman warned that she did not like being lied to. With every second, more and more drops of sweat appeared on Wu Sun He's face as she realized that she wouldn't be able to lie. After that, the frightened girl fell to her knees, begging for forgiveness, since she did not know how it would all end. Wu Sun Ha started screaming about how she just wanted to use the guy, all the while swearing that she would bring him here. Tears welling up, the blonde assured her that Paval trusted her, so bringing him to the elder would not be a problem. Suddenly the elder stood up and patted the girl on the head, but she looked at her with hope in her eyes, hoping that she would be pardoned. Lowering to the level of her brown eyes, the abbess asked who had asked her to kill the leader of the Lightning Clan, adding that all she had to do was live among men like a flower. Believing that she would be granted a pardon, Wu Sunha smiled with tears in her eyes, and assured that this is exactly what she would do now. Young Sol Ran, who entered the hall at that moment, stared in amazement at the picture unfolding before her eyes. The elder looked tenderly at the blonde and stroked her face as she burst into tears. The brunette quickly realized what she was getting into, so she screamed loudly, trying to stop the elder. However, the next moment, Wu Xionghe's gaze became blank, and blood dripped onto her hair. Everyone present, including the captain of the Black Cloud, looked on in amazement at what had happened to the girl. The elder of the Ma clan coldly turned around and walked back to her throne. Wu Sunhee's lifeless body was left lying on the floor, her face covered in blood. With one last fierce glance at her, the abbess of the Nine Woes grumbled about why someone like her would use her brains. Unable to bear it, young Sol Ran did scream loudly, trying to get the elder's attention. The girl was furious, and lightning and flashes of fire flew around her. The abbess of the Nine Woes stared in amazement at what was happening right before her eyes. Shining a fierce gaze, the brunette snapped angrily that there was no need to go that far. Feeling how fierce and strong the brunette was now, the captain was surprised that she had reached such a high level. However, the elder of the Ma clan only smiled contentedly, rejoicing that the student was able to show her true strength. At the same time, she warned that if she made an exception for one or a few people, she would make them all the time, and those who deserved death should be killed. The abbess finally said that she would understand when she took her place, so she asked her not to act like a child and leave the room. After that, she pointed her hand at Wu Sunhee's body and ordered him to be taken away from her eyes. Without even looking at young Sol Ran, yet feeling her gaze, the abbess said that she would accept the 100 Flowers room once again, as they came from the same roots as the Ma clan. Realizing that she couldn't do anything now, the brunette only gritted her teeth furiously, but remained silent. Unable to contain her rage, she turned and quickly left the room. Chan Murian, observing the elder's behavior, thought that she was going to kill the blonde from the very beginning in order to conquer the room of 100 Flowers. While he was thinking that controlling her would be much more difficult than he had initially expected, the woman turned to him and said that he would need to be involved. Hearing this, the Black Cloud captain along with Dao Shu looked at the abbess in shock. After measuring the men in front of her with a stern, attentive gaze, the woman said that she wanted them to find Paval for her. Meanwhile, as night fell, the servants of the Ma clan carried Wu Songhee's body far into the forest. They dropped the corpse, wrapped in a shroud, onto the grass, not far from several trees. One of them suggested leaving it here, adding that stray dogs and wild animals would stretch it out anyway. Taking one last look at the girl's body, they hurried to hide. As soon as they left, heavy rain began to fall around them, soaking the cloth in which the body was wrapped. Paval came closer and took a piece of cloth from the dead girl's face. For a while he stood in the rain and looked at his dead lover. His eyes were still quite cold, but his gaze looked very intense. In the end, the boy decided to bury the girl in the place where she was abandoned, for which he began to pile a mountain of stones over her body. Looking at the burial site he had just made, Paval said that he would not apologize as they were simply using each other. However, he promised to take revenge for her and make those who did it pay. For a while longer he sat by the grave, looking ahead. As soon as the sun rose over Chengdu, the governor of the Qingcheng camp and his men approached one of the gates and knocked on it. The old man who opened the door for him quietly asked who exactly had visited their house. The manager introduced himself, and with a broad smile asked them how their lives were going. Grandpa went out the gate and, looking stunned, asked what exactly had brought the man to him. He replied that he would like to talk to Wu Jinpeng, adding that the clan was currently in a rather unstable situation. The old man smiled and asked to wait a moment, hiding behind the gate. The manager at this time looked up in disappointment, realizing that his visit had brought little benefit. He remembered very well that after killing Wu Gongsang, Wu Jinpeng had abandoned everything and decided to isolate himself in his home. Suddenly the gate opened again, and a figure appeared in the sunlight. The much-aged Wu Jinpeng came out and greeted his guests. The manager immediately greeted him and apologized for not visiting him for a long time. The former right-hand man of the Qingchen clan invited the guest to the table and began to discuss with him that the killer of the young leader of the Lightning clan had learned 72 sword waves. It sounded too funny for the manager, but he was tensely choosing the words to ask the next question he was going to ask. However, the man spared him the need to say it, as he quietly said that he knew perfectly well why he had come. Remembering his son's dead face, the man said that the killer of Wu Gongsang and Nam Ho Sang was the same person. From the heavy memories, Wu Jinpeng lowered his head and looked into his tea bowl. The manager at this time asked how the man himself would have done it, if it were really the same person. The gaze of the former right-hand man of the Qingcheng clan became quite empty when he said that parents who lost their children lead empty lives. That is why, tightly clutching the cup of tea in his hands, he declared that he would avenge his son. Meanwhile, Paval was back in the city, standing near one of the wells. Threads of his energy flew around, accompanied by ghost daggers. He carefully looked around him, trying not to miss a single person who approached him. Suddenly, a voice greeted him nearby, and the boy turned in that direction. Paval noticed Horanju approaching him, smiling happily and waving at him. Coming closer, the girl added that she had not expected to see him right under her nose in the room of 100 flowers. However, the mercenary coldly asked what she wanted, adding that if she had called people with her, it was not just a meeting. Coming out into the light, Dashu said that the guy was really incredible since they hid their presence very well. Folding her hands in front of her, the redhead, with a broad smile, asked the mercenary to enter the black cloud, warning that it would be the last time. But he looked at her with his red eyes and asked what would happen if he suddenly refused. To this, he received the answer that in that case they would have to do as their client wanted, namely kill him. The bloody monk immediately lost his cold composure and said that if he wanted to live, he should accept the offer. When Dao Shu stepped forward and said that they had come here not to kill and that they were ready to abandon the mission. At the same time, he warned that they had already reported his death, and even if the MA sect found out about it, by then he would be so strong that no one would dare to contact him, so he advised them to hide well. After hearing such a long tirade, Paval was surprised that the mercenary's reputation was so unimportant in his future work. Dao Shi replied that it didn't matter to anyone at the moment, and he himself didn't want to kill the guy. For a moment, Paval pretended to be thoughtful, which was why he dropped his red eyes to his feet. However, after that, resolutely raising his head, he boldly said that he was refusing the offer. Hearing him say that reputation is everything to a killer, Horanju wondered who could have hired him to check it out. Paval was once again lost in thought, staring blankly at his feet. He remembered the words of Li Min, who said that she hoped that people would feel the same as she did, namely a terrible feeling of helplessness. Suddenly, a loud sound brought him out of his thoughts, forcing him to turn his head in its direction. Through tightly clenched teeth, Horanju growled the guess that his client was a woman. Hearing her suggestion, Dao Shi smiled, telling the assassin that he was more sensitive than they had thought from the beginning. Drawing her dagger, the redhead could not calm down, asking who this woman was. She rushed at the boy with a wild expression on her face, demanding that he tell her name. However, despite the fact that the dagger missed him by a millimeter and caught the tree on the well, Paval did not even move. He stared coldly at the redhead standing directly across from him. The next second, she was already taking cover from the fragments of stones that were quickly flying towards her. The men immediately rushed to her, worried about the health of their partner. Stepping away from the unexpected attack, the redhead sighed that it was a very cheap trick, but she saw that the mercenary had disappeared. Suddenly, Chan Murian approached them and reminded them that there was no point in talking to him. At the same time, he pointed with a smile to the roof of one of the houses, on which the mercenary was sitting. Paval was indeed standing on the roof, wearing a hood and hiding his face under it. Looking sternly at his subordinates, the captain of the Black Cloud Squad ordered him to be killed. A whole squad of ninjas immediately rose into the air, intending to carry out his order. However, Paval was not going to just stand there and wait to be killed, so he pulled out the strings again to attack his enemies. The guy raised his hand and folded several fingers into a pile. As soon as he clicked them, the blood of the warriors began to spill around him. Looking at Chan Murian, the boy was surprised that he had actually gathered an entire army to kill him alone. But he only stretched his lips in a barely noticeable smile, answering that he wanted to take even more people with him. Behind him suddenly appeared an entire army of ninjas, patiently waiting for his new orders. Without taking his red eyes off his opponent, Paval promised that he would regret it, adding that it was not worth getting involved in his war. Not far from that spot, two men sitting at a table interrupted their conversation when they heard something explode behind them. They stood up, trying to understand what exactly had happened there. Suddenly, their attention was drawn to a hooded figure rapidly fleeing from an entire troop of warriors. Looking at the figure in the dark cloak, the men realized they had never seen him before. Noticing them, Paval lowered himself and looked at them with red eyes. The next second after that, he abruptly changed course, heading straight for the men. A second later, one of them fell to the ground from a strong kick to the head. Noticing the dead body on the stone floor, people began to gather at the scene of the battle. The man sitting at the table turned tensely to the figure, asking why he had killed his friend. However, instead of answering, Paval simply walked up to him and wrung his neck. One of the men who had come running to the screams watched in amazement as the figure's hand also approached him. The next moment, he was lying on the ground, pressed into the stone slabs. When Paval stood up, the rest of the audience looked at him in fear, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, rapid footsteps were heard behind them, indicating the approach of the Black Cloud detachment. Not understanding what was happening around him, but realizing that nothing good would come of it, Dao Shu shouted that he had to be stopped. But Paval calmly turned his head and looked at them with a cold gaze. A loud scream was heard from a man who was outraged that they were killing people so easily. As soon as he said this, a satisfied smile appeared on Pavolya's face. Instead, Ho Ranju glared in front of her, surprised that they were being accused of murdering them. Dao Shu quickly realized that this was the mercenaries' plan, which made them the prime suspects. Looking at his red eyes, the redhead suddenly realized that he wanted to force them to fight humans. One of the men in the crowd shouted, trying to figure out where exactly the leader had disappeared to. But the next moment he pointed at the Black Cloud squad, thinking that it was worth catching them and finding out all the information. Ho Ranju tried to justify herself somehow, but Dao Shu understood that it made absolutely no sense. Suddenly, despite the redhead's attempts to stop him, the bloody monk stepped forward. Without looking up at her, he explained that they couldn't all stay here, advising them to follow Paval and leave the crowd to him. Realizing that there was some rationality in his words, Ho Ranju only gasped. Jumping into the air, she ordered him to be careful. At these words, Hel Sin only raised his head and smiled, saying that he must follow her order. After that, despite the angry looks of the villagers, the bloody monk wanted to clear up this misunderstanding. Meanwhile, not far from where the bloody monk was, a new clash between the Ime clan and the Qingchen clan was taking place. Paval looked at the buildings, which were engulfed in flames, and black smoke was rising from them again. Chan Mariana stared at this scene in amazement, realizing that a small skirmish had turned into an open war. The guy didn't understand how one mercenary could do all this, so he looked closely at Pavolya, who was watching the result of his actions. Ho Ranju immediately asked him if he understood what he was doing, but Paval didn't even turn his head to ask if everyone who was hiding had come out, adding that the result was much better than he had expected. Looking at the captain of the Black Cloud squad, the mercenary thanked him and said that thanks to them, this battle would become even more beautiful. This was the last straw for Ho Ranju, who took out her whip and furiously attacked her opponent. However, Paval managed to jump high into the air at the last second, avoiding her attack. Looking at this, Dao Shu began to draw his sword to attack the mercenary as well. Staring fiercely at the boy with his fiery eyes, the man suggested that he put an end to everything. However, the wave of fire from his blow passed by as Paval jumped up once again. The mercenary put his arms out to the sides, launching his threads around Dao Shu along with his daggers. The warrior of the Black Cloud detachment stared in amazement at the blades that were rapidly flying towards him. Upon landing, he was surprised that Paval had decided to counterattack rather than retreat from them. And still staring intently at the floor, he tried to understand how the daggers could move so fast. However, he didn't have time to think for long, as in a moment he had to fend off daggers flying in his direction. But Paval, looking intently at the warrior, had no intention of retreating, so he directed new attacks at him. At some point, Dao Shi missed one of the daggers that was flying quickly to his sides behind his back. The man turned around only at the last moment, when he heard the sound of a sharp blade approaching him. He even managed to put his sword in front of him to try to repel it. However, it didn't help much, and the next second his arm simply fell off the rest of his body. Unable to contain his rage, he threw away his sword and grabbed the stump of his right arm. Ho Ranju, who was distracted by what was happening to her colleague, screamed loudly, not noticing the daggers flying towards her. The next moment, everyone was stunned by her loud scream of wild pain. Staring ahead with a tense gaze, the girl thought that all this made no sense, since she couldn't even see the daggers flying around. Raising her head, the redhead noticed Paval slowly approaching the injured Dao Shi. Realizing what could happen right now, she screamed loudly, and her face became covered in large drops of sweat. The Black Cloud warrior himself closed one eye and raised his head, looking at his opponent. He towered over him, measuring the man's figure with a cold gaze. Realizing that he had to intervene and save his people, Chang Murian shouted loudly for him to move away from him. Holding his spear out in front of him, the captain of the Black Cloud squad rushed forward against the enemy. After taking a few steps, he waved his hand and threw his weapon right where Paval stood. The mercenary, meanwhile, calmly watched as the spear quickly approached him. However, instead of backing away, he simply grabbed Dao Shu by the breasts and lifted him up, despite the latter's face contorted in pain. At the last moment, the boy managed to put his body in front of him, using the man as a human shield. Realizing what his opponent was doing, Chang Murian screamed loudly in despair. Ho Ranju, meanwhile, watched intently as the captain's spear flew at her colleague. Paval let go of Dao Shu's body, and it collapsed directly at his feet with a blank stare. The mercenary watched with a calm gaze as the warrior of the Black Cloud Squad lay on the ground. Immediately after that, a dark haze surrounded him, helping him disappear. Ho Ranju ran to Dao Shu and placed his head on her lap, saying that he couldn't just die like that. However, in his typical manner, he stretched his lips in a barely noticeable smile, and with a wink, said that he was not going to die so early. Unable to contain her rage, the redhead turned to the captain, ordering him to immediately catch up with the murderer. Turning her tearful gaze to him, the girl asked him to tear Pavolya to pieces. Chang Murian's face at this moment also showed great fury and wild determination in his gaze. In a moment he jumped up, leaving his men alone. The redhead continued to shed bitter tears as she sat over her colleague's body. When he took his last breath, she fell on his chest and sobbed, calling his name. Chengdu continued to burn with the wild fire of war, taking lives with it and raising them into the sky in black smoke. The clan elder, along with young Sol Ran, watched all of this. Gritting her teeth tightly, the woman muttered questions about what was going on there. That brunette spoke out that they should immediately rescue their allies and stabilize the current situation as quickly as possible. Elder Ame agreed, adding that things were much worse than she had expected. Shouting loudly, she ordered her people to move into the fire dragon's room. Hearing her order, the clan warriors began to rise into the air, moving in the indicated direction. When they arrived, one of the guards shouted to the master that the Ame sect had arrived. He went outside with his other students, surprised that the clan elder had come in person. Squinting, the man realized that in this case they were all at a complete disadvantage. The next moment, the gate of their house opened and Gong Hua appeared there. The master grimaced in fear, and his face was covered with large drops of sweat. Hearing him call her a witch, the elder of the Ame clan was surprised that he had become much bolder. However, taking all his will into his fist, the man ordered her and her men to retreat, adding that this problem was only between the Fire Dragon Room and the Qingming sect. The woman was indignant, adding that the Qingming sect was closely related to the Ime sect. She didn't even want to listen to his explanation, so she abruptly ordered him to shut up as soon as the man started to say something. The next moment, a blow flew at the master, but he sharply raised his sword to repel it. Gritting his teeth, Master P thought about how he hadn't expected such strength from her. Besides, the fighting skill that the woman was now using against him looked quite terrifying. At the place where they had met in battle, a loud explosion erupted, sending a large column of dust into the air. The attack was so strong that the man could not stand it and coughed loudly, spitting out a drop of blood. A large web of cracks ran across the ground where he stood. Meanwhile, Gun Hua was already jumping into the air, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. Staring fiercely at her opponent, the woman growled that this would put an end to all the chaos. As soon as she brought her scepter up for the final blow, a great sword belonging to Mu Zhong appeared before Master Pei. Stepping back down and looking at her opponent, the woman was surprised that he had been able to withstand such a blow. Looking at the red-bearded man, the elder of the Ame clan said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He didn't answer, just stood there for a moment, measuring the woman with a careful gaze. Then he said that he never would have thought that they would meet again under such circumstances. When Gun Hua said that she herself was not very happy to see him, Mu Zhong said that he had been waiting for this meeting for 7 years. At the same time, he explained that if his older brothers had not refused to destroy the Ma clan 7 years ago, they would have met much earlier. The abbess of the Seven Woes, meanwhile, froze, feeling that a rather strange energy was emanating from the red-bearded man. She turned to her opponent with this question, saying that she felt a mystical energy from him that had not been there before. Hearing that he had just learned new martial arts, the woman gasped and said that she couldn't even imagine how profound the martial arts of the Qing Chung sect were. However, the woman added that she never expected a secret technique in this sect that would have such impure energy. Mu Zhong responded to this by telling her not to measure the sect by her own standards, as they were much more powerful than Ame. Stretching her lips in a barely noticeable smile, the woman said that he was so majestic that even an ordinary murderer could deceive him. At the same time, she reminded him of Paval, whom he thought he had destroyed. Hearing this, Mujong lost the last remnants of self-control, causing energy to simply pour out of him. He looked intently at the woman he was talking to, asking which murderer she was referring to. Smiling slyly at her superiority, Gunhua said that scumbag he left in the cave was still alive. However, the red-bearded man, thinking about the murderer's body lying at the bottom of the snake pit, growled so that she wouldn't lie. Looking at him with a half-crazy look, the abbess of the Nine Woes asked if he had checked the murderer's pipe. Realizing that this had not been done, the woman blamed her husband for this situation happening. Meanwhile, the half-crazy face of the hired killer he threw into the pit 7 years ago appeared before Mujong's eyes. Gritting his teeth tightly, the man asked if he had really survived. Gonghua responded that the boy was to blame for the death of the young leader of the Lightning Clan and for the current situation. Before that, the woman turned to the bearded man and said that he was the one who killed Zhenghua and Cheon Yap from their sect. Barely uttering the words, the red-bearded man still couldn't believe that they had been deceived by some simple murderer. Gunhua agreed and suggested forgetting about their problems for now and taking care of them after killing B.A. Wool. However, at this moment the red-bearded man's gaze became wild, and he growled wildly that he was refusing the offer. He gripped his sword tighter in his hands, and wild energy began to pulse around him. The man accused his interlocutor of being the one who gave the boy the order to kill. The red-bearded man began to advance rapidly, never taking his hateful gaze off his target. Around him were warriors of the Aimei clan, ready to follow him into battle. But upon noticing this, Gunhua only smiled, convinced that the red-bearded man was indeed stubborn. At his threatening look, the woman said that he was choosing the harder path when she was offering the easier one. But Mujong didn't care at all, and he said he would make her pay for her crimes. At some point, the rivals began to measure each other with threatening glances, which did not bode well. The next second they rushed forward, stamping their feet so fast that the slabs beneath their feet cracked. Meanwhile, Paval moved through the forest, hiding his face under a dark hood. Hearing a voice from behind ordering him to stop, the boy obediently followed the instructions. His gaze caught a glimpse of the explosion that had occurred in the city where Mujong had met Gonghua. Looking at this, a broad smile spread across his face as he realized that his main enemies had met in a duel. Meanwhile, the warriors of the Aimei clan rode on horseback, staring fiercely ahead, hoping to find the unknown killer. Paval set off, trying with all his might to break away from the pursuers who were following him directly. At the same time, as he walked, he released his threads of energy to bring out at least a few warriors from behind. Staring resolutely ahead, Chang Murian couldn't believe that he was having a hard time catching up with the mercenary, even while riding a horse. Besides, it was hard to believe that Paval could create threads simply with his energy. However, regardless of which way the mercenary chose to escape, the captain of the Black Cloud was not going to give up under any circumstances. The guy remembered himself as a very young man at the moment when he committed his first murder. Turning his head, he then looked sternly at the stranger standing behind him. Dao Shu's face was quite surprised at how determined the young guy looked. And now Zhang Muryang was angry that Pai Wall dared to kill his teacher. Raising his spear, the captain of Black Cloud ordered his men to engage in battle. They followed his example, raising their spears and preparing to attack the mercenary with them. Sensing an attack behind him, Paval stopped abruptly and changed direction, flying towards his weapon. Chang Murian immediately noticed this and shouted to his men. The next second, one of the warriors, covered in large drops of sweat, noticed that their target had disappeared again, wondering who he really was. Paval, meanwhile, found himself directly behind the rider and watching intently what was happening in front of him. Feeling someone's gaze on him, he turned his head and with surprise noticed their target. Meanwhile, the mercenary, without taking off his hood, was gathering his energy threads again to attack the horseman. A second later, loud screams were heard and blood began to splash around. Despite the flying heads of their colleagues, the other warriors watched as their target mounted one of the horses. The captain also looked at Pavolya, not taking his fierce gaze away and clenching his teeth tightly. Suddenly, at the place where they had met in battle, there was a loud explosion that sent a column of fire into the air. The bodies of the dead warriors of the Black Cloud detachment, along with their horses, remained lying on the stone floor. Those who managed to survive, led by Chan Murian, slowly surrounded Paval, squeezing him into a narrow ring. staring fiercely at their target. The captain growled through clenched teeth that he would definitely kill him with his own hands. However, Paval, looking at him with his red eyes, said that he could not understand something. On the verge of his rage, Chang Murian asked what exactly he was interested in. Without showing any emotion on his face, Paval asked the captain if that's not how everyone lives. He explained that including Black Cloud, the Ame sect and the Qingcheng sect also kill people. So he asked how they were different from him. Remembering the great fire he had seen just recently, the boy wondered how many people the sect had sacrificed to gain the reputation they had now. After that, he turned his attention to the horsemen and the captain himself, suggesting that they had killed 10 times more than there were here now. Closing his eyes, Paval said that he simply created the right opportunity. At the same time, he accused those present of having brought the situation to this point due to their greed and ambition. Hearing these words, Chang Murian glared at his opponent and said that he had completely lost his mind. However, Paval no longer listened to him, releasing energy threads and ghost daggers. Turning his attention to the weapon, the Black Cloud captain noticed that the dagger he had taken out was shining much brighter than before, signifying an infusion of energy. The guy abruptly began to go through the options of what the killer might get if he revealed his weapon. Suddenly, he felt someone approaching him from behind. Turning his head, the captain realized that one of those who would soon arrive was Mother Superior Gong Hua. At the same time, looking at the energy flows, the boy thought that Paval could not be working with anyone, so all that remained was to guess whose energy it was. At that moment, Mu Zhong's voice was heard nearby, telling the abbess that she would not be able to escape from him. However, the woman only smiled predatorily, saying that she wanted the exact opposite and adding that he was going to destroy everything in Chengdu. On the ground, the warriors of both clans still continued their fierce battle, killing each other. Meanwhile, their leaders clashed in the air in a fierce duel that was to decide everything. However, at some point, a swift, small dagger appeared between them, shining brightly with energy. Redbeard immediately turned his attention to him, distracted from the abbess of the 9 woes. The chair also drew attention to the element of weapons, which she was not entirely unexpected to see here. Finally, they noticed that it was not far from where the Black Cloud had cornered Paval. Young Sol-Ran was not far from the leaders of both sects, and stared in amazement at the figure standing among the horsemen. The brunette rushed forward, hurrying to the spot and trying to keep up with the leader. Meanwhile, on the way, she asked her student if she knew this person. When asked by her mentor, the girl immediately remembered the figure of the murderer she had seen 7 years ago. But hesitating, she did answer that this was the mercenary they were trying to catch. The gaze of the abbess of the 7 woes turned to Mu Zhong, who was carefully studying the figure of the murderer. He suddenly turned his red eyes to the red-bearded man himself. Even though his appearance had changed, Mu Zhong immediately realized that the boy he had thrown into the pit had survived. Seeing a target upon which he could now direct his true fury, the man shouted loudly, standing on the wall. The horses neighed wildly at the sound, trying to stand on their hind legs and hide from it, and the riders covered their ears. As Vim rushed from the wall to attack Paval, the captain of the Black Cloud stared in amazement at what was happening right before his eyes. However, the mercenary himself, sensing an interesting battle, smiled broadly, without even turning his head in that direction. At the last second, glancing at his target, the boy felt like a poisonous snake about to rush into battle, rejoicing that everyone had finally gathered. His gaze became crazy, and his smile turned into a sinister grin. Wanting to be left alone with his opponents, Paval rushed to flee deep into the city. The captain of the Black Cloud squad, looking fiercely in his direction, began pursuing the mercenary. The elder of the Ime clan, along with Yang Sol-Ran, did similar things. However, the fiercest hunter in this hunt was Mu Zhong. Unable to bear the wild tension, the man screamed loudly, trying to find out how much longer the man would run away from him. At some point, young Sol-Ran stopped and looked in front of her in despair. Watching the elder raise his hand to attack the murderer, the girl screamed, trying to stop her. However, Gunhua didn't listen to her at all, growling over her shoulder to shut her mouth. Her thoughts were occupied only with what Art the Sage had managed to learn if he was able to defeat her with one blow. Before that, the woman was angered by how the murderer dared to treat her, and she understood that if he survived, it would completely ruin the reputation of the MI sect. Now the woman wanted to deal with the mercenary as quickly as possible in order to arrange a real battle with the sage Mu Zhong. Suddenly, at some point out of nowhere, Arrows began to fly at the members of the Ime clan. Those who managed to survive the surprise attack realized that it was a hidden weapon. The warriors of the Black Cloud detachment began to look around, realizing that they had fallen into a trap. Chang Murian dismounted from his horse, thinking about the place they had arrived at. The area was empty, and the old dilapidated houses were overgrown with tall trees. Suddenly, looking at the pile of tools lying on the ground, Chang Murian realized that this was not just an abandoned house. Looking around, the boy realized that he was standing right in front of the abandoned estate of the Tang clan. Seeing where their pursuit of the murderer had led them, Elder Aimei was also surprised that they had arrived at the village of this clan. Mu Zhong was also outraged by this, so he shouted loudly for the murderer to come out to them. The next morning, just above their heads, shrouded in darkness, Paval himself appeared. He stood on the roof of the house, his face hidden in the shadow of his hood. The sage of the Qingchen clan assumed a fighting stance, ready to engage in battle at any moment. However, Paval stood still, measuring him with a cold gaze of red eyes. Looking at him with a fierce gaze, Mu Zhong cursed loudly through clenched teeth. Gunhua also couldn't stand the wild tension and loudly asked the guy what exactly he was up to. He suddenly remembered all the training he had undergone during the 7 years he had spent in the dungeon. Looking at his enemies, he only smiled broadly, showing his attitude towards them. Finally raising his head and coming out of his thoughts, the boy advised them to look for the answer in their own eyes. Now they all looked as if the coils of a great white snake were simply contracting in front of them. Suddenly, one of the Black Cloud warriors appeared nearby on a nearby rooftop, raising his sword to defeat the assassin. He skillfully jumped from one roof to another, trying to get as close to his goal as possible. At the same time, he skillfully repelled all the ghost daggers that flew at him from Paval's side with his blade. A satisfied smile shone on the boy's face when he asked how much the assassin himself liked it. However, suddenly more blades flew towards him at breakneck speed. This confused the boy for a moment, so he began to fight them off with greater speed. However, at some point one of the daggers did reach its target, causing the boy to scream loudly. This finally broke his concentration, and he became available to other blades. Having lost strength from several stab wounds, the boy simply dropped the sword from his hands and collapsed onto the stone floor. The warriors of the Ime clan looked at this in shock, not expecting that there would be so many hidden weapons nearby. On the other hand, Paval himself was only greatly amused by this picture. His clan assistant assured him that no one would know about the number of secret weapons in their village. One of the Ime clan's subordinates stared in shock, wondering why they had been lured into this village. Her eyes reflected genuine horror as she wondered if they should have confronted the killer right here. Noticing that the girl was slowly backing away, young Sol-Ran put out her hand and shouted loudly, trying to stop her. However, this had no effect, and so, having caught one of the traps, the girl was instantly pierced by a pile of arrows. The remaining soldiers did not wait for the same fate to befall them, and decided to retreat. Despite the hail of arrows whistling above her head, young Sol-Ran tried to calm everyone down and restore order. One of the warriors ran away, screaming for help, but she also failed to notice the trap stone. She stopped when she saw acrid smoke immediately begin to rise from the ground. All the warriors of the Ma clan immediately began to cough and clutch their throats, realizing that they had been caught in a poisonous cloud. Tears welling up, one of the girls turned to the elders, begging them for help. When many white snakes appeared on the stone floor, their red eyes flashing, everyone realized that Paval was using magic to summon them. Gonghua froze for a moment, lost in her thoughts and listening to the cries for help. Her face took on a predatory expression as she turned to Paval, demanding that he come down so she could cut off his head. However, the boy, stretching his lips in a barely noticeable smile, only told her to wait. At the same time, he warned that the most delicious thing is always left for last. Mu Jin, meanwhile, stared sternly ahead, waiting for the unknown assassin to descend upon him. He paid absolutely no attention to the warrior who was flying right to the ground next to him, nor to the poisonous snakes that were standing at his feet. The man's eyes burned with the flames of revenge as he thought about finding his true enemy. At some point, a bright light of his energy began to emanate from him, causing the stone floor to crack and crumble into stones. Gritting his teeth tightly, the man cursed loudly, looking straight ahead. Raising his head, the man croaked at Pei Wol that he was the one who clipped the wings of the Qingcheng sect. At the same time, with a crazy expression on his face, he promised that he would pay for it with his own life. Paval drew attention to these words of his, adding that he had already forced him to do this 7 years ago. However, Mujong himself was only angered by these words, and he growled furiously at the boy. He, lowering his head, instead said that there was nothing more to repay debts for in this world. However, looking resolutely ahead, Paval said that now all that remained was to collect them. Wrapping himself in camouflage darkness, the boy descended from the roof and flew away. But the red-bearded man who noticed this only hiccuped loudly. Surrounding you with a similar darkness, he said that it was all just pathetic tricks. But before he could do anything, he noticed that the shadow of Paval's figure was already directly above him. Mujong drew his sword and slashed at the cloak, cutting the cloth in half. In the hole that had formed, he suddenly noticed the figure of Paval, standing directly in front of him. Staring sternly at the hitman, the man said that everything about him had changed since their last meeting, except his eyes. Instead, Paval himself noticed that nothing had changed in the man himself, except for his eyes. The mercenary stood in a black cloak, his hair tied high in a ponytail at the back. Drawing a figure in the air with his blade, the man sent it straight to Paval. However, without thinking for a long time, he abruptly rushed forward, trying to fly as close as possible to the enemy. His gaze was extremely focused, and his eyes sparkled with a determined light. A multitude of energy threads followed him, accompanied by ghostly daggers that sparkled in the light of the fires. Noticing the blades flying towards him, Mujong drew his sword and began to fend them off one by one. Smiling, the man admitted that it was pretty good for a hitman. Suddenly, the red-bearded man thought about what those 7 years were like for Paval himself. It became apparent that the boy's techniques were honed much more than those of any of the professional masters in Sichuan. Meanwhile, Paval was gathering energy threads to strike again with a powerful blow. Therefore, fighting him really seemed quite fun for the man. Surrounding himself in darkness, he thought about how long it had been since he had wanted to win so badly. Looking at his opponent, he thought about what the 7 years he had spent in complete darkness had been like. Suddenly, the red-bearded man saw a completely different image of the guy he could have been if he hadn't been pushed onto the path of murder. Closing his eyes, he exhaled heavily, lowering his sword. The impact on the stone floor was so strong that a large web of small and large cracks appeared on it. Paval carefully watched what was happening, trying to understand what would happen next. At some point, darkness began to envelop everything around, coming straight from the hole in the ground. Looking at his hand, Mujong asked if the mercenary could repel this now. Noticing his opponent quickly approaching him, Paval frowned for a moment, trying to figure out what he should do now. Immediately afterwards, a large explosion occurred at the point where they collided, sending fire and a cloud of dust into the air. The red-bearded man stared in front of him in a daze, realizing that he had sensed something and calculating that his opponent could not evade the cuts of the azure cloud. Mujong was simply certain that he had managed to chop Paval into pieces. Meanwhile, the mercenary himself coughed briefly, spitting out a drop of blood. He stared sternly ahead, his fingers holding the blade of his sword inches from his face. Absolutely not expecting such a result of his attack, the red-bearded man opened his mouth in shock. Paval calmly managed to restrain the broad blade of his sword, and there was a thin trickle of blood on his lips. At some point, a crack was heard all around, and a single small crack appeared on the metal blade. Paval's gaze remained completely indifferent, as this was exactly the result he had expected. He stood using the Hungry Demon Saber technique, which could destroy even jade. Watching his sword shatter into thousands of small fragments, Mujong stared at his opponent in shock. He raised the hilt of the sword closer to his face, thinking that it had been passed down for generations from its master, and that it had not left any marks, even after a fierce battle. A new wave of rage seized him, and he growled, spitting as the boy managed to do it. However, he never received an answer, as after that his chest was pierced by a large spear. Paval did not expect such a result at all, so he looked in front of him in amazement, not understanding what was happening. Realizing his complete defeat, the red-bearded man looked down furiously and coughed up blood. Gonghua stood above him, holding her scepter and placing her hand under her side. Unable to stand on his feet anymore, Mujong collapsed to the ground, bleeding profusely. Turning his head, he saw that he had been defeated by the abbess of the Ame clan. Paval moved closer to the two, measuring them with a stern gaze of red eyes. At the same time, Mujong listened to the words of the abbess of the 9 disasters that he had done a good job. With a greedy smile, the woman added that now she could take on the hired gun to finish him off. Gonghua watched intently as the red-bearded man's body hung helplessly from her spear. Finally, he noticed that she had hit him from behind, like a coward. However, the woman just threw up her hands, noting that Zhang Hu only cares about the winner. At the same time, with a smile, the abbess of the Ma clan told him to blame only his helplessness. As he was bleeding, Mu Zhang recalled that the woman was the head of the sect, so her act seemed all the more strange in front of so many people who were around. And indeed, young Sol Ran, who had not expected such treachery from her abbess, looked in their direction in bewilderment. The captain of the Black Cloud had a similar expression on his face. But Gong Hua raised her index finger, saying that now they had gained victory and power over the entire Sichuan province. And even if everyone around her saw something completely different in her actions, they will only be able to tell about it in the afterlife. With his last strength, the red-bearded man roared loudly, calling the abbess of the 9 evils a devil. He was absolutely certain that the Ime sect would not continue to exist. Approaching his rival, the man blurted out that the sect was becoming weaker because of her. Not wanting to listen to his words anymore, Gunhua held out her hand, asking if he was finished yet. After the decisive blow, she advised him to worry about the fate of the Qingcheng sect. The abbess of the 9 calamities herself was confident that the Ma sect she created would live forever. But his clan, having lost one of its pillars in his face, faced only a miserable end. A bright purple glow appeared above the dilapidated houses of the abandoned Tang clan village. The woman pushed Mu Zhang against one of the walls, throwing him to the floor with all her strength. His subordinates watched in amazement, not understanding how this could have happened. Instead, the abbess of the 9 woes only snorted loudly, looking at her opponent. Turning her head, the woman saw a figure in black clothes not far from her. Her eyes flashed with a mysterious glow, and she examined Pavoya with a careful gaze. Without taking her eyes off the guy, the woman said that in a way she was even grateful to him. But Paval silently stared at her with his red eyes, without saying a word. Meanwhile, the woman took out her scepter and struck the ground with all her strength, launching a new wave of light. With a predatory smile, she promised the boy that she would give him pain that he would not forget even after death. The opponent stood on a stone floor that had long since become a web of countless large and small cracks. Finally, Paval coldly remarked that if it weren't for the old woman's ambition, he would be living a quiet life and traveling the world. At the same time, he remembered his past as a traveler, until the moment when he met a strange figure. Looking down, Paywall declared that he really wanted to live like an ordinary person. However, it was the ambition of the elder of the Ma clan that turned him into a ferocious killer. Therefore, looking resolutely ahead, he again began to draw out energy threads, accompanied by daggers. Throwing them forward, he would stare at Gong Hua with his red eyes and say, or she would look at him. Hearing the words about the monster she had created, the woman pressed her lips tightly into a thin line, and her eyes sparkled with radiance. The abbess of the 9 disasters skillfully repelled all the attacks of the ghost daggers that flew towards her. However, Paywall was not going to give up so easily, so he looked sternly at his opponent, directing new threads. The concentration he saw in her gaze was extremely strong, so the sound of metal clanking against metal could be heard time and time again. At one point, Paywall got so close that he managed to raise his hand and strike. Immediately afterwards, a cloud of dust rose into the air from a large explosion. Young Solran's face was covered in large beads of sweat as she stared in that direction in a daze. The only thing the girl thought about at that moment was the fate that befell her master. As the cloud of dust began to clear, Gong Hua's face became visible, smiling broadly. With a stern glance from under her forehead at her opponent, the woman said that it would not work on her. She raised her scepter, surrounded by bolts of energy, to attack the boy once again. A new explosion, which occurred shortly after, spread with a loud sound and bright fire. Paval, intently staring at all this, tried to hold his threads so that they would continue to attack the old woman. For a moment, all that was visible in the cloud of fire was his fierce face, intently searching for his opponent. He raised his hand to pull the threads so they were tied to his fingers. Realizing that her blow had not had the effect she had hoped for, the woman gritted her teeth in rage. Now she didn't know what to say against him, so for a moment, concern appeared in her eyes. Just above her, the woman saw the glints of fire in the thin blades of the ghost daggers that belonged to Paval. She struck her scepter against the ground, causing a new wave of energy. But it began to disperse around her, rising into the air and filling everything around it. Looking at Pavolya, she asked with a broad smile if that was all he was capable of. He stood, leaning on his hand for extra support, and looked at the old woman with shining eyes. Finally, the guy opened his mouth and suggested she find out. Noticing how he let out threads on the ground, the abbess of the 9 woes froze for a moment with her mouth wide open. Suddenly she felt something and looked down to check her guess. Energy threads ran along the stones and tightly entangled one of her legs. Without wasting time, Paval rushed forward, pulling the strings behind him. Losing her footing after that, Gonghua flew to the ground. The only thing she managed to do before falling was to curse quietly. Staring fiercely at his rival, Paval quickly approached her. He used 2 techniques at once to increase his physical abilities and his ability to think quickly. When the boy was right next to her face, Gonghua looked at him in shock. From the blow he inflicted on her, the woman opened her mouth wide and coughed up blood. The next second, the woman flew back, falling onto her back. Paval froze, towering a dark figure over his enemy. His face was completely indifferent and his gaze extremely cold. Noticing that the master was in danger, young Solran screamed loudly. Meanwhile, Gonghua tried to retreat, clutching at the stones with her hands. She thought about how she didn't even realize what hit her, since she didn't see any attack. Looking up at the boy, the woman realized that they had created a monster, since he fought on par with Muzhong. Hearing the elder's voice calling her loudly, young Solran turned to face her. Following her, Gonghua caught the attention of the captain of the Black Cloud Squad. Looking at Paval, the elder of the Ma clan ordered them to kill him. They just looked fiercely ahead, determined to enter the battle. Looking at what was happening before him, Paval said that it all looked disgusting. He drew attention to the fact that the woman was ready to sacrifice 2 people to save her life. Rushing forward towards her, the boy warned that he would not give her such an opportunity. He flew sharply past Chan Murian, who stepped forward to protect the elder. Young Solran also stood before the master, looking sternly at the mercenary. Meanwhile, Gonghua raised her face, covered in blood, and looked in front of her. Chan Murian, not intending to give up, jumped into the air to attack Paval from behind. However, he put his hand out to the side, summoning his energy threads. The eyes of the Black Cloud captain burned with wild blue fire and hatred. Clenching his teeth tightly, he growled loudly, cursing at the enemy. However, the next moment he felt an extreme pain pierce his body. Spraying saliva, the boy screamed loudly as he watched his blood drip all around. The next target was young Solran, so Paval was quickly closing in on her. Trying to stop him, the girl threw a light attack at him, demanding that he stop. However, the next second she saw her opponent sharply dodge the blow. Time and again she attacked, demanding that he stop the fight. However, his face remained completely indifferent, and his red eyes burned with determination. As Paval swept past her, she looked ahead in amazement. Turning back, young Solran wondered why the mercenary didn't attack her but simply passed by. Meanwhile, Paval was once again standing over the elder of the Ma clan, looking at her bloodied face. His eyes shone on a face hidden in shadow, but covered in large drops of sweat, she just gritted her teeth and cursed. A second later, a loud scream from young Solran filled with despair rang out. Meanwhile, Gonghua stared at her hands in a daze. It seemed to her as if large black snakes were writhing around them. The woman felt as if she were surrounded by a whole horde of snakes. Gritting her teeth tightly, the woman glared at her superior with hatred. She screamed loudly, accusing him that if it weren't for him, she would own Sichuan. A second later, Gonghua coughed loudly and blood gushed from her cut neck. Paval calmly watched as her body fell to the ground like a dead weight. Looking sternly at the woman, Paval said that she should now disappear forever from his life. Chang Murian, barely getting to his feet, looked in the direction of the elder in a daze. A similar expression was on young Solran, who was standing nearby. The Qingcheng clan members who were taking their wounded sage away also looked intently at the defeated head of the Ime clan. Those who had fought before, no matter what, stopped with their swords raised in their hands. Gonghua was lying on the ground, a large pool of blood spreading beneath her body. Her subordinates burst into tears, not understanding how this was even possible. Since the abbess was strong and fell after one blow, the attention of those present switched to the figure of Paval. Everyone suddenly realized that he had become a reaper and had long since ceased to be human. Hearing the whisper, the boy suddenly turned his red eyes to the crowd. This made the Ime sect members scream and rush away abruptly. They were interested in how they could now defeat the mercenary. Paval, meanwhile, calmly surveyed all the warriors with a cold gaze from his red eyes. As soon as his gaze fell on one of the soldiers of the Ma clan, she began to burst into tears in fear. Unable to bear the wild tension, the girl turned and ran away. After watching her trail, they turned back to where Paval stood. Looking at the boy, young Solran suddenly clearly understood that the end had come for them. She understood perfectly well that everyone was afraid of the murderer, whom they had hated until very recently. Now he had instantly destroyed the leaders of two major clans, and could easily take control of all of Sichuan. And now Paval stood before her, staring intently ahead. Closing her eyes, young Solran tried to figure out what to do now. Clutching the sword in her hands, she suddenly thought about what the future held for the Ime sect. Feeling her attentive gaze on him, Paval suddenly turned his head in her direction. Young Solran stared at him, her gaze fixed on him in a dazed state. The boy answered her in kind, piercing her with his red eyes. However, as soon as the girl opened her mouth to say something, Mujin's loud scream was heard. His subordinates, who were nearby, covered their ears and closed their eyes tightly. Young Solran turned her head towards the man and looked at him in fear. Paval did the same, looking at his new opponent with shining red eyes. Meanwhile, Mujin himself raised his head and growled loudly again. There was a strong energy around him that seemed quite dark. The members of the Qingcheng sect stared at him in amazement, trying to call his name. One of the soldiers approached the man and asked if he was okay. Suddenly, everyone present realized that the energy coming from him was demonic, and this meant that he definitely studied demonic martial arts. Looking at how his opponent moved, Paval noticed that his movements had changed. In addition, it became noticeable that they began to resemble the movements of the guy himself more. However, the people of the Qingcheng clan shouted, trying to stop their leader. But Mujin didn't listen to anyone, growling at the mercenary who would destroy him. Paval, watching him, noticed that he had become much faster, and now there were no holes, which was clearly due to the demonic technique. However, right now, the sage of the Qingcheng sect was completely out of his mind as demonic energy filled his mind. The mercenary immediately began to release energy threads, which he directed towards the red-bearded man. He was approaching quickly, surrounded by a haze of demonic energy. At some point, Paval clenched his fist and pulled the strings he had let go. Mujin stopped, feeling like he couldn't make even the slightest movement. His eyes were filled with an otherworldly glow, and blood began to flow from his mouth. He shouted loudly, showering the boy with abuse. Trying to free himself from his shackles, Mujin took one strong leap forward. However, the boy's face remained completely indifferent, and he patiently waited for the attack. But the next moment, the man stopped and coughed up blood loudly. A second later, the body of the Qingcheng sect sage fell to the ground without strength. After that, Paval noticed someone's hand appear in front of his face. In front of him, the boy saw the man who had come for Mujin's body. However, there was no emotion on his face except for wild fear. At some point, the man's attention was drawn to movement behind him. Realizing that the leader was still alive, he rushed to Mujong, helping him to his feet. The man bent over the sage's body, waiting for him to speak. Meanwhile, Mujong stared blankly at his colleague, his face covered in blood. However, the man was concerned about why the sage of their clan had begun studying the demonic arts. Barely finding the words, Mujong raised his hand and said that it was all for the sake of their sect. For a moment, his gaze, directed at his colleague, became remarkably pure, and the next second his arm hung limply and fell to the ground. His colleague looked at the sage with a frightened look, not understanding what would happen next. He bent over the leader's body, asking him what he had done. Looking at Mujong's face, he added that he wanted to protect the honor of the sect, but it was precisely because of the demonic arts that he began to study that it suffered. Not far from them lay the dead body of the elder of the Ma clan, covered in his own blood. Their subordinates thought that the woman had stabbed the sage in the back, and that Mujong himself had used demonic arts. However, everyone also understood that these two titans could not defeat a single opponent. Looking at the blonde-haired boy, everyone present understood that now all of Sichuan would change because of this murderer. Meanwhile, Paval himself carefully observed the remaining sect members. The streets of the abandoned village of the Tang clan were littered with the dead bodies of warriors who had died. Turning his head away from Mujong's body, the man looked at the figure of the murderer they were catching. After that, he looked at the dead sage again, thinking about his future actions. Young Solran also looked at Paval, her gaze never leaving his. The boy watched carefully as the girl slowly approached him. Finally, the brunette bowed, folding her hands in a respectful gesture, and asked permission to take the elder's body for burial. Her subordinates, seeing this, began to loudly indignate that she was bowing her head to the one who had killed their elder. However, when they saw the fierce look the girl turned to them with, they suddenly fell silent. After that, young Solran turned to face the mercenary again. She understood perfectly well that now the main task of her clan was survival. In addition, Looking at Paval's figure, the girl understood that now there was no one who could defeat him. Approaching the murderer, the man from the Chingcheng clan loudly declared that their sect also wanted to take the sage's body. Folding his hands in a gesture of submission and bowing, he asked the victor if he would allow them. The warriors were surprised that the leaders of both clans had surrendered, but they understood perfectly well that if the battle continued, the sects would hardly survive it. However, this was followed by the question of whether the monster they had come up against would spare them. Paval froze for a moment, carefully studying everyone present. After that, he replied that if he allowed them to leave, they would take revenge just like he did. However, young Sol Ran assured that none of her clan would seek him out for revenge. A representative of the Qingchen clan also assured that they would not take revenge on him. After measuring his interlocutors with a careful look, Paval asked him if they really expected him to believe them. At this, the brunette raised her head and said that they would definitely follow through. For a moment, the mercenary's gaze lingered on the girl, carefully studying her figure. The next second, his lips stretched into a faint smile, and he agreed to let them go. After what happened between the two largest clans, Sichuan was practically destroyed. Both sects ceased their activities and went into hiding to recover after the mercenary left the city. And although these events affected many people, no one even thought of taking revenge on Paval, who had now become a legend known as the Reaper. After some time, a boy met him on the riverbank, waving at him. The Reaper himself lay on the shore of the boat, covering his face with his hat. The guy on the shore continued to wave his hand, smiling broadly. Hearing his voice, the Reaper raised his hat and opened one eye. Meanwhile, changes were taking place again in Sichuan as news of the events in Chengdu spread around the world. One of the nobles, having heard about the unknown mercenary who had turned all of Sichuan upside down, got up from the table and said that he wanted to visit Chengdu. Meanwhile, two travelers stood on a cliff, looking at the city that spread out before them. Sichuan was rebuilding its life, preparing for the unknown future that awaited it. One of the shopkeepers shouted that in honor of the reopening of their store, all goods were being sold at half price. Another young shopkeeper shouted that they were open again. Noticing a richly dressed man near his stall, the merchant shouted that his goods were of the best quality. However, he passed by, completely ignoring the loud shouts of the shopkeepers who were in his path. He quickly entered the building at the end of the shopping street. Noticing him, the girl working in the middle froze in shock, turning to face him. However, pulling herself together, she smiled and, with folded arms, greeted the guest, asking how she could help him. He looked at the brunette and said that he would like to meet the owner of this place. However, she replied in a frightened tone that if he didn't have a prior appointment, it would be quite difficult to do so. But the man simply reached out, and when it touched her hair, the girl looked at his fingers in amazement. And when the visitor showed her what was in his hand, she covered her mouth in fear. Looking at his sign, the girl realized that the head of the inspection squad was now standing in front of her. Hong Yu-shin, who belonged to the Hao clan, patiently stared at the girl. A second later, the boy put his finger to his lips, signaling for her to be quiet, and ordered the owner to be brought to her. Not daring to contradict him, the brunette rushed to carry out his order. Hong Yu-shin was visibly smiling, making his face resemble a creepy mask. He was trying to figure out if the death of branch manager O was connected to the murderer who had wreaked havoc in Sichuan. Meanwhile, a man was moving slowly through the market, carefully examining what was on the shelves. Suddenly, somewhere nearby, there was a clanking sound as jewels spilled out of the bag. The people in the market looked in amazement in the direction from which the sound came. The big man with a big hump on his back growled loudly, telling them not to sell him anything like that. Gritting his teeth tightly, the hunchback said that the man was treating him like that because he had a hump. However, the terrified merchant rushed to assure him that he had never even thought of such a thing. But the boy continued to rage, resenting the fact that he was being sold a similar product for 3 silver yangs. The merchant tried to explain that considering the labor and the cost of materials, the price was quite low. When the hunchback began to demand that the necklace be sold to him for only 1 silver yang, the merchant fell to the ground and cried out that it was not profitable for him. He got closer and closer to the seller, at some point hovering over him. Staring at him fiercely, the hunchback growled and cursed loudly through clenched teeth. Suddenly hearing loud laughter behind him, he turned around in fright. The man who approached them asked the steel hunchback what had brought him back to this city. When he told him not to touch the merchant and that he could pay for it himself, the hunchback gritted his teeth furiously. However, pulling himself together, he asked Yushin Pun what he was doing here. He just smiled, as did his companion, who was standing nearby. With a broad smile, he replied that he was just walking with his niece and had a look at the place. Returning to the girl, Yu Xinpeng advised her to show respect for Oken Wol, known throughout southern Jianghu and Henan as the Steel Hunchback. By folding her hands in a respectful gesture and bowing, Li So-ha truly expressed her respect to him. Approaching the boy, Yu Xinpeng chuckled, looking at him. With a wink at the hunchback, the man finally said that he could buy him a piece of jewelry if he so desired. However, Oh Kyung-wol only let out a loud snort, glaring at the old man. Immediately afterwards, he returned the jewelry to the merchant, saying that he was not a beggar. Leaving the square, the hunchback shouted for everyone to stop looking because the show was over. Looking after him, Yu Xinpeng said that since he had already arrived, the other 6 stars would not be late either. At the same time, this turn of events seemed quite strange, since in the places where 7 stars appeared, something always happened. Paval, meanwhile, sat on the bank of the river, looking intently at its waters. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the sound of cranes soaring into the sky. Looking at the birds, the boy stretched his lips in a warm smile. Immediately after that, he released the fish he had been holding into the river. For another moment, Paval froze, staring unmoving before him. After that, adjusting his hat that protected him from the sun, he set off. After some time, the guy, having decided to have lunch, ended up in one of the restaurants. It was here that Hong Yu-shin found him, who was now looking intently at his target. Approaching his desk, the head of the inspection team asked if he had made a mistake. Without looking up at his guest, Paval confirmed that he was absolutely right. Looking closely at his interlocutor, the Hao clan member said that he was much more handsome than rumors had spread. However, Paval, returning to his plate, threatened to leave if he continued to talk nonsense. Pushing back his chair, Hong Yu-shin apologized and explained that he had spent a lot of time finding it. Sitting down at the table, he folded his hands and introduced himself with a broad smile. Upon hearing his name, Paval coldly said that he had never heard it before. Without taking his gaze off his interlocutor, the head of the inspection squad said that this was the first time he had introduced himself by his real name to someone outside the Han clan. As he pushed another piece of sashimi into his mouth, Paval asked what questions he might have. Hong Yu-shin asked in surprise if he really didn't understand what business he was here for. The head of the inspection squad remembered Oh Sang-yeon, the reason for whose murder he had come. Therefore, he wondered whether it was his interlocutor who had a hand in his death. Chewing his food, Paval calmly confirmed his guess. Hearing this, Hong Yu-shin looked at the boy with a stunned look. Without taking his eyes off him, he asked his interlocutor why he had done so. Paval coldly replied that he was collecting and selling information about him. Not quite expecting that answer, Hong Yu-shin asked in bewilderment if he had any idea what the Han clan was like. At the same time, he warned that if you crossed their path, you could forget about a peaceful life. And if he gives such an order, then every member of this clan will pursue him. Placing his chopsticks on the empty plate, Paval calmly replied that he didn't care. However, he warned that Hong Yu-shin's head would be on the ground before they could reach him, followed by the head of the clan leader. Covering his face with his hair, the head of the inspection squad laughed loudly. For a moment, staring intently at his interlocutor, Hong Yu-shin considered simply getting rid of the guy. However, Paval, without even raising his eyes, which were burning with a red glow, calmly sent energy threads into him. They surrounded the interlocutor, who was staring in front of him in a daze. At some point, he felt a thin trickle of blood running down his cheek. Paval, without showing any emotions, coldly warned him not to dare show his thirst for murder in front of him. In addition, he warned that he was very sensitive to such statements. Hong Yu-shin looked at his cheek, which was covered in blood. Paval, meanwhile, got up from the table and said that he didn't care who the Hao clan was, and he didn't care. Finally, he warned that if they continued to cause him any inconvenience, he would blow their heads off. Meanwhile, in the workers' quarter, loud sounds of a hammer striking a sword could be heard. When the metal had taken the desired shape, it was plunged into cold water, accompanied by a loud hissing sound and a cloud of steam. The Tang clan master exhaled noisily and wiped his forehead, which was sweaty from exertion. Suddenly, a voice was heard from behind, asking if he had many orders. Paval stood at the entrance, watching his work intently and with his arms crossed over his chest. Seeing his guest, the blacksmith smiled broadly in surprise. When asked why he didn't warn them that he was coming, the guy replied that he didn't want to distract him from his work. Looking at the swords lying nearby, Paval noticed that they looked simply magnificent. Smiling, the master thanked him, adding that if it weren't for Paval, he wouldn't have opened his workshop. However, he was interested in the question of what brought him here, assuming that the ghost daggers were already worn out. But Paval said he just wanted to personally place an order for him. Putting his hand forward, he added that he needed something to protect them. This greatly surprised the master, as he thought his guest was resting now. Noticing that he was lost in thought, Paval looked at him with a surprised look. But the next moment, the representative of the Tang clan smiled and assured him that he would make something light and strong, warning that the work would take 5 days. When night fell on the city, the master returned to his house, lighting his way with a lantern. Stretching himself out, he looked around carefully. He would never have thought that Paval would use armor, so now the boy was wondering whether he should expect any big fight. Approaching one of the shelves, he raised his flashlight to get a better look at what was there. Finally, after a while, he smiled, realizing that he had found the right materials. Suddenly, his attention was caught by some movement in a dark corner of the room. The master squinted, trying to make out what was there. Without wasting time, he rushed into the corner and abruptly lifted the row of chairs under which someone was lying into the air. Seeing the bright light, the little boy covered his head, trying to protect himself. Upon seeing him, the Tang clan representative looked at the child in astonishment. He did not expect to see a skinny boy here, trembling in fear, not daring to look at the guy. The next morning, the blacksmith came to the barn, holding a tray of food in his hands. Opening the door, he placed the tray on the ground to lure the boy out of his hiding place. The master shouted for him to eat, but he would simply leave the food and leave. However, the child continued to sit under the rowan tree, not daring to come out of its hiding place. Looking at all this, the master wondered how much time had passed, while at the same time asking the boy to eat. Closing the door, he announced that he would return in the evening, as he had to go somewhere. Noticing that the light had disappeared, the boy removed the scarf from his face and looked in front of him. His face was tense and his eyes looked frightened. Meanwhile, Paval sat in his house welcoming a long-awaited guest. The master from the Tang clan handed him a bundle, adding that he had brought what he had been asked for. Unfolding the cloth, Paval saw a pair of bracelets made of black metal that glittered in the sun. Watching his friend try on the armor, the master explained that since they were made of soft metal, they shouldn't restrict movement. Hearing that by putting energy into them, any weapon could be stopped, Paval smiled and thanked them. At these words, the master proudly raised his head and said that he had spent enough time on this. Suddenly, the boy looked in front of him in a daze and remembered something he wanted to share. He reached into the inside pocket of his robe to pull something out. Noticing that a skein of silver threads was in his palm, Paval was surprised. The blacksmith explained that he made them from leftover materials from the bracelets. Looking at the new weapon, the boy smiled and thanked the master for his work. Waving his hand, he said goodbye, which surprised Paval quite a bit. To this, the representative of the Tang clan explained that he had an uninvited guest, so he wanted to check on him. Not understanding what he was talking about, Paval measured his guest with a stern look. Meanwhile, a girl was walking through the market, asking her partner if there was any news. He replied that no new information had been found in Chengdu. They discussed that things were not going well for them, as asking the Hao clan for help would be very difficult. The girl immediately recalled that she had warned about being careful in carrying out the task. They passed by and didn't even pay attention to the blacksmith, who looked at the girl in amazement. They set off further, discussing the fact that Steel Hunchback had definitely arrived here, but there was no information about the rest. Meanwhile, the blacksmith himself set off ahead, thinking of going to the market first. Meanwhile, Oken Volya was thrown out of the establishment by knocking over one of the tables. He looked at his opponent, then blushing with rage, cursed loudly. Paval, on the other hand, calmly looked at the big guy, showing absolutely no emotion. Rising to his feet, the Steel Hunchback asked if the man knew who he was dealing with. However, the guy just indifferently replied that he shouldn't have such information. Hearing this, Oh Kyung-wol growled loudly, spraying saliva in all directions, but Paval was completely ready for battle, so he stood calmly in place, looking intently at his opponent. The Steel Hunchback began swinging his weight, launching it into the air. The next moment he rushed forward, intending to attack the impudent man with whom he had been speaking. His eyes were blazing with fury, and his teeth were clenched tightly in rage. Meanwhile, Paval lowered his head slightly and his expression became cold. The silver threads given to him by the blacksmith began to tangle around his hand. Suddenly a girl appeared between them and screamed loudly, demanding that the boys stop. Her scream was so loud that gusts of strong wind blew around her. After stopping the fight, Both opponents looked at the girl. Yosolyan was a fire-blooded witch and also a member of the Hall of Seven Stars. Her companion was the leader of this hall, known as the Firestorm Dragon, Sahyuk-yun. Noticing them, Oh Kyung-wol shouted that he just wanted to teach the impudent a lesson. However, the leader of the Seven-Star Hall ordered him to look carefully in front of him. When he noticed the interweaving of silver threads in front of him, he added that if he took another step, he would be cut to pieces. Picking up the pieces, Paval expressed regret that the fight never happened. After that, Sahyuk-yun turned to him and asked if he had gone too far with the brutality of the attack. The interlocutor did not answer anything to this. At the same time, he warned that attacking his named brother was tantamount to attacking the entire Hall of Seven Stars. However, even the words that if he attacked without a good reason could not evoke any emotion on Paval's face. For a moment they froze, studying each other intently. Suddenly, Yosolyan appeared next to them, drawing the leader's attention to the fact that it was the steel hunchback who had instigated the quarrel. He turned red with anger, growling her name furiously, but the girl asked him if she was wrong now. Unable to find a response to this, Oh Kyung-wol fell silent and turned away from the girl. Immediately after that, the fire-blooded witch stepped forward and said she wanted to apologize for her brother's behavior. Looking at her with a stern look, Paval quietly introduced himself. The girl said with a smile that they would compensate for everything that was broken, so she suggested that everyone calm down. Paval didn't answer, instead staring at her intently. Immediately after that, he turned his back on the guests and walked away. The men kept their gaze intently on the boy's figure. Instead, the fire-blooded witch said that she had no idea what had happened here, but she could sense that the atmosphere in Chengdu was tense. And until they figure out what's going on here, no one should get into conflicts by reminding them that they're on a mission. Meanwhile, the boy the Tang clan master found in the barn was quickly eating chicken feet. The blacksmith stood, leaning against the doorframe and crossing his arms over his chest, watching this scene. In the evening, upon arriving at the Suyeon organization, Paval asked him to get information about the Seven-Star Hall. Hong Yu-shin, raising his head from the documents he was studying, looked indifferently at his guest. He recalled his words about how he threatened to kill him if he bothered him, so he asked how Paval had found him. When asked what he needed the information for, the guy replied that it didn't concern him. However, the head of the inspection team said that in that case, he would not tell him anything. At the same time, he laughed that the Hao clan was not a place where he could do whatever he wanted. However, he warned that a completely different matter concerns Hong Yu-shin himself. He promised that if Paval answered his questions, he would find information about the Seven-Star Hall. For a moment, the boy thought about the proposal of the head of the inspection squad. After that, looking sternly at his interlocutor, he replied that he could ask his own questions. Stretching his lips into a wide smile, Hong Yu-shin said that he was interested in the ultimate goal of the guest who possessed such powerful martial arts. However, Paval replied that he had nothing of the sort in mind. The head of the inspection department, the Hao clan, was surprised and asked how he felt about becoming the ruler of Sichuan. Flipping through one of the magazines, Paval said that he studied martial arts to survive, then held on to his life for revenge. And when he had revenge, no desires remained. And the only thing he liked even a little bit now was reading books. Propping his face with his hand, Hong Yu-shin was glad that his interlocutor did not have lofty goals. Folding his hands in front of him, the boy declared that he would be happy to listen to his story of revenge another time. So now it was time to get down to business, and he asked what exactly Paval wanted to know about the Seven-Star Hall. Looking sternly at the head of the inspection department, Paval replied that he wanted to know why they had come. Hong Yu-shin replied that he himself was interested in the reason why the stars came to their city. After that, leaving the guy's office, Paval said that he was staying in Chengdu, so he asked to let him know when the information became available. Hong Yu-shin smiled and assured him that he would do just that. Sometime later, Paval was sitting at the table in his house, while his maid was peeling apples. His eyes ran intently over the pages of the book he held in his hands. When the girl offered him a piece of apple, the boy tilted his head towards her and opened his mouth. With a broad smile, she asked if he liked the fruit, adding that she had asked the vendor for it. Finally, the girl said that it was very juicy and fresh. Noticing that the girl was falling on her side, Paval looked at her in shock. The next second, he rushed forward to catch her and prevent her from falling. The girl had meanwhile fainted and was now lying with her eyes closed. Without wasting time, Paval picked her up in his arms and carried her towards the bed. His unexpected guest, watching the boy carefully cover the girl, asked how he could stay in the room all day. Returning to his husband, Paval said that this was much better than living in the mountains and eating grass, having nothing. The bald man laughed and said that a life that seems like paradise to one person may seem extremely boring to another. However, later, looking at the boy, he asked if he knew who he was. Hearing the objection, the guest was surprised that the man didn't look shocked. To this, Paval replied that if he had felt any hostility from him, he would already be lying dead. The bald man stretched his lips in a smile and remarked that he now understood why Mujong was so obsessed with him. Upon hearing this, Paval replied that, as expected, his guest belonged to the Qingcheng clan. Go Yan, who was the strongest swordsman in the clan, lowered his head and smiled. Paval looked at the guest carefully, asking why he had come, as it became clear that he was not here for revenge. With a stern expression on his face, Guoyong asked the boy if he knew that the Qingcheng sect had collapsed because of him. However, when Paval asked what exactly his guilt was, the man asked if he denied his involvement. Mentioning Mujong, the boy replied that he was involved in this, but the sect collapsed due to the actions of people within it, and no one forced the sage himself to study the demonic arts. Listening to all this, Goyan carefully studied his interlocutor's face. After that, he said that from the very beginning he wanted to kill the boy to restore the honor of the Qingchen clan. Back then, he had considered him an unforgivable villain. However, now there was no evil energy emanating from the boy. The man saw that Paval was strong, gloomy, and powerful, but not everything that appeared dark was necessarily evil. Lowering his head, Goyan thought that nothing in the world was useless, so the boy was brought into the world for a reason. Finally, he said that the sect would never bother him again in the future, since everything that happened to them was punishment for not maintaining their purity. Paval looked at his guest in bewilderment, arms crossed over his chest. However, Goyan asked if the boy could promise him one thing. He explained that now that the two major sects have ceased operations, everyone will want to take their place, and this could threaten the entire world. Looking at his interlocutor, the man expressed his hope that Paval would not allow the wrong people to come to power. Turning away from him, the boy replied that he could not promise him that. Looking out the window, Paval repeated that he would not give up on everything he had done, as he had no right to do so. Glancing at him before leaving, Goyan expressed his hope that he would become a person who would avoid wrongdoing, hate evil, and sympathize with the unfortunate. After saying that he hoped to meet them in the future, the man left the room, leaving the boy alone. Closing his eyes, Paval told himself that he would never be able to sympathize with others. Meanwhile, in the workshop, the boy being fed by the blacksmith introduced himself as Nam Xinwu. Hearing this, the master smiled and said that it sounded very cool. When asked where he was from, the boy replied that he was from the city of Hefei. The blacksmith put his fingers to his chin, remembering the map of their country and realizing that there was no way to get there. However, when asked how he had covered many thousands of kilometers, the boy replied that he himself did not know how he was able to do it. Looking at him carefully, the blacksmith asked if someone was following him. Chewing on the food the boy brought him, Xinwu thought. For a moment, silence fell between them. Finally, the boy said that he was being chased by people dressed in black. However, as soon as he said this, a sword cut into his shoulder, and blood spattered around him. The killer who attacked him was grinning broadly, hiding his face under a wide-brimmed hat. The blacksmith looked at him in amazement, not understanding what was happening. Xinwu, with tears in his eyes, said that it was these people who were persecuting him. When the boy fell to the floor, the blacksmith screamed loudly, not believing his own eyes. The assassin stood over the body, his sword sheathed. Meanwhile, a large pool of blood began to spread beneath Xinwu's body. Suddenly, the killer raised his head and thought about the fact that they had to deliver the target alive. However, looking at the corpse, he thought that he could get half for it. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the boy's hand, which suddenly jerked sharply. Cho Samjok looked at this, raising his eyebrows in surprise. Suddenly, the boy's body began to twitch in crazy convulsions. He opened his mouth wide and screamed loudly, saliva filling his lungs. Berserk watched all this and completely did not understand what was happening in front of him. The next moment, Xinwu rose to his feet, lowering his injured shoulder. After that, he turned to face where his attacker stood. Cho Samjok stared at his target in bewilderment, not understanding what to do now. However, a second later, he smiled broadly, realizing that he would now be able to receive the full amount. With these words, the berserker grabbed Xinhua by the mane, not taking his happy smile off his face. The boy's gaze was directed at the man, but it looked rather empty. Realizing that something had to be done, Shinwoo grabbed the attacker by the wrist. The tension was so great that the veins on my arm even bulged. After that, Cho Samjok stared in front of him in a daze, watching as he was knocked off his feet in one motion. The impact on the floor was so strong that it even left a web of cracks on it. The blacksmith stared in amazement at what was happening, not believing his own eyes. Cho Samjok began to stand up, cursing quietly under his breath. Shinwoo continued to stand still and stare blankly ahead. Berserk wondered how strong he was, as he expected to see a child who had no idea about martial arts. Besides, the wound he inflicted on him at the beginning has already completely healed. His face took on a wild expression as he said he now understood why they had paid so much for him. Holding his sword, Cho Samjok was glad that he wouldn't have to worry, as his opponent wouldn't let himself be caught just like that. He advised him to continue fighting, wanting to see if he would remain a wonder when all his limbs were cut off. Suddenly a blacksmith rushed at him from behind and abruptly grabbed his arms. At that, the master shouted to Nam Shinwoo to run away as quickly as possible. His eyes were wide and he looked shocked at what was happening. The boy stared at his rescuer in shock, not expecting him to rush to his defense. While the boy stood still, Cho Samjok shouted loudly, indignant. However, the blacksmith continued to shout for Shinwoo to get out of here. Realizing that he might lose his target, the berserker gritted his teeth and roared furiously. Extending his hand in front of him, he pushed the Tang clan master away from him. Returning to where the boy was standing, the berserker clicked his tongue in disappointment, as the boy had already fled. Adjusting his hat, he said loudly that it annoyed him. The master, meanwhile, sat against the wall, his head hanging powerlessly. Barely opening his eyes, the blacksmith could only say the name of his new friend. When Bei Wol came to Hongyu Shin, he said that the 7-star hall was currently looking for a boy. Leaning on his table, Paval asked him what the reason for this search was. The head of the inspection squad said that he had already sent his men on reconnaissance. Suddenly the boys heard loud screams in the hallway as someone demanded to be let through. Paval listened because the voice sounded very familiar to him. The secretary who came to Hongyu Shin said that Tang Sochu wanted to find Pavolya here. Hearing his name, he turned in surprise towards the exit. Without wasting time, he went out into the corridor where the screams were coming from. Koval was held by 2 guards, preventing him from going any further. Noticing Paval, the boy shouted desperately, trying to get his attention. When the guards released him, the master began to knead his aching hands. Paval came closer and asked him what exactly happened. Tan Sochu fell to his knees and asked him to help him. With his head bowed, Paval said he would help if he could. The blacksmith explained that an unknown mercenary in black had broken into his workshop. However, I also had to tell about Nam Shinwoo, who was previously hiding there. Having told the gist, the blacksmith added that something strange had happened. He described how the boy's shoulder was badly cut, so much so that it should have hit the bone and caused his death. However, shortly after the attack, he quickly got to his feet. Hongyu Shin suggested that the swordsman was the youngest member of the 7-star hall, whose name was Cho Samjok. At the same time, the guy was interested in the fact that the boy came back to life after being mortally wounded, so he had a theory that it was all connected to the Demon King. He explained that decades ago, a creature appeared that could regenerate regardless of how severe the injury was. Moreover, no opponents could defeat the monster, as it was stronger than each of them. Of course, the path this monster took was strewn with the corpses of his victims and opponents, and it was from that time that various wild rumors began to circulate. Following them, whoever manages to learn the secret of the Demon King will receive eternal life. For the first time, people appeared who were simply obsessed with the idea of learning the secret of eternal life. Such people persecuted anyone who could provide any information. Meanwhile, large explosions erupted again in Sichuan, sending a column of fire into the air. Looking at the burning houses, everyone rushed forward to save other people. One of the men shouted loudly to the people present that there were still people left in the house. Everyone around was running and bustling, but Yu Sol-yeon calmly walked through the crowd with a barely noticeable smile. She looked confidently ahead, declaring that the boy had run that way. Turning her head in the direction from which the fiery glow was pouring, she wondered why it wasn't there. She understood perfectly well that Sichuan was not their territory, and they could not stay here for long. Suddenly, Jia Eunpeng's voice was heard behind her, asking what she had forgotten here. Turning to the boy, the girl smiled and said that she was looking for a rat in the city. Looking at the fire she had set, the member of the 7-star hall said that the boy had been gone for a long time. A broad smile never left the fire-blooded witch's face as she marveled that it had all been for nothing. Looking at her, the man asked why the arson was being set, adding that people from Chengdu might come here. However, Yo Sol-yan smiled and said that no one would come running here because of Bae-wol, whose name fills everyone with fear. The guy smiled, saying that he didn't believe the rumors that one warrior was scaring all the fighters in Chengdu. Besides, he was determined to deal with the guy himself if he saw him. Drawing his sword, he added that he would cut his throat with one blow if he saw him. Leaving the burning street with people wailing on it, the man promised his colleague that he would bring her his severed head. Listening to the screams that spread around, the fire-blooded witch said that it was always nice to hear these sounds. At some point, Jia Unpeng didn't even notice that a silver rope was wrapped around his neck. The next second, someone pulled him up with all their strength, lifting him into the air. Hearing an unexpected sound, the fire-blooded witch turned sharply to check who had attacked them. When she saw her opponent, her eyes widened in fear and her mouth opened in surprise. She suddenly saw Jia Unpeng's legs hanging on the wall just above her. It was croaking loudly, trying to free itself from its nets, and a silver rope was wrapped around its neck. It was quite difficult to get rid of it, and the veins on the man's neck began to bulge from the wild tension. Noticing which fourth brother was cut into small pieces, Yo Sol-yan screamed loudly. Meanwhile, on the street where she set the arson, people were running in panic, trying to save their lives. Someone stood over the burning of their house and sighed heavily, regretting what was lost. One of the women held the hand of her young son, who was wiping away bitter tears. Li Xiaoha stared in amazement at what was happening, unable to believe her eyes. She turned to her teacher to ask how this could have happened. However, Yu Xinpeng just looked at the burning street and said that he himself would like to know the answer to this question. He mentioned that he had recently heard that something serious had happened in Chengdu, adding that a big fire was always a bad sign. Suddenly, their attention was drawn to the figure of a man standing not far from them. Looking more closely, Yu Xinpeng realized that he was facing a bamboo leaf swordsman. Kam Ilhe was a man who wore a black blindfold and had large scars running down his face. Without saying a word, he turned his back on the fire and headed down one of the alleys. The pink-haired girl, watching him, asked her master what he had forgotten. However, they both understood that something serious had happened, since a very serious energy was emanating from the man. Looking closely at his student, Yu Xinpeng asked if she could feel it. She cast another wary glance at the bamboo leaf swordsman and confirmed his guesses, but said she couldn't explain how it happened. When she suggested following Kam Il-hai to find out where he was going, the man froze for a moment. However, a second later they were walking down a burning street where the houses were engulfed in flames. Looking around, the shadowless practitioner tried to figure out where their target had gone, suspecting that he had learned about the surveillance. Suddenly, they both stopped in the middle of the burning street, staring at one point. Looking down at the stone pavement, they froze, staring at the large pool of blood on it. In a pool of blood just at the end of the alley lay Kam Il-hai, whom they had been following. His face was covered in blood, and the blindfold had slipped from his eyes. The practitioner didn't understand how this could have happened, since he had only let the boy in for a few minutes. Li So-ha, meanwhile, asked if this was even possible, as she didn't believe that the great master Kam Il-hai could be defeated so quickly. Staring intently at the body of the defeated warrior, Yu Xinpeng said that there were indeed killers of this level in the world. Turning his head to his student, the man said that all this could have been done by an unknown warrior. The girl looked at him in shock, asking if he meant the one who had recently overturned Chengdu. Taking one last look at the body of the bamboo leaf swordsman, Yu Xinpeng said that he thought it was all just rumors. Staring into the dead eyes of the defeated warrior of the Seven-Star Hall, he said that a great disaster was brewing in Sichuan province. Meanwhile, covered in blood and extremely tired, Nam Xinwu finally stopped to catch his breath. Not having the strength to stand on his feet anymore, he crawled across the grass, leaving a long, bloody trail on it. However, almost immediately he heard footsteps just behind him, the owner of which asked who he was. The pursuer looked at the boy with a smile, saying that he really looked incredible. Holding his hand out to the side, he showed his opponent several blades protruding between his fingers. After inflicting another wound on the boy, accompanied by his scream, the berserker told him to look at himself. He added that no matter how good his martial arts skills were, the boy would not be able to survive if he lost only blood. Besides, now he understood perfectly well why they had asked him to be delivered alive. Nam Shiva, trying to save his life, turned to the attacker and, with tears in his eyes, asked to save him. However, he only stretched his lips in a smile and said that he had done nothing wrong. At the same time, the berserker added that Jianghu was a place where even if you didn't do anything wrong, you would still be killed. The boy listened with tears in his eyes as he said that his client wanted to take him apart to find out the reason for his immortality. At the same time, the man said that immortality was the dream of many people, and he would die for the sake of this dream. Suddenly, the berserker's attention was drawn to a man running headlong toward him, shouting that they were in big trouble. The same one turned around in surprise, not understanding what exactly he meant. Sweating, Cho Sangjak announced that their brother, Kam Il-hai, had recently passed away. Hearing this news, the berserker froze, staring in front of him in amazement. As if in a fog, he listened to the words that someone had recently found the body of their brother. Meanwhile, in the city itself, the steel hunchback made his way through the block, looking at the old houses. His face took on a predatory expression from his smile as he said that Paval was seriously screwed. Remembering his recent opponent, the man frowned and let out a loud snort. He was outraged that the man dared to humiliate him right in front of Iljun, so the next time they met he planned to simply kill him. The sound of boots clattered on the tiles just above his head. Iljun skillfully jumped from one roof to another, looking confidently ahead. Noticing someone's figure above his head, Oh Kyung-wol froze and raised his head. He immediately recognized Iljun, but now he was curious about where she was in such a hurry, hiding from people. Suddenly, the suspicion that something had happened crossed his mind. Looking at the road, the hunchback decided that he must help his friend. However, as soon as he took a step, a long silver thread cut his shoulder. He screamed loudly as the virtually invisible weapon entangled his strong neck. As the silver threads tightened on his Adam's apple, the man could only cough out a strained sigh. He tugged at his chain and arched his back, trying to free himself from the unknown snares. Having determined the likely direction from which the attack was coming, he began to swing his weight that was hanging from him. With a loud thud, it flew into one of the walls of the houses, smashing it into small pieces. However, Paval paid absolutely no attention to this, standing calmly and looking at the hunchback. When he finally realized who had dared to attack him, his eyes turned red with rage. Paval stood calmly by the wall, looking at the chain of his weights and running his finger along it. The next moment, he hid his hands under his cloak and looked sternly at the steel hunchback. Having finally lost his composure, he screamed loudly, and his face turned bright red. But Paval was not at all frightened by such a scene, so he calmly continued to stand and bore Okenvolya with his eyes. After some time, the steel hunchback's face was hidden in the pool of blood in which he lay. And since his body was right in the middle of a quiet street, it was impossible not to notice him. Lee So-ha, watching this carefully, called out to her uncle, drawing attention to it. Turning to face the shadowless practitioner, the girl said that this was the same man they had met earlier. Yu Shinpeng understood this without even looking at the warrior's corpse. He suspected that it was the same person who had previously attacked Kam Il-hai, so now it finally became clear to him that someone was purposefully destroying the members of the Seven-Star Hall. Lee So-ha asked in surprise who could have a big grudge against the Seven-Star Hall, suggesting that it was the Pekwairan who did it. The man lowered his head and said that they had never worked in Sichuan, but there was still a high probability that it was them. At the same time, the man's attention was still focused on the body of Okenwol, and he added that it was done quite cleanly, which not every killer could do. Hugging herself, Lee So-ha said that the killing technique was quite unusual, so it looked like a monster did it. Hearing from the teacher that the guy was quite handsome and young, she was indignant, wondering why a person would do such terrible things. However, the shadowless practitioner only cast a warm glance at his niece, trying to find words to explain. Meeting her surprised gaze, he turned his back on Okang-wol's body and said that they should leave, since it wasn't a fact that this was all over. When the student said that they should have intervened, the man said that they really couldn't pass by, since ignoring such an event was simply unacceptable. The girl just raised her head and said that she understood everything. Looking at the fire burning not far behind the houses, the man asked how far this fire could go. Meanwhile, the remaining members of the Seven Stars Hall ran through the forest, trying to find the unknown killer. Sahyuk-yun ordered everyone to be extremely careful, as it was unknown from which direction they might be attacked. The figure of Paval appeared before his eyes again, looking at them both with a cold gaze. He chided himself for not finishing him off then, thinking that it was the murderer from Chengdu. And he was also tormented by his conscience for not reporting all the events related to Paval, which caused him to lose 2 brothers. but he hoped that the remaining steel hunchback was doing quite well. Holding Nam Shinwu's body in his hands, the berserker asked why Paval had targeted them. When asked if it was all because of that fight, his brother remarked that if it were, he wouldn't have taken so long. Meanwhile, Cho Samjok lowered his head to his prey, assuming that all this was connected to this boy. There were hints of panic in his voice, but the brunette running after him tried to calm him down. He said a proverb that a noble person waits 10 years to take revenge, and if they can give the client a child, they can easily kill Pavolya. At the same time, Sahyuk-yun said that he would definitely endure and pay back for today's shame. At the same time, looking sternly behind him, he swore to Paval that they would definitely follow him. Yu Seol-yeon, who was looking at them with a certain condescension, said that the men were really stupid, although in her opinion, at some points it looked quite cute. Suddenly, the girl noticed that their leader was looking around in a very strange way. The firestorm dragon was indeed pressing hard into the forest thickets, indicating that something was wrong around it. For a moment, peering intently into the trees, he noticed that the forest had become much darker. When a heavy crunching sound was heard behind them, the men stopped and looked back. Their brother fell to one knee, staring intently at his leg. The rest looked at him, waiting for him to get up again and run after them. However, he only managed to look up at them and sternly ordered everyone to flee. At that moment, his leg shifted, preventing him from getting up. As he began to be pulled into the darkness of the forest, he stretched out his hand and screamed loudly. Yu Seol-yeon and Sahae-yeon screamed loudly, unable to bear what they saw. They abruptly rushed in the direction in which their brother had disappeared a second ago. Cho Samjok stood there, staring intently at them, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, he felt the darkness they had seen around him begin to thicken right around him. The next moment, his bloodied hat fell straight into the grass behind his brothers. However, Yu Seol-yeon and Sahyuk-yun completely ignored this, continuing to run towards where their second brother's screams could be heard. They looked at his face, which was twisted with rage, and at his tightly clenched teeth. Noticing them approaching, the brunette shouted that they should not dare approach him. No sooner had he told him than he disappeared, leaving the Fireblood Witch and the Firestorm Dragon alone in the clearing. Sahyuk-yun looked around tensely, realizing that he had never had to learn about such tactics before. Suddenly he froze, and large drops of sweat began to roll down his face. The man noticed that there were only 2 of them left in the clearing, so he desperately began calling for his younger brother. Biting her nails with her teeth, Yu Seol-yeon switched to searching for her second brother. The Firestorm Dragon's tension even caused a vein on his temple to swell when he realized that first his older brothers had been taken, and now his younger ones. Suddenly, just above their heads, the voice of their younger brother sounded, trying with all his might to call them. Raising his head to the side, Sahyuk-yeon stared intently at his body hanging on silver threads. Covered in blood, the brunette continued to call out to his older brother, hoping for rescue. The next second, the silver threads moved, cutting the body of the 7-star hall member into small pieces. His brothers watched as they fell to the ground right in front of them. Drawing attention to the severed head of their dead comrade, they screamed desperately. Paval suddenly emerged from the darkness of the forest, looking at the result of his work. The next second he raised his red shining eyes and looked at the Fireblood Witch and the Firestorm Dragon. Upon noticing him, Yu Seol-yeon screamed loudly. Instead, Sahyuk-yun's face took on a predatory expression, and he stretched his lips in a wide smile. The next second, the man screamed loudly, and a great wind rose around him, lifting the hem of his cloak. Without waiting to be attacked, the Firestorm Dragon rushed forward, wanting to defeat its opponent. However, Pavolya stood there completely calmly, and not a single muscle on his young face twitched. Sahyuk-yun's eyes burned with a bright, predatory fire as he raised his hand to strike. However, Paval, watching his every move closely, continued to stand still until the last. When the Firestorm Dragon dared to strike, sparks flew from its mouth and eyes. But Paval only tilted his head slightly so that the blow wouldn't hit him, and then turned his gaze to the hand that was beside him. This greatly angered Sahyuk-yun, and he looked at his enemy with hatred in his eyes. He began to strike one blow after another, completely unconcerned that his opponent was not harmed. At some point, the Firestorm Dragon wondered how this was possible, as he was sure that he was harming his enemy. At the same time, he used a technique that allowed him to aim unerringly directly at vital organs. But Paval skillfully dodged each attack. All this reminded him of the battle in which he had tried in vain to attack the shadow. Paval's lips were pressed tightly into a single thin line as he dodged another blow to the head. Finally, Enveloping his arm in large bursts of orange lightning, Sa-hyuk-yeon raised his arm for the decisive blow. All around them, cutting through the night forest silence, a large explosion erupted, sending a cloud of smoke into the air. Hoping that his attack had now achieved its intended goal, the firestorm dragon froze, staring intently ahead. However, when he noticed that Paval's figure was standing before him intact and unharmed, his face became profusely covered with beads of sweat. Paval stood, shrouded in the dust that had risen from the explosion, waiting patiently for him to sit down. Finally, when visibility began to allow him, he raised his head and frowned at the firestorm dragon. He stood there, staring in amazement, wondering how this was even possible. Gritting his teeth tightly, the man thought about the fact that his opponent was dodging as if he could see right through him. Suddenly, the voice of Yu Sol-yeon was heard from the side, calling for her older brother. Turning his gaze to the girl, Paval extended his hand to her. A second later, ghost daggers flew out of him, tied with silver threads gifted by the blacksmith. The girl understood that this was the approach of her end, so she looked intently ahead. She put her arms out in front of her and crossed them, trying to cover her face, and gritted her teeth. The next moment, tongues of blue flame appeared around her, and she glared at Paval. Without wasting time, she rushed forward to try to somehow save Sa-hyuk-yeon. He looked at his sister, not feeling how silver threads began to wrap around his neck. But the girl herself could see it clearly, so she screamed loudly, trying to warn him. Realizing that there was very little time left for action, the girl caused even more flames around her by jumping in the air. Sa-hyuk-yeon, meanwhile, stood tensely, feeling Paval behind him, who grabbed his face and asked what they needed a boy for. Stopping, Yu Sol-yeon realized that they were being pursued after all because of this child. Tightening the strings around his opponent's neck more tightly, Paval began to sternly demand that he answer questions. Baring its teeth at its attacker, the firestorm dragon said that they did not know this as they had only received orders. However, Paval didn't believe this version, so he pulled the strings even tighter, causing Sa-hyuk-yeon's eyes to roll up. Realizing that they had little choice, Yu Sol-yeon screamed loudly, begging Paval to wait a moment. Hiding the flames and sinking to the ground, she suggested that he resolve everything peacefully. At the same time, the girl approached the boys with a smile, adding that they didn't know much. But Paval himself, continuing to drill her with his attentive gaze, tightened the silver threads around Sa-hyuk-yeon's neck. At some point, the firestorm dragon felt the bonds around his neck loosen noticeably. He turned his head, looking intently at the figure of Paval behind him. The next second, releasing bolts of lightning around him, he gave the command to his sister to attack right now. However, the next moment, the loud sound of a woman's moan reached his ears. Turning his head, the man noticed Yu Sol-yeon falling to the ground, with a dagger sticking out of her head. When his sister fell to the ground, Sa-hyuk-yeon screamed loudly in despair. His cheeks began to fill with tears, and orange lightning bolts flashed all around. In a second, his eyes flared, and he rushed forward, engulfed in flames. However, Paval was not at all frightened by this picture, so he continued to stand, looking at him with red eyes. The next moment, he used a technique that turned his hair pitch black. Opening his eyes, the boy looked at his opponent who was attacking him and held out his hand in front of him, around which discharges were running. Using supernatural speed, he needed only one blow to pierce Sa-hyuk-yeon's body and defeat him. With a hole in its stomach, the firestorm dragon collapsed to the ground, head thrown back. With blood streaming down his face, he looked at Paval with red eyes, trying to find the words. Noting the red, blazing eyes and their vertical pupils, the man finally said that he was just a demon. However, Paval was completely unconcerned, so he went to where the boy's body lay and covered it with a cloth. After wrapping Nam Shinwoo, Paval loaded him onto his shoulder and walked towards the city. Looking at the body of the boy he was now carrying on his shoulder, Paval thought about what the Hall of Stars members had said about the Ghost King. He himself noticed that just a minute ago, the boy was absolutely on the verge of death, and now his breathing was stabilizing, so he wondered if there could be such people in Jianghu. And yet, as he made his way through the forest, the boy thought that the stories about the secret of eternal life were absolute nonsense. He believed that it was perfectly normal for living beings to die when the time came, and he did not even think that anyone could go against fate. Even if it were possible, a person would have to pay a high price for it. Suddenly his eyes widened in fright, and he looked in front of him in a daze. There, in the darkness of the forest, Paval noticed a dark figure standing and looking intently at him. He was sure that there was definitely someone there, but despite all that, he couldn't feel anything at all from the stranger. Realizing what was happening to him for the first time, the boy placed Nam Xinwu's body on the ground and looked sternly towards the figure. As soon as he got to his feet, a strong wind blew around him, lifting small leaves into the air. Looking at this, Paval froze in amazement, his red eyes fixed on the dark figure. The next moment he had to cover his face with his hand from the gusts of strong wind that suddenly blew around him. Once again, carefully looking at his opponent, he realized that the wind was completely unusual. All this reminded him of a rather gentle yet steadfast dragon. Therefore, the boy understood that if his opponent entered the fight first, he would not be able to stay away. So Paval rose to his feet and straightened up, taking up a fighting stance and preparing to attack. The dark figure of his opponent stood directly opposite, not moving and completely unresponsive to his actions. Not understanding who was in front of him, Paval gritted his teeth tightly, realizing that he was really seeing a silhouette. True, a bright light began to appear around the figure, revealing his broad smile. The boy standing opposite was surrounded by a bright light emanating from him, as well as strong gusts of wind. Staring at him fiercely, Paval gritted his teeth tightly, preparing for battle. His opponent, removing the smile from his face, noticed that he was using other people's valuable skills. A moment later, a condescending smile bloomed again on the stranger's face. Paval suddenly looked at him in amazement, realizing that everything he was demonstrating to him was not an easy power. He suddenly realized clearly that if he could not kill his opponent, he would die himself. Paval released energy threads that shot yellow discharges towards his opponent. However, he managed to put up a shield in front of him in time, defending himself from the attack and maintaining a calm expression on his face. Following this, he raised his hand and squinted slyly, preparing to answer. Clouds began to gather above the head of the unknown warrior, driven by gusts of strong wind. A moment later, he sent a wind attack directly towards where Paval was standing. He, not expecting such a turn of events, looked at his enemy in amazement and tried to think of a way out. The boy gritted his teeth. His eyes glowed with an otherworldly red glow, and his hair rose from gusts of wind. At some point, he felt his clothes tear and red blood splash around him. His face was also covered in deep scratches, but Paval continued to stare intently at his opponent. At one point, he raised his hand, aiming his ghost daggers at his enemy. So at that second, the boy felt his legs begin to slowly move back, covering the ground. Noticing that the enemy was still on his feet, the unknown warrior only chuckled, not expecting this. Meanwhile, Paval stood surrounded by lightning bolts and kept his red eyes fixed on his opponent. Slyly squinting his eyes, the unknown knight suddenly realized that he had revealed the full potential of his enemy. Paval bared his tightly clenched teeth and glared at his opponent with shining eyes. At some point, he screamed loudly, spreading his arms wide and sending a strong gust of wind towards him. The unknown warrior looked anxiously at his opponent, not understanding what would happen next. Instead, a moment later, he reached out, responding to a powerful attack. Gusts of wind began to envelop Paval, moving too fast and lifting his hair into the air. For a moment, the unknown warrior froze, contemplating what the outcome of his attack would be. Putting his fingers to his face, he said that the further their fight went, the more interesting it became. The man raised his hand in the air and a strong squall erupted around him, resembling a great dragon. Looking at his opponent, he said it was time to stop wasting time. At some point, a large bolt of lightning crashed directly into the wall of wind that was acting as a barrier. Darkness slowly began to surround Paval as he watched for his enemy's next attack. A new powerful explosion ripped several leaves from the treetops and raised a column of dust into the air. As soon as the dust cleared, the unknown warrior looked where his opponent had previously stood. Tilting his head and carefully studying the terrain, he wondered if their battle was over. But the next moment, a bright glow forced him to turn his head and glance behind him. Immediately after that, an energy thread appeared right in front of his face and began to wrap around his leg. Paval, continuing to hide in the remnants of the dust cloud, put out his hand and pulled the thread. Trying with all his might to restrain himself in a standing position, the unknown warrior clenched his teeth tightly. At some point he jumped up, trying to gain some advantage over the enemy. Glancing at Paval, the warrior smiled and said that there was something to this after all. Paval himself was sitting on the ground, his face and hair covered in blood. Hearing the man's voice, he looked up, his bright red eyes with vertical pupils. He was impressed by how the boy managed to survive his attack and tried to fight him off. His thoughts were racing, as this was the first time something like this had happened to him, so now he didn't even know what his enemy would do next. The warrior understood perfectly well that now was an extremely good opportunity to kill his opponent, but there was not a single drop of fear in the latter's eyes. He knew perfectly well that such people could even bite their opponent if necessary, and besides, he himself had spent quite a lot of energy, and he wouldn't be able to kill his enemy just like that. The next second, his head turned and his gaze was directed to where the sleeping body of Nam Xinwu lay. As he lifted the child's body into the air, he thought about the words that said the plan was impossible for a mere mortal to understand. Therefore, the logical question arose whether he would regret the decision he was making right now in the future. Watching his actions, Paval suddenly screamed, or he stopped. The next second, trying to save the boy, he slammed his fists on the ground with all his might, shattering it into small pieces. Unable to contain his rage, Paval asked his rival why he needed this child. Holding Nam Xinwu's body in his arms, the unknown knight said that it was all for protection. But Paval continued to rage, asking what exactly he was going to defend. However, he only replied that he could not tell him this right now, and in principle he was not obliged to do so. Gritting his teeth tightly in rage, Paval growled through them that in that case he would not be able to take the boy. The unknown knight raised his head and laughed loudly, saying that he did not need anyone's permission. Turning his attention back to Nam Xinwu's peaceful face, he added that he had no idea how he ended up here. But he couldn't stay here. At the same time, the knight warned that if the boy remained in the city, great trouble would befall the land of Sichuan. However, Paval growled in response that he did not believe in this nonsense. The knight gave him a tense look and said that he didn't care whether he believed it or not, adding that he was retreating not because he was afraid of him. Without taking a broad smile off his face, the man asked his opponent what his name was. However, Paval only replied angrily that before asking someone's name, one should introduce oneself. The knight agreed to these words, and without letting go of Nam Xinwu's body, he said that his name was Fun Zhong. Paval continued to stare at him intently, repeating his name slowly to better remember it. At that moment, the knight raised great gusts of wind and rose into the air along with the boy's body. Finally, he warned his unexpected rival that trouble would soon fall upon the world and the blood-red sky would open. Sitting on the ground, the last thing Paval heard were words about being wary of whoever was behind this. The next moment, his hands fell powerlessly to the ground. The boy sat down, placing one of his hands on his knee and staring blankly ahead. Looking at the knight's body slowly disappearing into the sky, the boy thought that he was just kidding. Arriving at the place where his subordinates had summoned him, Hong Yu-shin cursed loudly through clenched teeth. He stood in the middle of the forest, looking down at his feet, and great despair flashed in his eyes. Right at his feet lay the dead bodies of all the members of the 7-star hall. He added that he absolutely did not expect them all to die in just one night. At the same time, he knew very well that the 7-star hall was a famous warrior in Hunan province. And of course, there was a reason why a sect consisting of 7 members was able to gain its place among other prominent sects. Now the question arose as to how strong Paval really was if he could deal with them in an instant. Looking at the strong gust of wind, the head of the inspection squad remembered how strong people always brought the wind of change to Jianghu. Without even turning his head towards his subordinates, he ordered them to examine the corpses of the dead and learn more about Paval's technique. One of the servants approached and said that he was currently in a workshop belonging to a descendant of the Tang clan. Therefore, Hong Yu-shin ordered them to find out why Pai Wol was so close to the master and what connected them. At the same time, the guy expected to sell the information at a high price if he could not control Pavolia. Tang Sochu, meanwhile, listened to the news that the knight had taken Xinhua with him for protection. At the same time, Paval, looking sternly at the blacksmith, said that it was unlikely that he would lie to him. Closing his eyes gloomily, the master said that since last night there had been some kind of chaos everywhere. In addition, the fire set by Yu Sol-yan and the 7-star hall burned down a third of the poor neighborhood and caused chaos in the city, with people in panic. He still couldn't believe that all this had happened because of his little friend. The question arose not only about who the little boy was, but also about the figure of Fuang Zhan. Hearing his opponent's name from the master's lips, Paval was shocked and asked him if he knew anything. However, he stared at his interlocutor and asked in surprise how he could not know anything about him. He immediately added that even children knew about the 2 factions, 3 sects, 3 estates, and 3 clans of the strongest. Hearing just how much information had passed his ears, Paval thought he knew nothing about Jianghu. Clearing his throat, Tansochu said that he didn't really know much himself, wondering where to start. One of the strongest sects was the Guangmumun sect, which was created by Li Guok, ending the war of demons against heaven, and was now ruled by his son Li Cheon. And Zhangmuzhang was founded by Zhang Cheon Hua, who was the one who destroyed the alliance of celestial demons, and with their financial power, they gathered many people around them. The three sects that followed the two factions were the Shaolin Temple, the Wudang sect, and the Mount Hua sect. The three estates were the New Moon Estate, the Spirit Sword Estate, and the Rain and Sword Estate, which despite their short history were quite strong. And the last were three strong clans, namely the Heavenly Dragon Valley, the Battle Sword Clan, and the Heavenly Defender Clan. In conclusion, Tang Sochu said that these 11 sects could easily be called the rulers of the current Jianghu. However, there are also those who had less power, but in terms of strength they were not inferior to the 11 sects. These included the 8 constellations and 3 saints, to which Funzhong belonged. Looking closely at his interlocutor, Pei Wol said that there were at least 20 martial arts masters like Fuangzhong. He himself remembered the words that there were as many warriors as there was sand, so together with other unknown masters, there were many more of them. Now the master felt like a frog sitting in a well and looking at the moonlight. Standing up, he replied to the shocked Tansok that he understood everything. As he left the room in his house, Pei Wol promised the blacksmith that he would definitely return Xinhua to him. However, he just sighed and said that there was no need for that. Hearing this, Pei Wol stopped and looked at his friend, asking why exactly. Without looking up at his interlocutor, the master said that the boy reminded him of himself as a child. But he couldn't hold him back for long, so maybe it would even be better for the child. With a strained smile, Tang Sochu apologized to his friend for causing so much trouble. However, he just calmly closed his eyes and said that everything was fine, because thanks to this he was able to gain valuable experience. Looking sternly in front of him, Paval promised himself that next time he would never allow himself to lose. After some time, he moved through the forest clearing, hiding his face under his wide-brimmed hat. He thought that he needed to become stronger so that no one could take anything away from him anymore. However, before that, he wanted to hide from the watchful eyes of the Hao clan. To do this, Paval decided it was time to go to the Pure Wind Estate. Raising his head and looking at the sign above the entrance, he said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Looking around and holding his hat, he thought with a smile that the Red Phantoms were hiding something valuable here. Paval moved along the long, high wall, trying to raise his face as little as possible. His lips were pressed tightly into a thin line, as he immersed himself in memories of what had happened to him many years ago. The boy remembered running around this yard when he was still a teenager. At that time, he had no idea what would await him in the near future, and was having fun with his friends after leaving the underground city. Then they all ran together to the well that stood near their house and stuck their heads into its cool depths. Gyok-san, with a big smile, splashed water on the other children who were lucky enough to get out. Meanwhile, Paval himself lay on the grass, enjoying the bright rays of the sun that fell directly on his face. Now he was remembering how Yo Wol and Song Jong-woo had joined them during the game. Suddenly, a figure appeared before his eyes, causing him to stop in a daze right in the middle of the road. He saw Li Min standing right in front of him, looking at him with a slight smile on her face. She also participated in their children's games, joining in with pleasure. Not wanting to delve further into his childhood memories, Paval moved on, heading straight for the house. In the middle, looking around and looking at the large spider webs hanging just above his head, the boy realized that no one had cleaned up here since the Ime sect destroyed the Red Phantoms. Judging by the pile of broken furniture lying right in the middle of the room, the boy understood that there were signs of looting, but nothing important had been taken, so he was sure that what he had come for was somewhere here. Pei Wo was well aware that Gu Zhuyang, who was the leader of the Red Phantoms, was an overly cruel person who treated children terribly and considered them just tools, while people like him would do anything for money. Looking around, the guy thought that he could easily amass a large fortune while hiding his name. So thinking that the most valuable thing would be hidden where thieves couldn't get to it, Paval looked up at the ceiling. He abruptly pulled out the silver threads to reach his destination as quickly as possible. When they hit the tiles on the ceiling, one of them suddenly fell off and flew headlong down. Looking at this, Paval gathered himself so that he could jump sharply from the spot he had just stood on. Immediately after that, he saw a large box flying at him from behind the tiles. Grabbing it, he immediately opened it and with a smile found that a notebook was hidden there. After a while, a short man walked quickly through his house, merrily humming a cheerful song under his breath. He opened the door and said loudly that he would have fun tomorrow too. However, suddenly the little man froze, and a mask of laughter froze on his face. In the moonlight shining through the window, he noticed a figure sitting on a stool with his hands folded in his lap. Finally, the figure loudly said his name and stood up, taking a few steps towards him. Unable to contain himself from terror, Zhang Qi-yang rushed to the door, trying to call for help. However, the visitor looked at him sternly with glowing red eyes and warned that no one would come to his aid. The man, not understanding what was happening, looked at his unknown guest in fear. It was at this moment that he noticed that all of his guards were hanging from the ceiling covered in blood. The guest continued to stare at him, saying that the man had made a lot of money, but the man only pretended not to understand what he was talking about. Looking at his visitor, Zhang Qi-yang assumed that he was the man called Dark Moon. Paval frowned, silently looking at the little man with his eyes with vertical pupils. Hearing his guess confirmed, Zhang Qi-yang opened his mouth in fright, his face covered in beads of sweat. Realizing who was standing in front of him, the little man threw himself on his knees, begging for mercy, and explaining that the man had not contacted him for a long time, so he did not immediately recognize him. The man wondered where his visitor had come from, since he hadn't appeared for 7 years. At the same time, he assured him out loud that he would never forget the kindness he had shown him when he was hungry, so he swore that he would give him all the wealth he had accumulated for him. A moment later, raising his head, the little man noticed that he was left completely alone in the room. He fell back, sitting completely on the floor, and let out a loud sigh of relief. While turning over a bag of money on the roof of one of the houses, Paval remembered the proverb that a cunning person will always find a way to avoid punishment. After learning that Gu Zhuyang's money was divided among several places, the guy thought that he would be very busy since he would be visiting many places. Meanwhile, Li So-ha tried to convince her uncle that the fall of the 7-star hall was not his fault at all. At the same time, she said that she did not care about the rumors, since she knew perfectly well the extent of her uncle's generosity. Around them, with gloomy faces, were villagers trying to rebuild their city from the ruins. Yu Xinpeng promised his student that he would stay in Chengdu and try to learn more about the unknown murderer. However, upon hearing from him that she should return home now, the girl looked at her uncle in amazement. She tried to say something and deny his words, but he only sternly ordered her to do what he said. The shadowless practitioner explained that the situation in Chengdu was very serious right now, and if his niece put herself in danger, he would not be able to look his sister in the eye calmly. Realizing that she had no choice, Li So-ha lowered her gaze and said that if he said that, then she would really go home. At the same time, the man expressed his condolences for not being able to keep his promise and show her Jianghu. However, the pink-haired girl said that it was okay, promising to come back later, despite the fact that she was now heading home. Yu Xinpeng looked at his niece, softly breathing out her name. Folding her hands in a respectful gesture, the girl bowed and asked him to take care of himself during her absence. The master just closed his eyes, mentally agreeing with her words. After that, he smiled broadly and assured me that this one would do it. Meanwhile, a long procession was heading to the Temple of Thunder, carrying 2 coffins up the high stairs. The faces of the participants in the funeral procession were frowned, and their eyes looked down grimly. Finally, they stopped before the gates at the entrance to the Temple of Thunder. The leader of the procession, along with his subordinates, fell to his knees and loudly asked that their leader come out to them and avenge the injustice for the death of the students. The guards, who had come out at his call, looked in surprise at the coffin standing right in front of the gate. Helbel went out to the gate and was surprised to see the disciples who had been sent to Sichuan. The squad leader looked up at him and confirmed that they were heading to Chengdu under the leadership of the previous leader. However, this surprised the temple leader even more, so he wondered why they had come here, since he was sure he had given the order to establish a base in Sichuan. At this, the boy, shedding tears, reported that they had gotten rid of both masters because of the Qingchen sect and then simply chased them away like dogs. Hearing about the name of the Qingchen clan, Helbel glared at his subordinates. He squeezed his hand so tightly that the beads in it simply scattered like large pearls. The man was furious, surprised that they dared to attack them and saying that they couldn't just leave it like that. The guy who led the squad that came to him for help looked at the furious streams of energy in amazement. Suddenly, Helbel froze and said that all this was happening under the leadership of the Black Moon. The veins in his temples bulged with tension as the man swore through clenched teeth that he would regret it. It took quite a lot of time to prepare his plan, so Paval spent the entire autumn compiling an algorithm of actions that he needed to take. When winter came, Hong Yuxin also stayed in Chengdu, trying to find the unknown murderer. And finally, when spring came after that, all the people in Sichuan were happy because it was finally warmer, and they could drive on the road normally. Moving through the crowded market, the shadowless practitioner exhaled wearily, surprised that the unknown murderer had not been encountered anywhere. The man even suggested that he left Chengdu right after the incident with the 7-star hall members. Deep in his thoughts, he didn't even notice the boy who had just passed by glance at him. Meanwhile, the man was moving along the market street, passing one of the many carts. Suddenly, the shadowless practitioner heard someone calling him. At some point, the figure of Li Xiaohe appeared from behind the cart, smiling broadly as she ran towards him. The girl immediately rushed to her uncle, tightly wrapping her arms around his torso. Not expecting to see his niece back in Chengdu so soon, the man paused for a moment, choosing his words. Without even raising her head to look at him, the pink-haired woman said that she was very worried about him, since he hadn't returned home for a long time. However, the man was interested in how she was able to overcome such a difficult and dangerous road on her own, to which the pink-haired woman replied that she had come with a friend. At that moment, a young girl approached them, folded her hands in a respectful gesture, and bowed to the shadowless practitioner, introducing herself as Wanga Yeon. Yu Xinpeng looked at his niece's companion in amazement. The girl replied that they had known each other for a long time, but this was the first time they had traveled such a long way together. Hearing the man apologize to her for causing her so much trouble with his niece, the girl assured him that she should have gone to that place anyway. At the same time, she warned that the Golden Heaven clan meeting would take place in Chengdu. Hearing this, the shadowless practitioner looked at the interlocutor, as he realized that this would lead to the emergence of many young practitioners in the city. Grabbing her friend's hand, Li Xiaohe said that only a few people would be arriving, so she wouldn't be able to have dinner with her uncle today. Hearing this, Yu Xinpeng told his niece to come to him when she finished her business. Immediately after this conversation, the girls went to one of the establishments, where other friends were already waiting for them. The boy, nicknamed Little Fist, smiled happily and looked at the girls with wide blue eyes. Li Xiaohe happily greeted the guy, but Wan Gayan only noticed that the first thing he did was go to a brothel. He propped his head on his hand and tried to explain something, but the girl abruptly cut him off, saying she didn't want to hear any of it. Looking around, the pink-haired girl wondered where the others were now. Despite the two figures who had also entered the hall, Seo Moon Pyong explained that they would arrive here soon. When the guy said that they had finally arrived, the girls also turned their heads towards the entrance. Jin Kang, who was the leader of the Golden Heaven clan, smiled broadly as he looked at his friends and noticed that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Seeing that everyone was already gathered, he asked if they were very late, but was told that they had just arrived. Suddenly, a broad smile slipped from the boy's face, and he stared in front of him in a daze, his lips tightly pressed together. Noticing how he started to turn around and look for something, Wan Gayan asked if something happened to him. When he said he felt someone's gaze, Seo Moon Pyong said that everyone was looking at him and proudly raised his head, to which Jin Kang said that he didn't change at all. No one present paid any attention to the boy, who was sitting alone in a far corner, silently staring at his cup of tea. He was sent by Paval to closely observe the gathering of the Golden Heaven clan members. And now the boy was doing his job, which he was given, trying not to give himself away in any way. Meanwhile, outside on the streets, life went on as usual, with people walking along the street, examining the shopkeepers' stalls. One of the boys stood near the slaughterhouse and looked at a dairy calf tied with a strong rope all over its body. He did not take his eyes off the animal, and his eyes were filled with compassion. Suddenly, a male voice was heard from behind, noting that the visitor was never late. The guest turned to the man and said with a broad smile that there was no reason to be late. Looking at the cow, the owner noticed that they would have quite a lot of work today. The guy looked at the animal again and said that today would be his last day of work. The old man returned and said that he was very sorry that everything had happened this way, asking the man if anything had happened. Hearing that the worker was fine, the man said that everyone could have their own circumstances, so he wouldn't ask too many questions. He added that at first he couldn't even imagine why such a strong man had come here, And even then, he couldn't imagine that soon the boy would become so skilled that he would be able to comfort the cow and then let her go without suffering. Leaving the slaughterhouse and hiding his hands behind his back, the old man asked the boy to do him a favor and come back if he needed work. Left alone and looking at the cow, which was deliciously licking its face with its tongue, the boy thought that working at the slaughterhouse had taught him something. Now he knew that each creature had its own acupuncture points, pressing which would instantly kill the creature. But they were located in different places for each. Thinking that today was the last day of his practice, the boy raised his hand and mentally asked the cow for forgiveness. The animal stared at him with wide eyes, not understanding what was happening and not expecting what would happen next. The next moment, she simply fell to the ground, remaining tied with a thick rope. The boy himself froze for a moment, looking at the results of his work. His eyes flared with a red glow, and his pupils turned vertical, resembling those of a snake, as he thought he had finally finished his studies. Meanwhile, in his office, with his hands behind his head, Hong Yu-shin stared in front of him with an indifferent gaze. He was annoyed that he had to stay in Chengdu all winter, and it made no sense, as he believed it was just a waste of time. Suddenly, the secretary's voice was heard from the corridor, calling him insistently. When he asked what happened, the girl appeared on the threshold of his office and replied that a new guest was looking for the branch manager, but the new manager could not handle him. Hearing this, the head of the inspection squad smiled broadly and excitedly asked the girl if this was someone serious. However, upon hearing that the guest was Jin Kang, who was a warrior of the Bloodweave, the boy was momentarily confused. The guest the secretary was talking about was standing in his office a moment later, staring intently at him. Realizing that he had to do something, he smiled broadly and apologized for the wait, introducing himself as the manager of the Hao clan's Chengdu branch. Jin Kanu also introduced himself in response, but noticing the young face, he asked doubtfully if he was really the manager. The head of the inspection squad stretched his lips again in a wide, flattering smile, trying to speak confidently. Without taking his gaze off him, the leader of the Golden Heaven clan said that he had a completely different aura than the other managers. However, Hong Yu-shin replied that it might be because he had just recently become the branch manager. At the same time, he tried not to show how terrifying Jin Kang's stern face looked. Having received an answer that did not really satisfy his curiosity, the leader of the Golden Heaven clan looked sternly at his interlocutor. However, realizing that he had little choice, he only sighed wearily and agreed, saying that he was looking for one person whose name he did not know. At the same time, the master of bloody weaving recalled a major incident that took place in Chengdu last year, after which many people died, and the Qingcheng and Ma sects ceased to exist. At the same time, the man was well aware that the culprit in the events at that time was in Chengdu, so he asked to find him. Looking at his interlocutor, Hong Yu-shin understood that he was talking about Pai Wol, but now the question arose as to why they needed the boy. This angered him, as his people were also trying to find Paval, who had destroyed everything, including the 7-star hall, and then disappeared somewhere. At the same time, he replied to Jin Kang that he had heard that the one responsible for everything had left Chengdu. Hong Yu-shin warned that Bai Wol could be in the same place, in the same dimension, and even in front of them, but finding his traces would be quite difficult. After these words, a large bag of money landed on the branch manager's desk. Leaning over the table, the leader of the Golden Heaven clan reminded that the Hao clan could find anyone, adding that the money received was an advance. Thinking that he could not refuse the money at a time when he himself wanted to find Paval, the leader of the inspection squad smiled broadly and agreed to the offer. With a farewell gesture, he assured his new guest that he would do everything possible to meet their expectations. Hong Yu-shin himself was well aware that Jin Kang, who was the leader of the Golden Heavens, was among the top 5 warriors in the world. He stood out from his childhood, thanks to being the grandson of one of the 8 constellations. And there were many people who admired his character and fighting skills. Meanwhile, a boy standing near one of the houses patiently waited for his partner. When that person returned, he asked if he had found out why the Golden Heaven clan was gathering in Chengdu. He just showed a small card and said that he had too little time to find out all the necessary information. To this, Paval replied that they had definitely not gathered here just to have fun, so he was sure that there was a good reason for this and ordered to find out what it was. The servant bowed, folding his hands in a respectful gesture. and assured him that everything would be done. Immediately after that, Paval turned his back on his servant and walked away. He found himself on a road where people were walking, dressed in the same clothes as he was. One of the men asked him if he would be participating in the performance today. The guy smiled and assured me that that was exactly what he was going to do, but he had doubts about whether he had enough abilities. As he walked further down the street, his friend tried harder to convince him that everything would turn out well for him, remembering what it was like in his time. They moved forward, completely ignoring Wanga Yoan, who was carefully studying each of the people present. He wandered from one boy to another beside her, and suddenly he stopped at a figure that was rapidly approaching her. Noticing Jin Kang, she waved at him and invited him to come to her with a smile. When he asked where the others had gone, she replied that Lee Soha had gone to visit her uncle, and Nim soon wanted to walk the streets to soak up the atmosphere of the city. When it came to So Moon Pyong, the girl's face took on a painful expression. To her answer that he, as usual, was in a brothel, Jin Kang only laughed merrily and loudly. After that, Wan Gayan looked closely at her interlocutor and asked how everything went for him. Looking sternly in front of him, the leader of the Golden Heaven clan replied that everything had been quite difficult. The brunette immediately asked him if he suspected the manager of colluding with the guy they were looking for. The same one, without turning his head, replied that even if they were not related, it would be good news, since they would have -1 suspect. When Wan Ga-yuan suggested that he take a break from his gloomy thoughts and go for a walk to get some fresh air, the boy was very surprised. Looking at him with a smile, the girl said that people were performing at the Heavenly Music Hall today, so she suggested they go there. And when she added that they had no more business to do today, Jin Kang simply found no reason to refuse her. After a while, they, along with other Chengdu residents, were already sitting on chairs, looking intently at the center of the stage. There sat the musicians, keeping their backs remarkably straight and plucking the strings on a large instrument decorated with magnificent ornamentation. Other musicians sat behind them, holding long pipes in their hands. The face of a young man sitting in the very front row attracted the most attention. Jin Kanu stared at him intently with a dazed gaze, not noticing anyone around. Suddenly, Wan Gayan noticed that the playing technique was not extraordinary, but the power of the notes, which were played with extreme precision, was simply amazing. At the same time, she noticed that the guy had been playing relatively recently, expressing regret that if he had started sooner, he would have become a great musician. Frowning, the leader of the Golden Heaven clan thought about the fact that he knew nothing about music, but the musician looked truly extraordinary. He felt perfectly that the energy emanating from the musician's body was more like that of a swordsman. With this thought in mind, the man tried to imagine what would happen if a pair of swords were in place of the musical instrument. Noticing his focused gaze, Wan Gayan raised one eyebrow in surprise. However, when the energy began to flash with a bright red light, she asked her friend in fear what exactly had happened to him. Suddenly, without explaining anything, he quietly asked his friend if she knew who was sitting in front of her on the stage. When asked what had just happened, the man folded his arms and said he was just curious. Standing up, the brunette assured her brother with a smile that she would try to find out everything about the musician as soon as possible. Jin Kanu himself thought about feeling this energy when he met with everyone at the hotel. Now his attention was once again drawn to the calm and peaceful face of the boy plucking the strings. Suddenly he felt someone's gaze on him, and raising his head looked straight into the hall, his eyes flashing with a red glow. Despite everyone, Paval continued to pluck the strings, releasing extraordinary music from them. The leader of the Golden Heaven clan carefully watched all his movements, trying not to miss a single detail. For a moment, the rest of the musicians froze, trying to figure out what to do next and whether to keep up with the guy, after which they began blowing their pipes with renewed vigor. The rest of the guests watching the musical concert jumped up from their seats in delight and looked at the musician with wide smiles. A few minutes later, when the melody stopped, they began to clap, expressing their satisfaction with the concert, but Jin Kang remained seated with a stunned look. It was at this moment that Wan Gayan went to him and said that she had learned everything about the musician. Looking at the boy, the girl said that he had inherited a large fortune from his parents and had earned even more thanks to his abilities in trade. And after he managed to save enough money to live, he began to pursue music, which he had been passionate about since childhood. But the only thing that interested the Golden Heavens advertising leader at the moment was whether the guy was really born in Chengdu. He continued to drill the musician's back with a careful gaze, listening to the words that his friend had interviewed several people, so she was sure of this information. Noticing Jin Kang getting up to meet the musician in person, Won Ga-yeon was surprised that he would do so right now. But without explaining anything, he simply turned around and walked away from the stage. The next moment, the guy approached the musician and said that he was impressed by his performance. Folding his hands in a respectful gesture, Paval, who went by the name Kwanoka, smiled and thanked him for the kind words. Jin Kang added with a broad smile that his performance had made a great impression on him, and he simply could not afford not to approach and greet the music master. At the same time, with a crazy smile, the man suggested to the musician that he allow him to treat him to tea. Returning from all the gatherings, Paval thought that although nothing strange had happened in their conversation, the leader of the Golden Heavens clan was looking at him very carefully. He understands perfectly well that the words that he really liked his performance were just a great excuse for communication, but now the question arose as to why he needed it. At the same time, I remembered the words that Jin Kanu said that he wanted to meet again if there was such an opportunity. The only thing that pleased Pavolya in this situation was that he still had enough time to find out the man's true motives. All the while, looking resolutely ahead of him, he intended to keep him close to him and watch him carefully. After some time, Mr. Guo came to Paywol's house and bowed humbly, handing the boy a sign. He looked at the unexpected guest in amazement, asking what had happened. While the boy was examining the sign, Mr. Guo said that suspicious movements had been found in the Thunder Clan. Paval remembered that after the deaths of both masters who were in the Thunder Clan, it was completely destroyed, so it was unclear why they were moving now. Meanwhile, in the clan itself, Oh Kyunghwa stood and looked at his comrades, thinking about how everyone had previously thought their clan would not be able to return. With that, the man tightly gripped his sword, swearing that even death would not stop him as long as he brought the Chingchung sect to its knees. Remembering how he had been imprisoned, not even allowing the head of his clan to be buried peacefully, he swore that he would definitely take revenge on the scum who had not even apologized to him. It was for this reason that he summoned an assassin to Chengdu, who was called by the mysterious name Dark Moon. He glared at the Thunder Clan's detachment with a twisted gaze and ordered them to climb Mount Qingchen in 3 days. Oh Kyunghwa looked at him with a surprised look, asking if he meant him. At the same time, the man wanted to know absolutely everything that the mercenary intended to do, saying that it would help them trust him. But the mercenary replied that he didn't have to know everything. Suddenly, a man's loud shout was heard from behind, saying that they had come a very long way not to wait for anyone's orders. He was just about to start his speech when the Dark Moon cast a terrifying look at him with blood-red eyes. The next moment, the assassin rose sharply into the air, pushing his feet off the stone floor. Everyone present didn't even have time to understand what was happening when he suddenly found himself next to the guy who had just been shouting at him. The next moment, the Dark Moon's hands completely covered the boy's face, who stared at his dark fingers in fear. The ThunderClan member's eyes began to fill with blood, the whites of his eyes turning red, and tears welled up on his eyelids. Immediately afterwards, he fell to the ground, his mouth wide open and saliva spraying out, screaming loudly in terror. It was so strong that, without realizing it, the boy began to scratch his own face with his nails, filling it with blood. Bringing his face, hidden under bandages, closer to his victim, Dark Moon reminded him that by humiliating him, he was also humiliating the sect leader. His eyes burned with a blood-red light as the man added that he would never, ever forgive anyone who dared to do such a thing. Meanwhile, sitting at the table with a big smile, Seo Moon Pyong was enjoying the game in one of the brothels. Rearranging the figures with a smile, the boy noticed that during the fun, the whole difficulty of the journey became less. At the same time, the man sitting to his right asked with a smile why he had come here. He bent down to reach for another figure and replied that he had come here for a meeting, since he would have to have less fun. Today was his last day. When a female figure in a bright red dress suddenly approached him, the boy froze. The girl was very beautiful, and had long dark blue hair, which was gathered in a flower-shaped hairpin, as well as deep blue eyes. Noticing how stunned their guest was looking at the girl, one of the men said that her name was Sukian, and she was, as always, the beautiful hostess of the Pavilion of Divine Fragrances. The next moment the man watched in surprise as the boy simply stood up from the table at which they were playing the game, without saying a word. Without much thought about the consequences of his actions, Seo Moon Pyong approached the girl and grabbed her hand, trying to stop her. With a wide and bright smile on his face, the guy asked her if she was really the owner of this place. Frightened, So Hyung, not knowing what to expect from her unknown guest, quietly confirmed his words. Bringing his face close to hers, the boy said that she was different from other girls and was truly beautiful. The girl thanked him, but insisted on letting go of her hand and refused his offer to have a drink with him. However, the fair-haired man practically didn't listen to her anymore, adding that he was kind to those who obeyed him and had no mercy for those who competed with him. One girl was not impressed and continued to try to fight him off, causing the guy to threaten that the Pavilion of Divine Fragrances might have its last day of business. Hearing this, Sukyeon froze in fear, staring at her guest with a stunned look. Realizing that he had hurt her feelings with his words, Seo Moon Pyong sternly said that he would destroy her house. The girl had absolutely no idea what to do about it, so she frantically tried to come up with a way out of this situation. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the stern voice of a man who came closer and loudly called the girl's name. Sukyeon, realizing that this was the only option, put her hand to her chest and said that she was glad to have her master back. Paval, hiding his face so that only his red eyes were visible, looked sternly at his guest. Seo Moon Pyong was not at all worried about this, thinking that the owner was the master of the main courtesan. The same one, without taking his attentive gaze off the fair-haired man, hid Sukyeon right behind his back and confirmed his words. When he asked what the name of the owner of this house was, Paval replied that he didn't need to know. Such a brazen response greatly angered Seo Moon Pyong, so he shouted loudly, baring his teeth. But Paval's gaze remained completely indifferent, and he asked if there was any point in answering him. "Fix your hair," Little Fist said. He hadn't been so angry in a long time, because now some lord of courtesans dares to laugh at him. Then, with a broad smile, he announced that he had decided that today would be the last working day for the Pavilion of Divine Fragrances. At the same time, bright lightning bolts began to run around him, slowly destroying the room. However, Pavolya was not at all impressed by this, and he stood calmly, indifferently watching his opponent. Looking at this, Seo Moon Pyong thought that an ordinary person would never be able to resist his aura. So he realized that his new opponent had some martial arts knowledge, and with a loud cry he rushed forward. At some point, the fist he raised to strike simply passed through Paval's body. Not expecting this, Seo Moon Pyong froze, staring at his hand and his opponent's figure in shock. Instead, he brought his face close to his ear and said that he had targeted someone else's property and had caused a mess here. Pavolya's eyes flashed a bright red glow as he asked if the boy was willing to give his life for this. Realizing that the battle would not be as easy as he had expected, Seo Moon Pyong shouted loudly, trying to ask him to wait. However, the next moment his mouth opened wide and, spraying saliva, Little Fist screamed loudly. Paval calmly watched his torment and looked at the drops of blood flying in different directions. The force of the impact was so strong that Seo Moon Pyong simply flew out into the street, breaking the wall. Paval, instead of simply leaving him alone, calmly went after him, planning to continue the fight. At some point, he stopped above the boy and placed his foot on him, preventing him from getting up from the ground. Feeling this, Little Fist still couldn't believe that Chengdu had a master who was capable of defeating him before he could do anything. Trying to turn his head and look at his enemy, Little Fist asked tensely who he was. However, Paval, looking at him with red eyes, said that he didn't need to know that at all. The next moment, he took out silver threads that inflicted thousands of small cuts on Seo Moon Pyong's body. Leaving the battlefield, Paval ordered his servants to thoroughly clean up the area. Sometime later, Paval was lying in his room on Su Haeyeon's lap, who was removing the veil from his face. The guy stared at the ceiling with an indifferent gaze, not even blinking. At some point, the girl smiled and thanked him for saving her life yesterday. However, at the same time, she expressed concern for him, because she knew that Seo Moon Pyong did not come to Chengdu alone, and his friends could cause a lot of trouble. Hearing this, Paval repeated that the man really had friends. Immediately after that, without wasting any time, he rose from the courtesan's lap, which greatly surprised her. Staring blankly ahead, he ordered the maid to let the guest who had arrived in. In the large hall stood Wang Gayeon, who told one of the men that she was a colleague of the idiot who had caused a riot here yesterday. At the same time, the brunette with a wide smile asked him to take her to the owner of this place. The girl was led into the center of the institution, and after a while she was standing in front of the wooden door. However, when a voice was heard from behind the door ordering her to enter, the girl looked in front of her in shock, as she didn't even have time to knock. But deciding that there was no need to waste time, she calmly opened the doors, pushing them apart. As soon as she entered the room she was standing in front of, her eyes widened in surprise. The guy she saw there looked quite young. Half of his face was hidden under a bandage, and his eyes resembled a large white snake. All of this seemed very strange to her, but she quickly pulled herself together and asked if he was really the owner of the Pavilion of Divine Fragrances. But Paval, as if ignoring her question, calmly invited her to sit at the table. When Won Gayan followed his order, the guy added that Seo Hyang was the hostess here, and he only helped her a little with the management. The girl said that she understood everything, and introduced herself, adding that he might have heard something about her. However, Paval only calmly closed his eyes, and coldly replied that he was completely unfamiliar with her name. Won Gayan wasn't upset at all, and she said with a smile that she needed to work harder, as she figured she was quite famous in Zhenghu. Carefully studying the face of her new interlocutor, the girl noticed that he had probably never been outside Sichuan. At the same time, she felt that even after the fight with Seo Moon Pyong, the guy had absolutely no fighting energy. Having gathered courage, Won Gayan did ask the interlocutor what his name was. For a moment, Paval hesitated whether to say his name, so he paused, choosing his words. However, remembering how Sukyan called him sir, he quickly added that his name should be Yaju. Won Gayan agreed with this with a slight smile, adding that as far as he knew, she came because of a rowdy guy. At the same time, her face became extremely serious when she said she wanted to ask him something. She wondered if the murderer who had caused the incident in Sichuan last year was coincidentally not him. Mr. Val answered her with a cold look from his red eyes and asked why she was interested in this. When the brunette said she was just curious, the guy asked what exactly she was interested in. The girl replied that if he was absolutely not that person, then there was no point in discussing it with him. Closing his eyes and bowing his head, Paval calmly said that in that case they had nothing more to discuss. For a moment they froze, hoping that their opponent would give up sooner. Won Gayan just stood up and, looking at him intently with her black eyes, said that they would see each other again. Meanwhile, a servant burst into the office, which was located in the Qingchen clan's house, shouting loudly that they were in trouble. The clan head and his assistant, who were drinking tea at the time, looked at the boy in shock, not knowing what to expect. The next second, the elder sternly asked what had happened to make the boy scream so loudly. The messenger couldn't even find the words, so, covered in sweat, he simply uttered one single word. Hearing that people from the Thunder Clan had gathered outside their house, the elder looked at the boy who had brought the news in amazement. After a while, all the members of the Qingchen clan who were in the house at that time poured out, looking at O Kyunghwa. He bowed, folding his hands in a respectful gesture, and introduced himself as the new leader of the Thunder Clan. The elder smiled at this and introduced himself, adding that he was the head of the Qingchen clan. The same man, suddenly, looking at the old man, began to sweat. An image of the dark moon immediately appeared in his mind, ordering them to climb the mountain in 3 days. Suddenly, red circles flashed before his eyes, and as if in a fog, the boy heard the elder of the Qingchen clan ask if he was okay. Meanwhile, the mutilated bodies of the former leaders of the Thunder Clan were thrown into memory. Carefully choosing his words and barely pronouncing each word, he began to talk about being their successor. In addition, he wanted to hold the Qingchen clan accountable for the deaths of past clan leaders. Hearing his assistant suddenly start shouting that there were no longer any responsible people left for those events, the elder turned to the man and tried to calm him down. After that, he turned to the boy again and asked how exactly he wanted them to answer for their actions. Frowning, O Kyunghwa said that since the Thunder Clan had lost their leaders, the Qingchen clan had to get rid of a person who had equal status. And the main demand he made of the people present here was that their leader commit suicide. Murion, meanwhile, lowered his head, wondering whether he should really do what the current leader of the Thunder Clan was asking of him. However, suddenly from behind, there were indignant cries from his subordinates who did not agree with this state of affairs. At that moment, O Kyunghwa felt such energy from all the members of the Qingchen sect present that it weighed on him like a heavy burden. He had no idea what to do now, since Dark Moon had promised that he would deal with everything himself once he and his men made a big fuss. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a boy in the crowd, who raised his hand conciliatorily, and with a smile, asked everyone to wait. The man introduced himself and said his name was Yi Pyong, who was the head of the High Heaven sect. As he slowly approached, Murian asked him why he was here at this particular moment. He knew very well that their sects had maintained a fairly strong relationship for many hundreds of years, and he knew that no matter what mistake they made, the High Sky clan simply would not support such demands. However, Yi Pyong, looking ahead with a crazy look, said that he considered the Thunder Clan's demand quite appropriate. Not believing his eyes, Murian looked at his former ally, whose clan was a reliable ally of the Qingchang sect. A figure appeared, belonging to a man named So Paloho, who belonged to the Jinsong sect. At the same time, with a similar crazy look, he said that he completely agreed with the words of Mr. Oh Kyunghwa and Yi Pyong. All three looked at Murian, who was trying to understand what was happening around him. Their words that he should take responsibility for the Qingcheng sect and end himself simply shattered him to pieces. Hong Yu-shin, meanwhile, stood and looked at the destroyed village he had arrived in with his men. Large drops of sweat rolled down his face as he told one of his subordinates that such a picture was simply impossible. Everywhere there were collapsed houses with cracked walls and broken doors and windows, and dead people lay in the middle of the road. Among the killed, covered in blood, one could find both men and women. Some were lying in the middle of the village road, and some were sitting, leaning against the doorposts. Bending over one of the bodies, the leader of the inspection squad asked his subordinate if there were any survivors. Looking at the three men, the boy wondered when it had happened and who exactly was the murderer. One of the soldiers replied that the massacre had taken place this morning, but the murderer had not been found. At the same time, he suggested that perhaps the perpetrator of the massacre would never be found at all. Hong Yu-shin turned his head and looked at his subordinate desperately, asking why he thought that. He drew the attention of the detachment leader to the fact that each of the villagers had either kitchen knives, chains, clubs, or motives in their hands. Looking at the several bodies in front of him, the head of the inspection department agreed that there was indeed a rational grain in his subordinate's words. In addition, the soldier drew attention to the wounds left on the chest of one of the killed. It was from this data that he concluded that the peasants were fighting each other. However, the leader of the inspection squad still could not understand why the villagers would kill each other so that no one was left alive. Standing up, he looked desperately ahead, trying to understand what the hell had happened here. Meanwhile, on Mount Qingcheng, Oh Kyunghwa looked at the clan elder and demanded that he accept their will. And Pyong, glaring at the old man with a mad look, continued to demand that he kill himself. At the same time, Sopoloko said that in this way he would take responsibility for the actions of his sect and pay for everything. Despair was increasingly visible in the elder's eyes, as he had no idea what to do now or why his former allies had turned against him. Suddenly, an assistant approached him and drew his attention to what the two leaders looked like. Judging by their appearance, one could tell they were completely insane, which the elder immediately agreed with. Suddenly, a young man's voice was heard behind him, saying that he had something to convey to the elder personally. He slowly approached Murian, who had no idea of the danger that awaited him. Since he didn't say anything, the man asked him what exactly he needed right now. Suddenly, the old man noticed that the boy next to him was visibly shaking, and large veins were bulging on his temples. Without wasting time, he smiled a wide, sly smile and pulled a dagger from his sleeve. The boy immediately rushed towards the elder, drawing his hand with the cold weapon back to strike. As the blade entered his stomach, the elder noticed how crazy and predatory young Qian Chen's face looked. The assistant immediately rushed to the old man, trying to somehow save him and stop the bloodshed. However, the old man froze, and his face was covered with large drops of cold sweat. Noticing how his body shook, the assistant immediately shouted, showing great desperation in his voice. Turning his head towards the young attacker, he immediately screamed, trying to understand what he was up to. However, Qian Chen, drooling and looking at them with a crazy look, said that you have to pay for your mistakes if you make them. Following him, the rest of the warriors belonging to the Qingchen clan began to chant the words of retribution, raising their weapons. Noticing how the soldiers surrounded them, the assistant was still trying to understand why they were all attacking them. However, they did not listen to anyone at all. They turned into demons who had already attacked their rulers. Those soldiers who were completely immune to the destructive influence stood up against their comrades, defending the elder. Observing this, Yi Pyong and So Poloho ordered their clan's disciples to attack the sect as well. Their warriors, without wasting time, rushed forward to where the soldiers in yellow and white clothes stood. Oh Kyunghwa watched what was happening right before his eyes, not knowing what to do next. He tried to understand what had happened, and why their negotiations had turned out the way they did. Suddenly, the voice of the Dark Moon sounded in his head, ordering him not to stand still but to go and attack. Raising his head, the man noticed a creepy figure sitting on the roof of a house belonging to the Ching-Chung clan. The Dark Moon observed what happened precisely because of its intervention in people's minds. His eyes glowed with a red, predatory glow as he added that when a split occurs, even a great sect can fall. The same principle applied to Ching Chen, whose head was now being defended with all their might. Watching the clash of several sects, Dark Moon suddenly laughed loudly and wildly. The deputy looked ahead, trying to understand what had just happened. Meanwhile, Wan Gayan, accompanied by Jin Kanggu and Nim Soon, stood in the forest and carefully surveyed the area. The leader of the Golden Heavens clan immediately noticed that the birds here were very noisy. This gave him a rather bad feeling, so he advised his companions to hurry up. Without wasting any time, the three of them abruptly broke into a run, heading straight for one of the local temples. Meanwhile, a fierce battle continued between the warriors of the Ching-Chen clan and their brothers, who suddenly went mad and attacked the elder. The leader's assistant sat next to the old man, watching the Ching-Chung warriors battle. He thought about how wrong he was when he thought that only other sects could behave strangely, and suspected that if it was all due to some kind of spell, then perhaps it had an effect on them as well. At the same time, the man was worried that their children were absolutely not used to fighting with their peers, risking their health and lives, and if this continued, there would be no good result. At some point, the man was so immersed in his gloomy thoughts that he didn't even notice a male figure flying over his head. Jin Kanu landed in the midst of the battle, illuminating everything with his powerful red energy. Looking at this, the man covered his face and the face of the Ching-Chen clan elder with his wide sleeves. The force with which the boy landed in the center of the square caused the tiles on it to shatter into small pieces and leave a web of cracks. The leader of the Golden Heavens clan stared sternly ahead, trying to understand what was happening right before his eyes. Suddenly, his angry gaze turned to where the assistant leader was sitting with the elder. When his companions arrived, he folded his hands in a respectful gesture and bowed, introducing himself and explaining that the situation here seemed unusual to him. The leader's assistant immediately said that he was very grateful for the help during such a difficult time. When the boy approached him and asked what exactly happened here, the man replied that he would like to know the answer to this question himself. Glancing at the dying elder, he replied that almost everyone present had fallen victim to some kind of spell, but they did not know who had done it and for what reason. Hearing the words that some kind of magic might be involved here, Jin Kanu looked in different directions. Off to the side, he saw Nim Sound talking to one of the wounded that he should be taken away. Turning his head to his leader, he announced in surprise that they were all under the influence of poison. The assistant head of the Ching-Chung clan, along with Jin Kong, glanced at the poisoned warriors. They resembled terrifying zombies, with dark skin and eyes that glowed with an eerie glow, raging in search of new victims. Oh Kyunghwa carefully observed the actions of the newly arrived warriors from somewhere on the sidelines. The new leader of the Thunder Clan himself couldn't believe what he had just heard about the poison. Noticing the leader of the Golden Heaven clan looking at him, the man simply turned his stunned gaze away. However, Jin Kong was not so easily fooled, so he continued to drill the Thunder Clan leader with a stern gaze. At this time, Nim Sound re-entered the conversation, saying that if it was indeed poison, then someone nearby had to be controlling it, and therefore they had to be found and eliminated. He turned to the leader, assuring him that they would definitely take care of this place, and he advised him to find the sorcerer and kill him. Jin Kanu raised 2 fingers in the air and closed his eyes, agreeing to this plan. The next moment, a bright energy began to emanate from him, which was aimed at finding just such a sorcerer. Energy flows carefully scanned everyone present, whether it was a warrior who continued to stand on his feet or a wounded man who lay on the ground. The radius of the search wave increased with each second, covering an ever-increasing area around it. At some point, the boy opened his eyes and said that he had found a sorcerer. Without wasting time, he jumped into the air and headed exactly where the magical energy could be heard. He flew headlong past the trees, trying not to miss his newly found target. At some point, he stopped, surrounded by red energy and staring sternly ahead. The leader of the Golden Heaven clan stared in amazement at the great abyss that opened up right in front of him, blocking the future path. However, it was there that he saw a dark figure lurking in the forest and looking quite creepy. Landing in front of her, Jin Kanu drew his sword. preparing to fight the unknown opponent. The Dark Moon looked at him sternly and asked how exactly he had managed to find him. However, the leader of the Golden Heaven clan had absolutely no intention of answering the unknown killer's questions. The enemy only laughed quietly and briefly, saying that no one probably knew that. Jin Kang's eyes flashed red with rage at one point as he warned that if he didn't answer, he would face major consequences. At the same time, he warned that he would have no choice but to forcefully end the effect of this curse. Having more conveniently intercepted his sword, which was burning with a red glow of energy, Jin Kanu moved towards his opponent. The blow he struck sent a large blast wave into the air. Dark Moon stared at the red wall of energy that rose directly in front of him, assessing the strength of his opponent. For a moment, anxiety flashed in his eyes, as the warrior realized that the battle would not be easy. The blast wave that Jin Kang sent was so powerful that it was able to saw one of the Qingcheng clan's rocks in half, scattering small stones around. The leader of the Golden Heaven clan himself stared sternly ahead, patiently waiting to see what the outcome of his attack would be. But at some point he stared in amazement, hearing behind him the voice of the sorcerer he had recently been looking for. Not wanting to surrender to an unknown enemy, Jin Kang turned sharply, raising his sword for a new attack. However, noticing only an empty space in front of him and dark smoke rising into the sky, the warrior realized that he had let his enemy in, and the dark trail of ash left by his powerful attack only meant that he couldn't remove it. For a moment he froze, staring sternly ahead of him and thinking about what to do next. The frightened look of the Thunder Clan leader was remembered, and the boy decided that he still had something to do. After some time, Oh Kyung-hwa was taken to the deputy leader of the Qingchen clan, with his hands tied, so he looked more like a criminal. The deputy sect leader looked at him and understood that all the attacking warriors were indeed under the power of the cursed poison. The new leader of the Thunder Clan sat with an absolutely absent gaze and stared at one point, not daring to say anything. However, Jin Kang was not going to wait until he was able to tell the story, so he cruelly ordered him to tell who had used the poison. At this point, Oh Kyung-hwa couldn't stand it and screamed loudly that he also had no idea who exactly used the poison. Instead of getting angry at such an answer, the leader of the Golden Heaven clan leaned over and quietly asked if he really didn't know. However, his eyes shone with a faint glow when the boy warned that he was asking the question for the last time and would not repeat it again. For a moment, the leader of the Thunder Clan was silent, carefully choosing his words to respond, his face dripping with sweat. Suddenly, the man said that he had heard that those who used poison went to the Thunder Temple, which greatly surprised everyone present. Jin Kanu immediately understood that the Thunder Temple was the ancestor of the Thunder Clan, and in this case, there was a high probability that the one who used the cursed poison was a Thunder Temple warrior. When asked what his opponent looked like, the leader of the Golden Heaven clan replied that it was difficult to say anything about it, since his entire body was covered in dark cloth. After that, Jin Kang turned to Oh Kyung-hwa and asked if the mercenary was definitely a warrior from the Thunder Temple. He was silent for a moment, choosing the words to answer, but the next second he screamed loudly, spitting out saliva, and his eyes rolled and turned red. The man suddenly coughed up blood, and his veins visibly bulged on his body and turned black. With tears streaming down his face, the leader of the Thunder Clan begged those present to help him with all his might. However, they did not have time to do anything, because a moment later he collapsed dead on the stone slabs of the cold floor. One Ga-yeon, noticing this, screamed loudly and rushed to the man's corpse, hoping to save him. She took his hair in her hands and tried to lift it from his neck to open up a view of what had happened to his body. After feeling his pulse, the girl looked up in despair at the leader of her group and said that the man was absolutely dead. Hearing this, Nim-soon noticed that the killer did not trust even those on his side, so finding him would be quite difficult. The guy added that first they needed to confirm that he was actually one of the warriors of the Thunder Temple, and then they could ask for help from other sects. When the boy asked what they would do next, the deputy head of the Qingchen clan replied that they had absolutely no strength left to fight. Recalling the wounded who were lying in the infirmary, the man added that those who survived had suffered greatly, and no one knew how long it would take to recover. Looking down, the man quietly apologized, but added that they would not interfere in any of this. Hearing this, Jin Kang raised one eyebrow in surprise, trying to reach out to the man. However, without even turning his head to him, the deputy leader recalled the words that it is never too late for revenge, even if 100 years have passed. Hearing the words that it would not be too late for the sect to take revenge even after 100 years, he said that he could do nothing about his choice, and wished for the speedy restoration of the Qingcheng sect. Raising his head and looking up at the sky, where the sun's rays were breaking through the leaden, heavy clouds, the man thanked her for the kind words. The leader of the Golden Heaven clan, along with his subordinates, began to slowly descend the long stairs from the mountain. Staring sternly ahead, the boy told his men that they must track down the unknown killer. He added that their opponent was a monster who manipulated people's minds as he pleased, and if they let him go, the consequences would be catastrophic. Nim Sound doubted that they would really be able to capture him, as he understood very well that a lot of time had passed since his escape. Jin Kang remembered seeing the grass stained with blood, which meant that he had managed to inflict a very serious wound on his opponent that no ordinary doctor could heal. Therefore, there was a high probability that he would go to Chengdu where there were respected doctors, and he would not ask the Hao clan for help. Looking down at his feet, Nim Sound quietly said that he was ready to take on this task. One Gaiyan said that she would definitely raise this issue with Li Xiaohe and her uncle Yu Xinpun, who were also in that city. At the same time, the girl added with a smile that she was absolutely sure that these two would help them in their difficult task. Continuing down the steep stairs, Jin Kanu said that was exactly what they should do. Left alone, out of the leader's hearing, Nim Soen told his friend that they had absolutely no benefit from this affair. The girl replied that this was far from the first time, but Jin Kang had practically no people who were like their leader. Hearing the words that they followed him precisely because they were attracted to his incredible faith, Nim Soon calmly agreed with her words. After that, without taking his eyes off his leader's back, the boy suggested that they hurry up and carry out his task. Meanwhile, in Chengdu itself, as night fell on the city, Su Hyang advised her master to take care of himself. Paval, lifting the veil attached to his hat, called the girl by name and warned her that he would come again. But narrowing her eyes and smiling sincerely, she said that no matter what happened, it would definitely be waiting for him. Hearing these words, Paval stretched his lips in a rather warm smile. Immediately after that, he turned around and set off through the night streets of the city, which were lit by lanterns. His steps were quite quiet, but in the atmosphere of the sleeping city, they echoed with loud sounds on the stone floor. Suddenly the boy froze, looking around him intently and frowning. Suddenly, the figure of Jin Kang appeared in front of him, also looking at the traveler with a stern look. Paval tried to maintain an indifferent expression, and the gaze of his red eyes with vertical pupils seemed quite cold. Suddenly, the leader of the Golden Heaven clan bowed, folded his hands in a respectful gesture, and introduced himself, clarifying whether the matter was with Yaju, who owned the Divine Fragrance Pavilion. Instead of answering and a similar greeting, Paywol just coldly asked if he needed anything. Not expecting such an indifferent reception, Jin Kang said that he actually wanted to ask him for help. Suddenly he fell silent, cutting himself off mid-sentence, and his eyes stared ahead in surprise. The leader carefully studied his interlocutor's face, fully confident that they had met before, but this time the face was different. At the same time, he said that he had no idea which of the names was real, but clarified whether he was right that he had several names. So, looking sternly at the red, glowing eyes in the darkness, he asked his interlocutor who he really was. Paywol continued to look sternly at his interlocutor and asked who he thought he might be. Jin Kanu replied that before coming to this city, he had heard many stories about one unknown person. It told how he destroyed 2 major sects in Sichuan province, and he did it completely alone. The leader of the Golden Heaven clan immediately appreciated that the unknown boy quickly guessed that he was looking for that man because of this. When asked why he needed that man, Jin Kanu did not answer that he had been following a group for a very long time and wanted to know if this man belonged to it. If the unknown person is a member of this group, he wanted to fight them in order to win later. After measuring the unknown guy with a careful look, the brunette asked if he would now answer his question. For a moment, Paval was silent, looking intently at the leader of the Golden Heavens clan and thinking about his answer. Jin Kanu asked his interlocutor who he really was, a musician, the owner of the Divine Fragrance Pavilion, or a murderer who had organized a bloodbath in Sichuan. Instead of answering, Paval reached for his hat to remove it from his head. When he did so, the wind immediately began to ruffle his white hair, which now held nothing back. Looking intently at the boy in front of him, The leader of the Golden Heaven clan asked if this was his true face, to which he received an affirmative answer. At the same time, Paval admitted that he was the person Jin Kang had been looking for so long, so he asked what he needed from him. The leader of the Golden Heavens clan just smiled and tossed a coin on his finger towards the boy. Paval put his hand out in front of him, trying to catch it. Looking at the object in his hand, he noticed that the coin had a large Chinese dragon engraved on it. In addition, he was surprised that the creature depicted on the coin had as many as 9 heads. He looked up, asking his interlocutor what it was. Realizing that he knew nothing about this image, Jin Kanu explained that they had recently found people who used such signs. Despite all this, there was no connection between them or any points on which they could come together. However, they nevertheless hid in every corner of Jianghu and got involved in various issues. Paval raised an eyebrow and said that the words that the group does everything for its own benefit sound more like a description of a commercial organization. However, Jin Kang faced devastation and attacks, accompanied by explosions, fire, and death. He explained that in reality, the people he was looking for had absolute power, which was what distinguished them from traffickers. He asked his interlocutor if he had any connection to this organization, after which the guys fell silent for a moment. A second later, Paval, looking confidently at the leader of the Golden Heavens clan, said that he had nothing to do with them. This answer completely satisfied Jin Kang, and he smiled in agreement. But now it was Paval's turn to ask questions, so he asked the boy why he believed him. Without hiding anything at all, the leader of the Golden Heaven clan said that he believed him precisely because of his eyes. Folding his hands in a respectful gesture, Jin Kang introduced himself again, despite the fact that they were already acquaintances, asking his interlocutor's real name. Since there was no point in hiding his identity now, Paval also introduced himself by his real name. After that, the leader of the Golden Heaven clan suggested that he become friends, as he believed that they could become true friends despite their statuses. But Paval, maintaining a completely indifferent look on his face, coldly replied that he refused such an offer. At the same time, he passed by Jin Kang, saying that he was talking about him as if he knew something about him. However, the guy replied with a smile that of course he didn't know much, so he just trusted his eyes. At the same time, the leader of the Golden Heaven clan added that he was sure that he was a good person, and although it was completely unexpected, he wanted to ask him for help. Jin Kang told the boy about the Dark Moon, saying that he was hiding in Chengdu, and if they let him go, something terrible would definitely happen, so he asked Paval to help him find it. And after this matter was completed, he did suggest that we become friends. Once again, deftly catching the coin that Jin Kanu threw in his direction, Paval said that all this seemed like just empty words. The leader of the Golden Heaven clan looked at his interlocutor, thinking that the story of the Sichuan massacre was very well known, but few knew the full backstory. He knew very well that Paval had also acted as a victim, and was actually a good person, so he waved his hand and said with a smile that they would meet again. Meanwhile, Dark Moon was dealing with everyone involved in the attack on the Qingchen sect, and now he had come to Sopoloho. Sitting on the body of the dead sect leader Jinsen, Dark Moon said that he would definitely make him regret it. Meanwhile, Seo Mupyong was sitting in one of the bars, drinking one bottle after another. At some point, he slammed his bowl on the table, causing a fountain of splashes from it, and cursed. Yaju's face was still before his eyes, hidden behind a veil and staring at him with cold red eyes. Remembering his enemy, Little Fist cursed loudly once more, unable to contain his emotions. He still couldn't believe that someone had dared to do this to him, defeating him right in front of several people. At the same time, he was going to take revenge as soon as he could regain all his strength. Noticing one of the servants passing by, Seo Moon Pyong loudly growled at him to bring him more drinks. The man, frightened, picked up the tray and ran towards the bar, but this did not satisfy the boy, and he shouted again, urging the servant on. Looking after him, Little Fist let out a loud snort of annoyance, realizing that there was nothing he could do about it now. He was so busy thinking about a plan to whitewash his reputation that he didn't even notice the figure of the Dark Moon sneaking up on him. However, when the next second he abruptly grabbed him by the hair, he was forced to turn towards the attacker. His eyes widened in fear as he looked at the one who dared to attack him and asked who he was. However, instead of answering, Dark Moon only pulled his hair harder. The strangest thing was that practically no one noticed this, and everyone present in the hall happily discussed their affairs and enjoyed their food. When Dark Moon tried to stuff a dark ball of energy into Little Fist's mouth, the boy groaned, resisting with all his might. But the opponent was clearly stronger, so after forcing her to swallow, he began to whisper some strange spells in an unknown language. Seo Moonpyong's eyes became empty, and the veins on his face swelled and darkened. For a moment the attacker froze, carefully studying what was the result of his work. Immediately after that, he left, and Seo Moonpyong, lowering his head and not raising it, said that he also needed to go. At the same time, his thoughts were only revenge on those who had once dared to humiliate him. Surrounded by an entire army of zombies who were also in the hall, Dark Moon laughed and said that revenge is very good. The soldiers he sent into the city immediately began to wreak havoc everywhere, demolishing houses and ignoring the desperate cries. One of the merchants tried to stop one of the soldiers and begged him to tell them the reason why they had decided to disperse them. He just turned his head, showing his creepy look, and said that they were making the neighborhood too noisy. Seeing the dark veins and crazy eyes, the merchant immediately jumped away from the attacker, covering his face with his hand in fear. The same one immediately went on the attack, raising his hand up and drawing his club to strike, ordering them not to interfere. However, the next second the zombie stopped, and saliva flowed from its wide-open mouth. Behind him, Jin Kanu suddenly appeared, staring in amazement at what was happening right before his eyes. Watching the warriors mindlessly attack ordinary villagers, he said that it was very difficult to even believe in the possibility of what was happening. However, judging from the appearance of the attackers, the leader of the Golden Heaven clan suddenly realized that the man he was looking for was involved. At some point, a desperate scream was heard from the side, as a man screamed in pain as one of the zombies sank its teeth into his neck. Looking at how other zombies caught up with innocent people, inflicting terror on them, Jitin Kanu said that this was all happening precisely because of the Dark Moon. Now it became clear that it was not enough for him to provoke discord in the Qingchang sect, and he decided to do it with all of Chengdu. More worrying was the question of why this was happening now, if for so many years he had just sat there and done nothing. The leader of the Golden Heaven clan assumed that there was clearly something else going on, thinking that when he was surrounded from all sides, he lost his patience and decided to do it. The guys were about to come up with a new plan of action when suddenly the voice of Wan Ga-yon was heard from the side, screaming loudly, running towards them. Trying to catch her breath after a long run, the brunette reported that a disaster had occurred nearby. When asked what exactly happened, she reported that Moon Pyong, without even recovering, as it should have happened, went to the Pavilion of Divine Fragrance. But Jin Kang didn't have time to come up with an algorithm of actions, as words about fire were heard behind him. Returning there and listening to the screams of the villagers running around him, the leader of the Golden Heaven clan realized that the pavilion where his partner had gone was burning. He hurried there, ignoring the column of smoke rising from behind the buildings and not believing that Little Fist could do such a thing. The building that housed the Pavilion of Divine Fragrances was indeed engulfed in flames, and people who were lucky enough not to be inside watched what was happening. The girls were filled with tears, but despite everything they tried to save their house as quickly as possible, ordering water to be brought. Looking at the flames rising several meters into the air, one of the girls suddenly noticed that So-hyang still hadn't come out. Meanwhile, inside, Seo Moon-pyong was coughing heavily, towering over the pavilion hostess's body. Looking at her calm face, he shouted loudly, trying to find out from her who exactly ordered her to refuse him. His face took on a crazy expression as he tried to find out why she had turned him down. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to 3 figures who entered the burning pavilion and called his name. The Little Fist looked up at them with a hazy look, saliva dripping from his mouth and his veins looking very dark. Looking at him, Jin Kang noticed that his appearance resembled what happened to the people on Mount Qingcheng. After recovering from the initial shock, Wan Ga-yon shouted to the leader that they needed to get Seo Moon-pyong out of here immediately as the fire continued to spread. But all the attention of the leader of the Golden Heaven clan was focused on the dead Seo-hyang, as the question remained whether Seo Moon-pyong had really done it. It all looked pretty sad, but his priority was his friend, so he called him by name again. The words that he needed to go to them immediately and leave the dead girl alone made the fair-haired man look at the leader with an indifferent look. After that, his head dropped and his eyes were directed again to where the body of the dead mistress of the pavilion lay. Suddenly he jumped away from her as if scalded and screamed loudly. unable to control himself with fear. Pointing at himself, Xiao Moon Pyong, his face blue and mouth wide open, shouted that it was all because of him. He kept remembering a certain man and other people who looked down on him. Looking at the insane agony that had engulfed their former friend, the rest tried to understand what had happened to him. The next moment, the figure of Paval appeared from the passage behind him, slowly approaching, despite the fire. When the boy removed the veil from his face, it became noticeable that his lips were tightly pressed into a thin line, and his eyes shone with a red glow. The blade of the bracelets that Tan Sochu had made for him earlier flashed on his hands, and a thin silver thread twisted from his fingers in a single thread. A second later, it became visible how the thread was wrapped around the neck of the enraged Xiao Moon Pyong, who was baring his teeth furiously. And immediately after that, a picture appeared to Jin Kang in which the head of his former comrade fell off his body and fell to the ground. Watching the blond man's chubby body roll across the hall right to his feet, the only thing the leader of the Golden Heavens clan could say was to just breathe out his friend's name. However, there was not much time left for reflection, as Nim Soon stood behind him, outraged that someone could kill their comrade. However, Pei Wol completely ignored his indignant attention, moving closer to Seo Hyang's body. He knelt down before the dead girl and abruptly pulled the bloody dagger from her chest. His vision blurred for a moment as Pei Wol, using his darkness, immersed himself in memories. He remembered how one fine day he had been lying on his knees in Sokyan, out of old habit, enjoying the peace. The girl, with a slight smile on her face, quietly asked him if he had anything he was dreaming of. For a moment, Paval froze, staring straight ahead with an indifferent gaze and choosing the words to answer. After that, not understanding, he looked at the girl and asked what exactly she meant by the dream. So-hyang replied that her master always did what the children wanted, but they never did what he wanted. Finally looking in front of him again, P-Wol said quietly that he actually had one big dream, which was a world built by himself instead of one built by others. After his answer, he looked back at the girl and asked if there was anything in this world that she wanted, since she hadn't said what she wanted before either. For a moment, Soo-hyun thought, looking at him with her big blue eyes. Finally, leaning forward, she said that her dream was too big for her to fulfill. At the same time, she stroked his head, running her hand through his white hair. Paval froze, looking attentively and gently at his interlocutor with large red eyes. Sukyan answered him in kind, a cozy smile shining on her face, as she said that she was fine even when she was just watching her dream. Remembering their conversation back then, he lifted the girl's body and hugged her tightly to him. The next second, his gaze turned to the trio standing directly in front of him. Looking down at his friend for the last time, Pei Wol told her that she had always protected his dream, but now she was dying with the world he had dreamed of. But with all this, he swore that under no circumstances would he send her to the other world alone, after which ghostly daggers surrounded by silver threads appeared around him. Realizing that they could not avoid a fight, Jin Kang turned his gaze to Nim Soon, who had resolutely stepped forward. He, in turn, drew his sword and held it out in front of him, preparing to defend himself from the blades. The next moment, he used the 18 swords of the White Moon style, which he always used during combat. Paval began to retreat, and without thinking twice, he aimed his ghost daggers directly at where the three warriors stood. Nim Soon also decided not to waste any time and rushed forward, trying with all his might to deflect as many blades flying in his direction as possible. Noticing that they suddenly changed their trajectory and aimed directly at the boy's back, Wan Gayan rushed forward, wanting to help her comrade. She ran to one side and deflected several blades, for which she received thanks from her friend. Covering him from behind, the brunette swung her blades furiously, trying to kill as many ghost daggers as possible. However, at some point, looking closely at what was flying in the air, she realized that the blades were moving on their own and abruptly changing their flight path. It all reminded her of how a large, white, venomous snake might move. Realizing that she couldn't predict the trajectory of one of the blades as she usually did, the girl gritted her teeth, and a large drop of sweat rolled down her face. Pei Wol continued to sit still, holding So-hyang's body to his chest and ignoring the flames around him. Keeping his gaze fixed on his target, Nim Soon rushed forward, swinging his sword. Coming closer and closer, the brunette thought at some point that now this fight would be completely over. It spun around its axis, releasing strong gusts of wind around it. However, Pavolya was not at all concerned about this, so his face remained completely indifferent to everything that was happening around him. At some point, he directed his blades so that they cut into the ground and formed a kind of cage around him. Nim Sound had no choice, so he continued to approach the manager of the Divine Fragrance Pavilion. At some point, the boy touched one of the threads with his cheek, causing blood to suddenly flow from it. He immediately understood the tactic their opponent had employed, so his eyes widened in amazement. Without wasting time, Nim soon turned to his colleague and shouted for them all to retreat immediately. The silver threads that were tied to the ghost daggers began to slowly narrow around the girl's figure. Hearing her partner's voice, she paused her attack for a moment and turned to him to check what exactly had happened. The next second, blood gushed out in a large fountain in the hall. Feeling one of the threads cut through her hand, Wan Ga-yeon screamed loudly, releasing her blade. Watching what was happening, Nim Sound clenched his teeth furiously, not noticing how the same thread was wrapping itself right around his neck. The girl also screamed desperately, trying to get rid of the nets that were entangled not only around her colleague's neck, but also around hers. But in the next second, their hands were completely bound as the threads were wrapped tightly around every part of their bodies. For a moment, Nim Sound froze, as he felt that there were so many threads around his arms and around his neck that could cut his body in an instant. Paval watched them, waiting to see what they would do to get out of the trap they had fallen into. They stared into the empty space in front of them, trying to think of a way out of the situation that had arisen. Wan Ga-yeon suddenly realized that their opponent hadn't moved an inch while he was attacking them and sending his blades. Nim Sound himself felt extremely weak, considering that the opponent in front of him simply did not move and managed to defeat them. At some point, one of the ghost daggers, the tips of which were pointed at the bridge of their noses, froze in front of their faces. Paval's eyes continued to burn with a bright glow as he pondered what to do next. The daggers, meanwhile, were slowly approaching both opponents, who had been captured by him a moment ago. However, in 1 second, Jin Kanu intervened in the battle, swinging his sword surrounded by red energy. From the swing of his sword, a great wave of bright light swept through the burning hall, scattering a large cloud of dust across the floor. At that moment, Wan Ga-yeon felt the nets that were tightly wrapped around her arms and neck slowly being released. Nim Sound had similar feelings as he stared in amazement straight ahead. Paval calmly looked at the wave of fire that was now flying right at him. His face remained completely indifferent and showed no emotions to his opponents. The guy continued to hold So-hyang's body tightly against him, not wanting to leave her here alone. Looking at his enemy, Nim Sound thought that if it weren't for his partner, he would have lost not only his eye, but also his life, thinking that he had never seen such a person before. However, when the leader roared loudly for them to stop fighting, the boy who had held his sword out in front of him stopped in surprise. Coming closer, the sword of white space looked at his friend in surprise, expecting at least some explanation from him. Without even turning his head to his comrade, Jin told Com to stop fighting and endure his hatred. The guy tried to shout something about them having to avenge So Moon Pyong and not forgiving his death, but Wan Ga-yeon, who was standing nearby, agreed with the leader. Hearing her say that they would endure, Nim Sound fell to his knees in disappointment and exhaled loudly. At the same time, the brunette didn't even look up, saying that all of them together were absolutely not equal to Paval. Gritting his teeth tightly from impotent rage and the inability to do anything, Nim Sound thought about how the girl had previously been a great student and had never been inferior to anyone. Realizing that he didn't have much of a choice, he dropped to his knees and pounded his fists into the stone floor. Jin Kanu, meanwhile, slowly began to approach Paval, sheathing his sword. Without taking his intense gaze off him, the leader of the Golden Heaven clan suggested that they postpone the resolution of their conflict until later. However, Paval himself, measuring him with the cold gaze of his red eyes, asked why he had to do this. Mentioning Dark Moon once again, he replied that in reality Little Fist, despite what he had done, could never have done it of his own free will. This meant that there was a person in Chengdu who was manipulating everyone, and quite skillfully at that. And those who fell under his influence developed the same symptoms as So Moon Pyong. Therefore, he reminded his interlocutor that the real reason must be the desire to catch the real criminal, and suggested that they talk about today's insult after they caught him together. At the same time, Jin Kang warned that while they were fighting here, the Dark Moon would flee the city, and something similar would happen again in the world. The leader of the Golden Heaven clan stared intently into Paval's face, asking him to listen to his request. For a moment he lowered his head and looked at So-hyang's dead body, which still lay in his arms. Paval asked Jin Kang in a cold tone what would happen if he didn't want to listen to him. But he resolutely replied that in that case he would fight him as long as he had his own strength. After being asked if he would be satisfied if the criminal responsible for the girl's death simply walked away from under their noses, Paval thought for a moment. Seo-hyun's eyes were tightly closed and her face was extremely calm. Without saying a word and ignoring the stunned look from the leader of the Golden Heavens clan, Paval turned and walked away from the burning house. For a moment, Jin Kang and his comrades froze, retreating from the heavy fighting. He carefully scanned the back of the white-haired man who was rapidly leaving the burning building. As soon as he carried out So-hyang's body, her friends suddenly appeared around him, shedding bitter tears, mourning her death. They screamed and declared, not understanding how this could happen and constantly calling their sister by name. Paval stood behind them, watching from a distance the group of girls who were crying and screaming. Later, rising to his feet, he turned to one of the girls and said that he would be absent for a while, adding that she would now be in charge of the Divine Fragrance Pavilion. At the same time, the guy asked the girls to bury Suk-yan in some quiet place filled with sunlight. The girl bowed, assuring him that everything would be done and warning him not to worry about the Pavilion of Divine Fragrance, advising him to focus on his own business. Hearing this, Paval turned his back on the girl and walked away, maintaining an indifferent expression on his face. But suddenly he had to stop, as the figure he least wanted to see appeared before him. Standing right in his path, Jin Kang asked if he was going to look for the real culprit in Seo-hyang's death. However, after passing the guy, Paval said that he was absolutely not going to do that, since it wasn't that difficult to find him. Instead, what was important now was to find the person who was really behind the mercenary. For a moment, the leader of the Golden Heaven clan froze, thinking about what to do next. Raising one eyebrow in surprise, Jin Kanu asked him if he was going to the Thunder Temple. Meanwhile, Won Gayan, having completed treatment for her injuries to her neck and entire body, slowly moved down the empty city street. Her thoughts were that Nim soon stayed behind to tidy up Seomun Pyong's body, while Jin Kang went to check on a man named Bae Wol. However, she understood very well that there might be difficulties with the leader of the Golden Heaven clan, so she thought it would be worth asking Brother Sound for help. The girl was so lost in her thoughts that she didn't even notice when she ran into the figure of a man walking right next to her. Turning her head, Won Gayan apologized, saying that she had completely missed him. But when she saw who she was talking to, her eyes widened in fear. Before her stood the figure of a man, his face completely hidden behind scraps of dark cloth. His eye, whose skin was a rather strange color, narrowed contentedly, and the pupil flashed a golden light. Looking at the large hand whose shadow was quickly approaching her face, Won Ji-yeon widened her eyes in fright. As soon as the dark moon touched her, the girl fell to the cold ground, unconscious. He immediately picked it up, and with a cheerful laugh, threw it onto his shoulder to carry it to its destination. At the same time, looking at the unconscious girl, the man said that she would be excellent material, since he wanted to take her to the Thunder Temple and make her the strongest puppet. He was going to do all this so that he could see the bloody tears he had been waiting for, flowing from Jin Kang's eyes. The next morning, Paval went to the workshop where Tan Sochu worked and was happy to meet his friend. He warned that almost all of the road he had to do would be quite difficult, so he would need some items. The blacksmith looked at his friend anxiously and with concern in his voice asked where exactly he was going. He, without hiding his plans, replied that he was going to go to the region neighboring Sichuan, namely Zizan. Before Tan Sochu's eyes, a road covered with snow immediately appeared, running through a mountain plateau, and which would take at least a month to complete. At the same time, he was curious about why it was necessary to make such a difficult journey, not believing that all this was just because of what happened in the Pavilion of Divine Fragrance. But Paval only lowered his head, closed his eyes, and confirmed that it was all because of that. For a moment, something resembling sympathy flashed in the blacksmith's eyes, and 2 large drops of sweat rolled down his face. The next second, he held out a second box, asking him to take it, since he had made it specifically for him. Looking at the box handed to him, Paval listened to the explanation that thanks to the oil, Tan Sochu was able to make a cloak that would not let water through and could protect against fire to some extent. At the same time, the guy understood that his friend might not need it at all and warned him that he would find a few more useful things inside. After that, the blacksmith reached somewhere near his belt to get something else he wanted to give away. A small bottle, smaller even than his palm, suddenly appeared in his hand. Taking it and raising it a little closer to his eyes, Paval asked his friend in surprise what exactly he had given him. Tang Sochu explained that it was white phosphorus, which when ignited could form an unquenchable flame, boasting that it had once been used in the Tang family and that he had managed to restore the recipe. However, he warned that there is very little of this substance, so it is best to use it with extreme caution, and the best option would be not to use it at all. Firmly clutching the bottle of white phosphorus, Paval looked at his friend and thanked him for everything. After some time, Jin Kang came running to Paval again, shouting that the girl who had recently fought him with swords had disappeared. But Paval, in response to these accusations, threw it over his shoulder that after that fight in the burning pavilion of divine fragrances, he had not seen her at all. However, the leader of the Golden Heaven clan did not lag behind him, saying that all the events that had happened recently, as well as the disappearance of his colleague, were connected. Recalling his injured colleagues, Jin Kanu said that the Dark Moon was trying to harm him. At the same time, there were real notes of desperation in his words as he begged Paval to help him. The white-haired man was quite surprised by such a request, so he reminded his interlocutor that it was he who killed Little Fist. However, the leader of the Golden Heaven clan, gritting his teeth, admitted that he had destroyed what he had and killed someone dear to him, so it could be admitted that he had attacked first. The boy was absolutely convinced that the unknown attacker had gone to the Thunder Temple, and since he couldn't find and track him himself, he could only entrust the matter to Paval. Turning his back on him, he replied that since he himself could do nothing, he warned him not to interfere and simply to follow him. Staring sternly before him, Paval added that nothing living in this world could hide from him. They came to one of the houses, the floorboards of which were covered in blood and littered with human corpses. The guys looked at the dead bodies, trying to understand what could have happened here. Paval silently bent over one of the corpses, carefully studying everything he could learn from it. It suddenly became clear to Paval that Dark Moon could safely observe Jin Kang's group from this house, so if he was thinking about revenge, this would be the perfect place to watch. So I suspected that when Seomun Pyong was wounded, he was sitting there and was a pretty easy target. At the thought of his friend who had recently been killed, Jin Kanggu only lowered his head and exhaled heavily. Paval stood up at this moment, carefully looking around the room and trying to find any more clues about the killer's identity. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a pile of garbage, among which one could see fluff, torn paper, and mail. Investigating the new evidence, Paval concluded that the Dark Moon was about to cross the Western Plateau. Hearing a question from his temporary partner about a cloth covered with some kind of oil, the guy said that it was very useful for a place with high humidity. It was logical that cotton was used to fill the fabric and keep people from freezing, and pieces of iron on shoes made it easier to walk on ice. Looking at the sharp fragment in his hand, the leader of the Golden Heaven clan said that in that case, we can conclude that that stranger is going to a place where there is a lot of snow. Without even looking at his partner, Paval said that between Sichuan and Xi'an, the only place with a lot of snow right now is the Western Plateau. Raising his head at him, Jin Kanu said that in that case they needed to go there. Along the way, the boys found new victims, a dead horse, and a boatman. From this, it became clear to the leader of the Golden Heaven clan that the Dark Moon they were chasing had indeed boarded the boat. After some time carefully studying the tracks, Paval told Jin Kang that he had good news and bad news. Upon hearing the first news that Wanga Yon was still alive, the leader of the Golden Heaven clan smiled broadly, his eyes lighting up. However, the white-haired man continued to carefully examine the footprints in the grass, reminding him that there was bad news. Looking up, he said that the Dark Moon they were chasing had noticed the pursuit of him. Paval handed his partner a cloak, advising him to put it on before the journey. However, Jin Kang was more concerned about the question of how he would go there himself if he gave him the clothes. Instead, Paval opened the box that the Tan Socha had given him, deciding to take advantage of his gift. Meanwhile, Dark Moon moved through the storms and blizzards, continuing to hold Wanga Yon's body on his shoulder. He thought about how the man who was stalking him had pretty good tracking skills. At the same time, He was interested in the question of who it could be, not suspecting that there could be such a master in Chengdu. Suddenly, the dark moon stopped, and the idea of who the pursuer might be pierced his mind like a needle. He suspected that it was the owner of the Divine Fragrance Pavilion who had foiled his plan to destroy Jin Kong's group. And although Paval constantly hid his face, Dark Moon could tell for sure that he was a creature of darkness, like himself. Staring in surprise, he was suddenly surprised that he had been noticed. He glanced at the girl's body on his shoulder, thinking that if he were alone, he could easily break away from his pursuers. Meanwhile, Paval and Jin Kang were already on the western plateau. The leader of the Golden Heaven clan exhaled a cloud of steam and said with relief that they had finally reached Sanjin. He added that if it weren't for his partner, he wouldn't have been able to get so far in the cold. Glancing at the indifferent Paval, Jin Kang thought that the only thing they had in common was their study of martial arts, and that they were different in everything else. The brunette understood perfectly well that he had very keen senses and was more persistent than a wild beast, so it was entirely possible that he had single-handedly destroyed the Qingchen and Emei sects. Jin Kanu thought about how he was both scared and excited at the thought of what methods of killing he would use in the future. Suddenly, Paval stopped and said that something was approaching them. The next moment, a herd of horsemen appeared from the blizzard, brandishing their swords. The leader of the Golden Heaven clan said that judging by the shape of their blades, they were being attacked by bandits. In Xizang, they were the most feared, even by the other bandits. At that, the brunette looked sternly ahead, anticipating that they would be here soon. Returning to his partner, Paval ordered him to deal with them, which greatly surprised him. As he continued on, Paval explained that the tracks had disappeared extremely quickly due to the blizzard. However, he added that he would be able to find him by the tracks he himself would leave. Drawing his sword, Jin Kanu firmly assured him that he would catch up with him very soon. Paval himself jumped up and moved forward as fast as he could, trying to catch up with their target. The leader of the Golden Heaven clan stood resolutely, waiting for the riders to approach him. Nim Sun, meanwhile, remained in Chengdu, trying to heal his wounds as quickly as possible. He remembered how he had frozen weakly, drawn in by silver threads, unable to move. The boy's eyes were closed tightly from the heavy memories, and his face was covered with drops of sweat. Suddenly, a loud knock on the door caught his attention, and a voice behind them asked if he could enter. Not understanding who exactly could have visited him, Nim Soun allowed him to enter. Yu Xinpeng and his niece entered and asked how he was doing. The guy tried to stand up, but his body immediately felt a stab of pain, and he suddenly doubled over, so the shadowless practitioner advised him not to overexert himself. At the same time, the man said that he had come to introduce someone to the young warrior. Hong Yuxin followed him into the room, folding his hands in a respectful gesture and bowing in greeting. Saying that it was a pleasure to meet him, the White Moon Sword bowed in return. The head of the inspection department apologized for bothering him at such a late hour, but he had a very important matter to attend to. At the same time, he added that it would concern the killer of Paval, who traveled with Jin Kang. Hong Yuxin said that he was very dangerous, and the Hao clan was still gathering information about him, but it was quite difficult. Therefore, now the head of the inspection department was asking the soldier for help, so that they would not be left defenseless when the threat became real. Staring sternly at the White Moon Sword, the man asked him if he could tell him more about the attack on him. Nim Soun lowered his head and replied that he agreed to work together, but added that he did not quite understand what the cooperation would entail. Hearing these words, Hong Yuxin looked at him in surprise. Looking up at those present, the boy explained that he still didn't understand what trick his opponent had used. Wan Ga-yon, meanwhile, stared ahead with a fierce gaze, thinking about what to do next. Suddenly her eyes widened, and they showed genuine surprise as the figure she saw as the one who killed Xiaomun Piang was approaching them at breakneck speed. At the same time, the boy's gaze remained cold, and he exuded death. The next moment, she felt her captor stop, listening in surprise to what was happening around her. He suddenly felt that the woman on his shoulder had clearly become very excited. The man clearly felt that her heartbeat and breathing had become much faster, but he could not understand why this was happening. However, looking around, Dark Moon noticed that there was no one around, so the question arose as to what he was letting in. A second later, he told his pursuer that he wondered if he could follow him everywhere. Paval didn't respond to this, instead measuring his opponent with a cold gaze. A second later, figures of Dark Moon began to appear everywhere, holding a girl on his shoulders. Staring blankly ahead, she wondered how their pursuer could anticipate their movements and repeat them. She could see perfectly well that as soon as the Dark Moon took one step, Yaju would simply do the same, never falling behind them for a moment. Moreover, she noticed that all this was done so skillfully that the kidnapper did not notice it at all. The girl understood that the kidnapper would never notice Yaja, just as he would never see his own back. However, at some point he stopped and was panting heavily, trying to catch his breath. The next second, he turned sharply and raised a wave of snow, demanding that his pursuer show himself. Looking at the snowflakes falling to the ground, he tried with all his might to find Paval. At the same time, Dark Moon was interested in the question of what exactly his pursuer's goal was, because if he wanted revenge, he could attack immediately. The next theory was that he was being followed precisely because of the captive woman on his shoulder. At the same time, he understood that he would not be attacked while the girl was in his hands. So he threw it into the air to completely open the way for his opponent to reach him. One Gayan looked ahead in fear as she felt her body being lifted upwards. Looking at the frightened girl, Dark Moon shouted to his pursuer that he wanted to see how long he would stay away. At the same time, he put his hands forward, releasing a bright light of energy from his hands. However, the next moment, one of the swords flew into his hand, stopping his ability to cast spells. Immediately after that, Dark Moon saw the body of his captive collapse into the snow in front of him. She exhaled heavily, her eyes remaining closed and her face covered in beads of sweat. Looking at his injured hand, Dark Moon let out a heavy groan, his body shaking. He understood perfectly well that this could not continue, since the pursuer was still not visible to everyone. The man wasted no time rushing in the direction he thought his target was. Meanwhile, Paval approached the semi-conscious Wan Ga-yeon, who was still lying in the snow. He grabbed her by the arms and pulled the gag out of her mouth to allow her to breathe more freely. While the girl tried to understand how he ended up here, the boy thought that she was too tired and might not last until Jin Kang arrived. Looking sternly at her with red eyes, Paval apologized, but added that it had to be done. The next moment, his lips covered hers. At the same time, the guy gave her a piece of his energy, which was supposed to support her strength. When Paval moved away from her a little, the girl, barely able to utter words, asked what it was, but she suddenly felt a surge of warmth. As he left her, the boy explained that he had transferred his energy to her, which should help her hold on until Jin Kang came for her. One Gayan just lay in the snow as she still didn't have enough strength to move. She couldn't understand who Yaju was talking about and why he was leaving her here now. Meanwhile, Dark Moon arrived at a large building, the windows of which burned with a red glow. He walked to the door and knocked loudly, waiting for an answer. Immediately after that, footsteps were heard outside the door, and a rough voice asked who had come. The Dark Moon replied that he had come from the Temple of Thunder and that he would only tell the details to the master. At the same time, he demanded to be taken to the tower's owner, whose name was Yul Mok-A. He had barely said this when the door opened, revealing a growing strip of light. He was met by a young girl who, with a smile, asked if he was really from the Temple of Thunder. Hearing that his name was Dark Moon, the girl said that she had heard of him, adding that they had raised a strange hunting dog for themselves. Looking at her guest, the beauty asked why he had come here. To this, the Dark Moon replied that someone was chasing him, and that person would be here soon. Hearing these words, the girl laughed out loud, noting that this was being said by a person who should be the hunter, not the victim. However, she reassured the visitor, assuring him that one could enter here without permission only if the tower was demolished to its foundations. Besides, she planned to provide its owner with a much-needed service. Hearing this, Dark Moon lowered his head and replied that he would be very grateful to her for that. After some time, Dark Moon slept in the room that the woman had allocated for him. 2 large blood-stained bracelets lay on a pillow next to him. Opening his eyes and noticing them, the man stood up abruptly and looked at the jewelry in fear. Taking them in his hand, he understood perfectly well who they had belonged to before and where he could see them. Paval arrived at the tower shortly after Dark Moon arrived there. When he knocked on the door, the security guard immediately asked who exactly had come. However, not receiving any response, the man moved closer to the door and peered through the small window. His colleague immediately asked if anyone else had arrived, but he replied that there was no one at the door right now. The words that the unknown guest had simply disappeared seemed like complete nonsense to the second guard, so he didn't even take them seriously. They didn't even notice the figure of Paval, who was already standing in the corridor, releasing clouds of white steam from his mouth. Scared to death by his nightly find, Dark Moon stared through the crack between the doors, trying to understand what was happening. When he stepped out into the hallway, he began to look around, trying to understand why it was so dark here. He walked on, trying to make as few sounds as possible. It seemed extremely dark and quiet here, since he couldn't see anything, so the question arose as to what could have happened here. At some point, he noticed that the corridor had become narrower, but that wasn't as important to him as making sure that Yulmok-Ah, whose bracelets he was clutching in his hands, was safe. Suddenly, at some point, the man stumbled upon an obstacle and let out a loud squeal of surprise. Stopping, Dark Moon looked in front of him in a daze, trying to understand what was happening. From the darkness of the corridor, male features suddenly began to emerge. A second later, the guard's body burst into bright flames, illuminating the floor around him. It was now noticeable that the corridor seemed narrower because the bodies of dead guards with their necks twisted against the walls. Not understanding what was happening, Dark Moon began to spin in place, trying to find a way to retreat. At some point, with a loud scream, Dark Moon rushed away from the fire. Everywhere he ran, he saw guards standing against the wall and with the walls facing him. Everyone around was dead, and the man tried as quickly as possible to find his pursuer, who was hiding somewhere. When he ran into the main hall, the blood-stained bracelet simply fell out of his hands. Yulmok-Ah sat in a chair, her head thrown back, her face covered in blood. Red blood was also flowing down her body, and her arms hung limply. Looking at her corpse, Dark Moon wondered why the pursuer had killed her and left her bracelets beside him. As he left the tower engulfed in flames, Dark Moon knew full well that the mahogany pagoda was now destroyed. He didn't even notice a ghost dagger flying straight towards him from the tower. A silver thread tied to the tip trailed behind it. At some point, the blade pierced his shoulder, spraying blood all around. However, Dark Moon did not slow down, as he understood that this would be the end for him as well. The only way out for him now was to get to the Temple of Thunder as quickly as possible. Paval, meanwhile, calmly watched as his target rapidly headed toward the forest. As soon as the sun rose into the sky, the Dark Moon hid in the shade of the trees. He was holding onto his wounded shoulder, from which blood was gushing, and didn't notice that he was already being followed. At some point, Paval noticed that he was hiding behind a tree. The next second, he noticed that his target had simply disappeared into the forest. The boy began to look around, trying to see the figure of the Dark Moon, and resume the pursuit. However, no matter where he looked, the man was nowhere to be seen. At the same time, neither his aura, nor his breathing, nor his body temperature could be felt. At some point, it occurred to him that he had used one of the spatial techniques. Moving through the forest, Paval at one point raised his head, suspecting that his target might be there. Looking at the leaves, the boy suddenly thought that he had seen something like this before. Now he was quite certain that he had completely lost sight of the Dark Moon. Paval emerged from the thicket of the forest and slowly moved along the trees, trying to find his target. He thought that the forest itself was against him and trying to get in the way. In addition, inside there were arrays of labyrinths and illusions that changed the sensations. It was clear that the massifs were created to hide the Thunder Temple, as it had a great influence on all of Sayadzin. However, at the same time, Paval understood that if he did not do everything in a hurry, he would succeed in everything he had planned. The guy was moving through the city, which was located not far from the forest strip he had recently left. He wanted to look at the village near the Thunder Temple, but everything looked too strange. Paval simply felt the attentive gazes of those who lived in the houses. Yet no one dared to go outside while he was there. Meanwhile, behind him was a young boy holding a stone in his hand and about to attack the stranger. However, as soon as he threw a stone at the traveler's head, the traveler reached out and deftly caught the weapon. He clenched his fist tightly, shattering the stone into pieces and glancing at his attacker. The boy glared at him and growled, spitting to get him out of their village. The villagers, who heard his screams, rushed there, either to calm the young man down or to prevent him from causing great trouble. One of the men threw himself on his knees before the stranger and begged him not to hurt his son and to forgive him. Everyone present did the same, trying to earn forgiveness from the stranger who had visited their village. However, Ah Meng, glancing at Pei Wol, boldly raised his head and said that he was not afraid of any of them. Looking at the desperate young man, the white-haired man narrowed his red eyes intently. The father told the young man to look at himself and asked if he wanted what had happened to his younger brother to happen to him, advising him to keep quiet. Tears welled up in the boy's eyes at the mention of his younger brother, but he growled that he was not afraid of anyone, since they had turned the boy into a monster. Ah Meng's father, realizing that his son should be stopped now, looked at him intently, holding back tears. Paval approached them and quietly asked the boy who exactly had taken his brother. Just as he was about to ask, Myung jumped to his feet and shouted loudly that he should know, since the bastards from the Thunder Temple had done it. Upon hearing about the place his target was heading to, Paval's eyes lit up with a red light. Noticing this, Myung and her father looked at the stranger, not expecting such a reaction. Looking at them with cold red eyes, he ordered them to continue the story. The young man began to accuse the monks of not having enough, of taking his younger brother, as well as all the children in the village, so he said that they could take him too. Paval replied that he had come here absolutely not to take the boy from his home. When accused of lying, he added that he had no intention of taking him and doing anything with him, since it would be much easier for him to kill everyone here than to take just one person. It was at this moment that Myung thought about it, and simply looking into his eyes, he asked if he was from the Thunder Temple. The young man's father also joined the conversation, asking if he was really going to take his son. However, when Paval threatened to kill everyone here if they asked him again, everyone started bowing and asking for forgiveness again. The man, unable to hold back tears, explained that it was actually very empty here, but a few years ago it was a very lively village. Children loved to play here, and belonging to the Thunder Temple only saved them from being attacked by robbers. However, at one point, monks from the Thunder Temple came to the village and took away absolutely all the children they could find. None of the villagers had any idea why the monarchs needed their children, and only Myung, who was absent at the time, was able to escape. Suddenly, a few years later, all the children who were taken from the village that day returned home. And that's when all the villagers learned that the Thunder Temple was up to something really bad, because they put weapons in front of the children who returned to their village and ordered them to fight. Everyone who was taken had to fight each other, as they were threatened that otherwise their parents would be beaten, as would the parents of the victors. Therefore, the monk who came with them at that time ordered them to fight in order to save the lives of their relatives. Following his order, a group of children rushed at each other, their eyes shining with an otherworldly glow. The children fought unusually fiercely, and those who were defeated and their parents were brutally killed. This went on for a long time, and eventually the children turned into monsters who didn't even recognize their own relatives. Myung's father added with tears in his eyes that his son even cut off his hand when he rushed at him. When asked by Paval why the adults didn't leave the village at that time, the man said that it was practically impossible. The rest of the villagers burst into tears when the man said that despite everything, they were still their children. And even though they didn't recognize them, if the adults left, the children would be harmed again. A man, drenched in sweat, asked the newcomer why he was looking for the Temple of Thunder. Paval's eyes flashed with a red glow as he said he was looking for a temple to kill everyone who was there. Hearing this, Myung and his father looked at the stranger in shock, not expecting such an answer. For a moment, the man lowered his head and tears flowed from his eyes. A second later, he pulled himself together and, gritting his teeth, pointed at himself and said that he would tell him everything he knew about the Temple of Thunder. There were rumors in the village that Helbel had martial arts skills so high that they could even reach the sky. In addition, it was said that he had mastered the highest level of the heavenly dragon technique, and he had 10 subordinates, who were called the 10 monks of Helbel. They were followed by 300 demonic blood monks, all of whom formed the backbone of the Thunder Temple. All the parents understood perfectly well that their children were taken to be used as weapons for certain purposes. None of the villagers knew how to get to the Thunder Temple, but they knew that it was a place where many people constantly gathered, so it had to be visible. Myung's father said that perhaps someone could notice something that ordinary people could not, expressing the hope that he would be able to reach the Thunder Temple. Paval squinted and said that for someone who had never been to that temple, he knew too much information. However, the man calmly explained that this was simply the persistence inherent in those who want to know what happened to their children. Looking ahead with a cold gaze, Paval thought that kidnapping children for some purpose as weapons reminded him of something familiar. And besides, if he moved too slowly again, it would give the Thunder Temple enough time to prepare their plan. He was brought out of his thoughts that everything had to end as soon as possible by Myung's voice, who quietly approached him. The boy looked desperately at Paval and asked him to never harm the children he saw and to be sure to save them. At the same time, the young man cried because he had once been unable to do this himself. Although he was hiding then, covering his mouth so that no one would hear his sobs, and mentally begging for help. He saw his brother being taken away by people from the Thunder Temple, but he didn't dare go out and save him. And Meng remembered how his younger brother called out to him to come and help him, but he himself was so scared that he couldn't come out. The father suddenly grabbed the young man by the shoulder. Turning him to face him, he said that it was absolutely not his fault, since even his parents could not protect his brother. At the same time, the man added that he had no idea what he would do if his eldest son had also been taken away at that time. And Meng looked at his father with tearful eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks. When Paval turned their attention to himself and said that he would not be able to fulfill their request, they turned their heads towards him. When the boy was asked why he wouldn't be able to do this, he explained that he didn't know what the situation would be like when he left the Thunder Temple. Besides, the temple was not the kind of place where he would be greeted with arms wide open for a hug, and even if he found the children, he had no idea what condition they would be in. However, in exchange for the information, Paval promised that he could do one thing for them. Looking at the villagers with a burning gaze, he said that all the scoundrels from the Thunder Temple would definitely die. In order not to leave too noticeable traces on the ground, Paval decided to go at night, moving on the water. Looking around, the guy noticed that the hidden array was working absolutely flawlessly. Watching the circles that spread out on the water's surface, the boy thought that even such a barrier would not be able to hide everything. Watching the schools of fish swimming in this river, Paval understood that there was plenty of food there, and the water was suitable for life. And the reason for this could be that people would throw food scraps here and use the river as a sewer. Moving against the current, Paval eventually reached a large sewer hole in the wall. Squinting one eye, he looked carefully ahead, trying to figure out where he should go next. Looking to one side, he was certain that the illusion had failed at this point, so he was sure that the road would definitely lead to the Temple of Thunder. So, moving forward, the boy decided to trust not only his eyes, but also the smell of the river and the sensation of the water. After some time, he was already making his way through the sewer pipes, looking for an opportunity to enter the temple. Suddenly he stopped and, looking carefully in front of him, realized that he had stumbled upon a trail. The road led him straight to the bars, behind which he could see how the illusion was changing into reality. Noticing a large house and the tall stairs leading up to it, the boy realized that he had crossed the border of a hidden massif. Now the only thing left to do was to develop an action plan that would help him reach his goal. Suddenly, he heard words that someone wanted to sneak behind a large fence and hide there. Paval climbed out of the sewer and stopped behind one of the walls, listening to someone say that in 100 years, no one had ever been able to climb inside. Two monks from the Thunder Temple were discussing the fact that no one would dare to enter their house just like that. However, their conversation was suddenly interrupted by the squad commander, who ordered the two guys to simply not talk nonsense and to stand guard. Hearing that this was an order from above, Paval suddenly realized that they were waiting for him, since the Dark Moon had already managed to get here. Meanwhile, Helbel looked at his visitor, amazed that he was being pursued by a murderer and that he dared to flee to his temple. The Dark Moon knelt in the throne room but did not dare to answer the Grand Master. Without raising his head, the man confirmed every word, desperately asking for forgiveness for it. While fingering his rosary beads, Helbel said that all this made no sense, since he had not even seen the face of the murderer who was pursuing him. And the temple leader was also annoyed by how he dared to bring the murderer to their home because he couldn't handle him. Sensing a threat to himself in Helbel's voice, Dark Moon rushed to desperately convince him that if he had enough time to prepare, he would definitely overcome his pursuer. At the same time, he again slammed his head on the ground and began to assure me that he could be trusted. Looking at him, Helbel suddenly thought that there was absolutely no reason for him to lie to him. The man sitting directly to his left said that although the Dark Moon brought a tail with it, he was able to carry out the order to avenge the Qingcheng sect, so he was not worth punishing. Hearing from him that he would not lie to them and that they should catch and kill the pursuer themselves, Dark Moon agreed with his words. At the same time, the monk suggested releasing the hunting dogs and ordering the monks of the Mad Blood to also patrol the area. Everyone present believed that this would be quite enough, but Dark Moon looked desperately ahead and thought that it would be too little. Finally, looking resolutely ahead, the man decided that the only person he could trust unconditionally was himself. After some time, a group of monks with torches walked through the night forest, trying to find the one they had been sent for. Suddenly, one of them got fed up and said that the Dark Moon's information turned out to be incorrect, so there was no point in searching the forest any further. Discussing the behavior he had shown earlier, the squad captain said that one should never trust someone who always works alone. Besides, he doesn't understand why they should go through all this trouble just to help some idiot. One of the monks suggested going back to the temple and discussing everything later, to which the rest agreed. Having gathered their things, the group abandoned their futile search and calmly headed home, lighting their way with lanterns. However, no one noticed how one of the monk's eyes lit up with a strange red glow. A few days before, he had returned to his room to get ready for bed. He took off his robe and it became apparent that his back was completely covered in large scars. Without wasting any time, he collapsed onto the bed, arms spread out, and exhaled heavily. Lying on the bed and not opening his eyes, he was outraged by how much longer this could go on and how they could search for the invisible killer. And the guy blamed everything on the dark moon, who didn't understand what he was doing. However, as soon as he saw the eerie face staring at him from the ceiling, he abruptly fell silent. Thin silver threads suddenly began to appear around the figure of Paval with red eyes. At some point, the monk felt a sharp pain as several ghost blades cut into his hand. He looked at his hand, which he wanted to raise, but could not understand why he could not move now. When the shadow of an unknown figure covered his face, the boy looked at it intently, his face covered in beads of sweat. Now he understood perfectly well who Dark Moon was talking about, so he only quietly blurted out that his guest was a real monster. Staring with frightened eyes at the red eyes that were slowly approaching him, the monk suddenly realized that the Dark Moon was absolutely right. And now Paval, in the person of this monk, was resolutely walking up the stairs to enter the gates of the Temple of Thunder. Everyone looked at him, not understanding what he was doing here, as they believed that he, along with another squad, had set out in search of an unknown murderer in the forest. When he explained that he had come here for the last time to look around, the soldiers present said that absolutely nothing new had happened here. Upon hearing this, Paval announced that he had come here as a formality because he wanted to tell them something, namely that the search was over for today and they could be free. They agreed, and the boy walked down the long corridor that led to his room. Looking at the room he was in, the boy thought that he had simply followed the smell, but he still did not understand what kind of place it was. In one of the offices, a shelf with a large number of various books became noticeable, which made it possible to guess that this was a research center. Meanwhile, Paval kept looking for the source of the bad smell, which he could smell getting stronger and stronger. At some point, the search led to a large concrete wall, on which there was absolutely nothing. He looked at it carefully and still couldn't understand what made it smell so bad. Suddenly, a large hole in the wall caught his attention, and the boy realized that the bad smell was coming from there. This smell was very different from the smell of the scum he had been feeding on when he was kept in the dungeon in the cell, but it was clearly something similar. At some point, he guessed that the smell he was now smelling belonged to poison. Without wasting any time, he stuck his fingers between two tiles on the wall and tried to push them apart. When he did, he saw a large staircase that led into a dark dungeon. Not knowing what else to expect from this place, the boy decided he had to see what was there. After some time, behind bars, he noticed two figures, one of whom was standing at a table and preparing something, and the other was tied to a chair. Hearing the prisoner stir, the man's figure turned, asking if he had been waiting long. As he got closer, the crazy old man noticed the glass he was holding in his hand, and said that it was quite difficult to make, so it was a good thing he just waited. Pouring the poison into the subject's mouth, the man said that this time he could drink a little, and 1 drop would be enough. Having closed his mouth, he began to scream like a madman, or he immediately swallowed the poison. For a moment, the man in the chair was silent, trying to break free, and blood spurted from his mouth. The next moment, it became noticeable that the veins on his face had swollen and also darkened, which was a common sign of poisoning. The entire face of the subject, who was screaming desperately, began to become covered with strange, dark-colored warts. It seemed like the picture was on his hands, accompanied by the same dark veins. Watching the scene unfold right before his eyes, the old man jumped up and down with joy and shouted, spitting out saliva, that he had succeeded. Looking at the glass, he thought that a drop of this poison could kill as many as 10 people, so if he showed it to the leader, he would definitely reward him. At that moment, a monk figure emerged from the darkness and said that this would definitely be very useful for them. The old man smiled wildly when he saw him, and said that he could have given some sign that he had come, since he had almost missed the performance. Paval, in the guise of Mock, calmly watched the old man, his gaze fixed on the bottle. Looking at the glass, the old man asked him if he really thought it was worth using on others. When the boy asked what kind of poison it was, the old man replied that he didn't know yet, as he had just finished preparing it. However, he assured that any person, even the most talented, would die if they fell under his influence. Paval was very interested in the information that the victim of this poison would not be able to take even 7 steps. The old man came up with the idea of naming the poison the acid of the 7 soul-corroding steps, thinking that it was the most suitable for the substance. At some point he laughed out loud, not noticing how Paval released his silver threads into him. When one of the blades struck his temple, the man stared in front of him, his mouth wide open. Paval, trying not to drop the poison, the formula of which he still did not know, sharply grabbed the glass, preventing it from falling along with the creator. Looking at his prey, the boy smiled and thanked the old man for the good poison. Looking around, he was now not at all surprised that no one liked coming here again. Because looking ahead, he decided that this was the right place for his plan. Meanwhile, on Mount Helbull was furious that no one could explain how this could have happened. What annoyed him was that all the monks of the Mad Blood had been completely destroyed, covering the floor of his castle with their corpses. One of his advisors sighed heavily and said that the Dark Moon was actually right, and a murderer was now hiding in the Thunder Temple. At this, Helbull reminded him of his own words that the murderer would not be able to enter their temple, as there were groups of people scattered throughout the forest. The counselor didn't look up and said that he had absolutely no idea how the killer managed to get in, but he learned something when he checked the bodies. He added that upon thorough inspection, only John Mock's body was not found. He explained that the boy had gone into the forest with another group, and after that, the monks of the Mad Blood were killed, and they could find the killer if they followed the missing boy. The next second, Helbull slammed his fist so hard on the railing of his throne that it shattered into small splinters. The veins in the man's temples bulged with rage as he ordered a search for the unknown attacker, who was definitely hiding somewhere here. Staring wildly before him, he swore that he would definitely tear off his arms and legs. Meanwhile, the remaining monks of the Thunder Temple were trying to collect all the remains of those who had died that night. It seemed impossible to them that everyone had died, and they still hadn't managed to catch the rat who was to blame for everything. For the monks of the Thunder Temple, it was a real shame that this happened because of only one murderer, and therefore they did not even know how to report to the head afterwards. When asked where the Dark Moon was now, one of the monks replied that he had locked himself in his house and was not going anywhere. This outraged the leader of one of the squads, who believed that he had brought the killer to them and simply hid. After some time, Dark Moon lay in the throne room again, talking about how he had come up with a way for them to catch the murderer. Helbull replied that no one had seen the killer's face when he dealt with the Mad Blood monks, so he asked how the Dark Moon wanted to expose him now. It wasn't the man who replied that he was going to violate the ban on using wolf children in the case. The leader of the Thunder Temple immediately remembered the children they had stolen from the village, asking what exactly he was going to do with them if they were forbidden. The Dark Moon reminded me of the experiments with teaching wolf children a technique called the opposite demonic art of Guanyin, which was the opposite of the Shaolin technique. The man added that their potential is absolutely unlimited, but to fully unleash it, you need to remove the limitations from your mind. Earlier, during his experiments with mind manipulation, he managed to break the ban on the use of this technique. So this way, if he succeeded now, he expected to catch a murderer who no one could see. Helbull asked if he was sure of his words, since the murderer he had brought with him had killed a large number of their disciples. Falling to his knees before his lord, Dark Moon said that while he was being pursued, he had never been able to see his face, for which he was incredibly ashamed. So now it made absolutely no difference, even if he died, because he was ready for absolutely anything. For a moment, the head of the Thunder Temple froze, carefully considering his subordinate's proposal. After that, he shouted to the servants to call all the students to the Hall of Full Seat right now. After some time, all the disciples of the Thunder Temple were kneeling in the Great Hall, patiently awaiting orders from their master. Looking at his army, Dark Moon said that all preparations for their campaign were complete, so he ordered them to set out immediately. Suddenly his attention was drawn to 3 figures standing behind a large red curtain against the wall. Immediately after that, 3 wolf children, named Kivian, In, and Soma, entered the hall. While they were warming up, Dark Moon told the Lord that since the killer's tracks were very difficult to find, There was an assumption that he was masquerading as one of them. So if this is really the case, and absolutely all members of the Thunder Temple have gathered here, then the unknown killer must be here. Helbel, who was already quite fed up with this whole story, asked his subordinate how exactly they could get the killer to come out. Looking at his students, Dark Moon explained that they were able to survive even after the restrictions were removed from their minds. And after that, one feature appeared in them. Qian could read chi flows, and if the killer hadn't tried to hide his energy, he wouldn't have been able to imitate the unique flow in their temple. Despite losing her sight, she gained extremely acute hearing and other senses, and could detect the slightest signs that a person was lying. Hearing this, Helbel smiled wildly and said that it was simply incredible. After coming up with roles for the first two wolf children, he suddenly turned his attention to the third, who was extremely active. Dark Moon explained that Sam did not have any special abilities, but he had developed his ability to kill. No one knows what exactly the boy is capable of, but all his thoughts were occupied with one murder. But for Helbel, this was a rather weak argument, since among those who entered the Thunder Temple, there was no one who had a weak desire to kill. The Dark Moon insisted that the boy be tested as well, since there had to be something more than just the thirst for murder. He didn't tell Soma to go look for the killer with everyone, but Soma just brazenly declared that he didn't want to do it. Meanwhile, Qian walked among the ranks of monks, trying to find a killer whose chi would be different from the others. Ine did the same with her eyes closed, trying to figure out who among those present was lying. Looking around and peering into every face, the boy suddenly said that there was no one on his side. Hearing this, Dark Moon asked in amazement if he had heard correctly, not believing his words. The monks were also surprised and whispered, not understanding how such children could not find anyone. Helbel, meanwhile, was already absolutely furious, as he reminded Dark Moon that he had sworn that he would definitely be able to find the killer. He immediately began to make excuses, saying that the children couldn't be wrong, which only meant that the murderer wasn't among them in the hall. Suddenly, to the great surprise of Dark Moon, Soma pointed to the floor and said that the murderer they were looking for was sitting there. A moment later, the child jumped up sharply and found himself right next to one of the Lord's advisors. Looking at him carefully, the boy said that the killer had been sitting right here the whole time. The monk he was approaching closed his eyes in fear, feeling Helbel's fierce gaze on him. The boy smiled predatorily, his red eyes never leaving his advisor's, asking if he was right. Realizing that he had nowhere to hide, the advisor turned pale, closing his eyes and waiting for what would happen next. Soma approached the man almost face to face, and with a predatory look, asked him if he could kill him. At the same time, with each such question, the boy's face became crazier and crazier. Eventually, he began to resemble a little demon who had a very scary and predatory smile. Suddenly, several sharp black chakrams rose into the air and hung menacingly over the monk. They began flying around at breakneck speed, causing absolutely no harm to the boy. Noticing how the monk in front of him transformed into a tall man with white hair, everyone in the hall froze, staring at him in amazement. Paval stared intently at the small attacker with his red eyes and vertical pupils, waiting for his next move. The boy's gaze, like the gaze of Dark Moon behind him, took on a victorious expression. When the wolf child asked how he could never get into it, Paval did not answer. Instead, Dark Moon was now absolutely certain that his pursuer and unknown killer was the owner of the Divine Fragrance Pavilion. Meanwhile, Soma, who had sensed the spirit of excitement, was constantly jumping around the newcomer and trying to hit him with his chakrams. At the same time, he was surprised that his opponent sat absolutely still, but they never touched him even by a centimeter. Watching his partner and his victim, Qian thought about the first time he had ever seen such a thing. He could clearly see the killer weaving chi into threads and calmly letting attacks pass him by. The boy was absolutely right, as Paval was indeed tightening his energy threads, using them to defend himself from the chakrams flying around. At some point, he folded his hands together, and his threads intertwined into one ball, which lit up with a bright glow. Immediately afterwards, the chakras stopped, completely bound and unable to move. Looking at the boy in front of him, Paval sternly asked what his name was. He stared in amazement at the murderer everyone was looking for, and quietly introduced himself. The image of Ah Meng, who asked to save his younger brother, immediately appeared in the white-haired man's memory. Hearing this, Suma fell silent and looked at the guest in confusion. He was surprised that the stranger knew his older brother at all. Paval explained that he met his brother in a nearby village as well as his father. At this moment, Helbul, who had been sitting silently on his throne, could not stand it and shouted loudly. The man continued to vote, asking his subordinates why they had all suddenly frozen and weren't trying to catch the one who was constantly laughing at them. But he was opposed by Paval, who frowned and sternly ordered him not to interfere, since they were communicating. Holding out his hand in front of him, the white-haired man ordered the boy to run. As soon as he unleashed a wave of fire in the hall, Soma jumped, avoiding the blazing fire. A large explosion rang out on all floors of the Thunder Temple Tower, scattering stones in different directions. Some of the monks were still lucky enough to get to their feet and look around in amazement, while others were no longer able to do so. They were frantically trying to prioritize what was more important, putting out the fire or catching the killer. Helbul, who was watching all this with a mad look, tried to understand how much his opponent had been preparing for this. The leader of the Thunder Temple understood perfectly well that the fire that was burning around was completely unusual, but he still did not understand what trick was used for this. Besides, he was outraged by the thought of how long the killer had been hiding right under his nose. Paval himself sat calmly in place and told Soma that his father and brother had asked him to save him. The boy smiled, expressing joy that his family was alive. He remembered very well the evening when he cut off his father's hand, and the father pretended to be dead so as not to cause his son any trouble. However, now Soma was concerned about the question of how anyone was going to get out of this hell. However, Paval stood up and said that he had come absolutely not to save him, but to kill everyone who belonged to the Thunder Temple. When the boy asked if he was going to kill everyone present, the white-haired man calmly replied that that was exactly what he was going to do. At the same time, Soma's cheeks became covered with a noticeable blush, and a happy smile appeared on her face. He clutched his stomach and laughed out loud, anticipating great pleasure. After that, his face again began to resemble the muzzle of a predatory demon who also wanted to kill everyone present. Seeing this, Dark Moon was indignant and called the boy a little traitor. However, he was only surprised by such a definition, saying that he had never been on his side. When a voice behind him begged to take them too, Dark Moon turned, looking at the two more wolf children in bewilderment. He said that although the two of them did not remember their brothers, parents, and other relatives, they could not forgive what the Thunder Temple had done to them. Realizing that his plan was going awry, Dark Moon cursed loudly, looking at the children and gathering his energy together. However, suddenly a silver thread wrapped around his arm, and Paval sternly ordered him not to dare touch these children. Unable to control himself from pain and rage, Dark Moon could only stare blankly at his hand and groan loudly. However, Paval, piercing him with a fierce gaze of red eyes with vertical pupils, said that it was not his turn to die yet. Helbul slowly began to descend the stairs from his throne, watching as the bodies of his subordinates burned in purple fire. One of the men ran up to him and said that he had to leave immediately, since this fire was completely unusual. Glancing at Pavolya, the teacher was outraged that he was being asked to flee, leaving behind a mercenary who had deceived them and killed their students. However, the white-haired man completely ignored this, looking towards where his true target was. The student tried to convince the leader that the situation with their students could not be changed, and they could safely catch him after they got out of here themselves. All of Helbul's attention shifted to the Dark Moon, who had once boasted that he could control minds, and now even the children had betrayed them. From powerlessness and rage at the fact that he could not change anything, the leader of the Thunder Temple gritted his teeth tightly. He folded his hands, realizing that now there was absolutely no difference in what would happen next, since it was simply possible to destroy absolutely everyone. Without wasting time, he used his energy and launched a fiery spiral around himself. The flames immediately transformed into a terrifying demonic monster that rushed forward. For a moment, Paval froze, but at the last second he turned his head and looked at all this with red, burning eyes. The glow of fire rose in the air all around, as did a column of smoke, accompanied by splinters and fragments of wood. A large burning pit formed around where Helbul was sitting, from which smoke poured down. Raising his head, the man noticed that his rival, as well as the children and Dark Moon, were not nearby. So now he was interested in the question of where they had gone. The students who managed to survive the great ashfall also stared in shock, trying to understand where the traitors had disappeared to. They walked back and forth across the scorched earth, skirting the bodies of their fallen comrades. The student, who tried his best to calm his teacher, suggested that they had simply died from a major attack and were completely burned. But Helbel only bared his teeth, clenched them tightly, and growled that the murderer was still alive. When he ordered his followers to find him, they looked at him in bewilderment, not knowing what to expect from him next. At the same time, the head of the temple solemnly swore that he would personally kill the white-haired man. And while new detachments of monks from the Thunder Temple set out in search of them, Paval fled with his 3 wolf children. After some time, one of the monks drew the owner's attention to one of the houses, inviting him to come here. He pointed to the bloodstains that were going into this building and suggested that it had received a very severe burn from its fire. The guy said that a search party had already been assembled, and they would soon set off on a search, but Helbel said that he would take care of it himself. The dark moon suddenly froze, raising its head and reading the words that were written on the sign above the entrance. Watching the rest of the monks blindly head under the arch, he wondered why Pavolyu would run here. Suddenly, he thought that this was where the basement with the laboratory was located, and a wave of enlightenment suddenly covered him. He shouted sharply, trying to stop everyone present and explain that it was there that the inventor Duguang and the rest were developing poisons. At the same time, all the corridors were indeed filled with an unpleasant odor and other toxic substances. Each of the monks who entered began to inhale poisonous fumes and cough up blood loudly. Grabbing their throats and shedding tears, they tried to convince others that the air in this house was simply filled with poison. Watching his men writhe in pain and beg for help, Helbel froze. Suddenly, one of his assistants thought that he needed to immediately cover his mouth with his hand so that the poison would not enter his body. However, the leader of the Thunder Temple himself was not going to wait until everything had settled down and the killer could escape far away. So he folded his hands again, summoning a large ball between them and collecting the poison with it. The advisor immediately ordered his men to breathe while the temple head kept the poison in a pile for them. But it became clear from Helbel's face that his strength would not last long, as his face turned crimson and his hands began to tremble. The next moment, the stunned man noticed blood beginning to spray around him and the heads of his subordinates flying away from their bodies. He continued to hold the poison in the bullet, completely oblivious to what was happening right before his eyes. And suddenly, 3 wolf children came out, after which Soma smiled broadly, closed his eyes and said that they had been waiting for them for too long. As they raced towards this room, the boy asked Paval when exactly they would kill everyone, reminding him that he had promised that they would definitely do it if he was polite. A group of 1 adult and 3 children flew through the air, spraying drops of blood behind them. The white-haired man counted on the members of the Thunder Temple to mistake the blood of the corpse he had taken for his own and follow them. In addition, he shared that he was not going to kill them very simply, and first wanted to lure them into a trap and poison them with poison. However, upon hearing such a plan, Soma was indignant that in this case he himself would not be able to kill them. But Paval reassured him that in reality the members of the Thunder Temple would not die from the poison, and there was simply no need to kill them immediately. At the same time, looking at the boy, the white-haired man promised him that he would allow him to kill as many as he wanted if he would just be patient a little. Sum's face lit up with a bright smile again when he heard that he could kill as many as he wanted. And now the 3 children stood in the corridor, watching as convulsions engulfed the Thunder Temple squad. Returning to his friends, the boy smiled and said that he could die if he left his revenge. When asked if they had the same attitude, Kvian and Ine said they did too. Hearing this, Soma lowered his head and laughed loudly. After that, his face took on a predatory expression again, and he looked directly at where the leader of the Thunder Temple was holding all the poison that was in the corridor, suggesting that they proceed with the killing. Seeing the 3 wolf children, he clenched his teeth tightly, surrounded by bright flames. He thought that he would definitely get even with them, because if it weren't for this fog, they would have been dead a long time ago. The man summoned a flame between his hands to get rid of all the poisonous mist. At some point, he felt the air around them become noticeably cleaner, deciding that everything was over. At the same time, Soma's face took on an absolutely savage expression as he stared at the head of the Thunder Temple. At some point, Helbel screamed loudly, surrounded by bright flames, wishing death to everyone present. The children watched in amazement as bright energy began to emanate from his body, accompanied by burning fire. This picture gave a decent scare not only to the children, but also to the members of the Thunder Temple, who began to scream loudly, covering their faces. They began to run quickly out of the building they had entered, but some did not have time to get out in time and fell dead on the stone floor. Looking at the fireplace, from which a tall column of smoke was rising, Dark Moon asked what had happened. At some point, he began to fall to the ground, telling everyone that the head of the temple was coming to them. But pulling himself together, he returned to the rest of the monks and ordered them to go down and help the ruler. T immediately rushed to carry out his order, jumping over a pile of garbage and descending to Hellbull. At the same time, they asked the chief if he was okay, rejoicing that he was able to deal with everyone in one fell swoop. While his subordinates promised to deal with what was left, the man himself thought that this was an attack that was close to his maximum strength, and his enemies were definitely supposed to turn to ashes. However, the next second, he noticed a creature rapidly approaching him, its eyes burning with red fire, and a crazy smile on its face. As soon as she appeared, screams from his subordinates were heard behind her, and blood sprayed all around. Soma ran straight for his men, swinging his chakrams and decapitating anyone in his path. Some of the monks tried to engage the boy in battle, but they failed and fell dead without causing him much harm. The boys cut down someone not with their own weapons, but simply with their hands, successfully hitting the right spot. Noticing that Kion had also joined the fight, the boy was indignant that they belonged to him. However, his partner calmly replied that there were still many enemies around. The boy fought, realizing that his partner was right. All three wolf children, including Een, began to move deftly through the crowd of Thunder Temple members, killing them one by one. Unable to contain his rage, Hellbull glared at the three children, cursing loudly at them. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to silver threads that abruptly began to wrap around his neck. He didn't let them pull too tight and asked his opponent if that was all he was capable of. But turning his head, the man suddenly noticed one of the daggers flying at him at breakneck speed. He sent a wave of water at it, trying to stop the blade before it reached its target. The ghost daggers, knocked off course, fell to the floor, their blades cutting into the stone floor. Meanwhile, Hellbull asked the children if they were no longer capable of anything. He continued to attack the invisible enemy, approaching the hole that led into the dungeon. Raising his hand for the next blow, Hellbull growled loudly that he knew perfectly well that the white-haired man was hiding right there. However, as soon as he struck, the figure of Paval appeared out of the darkness, skillfully blocking and stopping the blow. A pair of ghost daggers appeared behind the white-haired man, with new silver threads tied to them. They continued to fight, surrounded by flying threads attached to ghost daggers. At some point during their fight, Hellbull stopped and looked at the blade flying straight at his face. After deflecting the blade himself, he said angrily that such an attack actually looks quite pathetic. Paval watched intently as the man stopped 3 daggers at once with his fingers right in front of him. Smiling broadly, Hellbull growled through tightly clenched teeth that all his attacks were completely useless. Having dispersed to different corners, the rivals once again faced each other to attack and start a new battle. Paval was drilling Hellbull with a careful gaze of red glowing eyes, surrounded by a dark aura. He remembered a conversation with Tan Sochu, who had handed him a box, begging him to take it as a gift. And now he was thinking about how the blacksmith's gift had come in extremely handy in the battle with the leader of the Thunder Temple. He picked up his cloak and waved it several times, causing a bright glow. Immediately after that, the boy rushed forward to prevent his opponent from remembering. His cloak, twisted several times, was rushing forward rapidly, straight towards Hellbull. Suddenly, at some point, small arrows began to fly out of it, moving at an extremely high speed. The leader of the Thunder Temple stared in amazement at the piece of liquid that was rapidly approaching him. He raised his hand and struck, but he didn't notice the millions of tiny arrows that flew straight towards him. He managed to send a large wave of fire towards the white-haired man, which Paval was now looking at. At the last second before she reached him, the guy managed to turn back from the attack. Firmly gripping the chain that Tan Sochu had made for him, Paval spun around his axis several times to deliver the maximum attack. Wielding his new weapon, he launched several sheets of steel that were on a chain at his opponent. Preparing to use one of his most powerful attacks, the white-haired man looked intently at his enemy. Immediately afterwards, huge waves rose around, indicating the use of the 72 sword waves technique. Completely not expecting such an attack, which was known only to the Qingchen clan, Hellbull froze and watched as it approached him. When the water was already gradually enveloping him, the man screamed loudly, unable to contain his rage. He tried to move on, but the whole thing seemed too pointless. At some point, realizing that his case was completely lost, the man screamed loudly, The strong wind and sharp waves caused the clothes he was wearing to slowly blow away, revealing his tattooed body. The eyes of the leader of the Thunder Temple became quite predatory and burned with a bright, greedy glow. A real fire hyena appeared behind him, and he took a fighting stance to show that he was not going to give up. Meanwhile, Paval, having used a technique that turned his hair black, also stood in a fighting stance, not wanting to lose. The leader of the Thunder Temple stared at his opponent with eyes filled with red light and his teeth clenched tightly. Paval answered him with a cold and determined look that expressed his complete readiness for battle. The opponents met in battle not only with their physical capabilities, but also with their energies, which resembled a fiery monster and a poisonous white snake. The men themselves were quickly approaching each other, wanting to finish off their enemy. Paval, meanwhile, remembered the Holy Wind, with whom he had recently had to face in battle. He was a master who was difficult for him to deal with, using only the methods of killing he knew at the time. Therefore, it became clear that in order to cope with masters of this level, it was necessary to learn many more other techniques. After practicing this for quite some time, Paval managed to learn one such technique, which was a fighting style that only an assassin could use. The technique he managed to master during his time in hiding was called Demon's Hell. It consisted primarily of anticipating the enemy's attack and dodging it with filigree precision, and then drag the enemy with you into the hole that suddenly forms. Gritting his teeth tightly, Paval understood that using such a technique was extremely dangerous, especially in a fight with an experienced warrior. Meanwhile, Hellbull attacked him again and again with his fiery attacks, looking at the boy with increasing fury in his eyes. He dodged quite skillfully, understanding that the closer his enemy was to him, the more dangerous the situation became for him. Since even without receiving a direct blow it was possible to tear the skin and break the ribs, it was worth acting with maximum precision to avoid injury. Using an energy thread, the boy understood that he could force his opponent to open himself up to attack and blur his vision. However, he still understood that it would not be so easy to deceive Hellbull, who was a fairly experienced warrior. The opponents simultaneously struck each other with their magical blows, trying to end this battle as quickly as possible. At the same time, Paval took into account that great masters could easily sense where the danger would come from. Sometimes Hellbull attacked again with a water attack, throwing it straight at the guy across from him. But looking at his enemy with shining eyes, he tried to give him the opportunity to think that he could guess his movements. In this way, he lured his opponent into a deceptive hole, so that he could then attack him with ease. His entire body, from the sparkle in his eyes to his breathing, lied to his opponent about the outcome. At some point, Hellbull turned to his enemy and, with a broad smile, noticed that the latter had run out of energy, as his blows had become much weaker. When the man said that he was just a weak killer, the boy realized that he had finally fallen for a carefully planned plan. The next moment, Hellbull screamed loudly, and light poured from his eyes as he wished his opponent death. A powerful fire attack flew forward, capable of sweeping away everything in its path. Paval understood that the attacks coming from the enemy, after he was convinced of his victory, become more monotonous, predictable, and indicate weaknesses. At some point, blue sparks shot from his eyes, and the boy rushed forward, realizing where to attack. A second later, one of his ghost daggers, which he held in his hands, entered directly into Hellbull's chest. He looked in front of him in a daze and coughed loudly, and a drop of blood flew out of his mouth. Falling to his knees, he struggled to understand exactly how the unknown killer had defeated him. However, Paval had already used a technique called Jade Destruction. Hellbull clenched his teeth tightly, glaring fiercely at his opponent, who had finally managed to defeat him. The next moment, his eyes shone with a blue light, and opening his mouth wide, the man screamed loudly. Returning to his normal appearance, the white-haired man said that even if he protected his body from the outside, there was nothing he could do if it was tearing apart from the inside. Meanwhile, the ThunderClan leader's body began to turn black, and his eyes turned into black sockets. Leaving the dying man, Paval closed his eyes and calmly said that this was the end. After death, the blackened body of the leader of the Thunder Temple turned into a tortured, dry skeleton. The faithful warrior monks who found him in this state stared at the corpse in astonishment, not understanding how this could have happened. But immediately after that, a wave of rage swept over them, and they rushed forward, wanting to avenge the death of their leader at the hands of an unknown assassin. Soma, meanwhile, tried to catch up with the other warriors while emitting a loud battle cry. When he failed, he jumped in the air and asked where they had gone, adding that he had not had enough of the fight. Suddenly he fell silent, staring in front of him with a stunned, surprised look. Suddenly, an explosion erupted in the air, sending a large cloud of smoke into the sky. Watching a large pillar of fire also emerge from the ground, the monks of the Thunder Temple began to look around in surprise, trying to understand what was happening. The next moment, Jin Kanu emerged from the fog, hid his sword, and carefully examined everyone present. Turning to the white-haired man, he asked with a smile if everything was okay, calling him a friend. Absolutely not expecting to see the leader of the Golden Heavens clan here, Paval looked at the brunette in shock, not knowing what to say. Approaching, he explained that it was quite difficult to find them, since the white-haired man left no traces, and if it weren't for the explosion of the tower, it would have been practically impossible to find them. Despite his friend's stunned look and carefully examining the body of the dead leader of the Thunder Temple, Jin Kanu was glad that he wasn't late. Turning his face to the crowd, he noticed with a smile that he still had time to do something to help. After that, he looked at the white-haired man again and asked him if he could still fight. Pulling out one of his ghost daggers, he said that he was now his debtor, to which he heard that now they were even. The dark moon, meanwhile, stood near the large hole that had formed at the site of the explosion. His gaze was focused somewhere where all his enemies, whom he now knew by sight, were located. The children played happily, and Soma was especially happy, running among the bodies of the dead warriors of the Thunder Temple. Sheathing his sword, Jin Kanu told his friend that now they had dealt with it. However, the white-haired man only noticed that the man called him a friend again, saying that they were far from friends. The leader of the Golden Heaven clan seemed not to hear him, talking about the fact that he had saved one guy Yan, whom he had sent back to Chengdu. Paval asked how his friend managed to find him, assuming that he used surveillance equipment, but the guy replied that he did not own it. He added that he tried to do the same thing that the white-haired man himself had done before, when he was with him. In addition, he had one Taoist item that allowed him to go in the right direction. At the same time, Jin Kang expressed his joy that he had managed to get here, although he acted a little awkwardly. The guy carefully studied the white-haired man's figure, realizing that now his energy looked more confused than before, and if he had come a little later, he could have easily paid his debt. After that, his gaze turned back to the leader of the Thunder Temple, and Jin Kanu thought that he was indeed very strong, wondering how he had achieved such skill. Keeping an impassive expression on his face, the leader thought about how strong Paval looked right now. When asked if he would return to Chengdu with them, the white-haired man replied that he would not. His gaze was incredibly focused when he said he had other things to do. Meanwhile, the Thunder Temple itself, which was located on a high mountain, was now burning with bright tongues of flame. The dark moon, trying to break away from its pursuer, ran headlong towards the forest, planning to hide there. His eyes were wide with fear as he realized he was now in an extremely dangerous situation. Now he had absolutely no idea what to do, as he only hoped to find shelter in the Thunder Temple, which was now also crushed. Suddenly, with a sideways glance, the man managed to notice that a bright thread flew past him. As soon as he thought about going to the Patala Palace, several more threads appeared around him, piercing his body through and through. Remembering Paval's red eyes, Dark Moon thought that even a skilled craftsman like him wouldn't venture into a place that was so far away. The man looked ahead with hope, hoping that he had finally found a way that would help him escape. But the next moment, behind him, several silver threads pierced the tree trunks, cutting them into pieces. Without slowing down, Dark Moon turned to see if his opponent was catching up to him. Several silver threads connected to ghost daggers rushed headlong to where he had been a second ago. He tried with all his might to break away from his pursuer and his weapon, which was catching up with him faster and faster. The silver threads moved so fast that at some point they began to touch the surrounding bushes and cut off their leaves. Hoping to take cover behind one of the large tree trunks, Dark Moon rushed headlong towards it. Despite the splinters of wood flying in all directions, he firmly turned his back to the trunk, trying not to give away his presence. His eyes were wide open and his breathing was quite heavy and noisy. Trying to calm down, the man closed his eyes and exhaled heavily. However, the next second, silver threads simply wrapped around the trunk he was standing next to, capturing his body as well. Feeling like he couldn't turn back, finding himself completely tied to the tree, Dark Moon looked ahead in fear again. Real horror flashed in his frightened eyes. Trying to somehow save his life, the man began to beg for mercy, saying that he was wrong. However, a moment later his eye watered, and he asked his attacker to simply kill him. Looking up, he began to shout desperately, hoping that the white-haired man would hear him. A second after that, the threads tightened around the tree, cutting Dark Moon's body into several pieces. The last thing Dark Moon thought about before he died was that he was finally free. When the sun rose, 3 wolf children met him, sitting on the grass with wide smiles on their faces. Without opening her eyes, Een asked her friends who they thought would win this battle. The first to answer her was Kavian, who, without mentioning her name, said that Paval would win. The white-haired guy himself was standing opposite Jin Kang at times, preparing to engage in a duel with him. The girl replied with a slight smile on her face that the man who looked like an iron tower was also very strong. At the same time, she compared the white-haired man, who was looking sternly at his opponent, to a thin, sharp needle. Jin Kanu was compared to a great hammer. At this, the leader of the Golden Heaven clan asked his opponent if he was okay, to which he agreed, and said that this was the best state he was in, considering what had happened. Jin Kang smiled, and said that regardless of the outcome of their current battle, he forgave him for the offense of killing Xiaomun Piong. But Paval, in response to this, only closed his eyes, lowered his head, and said that he didn't care about it. To this, the leader of the Golden Heaven clan replied that it was important to him, because he did not want to live with a stone in his heart. Listening to his long speech, the white-haired man sighed, saying that he was only making his life very difficult. After that, the brunette thanked his former partner with a broad smile for responding to his request to solve the problem. But Paval, using the technique that turned his hair black again, said there was no need for thanks, as he also wanted to learn something. Watching both men, Soma told his friends with a wild smile that the fight was finally beginning. At some point, the opponents suddenly jumped out of their seats, approaching each other at breakneck speed. After some time, life in Chengdu returned to its former colors. One of the men took the chest from a merchant who had come to him and, looking through the books, exhaled loudly, surprised that it was an original. The merchant told his friend with a smile that this was exactly what his son had asked him to convey. A young man was watching the men's conversation, and he was clearly unhappy with the conversation. Meanwhile, the man for whom the gifts were brought offered the merchant a place to stay if he wanted to rest, adding that he had a guest house in Chengdu. Crossing his arms over his chest in dissatisfaction, the fair-haired boy chirped in boredom, resenting the fact that the men continued to talk while he wanted to have fun. Finally, he gritted his teeth and walked forward down the street, thinking that he might have been visiting a brothel a long time ago. Passing by people on the street, the guy decided to look for a place where he could have fun in Chengdu. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to Een, who silently crossed the street and entered one of the alleys. The girl's eyes were closed, and she was completely oblivious to everything that was happening around her. Noticing her, the blonde stopped and exhaled, raising one eyebrow. Een, meanwhile, was moving rapidly between the houses, not paying attention to the pursuer who was following her. The same, in turn, tried not to let the unfamiliar girl out of his sight, thinking about where exactly she was going. Finally, Een stopped at the door of a large house with luxuriously decorated windows. The girl stopped for a moment and patiently waited for the door to be opened. The next second they really opened, letting in bright sunlight on the other side. The blonde boy carefully watched as the stranger entered the house and hid behind the wall. Looking closely at the house he had come to, the boy suddenly realized that he knew perfectly well who lived here. Climbing over the fence, the fair-haired man was not entirely sure what he was doing. However, there was no turning back, so in one sharp movement he jumped off the tiled roof and landed on the ground. Looking around, the guy was surprised to see that the yard was quite quiet, and there was no security. Suddenly Soma appeared behind him, and with a broad smile asked him who he was. Not expecting to hear someone's voice so close to him, the boy jumped up and screamed loudly. Taking a close look at the smiling boy, he wondered where he had come from, since there had been no one here a second ago. When asked if he lived here, Soma replied that he simply lived in this house. The blonde didn't even notice how wildly greedy the unknown boy was looking at him. He turned his head towards the entrance and asked if the girl who had come in earlier also lived here. Hearing the question about his girlfriend, Soma just laughed loudly, releasing dark energy. Looking at the uninvited guest, the boy said that as soon as Een goes outside, flies immediately flock to them. As the sun was already setting behind the horizon, Soma leaned his hand on the windowsill and cheerfully greeted the master. While the servants were carrying out the dead body of the uninvited guest, completely covered in blood, the boy asked him when they would have dinner, as he was very hungry. Paval calmly replied that dinner was being prepared, and it would be worth waiting a bit, asking how the children were settling into their house. The boy replied that they really liked it. Besides, Kvian and Ina simply had nowhere to go. The boy said about himself that he simply wouldn't be able to live peacefully with his family right now. Hearing him say that the manager he hired for them was also very good, Paval said that was good. Noticing that the white-haired man had a new letter in his hands, the boy wondered if it was a letter from Jin Kang. The first words that could be found in the written letter were that it was addressed to a beloved and dear friend. Paval froze for a moment, looking at these words and not knowing what to do next. However, after that, with a sharp clap, he simply folded the letter in half, not wanting to continue reading. When Soma's surprised question about whether he wouldn't read what was written there, the white-haired man replied angrily that he wasn't going to do that. One boy was not going to calm down and asked the white-haired man if he would go to the leader of the Golden Heaven clan when he arrived in Cheonjungsan. Not wanting to talk about Jin Kang anymore, Paval told the boy that Manager Go had prepared a fish dinner for them today, so he asked them to eat and not refuse. The boy replied with a broad smile that it was simply impossible to refuse such a thing. After that, he moved away from the window and said he would run to call Kvian and Ine. Suddenly, Soma froze in place, stunned as if remembering something. Hearing the boy call out to him loudly, Paval turned and looked at him with a cold gaze. Soma smiled broadly again and said he was grateful to him for getting them out of there. And the words that the boy now understood why Jin Kang liked him so much made Paval raise his eyebrows in surprise. For a moment afterward, he sat, staring intently at the letter lying on his desk, frowning. After that, his gaze turned again to the window, through which a magnificent sunset could be seen against the backdrop of trees.